Pitch black room. Xue'e is freezing cold. Where is it, she demands. The guy in front of her, gasping for air. She aims her sword right at him. I'm talking to you. Yang Chen is completely wrecked, sitting on the cold floor, staring down that blade. Just the two of them. One standing, one utterly defeated. Who would have thought this woman is the personal disciple of the sword master? Think about it. She's the absolute beast who single-handedly slaughtered the demonic forces. Total power over life and death. She grabs him right by the collar. I know you have the answers. Where did the rest of those demons go? Xue'e is absolutely furious. If you have even an ounce of guilt left in you. He just coughs. Silent. He knows Shuer, but his vocal cords completely destroyed. And then there's that forbidden curse planted right in his chest. His heart is beating out of control right now. That dark magic is active. Xue'e actually breaks down in tears. This is your last chance. She slowly drops him. Everyone wants you dead, but if you just tell me, I'll do whatever it takes to save you. He looks at her trembling form. She drops her head, literally begging. Please. But all he can do is cough. He looks at her wondering, is she pushing herself this hard just out of pure hatred? Suddenly, he pictures her smiling with someone else. Or is it about the sword god? The guy she was engaged to snatched up by the demons. He forces a bitter smile. Hilarious. The strongest woman alive, losing it over some guy. Seeing his face, she gets so incredibly pissed. Grabs his collar again and throws him across the room like a ragdoll, standing over him shaking. If I knew you were this complete scum, I would have ended you the second we met. She bites her lip, tears streaming down, filled with absolute regret. He just lies there, watching her walk away. Wait, when does she think they actually met? He thinks back to when they were just little kids on the street. Definitely not how she remembers it. Back then, he literally sneered at her when she offered him a potato. What did I do wrong? Flash forward to him standing over a literal mountain of corpses. I'm the traitor who backstabbed everyone to join the demonic cult. Yeah, this is pure karma. Meanwhile, she's walking out of the dungeon, crying. But wait, she hears a strange noise behind her. Turning around, she sees Yang Chen dragging himself across the floor, desperately trying to write something. Breathing incredibly hard, using his own fresh blood. What on earth are you doing? She asks. Suddenly, his heart goes into overdrive and he coughs up a massive pool of blood. He dips his finger right into it. That deadly curse. He drags his bloody finger, remembering the heavenly demon's ultimate warning. Break the rules and your heart explodes. And yep, his heart is literally being shredded apart. The agony is unreal. Another massive mouthful of blood hits the floor. The demonic cult. They don't do forgiveness for traitors. He grips the stone floor. Over the ringing in his ears, he hears, Yang Chen, can you hear me? She comes sprinting back, totally panicking. Why is there so much blood? Stop writing. Just stop. But he just keeps lying there using his lifeblood to write on the cold ground. He can't even hear her voice anymore. If I could just tell you. He sees her absolutely terrified expression. Makes him wonder. If I told you I was framed for all of this, would you actually believe me? She stares in pure shock as his bloody finger finally stops moving. If I could just explain. She's totally devastated, realizing what is happening. But it is way too late. Game over. He pushed past his limits to give her the truth. This is it. I'm done for. Boom. His heart completely detonates. One last massive wave of blood. He just rolls over onto the cold floor. His eyes totally empty. Life completely gone. How did my life end up like this massive failure? His mind flashes back, sitting in front of Xue'e. She's gasping for air, reaching out to him, her trembling hand finally touching his face. With a bright, heartbreaking smile, she tells him, little brother, promise me you'll be happy. Back in reality, Xue'e is holding his lifeless body, screaming his name. Yang Chen, can you hear me? But his eyes are just staring into nothingness. A lifetime of massive regrets. That is my story. He flashes back again. Tang Shuer kneeling in the ruins, eyes bleeding. He walked right up to her back then, stood there without an ounce of emotion. She felt his presence, smiled bitterly and asked, it's you I am so sorry. But he just stared down at her. Ice cold. No mercy. Cut to the present, Xue'e is absolutely sobbing her eyes out. Yang Chen, please. Her tears are literally dropping onto his lifeless face, which triggers another memory. Standing in the pouring rain, crying his eyes out. In that past life, someone gently touched his face. Are you crying? He looked away. No. Just the rain. Nangong Fei smiled weakly. Good. You're not crying. Is the moon out tonight? Standing in that downpour, he answered, yeah, it's out. She gave this peaceful smile. Everyone's together. That is good. And then her hand dropped. She slipped away right there in his arms. Fast forward to right now. He's fading away in Xue'e's arms. Born into the prestigious Gu family in Shangzi, top-tier righteous faction background, his face goes completely slack. He was a righteous warrior once, until he betrayed everyone and joined the demonic cult. They lost the epic war and he became a tortured prisoner. His eyelids get heavier, slowly falling. until they shut completely. Dead. But wait, suddenly, Xue'e is standing right in front of him looking super happy holding out a potato. Here, do you want a potato? He just stares at the thing completely stunned, looks around. They are standing on a busy street. What the heck? He is absolutely mind blown right now. Hold on. I definitely triggered the heavenly demon's curse. My heart literally exploded. I died the most painful, regretful death ever in her arms. I remember it perfectly. If my heart exploded, why is it beating totally fine? And look at these tiny clean hands. Is this a flashback dream? But out of all the memories, why this one? Why the exact day we first met? Wait, what did I even do last time? Oh right. In his past life, he aggressively slapped the potato right out of her hand, completely shocking the poor girl. He didn't just slap it, he stepped on it, screaming, "Do you have zero manners handing me garbage like this?" Back in the present, he grabs his head. Oh, sweet mercy. Was I seriously that much of a jerk? If I am dreaming about this, my subconscious is clearly ashamed. She asks quietly, "Do you hate potatoes?" But this time, he's not going to be a toxic villain. Nope, he goes total soft mode. Reaches out gently, takes the potato and flashes a $1 million smile. "Thank you, I am going to enjoy this." And he goes right in for a massive bite. But plot twist, it's boiling hot, burns the roof of his mouth instantly. He panics. Wait a second, dreams aren't supposed to burn you. This physical pain, it is completely real. Xue'e sees him struggling and just bursts out laughing. "Ha ha ha, your entire face is bright red." Suddenly, a voice from behind yells out, "Young master, you vanished. So this is where you went." He squints. "My bodyguard, what is his name?" "Mao Yan." Mao Yan sighs, "I was terrified something bad happened to you." Meanwhile, our boy is just standing there with his burnt tongue sticking out, holding a blazing hot potato, giving a look that says, "Do I look okay to you?" Seeing his young master injured, the guard snaps, draws his sword. "How dare you hurt him?" But our guy immediately shuts that down. "Chill, hand it over." Mao Yan is totally lost. "The pastry, didn't you bring it?" Mao Yan blinks. "Pastry, but this was the last one." So the guy hands our boy a pastry. Yang Chen immediately passes it to Xue'e. "Want a bite?" Mao Yan's jaw practically hits the floor. Holy crap, is the young master actually helping someone? Xue'e completely stunned. "For me, really?" Our main guy just shrugs it off. "Obviously. You gave me a potato earlier, didn't you? And this is literally all I've got to offer." The kid's already drooling. She stares at that sweet treat like it's pure gold. "Wow, it looks amazing. This is the first time I've ever gotten a gift. It smells so good." Suddenly, a panicked voice echoes out, "Xue'e." A white-haired old man comes sprinting over. Now don't let his looks fool you. This guy is no joke. The little girl immediately runs over and hugs her grandpa tight. The old man lets out a massive sigh of relief. "Thank goodness, you're safe. I told you not to wander off." Xue'e just flashes a massive smile. "It's totally fine. I brought some potatoes." See, her grandpa goes into full protective mode. "The potatoes aren't the issue here. Are you hurt anywhere?" She shakes her head. "Nope, not a scratch." Watching all this, Yang Chen looks absolutely shell-shocked, like a massive realization just hit him right out of nowhere. Meanwhile, Xue'e points straight at our protagonist. "Oh, I actually shared a potato with him." The grandpa's reaction, yeah, he does not look happy about this setup at all. He immediately grabs her wrist, pulling her back before stepping right up to Yang Chen and bowing deeply. "My granddaughter doesn't know proper manners and has clearly offended you, young master. If she crossed any lines at all, please forgive our insolence." Classic protective elder move right there. Our boy just chuckles. "Hey, it's no big deal, old man. Honestly, I should be the one thanking her. That potato saved my life. I was absolutely starving. Total lifesaver, really. This pastry is the absolute only thing I have to repay the favor, so please go ahead and take it." He holds out the sweet treat. The old man completely caught off guard by this gesture. Xue'e is practically vibrating with pure joy right now. "Wow, young master," she beams brightly. "I'm perfectly fine so." But just as her little hand reaches out completely ready to grab that delicious-looking snack, nope. Absolutely denied on the spot. The grandpa snatches her up and literally books it out of there. "Oh no, absolutely not. We couldn't possibly accept something so incredibly valuable," he shouts while running away. "We won't get in your way anymore." "Excuse us," Yang Chen yells back. "Hey, wait up a second." The old guy turns around in a total panic. "Young master, if you're still angry, I deeply apologize." But then, plot twist. Yang Chen just dashes over, shoves the pastry into Xue'e's hands and smiles. "This is my return gift. If fate allows it, let's meet again." Xue'e is over the moon, but her grandpa, his guard is cranked up to 100. He squints, thinking hard. That kid. It seems Xue'e really found him. With a quick goodbye, the protective duo finally heads out. Meanwhile, Yang Chen just stands there totally frozen, watching their figures slowly fade into the distance. A genuine relaxed smile crosses his face, but then a heavy sigh. He rubs his temples, looking like his brain is short-circuiting. That old man, Not too long ago, he took the absolute highest seat as the Martial Arts Alliance leader, the undisputed #1 in the world. One of the legendary three venerables who struck pure terror into the four great factions, the Sword, Venerable Wei Xiaojun. What on earth is a literal god-tier legend doing in a dump like this? Even if this is just a dream. If only I could. Over in the distance, Xue'e turns around one last time, waving wildly with a massive grin. Our guy just stands there, returning a calm, gentle smile. Mao Yan finally interrupts. Young master, it's time to head back. Yang Chen turns around, nodding slowly. Yeah, let's go. Nothing left to regret here anyway, right? It's about time I wake up from this. Flash forward a bit. The two of them pull up to this absolutely massive estate. We're here, young master, Mao Yan announces. And suddenly Yang Chen looks completely thrown off. Panic starts creeping in. Damn it, why hasn't this ended yet? If this is a dream, I should have snapped out of it by now. Wait, if this isn't a dream, could the heavenly demon's forbidden spell be behind this? Well, isn't this a miracle? A sharp voice suddenly cuts through the silence. I genuinely didn't expect you to stick around when the family head showed up. Yang Chen's eyes widen. The Red Sun Sword, Qin Yeshu, the one person who looks down on him more than literally anyone else alive. The family head is coming. Everyone gather up, she glares at him. So what kind of pathetic scheme are you pulling today? If you're cooking up something stupid, drop it right now and make yourself useful to me. Yang Chen just swats her hand away, completely unbothered. I'm only standing here because it's exactly where I'm supposed to be. Her blood boils. Since the second you walked in here, you haven't even bothered to look me in the eye once. He just shrugs with zero emotion. Yep, my bad. I'll properly apologize to the family head later. But hearing that total lack of respect, oh, she is livid. She completely loses her mind. Qin Yang Chen boom. Her entire aura explodes outward in a flash. She stomps forward like an absolute menace, radiating so much pure, concentrated killing intent you'd think she wanted to literally rip our protagonist to shreds. She growls out, I don't care what sick game you're playing, but you better cut the crap. I am seriously pissed off right now. You hear me? You're not some ignorant kid anymore. But right before she strikes, Yang Chen just casually raises a hand. Hold up, father. Actually, no. The family head is here. Right on cue, a massive horse neigh echoes through the sky. A second later, a majestic beast stops dead in its tracks right in front of the crowd. Look at this guy. Just him sitting on that horse radiates absolute peak boss energy. What is all this pointless noise about, he demands. Instantly, every single person in the courtyard drops into a deep, respectful bow. The boss man locks eyes directly with our MC, staring daggers into him. Yang Chen is sweating bullets, having zero clue what's going on in the guy's head. After a painfully long silence, he finally turns his attention to the head steward. Are there any sword squads on standby? The steward bows respectfully. The first sword squad is currently resting after their mission. The fourth sword squad is fully prepared and awaiting orders. The family head doesn't miss a beat. Tell the fourth squad to gear up and report to me. Yang Chen's mind is racing a mile a minute. Is this a dream? Reality? Whatever it is, that heavy glare is terrifying. The family head turns toward the entrance, throwing one last order. Third son, come to my private chambers after dinner. Yang Chen practically chokes on air, the two siblings next to him, utterly speechless. Our guy slowly turns to the servant beside him. Hey, you wouldn't happen to have any stomach medicine on you, would you? Cut to that evening. Inside the grand dining hall, multiple tables are absolutely loaded with an epic feast. But for Yang Chen, pure torture. This suffocating dinner atmosphere hasn't changed one bit. Damn it all. I seriously can't tell if I'm eating through my mouth or my nose right now. And that private meeting invites stress level max. Someone please break this awful silence. Suddenly, the big boss speaks up. Second daughter, I hear you've made some solid progress in your martial arts training. Qin Yeshu lights up like a Christmas tree. Yes, I experienced a minor enlightenment and actually broke through to the 3-star tier just a few days ago. The family head nods. Impressive speed for your age. Excellent work. Keep pushing forward. Yang Chen observes silently. Hitting the 3-star tier at her age. That's actually insane. When pure talent meets relentless grinding, I guess that's the result. Honestly, though, I'm mostly just shocked she knows how to smile. She looks way better when she smiles. Wait, scratch that, I take it back. It's literally like watching a cockroach grin. Before he can finish roasting her in his head, the family head chimes in. Third son, word is you left the estate today. Yang Chen keeps his cool. Yes, I had a quick matter to attend to outside. The boss man just gives a slow nod, rises from his grand seat and waves a hand. I'm heading out first. Finish your meals. Huh, I swear he wanted to say something else, the MC thinks. Well, he did say private meeting later, so I guess the real talk happens then. But out of nowhere, a maid whispers in his ear. Young master, the family head says he requires rest tonight. You are instructed to meet him in his chambers tomorrow instead. Yang Chen's brain misfires. Why the sudden change of plans? Skip forward to the dead of night. Our guy is just chilling by his window, staring into the dark. He looks absolutely flabbergasted. Hours have passed and I'm still not waking up, meaning this isn't a dream. This is that legendary thing called regression, isn't it? And the second that hits him, a massive memory flashes in his mind. He grinds his teeth, fists clenched so tight his knuckles turn white. Does this mean? Wait, could I actually assassinate the heavenly demon right now? No. Stop. That's pure fantasy, a complete death wish. How the hell could I kill the heavenly demon? That monster slaughtered all three venerables without breaking a sweat. In my past life, I had to grovel and serve him just to survive. Living that sinful nightmare, I've regretted it a million times over. But surviving taught me things. Now that I've been given a literal second chance at life, I am rewriting my destiny. Besides, history proves it, the heavenly demon is destined to die by Xue'e's hands, and that whole demonic cult already doomed to burn. Until everything is sorted out, I just need to lay low and do what has to be done. Our guy is not messing around. Second chance at life. He refuses to repeat his past mistakes. Step 1. Assess the situation. Yang Chen immediately focuses inward, checking his body's energy. He can literally feel his core burning and just sits there with this goofy grin on his face thinking, ha ha ha, wait. I've checked this entire body and my internal energy is seriously just this pathetic. Looking at his practically empty power pool, he suddenly realizes just how absolutely insane his sister's 3-star rank actually was. But hey, he's not completely helpless. He's got the Qin family's exclusive bloodline technique. Time to grind the flame wheel arts, building up his internal power slowly step by step until it fully blooms. Hit 4 stars. You can shoot red aura, 7 stars, full body armor. But right now, our boy is stuck at a measly 1 star. He desperately needs to gather energy and train just to hit tier 2. If he wants a peaceful life completely different from his past, he can't rely on demonic powers anymore. He has to get strong the right way. Only problem, if he pushes any harder right now, he might actually die. Using internal martial arts with his current garbage stats, yeah, definitely not easy. One wrong move and his energy will literally backfire, destroying his core. But hey, hard work pays off. He just started and boom, already hit tier 2. Slow and steady wins the race. He's taking it one step at a time, making absolutely sure no reckless moves ruin his future this time around. Anyway, let's fast forward to the very next morning. First light hits and our boy groggily opens his eyes. Yang Chen groans, how is his entire body this sore after just one basic training session? Yep, that's what happens when you skip practice for basically your whole life. Still a long road ahead. He plans to see his father, the family head this afternoon, but first more training. But wait the second, he opens his door, the future sword god from his past life is standing right there. Xue'e flashes this huge bright smile. Hello there, we meet again. Hold on. In his past life, if he remembers correctly, there was this one specific day when pitch black clouds completely swallowed their entire town. Absolute panic in the streets. People were terrified, staring up at this massive dimensional rift ripping through the sky. What are you looking at? Get inside. And then, a giant glowing red eye literally peered out from the crack. Pure nightmare fuel. Everyone who saw it basically lost their minds in sheer terror. And then, it got worse. Massive, monstrous feet with razor-sharp claws slowly started pushing their way out of the portal. That horrifying day, when monsters tore the sky apart and rained down, they called it the Demon Gate. Every single sect had to form elite combat groups to fight these things off. They were known as the Vanguard Squads. Mandatory draft for all martial factions. The Qin family had 5 of these Vanguard Squads. His eldest sister, Qin Saifei, was the absolute boss, leading all 5. Long story short, Yang Chen was stuck under her command for 6 brutal months. Make one mistake, slack off for even a second, his sister would literally drag him away by his hair. But during that literal hell on the battlefield, he finally ran into Xue'e. That was officially their second encounter in his past life. According to his memory, that meeting shouldn't happen for at least another half year. So, how the hell is she standing right outside his door, the literal second he wakes up on his first morning back? And she's just smiling cheerfully. So nice to see you again, cue the dramatic stare down. Just 2 kids locking eyes, sparks practically flying. But suddenly Yang Chen just snaps out of it, turns away and starts mumbling to himself. I'm definitely still dreaming. He seriously cannot believe his own eyes right now. Why is Xue'e here? Based on every single memory he still has of the past timeline, they weren't supposed to cross paths for a long time. And definitely not in a situation like this. Xue'e panics, rushing forward and desperately grabbing onto Yang Chen's clothes. Hey, wait a minute. Okay, feeling someone yank your shirt. Yeah, this is definitely not a dream anymore. Yang Chen is absolutely terrified, hair standing on end. Xue'e just blushes and says, please take good care of me. But before he can even process that, an old hand suddenly swoops in, smacking Xue'e's grip right off his shirt. Enters Xue'e's grandfather, and he is not happy. Xue'e, you cannot behave so rudely towards the young master. Didn't I tell you this already? Meanwhile, Yang Chen is just standing there completely lost and trying to process everything. Like, what on earth is happening right now? What did this guy just say? The white-haired elder glares at his granddaughter. Apologize to the young master right now. Xue'e, completely intimidated, stammers out a terrified I'm so sorry. Yang Chen is totally stunned. Like, seriously, what is actually going on here? He grabs his chin, spiraling into deep thought, trying to piece this puzzle together. Is his brain just messing with him? Is he really still dreaming? While our boy is still trying to reboot his brain, the old man bows deeply. Thanks to the grace of the family head, starting from today, the two of us will be serving as your personal assistants. We don't know if this meets your standards, but we'll do our absolute best. Please take care of us. Yang Chen's brain practically blue screens. Holy crap. Wei Xiaojun, a literal legend, is assigned as his personal helper. Are you kidding me right now? Then Sui shyly chimes in. Just like my grandpa, I'll be serving you from now on. I'm Sui. Please take care of me. Okay, that's it. Yang Chen is officially losing his mind. 1,000 questions immediately explode in his head. Serving who? Me? Doing what exactly? This is absolute chaos. He takes a heavy breath, trying to calm down. Wait a second. If this was a favor from the family head, that means his own father personally ordered this arrangement. Please take care of us, the old man repeats. Yang Chen is still reeling, his thoughts spinning completely out of control. This second chance at life, yeah, it's already feeling incredibly weird right from the very start. Trying to ground himself, he finally speaks up. You don't need to call me young master. Just Yang Chen is fine. Understood, young master, the old man replies instantly. And just like that, they immediately get straight to work. Swish, swish. The sound of a broom echoes through the courtyard, kicking up massive dust clouds. Watching from afar, Yang Chen gasps. Look at that sweeping technique. The old man clearly hears him freezing mid-sweep to shoot him a look. But then the elder's face instantly softens into this warm, incredibly affectionate smile, which honestly just makes our main character even more confused. He just sits there frozen, thinking, is this actually happening right now? But wait, something way more concerning is happening over there. A literal mountain of clothes is slowly waddling its way across the yard. It's Xue'e. She's carrying this ridiculously towering stack of laundry that is wobbling terrifyingly with every step. It looks like it's going to collapse at any second. Seeing this disaster waiting to happen, another servant warns her. Xue'e carrying all that alone is dangerous, but Xue'e, desperate to prove she isn't totally useless, awkwardly forces out a reply. No, I can do it, the older servant insists. Don't be stubborn, let me help you carry some. But Xue'e fiercely clings to the massive laundry pile. I promise I can really do this myself. And then bam, she trips right over a rock and face plants hard. Clothes explode absolutely everywhere. She's just lying there, face in the dirt, completely miserable. The massive crash is so loud even her grandpa jumps and spins around. But wait, it gets better. The laundry tub launches into the air and lands perfectly right on her head. The bystanders are just utterly speechless. Suddenly, Xue'e starts trembling uncontrollably, completely humiliated, and just bursts out crying underneath the bucket. She refuses to even look up. Watching this, Yang Chen just thinks, how can someone be this clumsy? The two servants quickly drop down to comfort the poor girl. It's okay, sweetheart. Everyone makes mistakes. Don't cry. Observing this literal mess, Yang Chen is baffled. A girl destined to become a legendary martial arts genius is out here failing at basic chores. Unbelievable. Right as he's thinking this, he accidentally makes direct eye contact with the teary Xue'e. Wanting absolutely zero part in this drama, he quickly snaps his head away, muttering, oh boy. Meanwhile, the crying Xue'e suddenly shoots straight up onto her feet. Startled, the servant next to her asks Xue'e, where are you going? Turns out this pouting girl, bucket still on her head, clutching an armful of clothes, marches straight over to Yang Chen. Completely baffled, he asks, why can't you just do your job? Xue'e fiercely replies, I have to follow you everywhere. Yang Chen blinks. Who told you that? Why would you follow me? Xue'e doesn't miss a beat. My grandpa said so. Taken aback, Yang Chen replies, oh, is that right? But inside, the gears in his head are rapidly spinning. So that's how it is. It seems Wei Xue'e has officially been assigned to him, and judging by her amazing laundry skills, it looks like all the annoying chores nobody else wanted got dumped straight onto her lap. Well, he is the young master of an elite noble family after all. But wait, is it really okay to have her under his total control? Having the future sword god as your personal servant is honestly super stressful. While Yang Chen's thoughts are spiraling, Xue'e casually walks up and starts fixing his clothes. A second later, she cheerfully chirps, tada, all done. Yang Chen looks down. She tied a massive, ridiculous bow on a grown guy's outfit. He immediately undoes it, deep in thought about his father's intentions. Too busy to notice, Yang Chen muttered. He'd been summoned to the patriarch's office today that would clear everything up. Without wasting another second, he headed out. But Xue'e, she was already tailing him. Young master, wait for me, she called out. Yang Chen sighed, clearly annoyed. You're following me now. Stay here and learn the ropes. She just meekly nodded. Yes, sir. Big mistake. Her eyes immediately welled up with tears, pure unadulterated heartbreak. Watching them from afar, her grandfather felt a pang of sadness. Yang Chen opened his mouth ready to say more. But one look at that innocent, teary face, his mind went completely blank. He headed for the gates, throwing one last glance over his shoulder to drop a reminder. Xue'e, make sure you study hard. Still, she didn't say a word. Just stood there, looking absolutely miserable. A wave of guilt hit Yang Chen as he stepped outside. So he threw out a lifeline. Look, I'll bring you some pastries, so just behave. Okay. He shut the door and took off. And Xue'e, the second she heard the word pastries, complete 180, the sadness vanished, replaced by pure excitement. The girl just really loved her sweets. Even her granddad could only shake his head at how easily distracted she was. Soon enough, Yang Chen stood right outside the patriarch's room. He was shaking, literally trembling. Why am I so nervous, he thought. We weren't even close in my past life. Honestly, I don't think we ever had a private chat. What do I even say? Since his dad called him here, there had to be an agenda. I'll just listen first, then ask. I need to know why Victor and Xue'e are even here. But while Yang Chen was busy psyching himself up at the door, his dad was already looming right behind him. Dead silent. Are you going to stand there all day? That cold voice cut through the air. Yang Chen jumped out of his skin, completely losing his cool. Holy Father, you scare the life out of me. The patriarch just stared at him. Absolutely speechless. Just get inside. Yang Chen scrambled. Right away. The tension in the room, thick enough to cut with a knife. Yang Chen was dying inside. I am so dead. I practically swore at the head of the house. Why didn't I just end my life right then? Thankfully, his dad shifted gears, breaking the awkward silence. Did you meet the new servants? Yang Chen played it cool. Yeah, ran into them on my way here this morning. The patriarch pressed. And your thoughts? Yang Chen bowed slightly. I'm just grateful for the personnel, father. It's just about them. Yang Chen trailed off. Seeing his son's suspicion, the patriarch looked a bit surprised. He took a slow sip of tea, gathering his thoughts. It is not the right time. When the moment comes, I will explain everything. Yang Chen nodded calmly. Understood, but inside, his gears were turning. He knows exactly who they are and still let them in. Did he strike a deal with Victor? His dad cut through his thoughts. Drop these minor distractions. Start packing for the Dragon Summit tomorrow. Yang Chen gave an automatic response. Yes, father, I will. Smooth words on the outside, but complete panic on the inside. He dug through his past life's memories. The Dragon Summit. Wait, what was that again? Then it hit him. His eyes went wide. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. The actual Dragon Summit. All the trauma from his past life came rushing back instantly. Yang Chen snapped, totally frustrated. Just end my misery now. Max's aide looked completely baffled. Do you really hate the summit that much? Young Master Yang Chen didn't even blink. Yup. Turns out Max was holding the official invitation right there. No wonder Yang Chen was losing his mind. So here's the deal with the Dragon Summit. It's this massive memorial event honoring the heroes who died protecting House Vance and the Western Province. It celebrates the sword squads that sealed the Demon Gate. Happens twice a year, spring and winter. But the real catch, this is where they draft the new generation of sword fighters, which means every direct descendant is absolutely required to attend. No exceptions. But our guy was refusing to budge. Seriously, just slice my neck right here, he groaned. I mean, if I dropped dead, I wouldn't have to go. I am not stepping foot in that place. Max started panicking. Sir, the patriarch will literally kill you if you skip it. Plus, Elder Vance is running the event this time. That was the final straw. Yang Chen completely lost it, shouting, What Elder Vance, are you actually kidding me right now? Max wasn't done. If you run away this time, the patriarch won't show mercy. Yang Chen gritted his teeth. Chick, I should have guessed it'd be him. If my memory serves me right. Out of all the elders in House Vance, Elder Vance was by far the most ruthless. The guy was ridiculously strict. But since Yang Chen was the sole heir of the family, he knew if he played his cards right, his family could reach absolute peak power. Honestly, Yang Chen was grateful to the old man. Even with a crazy schedule, the elder always made time for him, teaching him how to speak, act, and lead like a true patriarch. If only past Yang Chen had actually appreciated it. But now, post-regression, he was about to rewrite his entire future. Still, the guy was a nightmare. Every single time Yang Chen showed up, he'd get a massive earful of lectures, things not even his own father would nag about. Thinking about this, Yang Chen spoke up. If he saw me acting like an absolute fool back then, what would he say? Total disappointment, probably. Might even beat me to a pulp. Max, totally confused, chimed in. Excuse me, sir, did you need something? Yang Chen waved it off. Never mind, just talking to myself. When do we leave? Max straightened up. The moment we're fully packed, we head out. I've already got everything prepared. Yang Chen just gave a dry, is that so? But his attention was already shifting to a huge commotion up ahead. Something about Xue'e. She looked totally different. He could hear the maids completely losing their minds. Oh my god, Xue'e is so pretty. How is she this cute? She's going to break so many hearts when she grows up. Absolutely adorable. Yang Chen felt his annoyance spiking again. Are we ready or not? One of the older maids quickly apologized. Forgive us, young master. We were helping Xue'e, so we fell behind. Please don't be mad. The moment he heard the word helping, Yang Chen's mind instantly jumped to her usual clumsiness. Wait, Xue'e, did she get hurt again or something? Realizing he was getting the wrong idea entirely, the maids started stammering. No, that's not what we meant at all. Young master, just look at her. And with that, they pushed Xue'e right to the front. Got to admit, after getting properly dressed up, she looked incredibly stunning. Those big innocent eyes were literally stealing the spotlight. Her face was so insanely cute that Yang Chen, even with all his past life experience, couldn't believe his eyes. This Xue'e from his memories. She was an absolute battle-hardened savage, a warrior who could drop an army with just one swing of her sword. To see her looking this soft and gentle, unreal. Yang Chen literally froze in his tracks, completely spellbound. Meanwhile, Xue'e's eyes were sparkling. Cheeks blushing bright red, she gave Yang Chen this shy little smile before running straight toward him, totally hyped. Young master, the sudden charge snapped Yang Chen out of his daze. Ha, he blurted out. Xue'e practically bounced on her heels. The ladies told me I look really pretty today. What do you think? Yang Chen instantly looked away, trying to act tough. What, you don't look pretty at all? Total lie, of course. He was just panicking. His own face was already burning bright red. Xue'e just tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, leaning in closer. Do you really not think I'm pretty? Yang Chen couldn't handle it anymore. What are you doing? Let's just go, he yelled. Once inside, she was practically hanging out the carriage window. Wow, this is amazing, we're moving so fast. Seeing her massive smile, one of the maids laughed. Is this your first time in a carriage, Xue'e? And she just happily replied, wow, I thought horses were just tasty. I never expected them to be this fast. Hearing Xue'e say that, her senior sister was absolutely speechless. Jaw literally dropped. Seriously, this girl only ever has food on her mind. Classic. Meanwhile, Yang Chen peeked out the carriage window and asked Mao Yan, hey, where exactly is the dragon taming gathering happening again? Steering the horses, Mao Yan replied. It is hosted at the Tianyi Merchant Guild, young master. Hearing this, Yang Chen felt instantly drained. The Tianyi Merchant Guild is literally the biggest powerhouse in Shaanxi. Looks like Elder Li poured some serious effort into this. Mao Yan added, we have got about 2 hours left on the road. Want to catch some sleep? Yang Chen let out a massive exhausted sigh. Yeah, I probably should. I was up all night cultivating yesterday. Barely slept a wink. Absolutely exhausted. Inside his head, though, he was complaining big time. Seriously, what the heck? Why is it so impossible to get decent sleep lately? At my age, I should be eating good and sleeping like a log. Why is my life this miserable? But honestly, even if he tried, could Yang Chen actually get any sleep with Xue'e around? Right on cue, the girl cheered. Sister, this horse smells so weird, I love it. But I wonder how it tastes. Before she could even finish that unhinged thought, Yang Chen shoved a pastry right into her mouth. Quiet down and just eat. Because let's be real, food is her entire personality. Give her a snack and she instantly becomes as well-behaved as a puppy. Xue'e happily munched on the pastry. Nom nom nom. Honestly, she looked exactly like a hungry little piglet. Only a good snack could silence her endless appetite. Seizing the moment, Yang Chen finally leaned back against his seat. Thank goodness. Time for a solid, quiet nap. With that thought, his eyes grew incredibly heavy, blurry, and just like that, he drifted into a deep sleep. Who knows how long he was out, but the second he opened his eyes, bam. Xue'e was right there. Actually, she was the one aggressively shaking him awake. Young master, the pastries are all gone, Xue'e cheered happily. And suddenly, she just froze, completely blanked out. She had absolutely no idea what she was about to say next. Seeing her struggle, the senior sister gently chimed in. Xue'e, did you tell the young master that we finally arrived? Sparked by the reminder, Xue'e's eyes lit up. Oh right, but before she could even finish her thought, Yang Chen shot straight up. We are here already, he reached out, pulling back the carriage curtains to take a look. By now, the sun was setting. The city street lanterns were already glowing bright. The atmosphere out there, absolutely buzzing. Packed with people everywhere. Stepping out of the carriage, Yang Chen stretched his arms high, taking a deep breath of the fresh air. Makes sense, he thought. This is a massive festival in Shaanxi. The crowds were insane. And while he was busy stretching, Xue'e poked her head out of the carriage, taking a massive dramatic sniff. She was completely in a trance. Wow, smells so good. Was she smelling the street food or Yang Chen's armpits? Honestly, who knows? But hey, whatever it was, it smelled delicious. Hee hee. Just then, a completely unfamiliar voice called out from the crowd. You all must be completely exhausted from the long journey. I am the vice president of the Tianyi Merchant Guild. It is an absolute honor to meet the young master of the Qin family. Yang Chen respectfully clasped his hands. I am Yang Chen of the Qin family. The honor is all mine. The older man smiled. Thanks to Elder Li and Miss Qin's help, our guild is safe and sound. You must be drained. Let me show you to your quarters. Please follow me. Hearing that, Yang Chen's expression instantly froze. Maximum awkwardness. He literally felt secondhand embarrassment for his past self. The old him was such a useless partying slacker that he did not even deserve a polite thank you mention. Plus, hearing the vice president mention Miss Qin reminded him of his sister's perpetually annoyed, scowling face. Walking inside, panic set in. Oh crap, am I seriously going to bump into her here? So frustrating, but fate has a funny sense of humor, and yep, he bumped into her almost immediately. She had arrived one step ahead of him. Even though they were half-siblings, their relationship was definitely not the best. The absolute second she spotted Yang Chen, her eyes narrowed with pure annoyance. Qin Yeshu gritted her teeth, glaring daggers at him. Come on, even if you hate each other, can't you at least pretend to be nice in front of outsiders? So much for sibling love. Feeling incredibly awkward, Yang Chen finally broke the silence. Hello, sister. Qin Yeshu snapped right back. What are you saying hello for? Do not even greet me. Just looking at you makes my blood boil. If you are planning to cause trouble at the dragon taming gathering, drop it right now. There is absolutely nothing worse than dragging our family name through the mud. Facing his sister's pure disrespect, Yang Chen just casually shrugged. I will just quietly slip away. You don't need to worry. But that laid-back, joking attitude, it only made Qin Yeshu even more furious. Her face flushed bright red as she yelled, Who says I am worried? Why would I ever worry about a loser like you? Ridiculous, right? Then her eyes locked onto the girl standing next to him. Who is this random girl? She wondered. But Qin Yeshu's fierce glare completely terrified little Xue'e. The poor girl quickly hid herself behind Yang Chen's back for safety. Seeing this, Qin Yeshu scoffed, tilting her chin up arrogantly. Still haven't dropped your old playboy habits, huh? You came all the way out here just to fool around. Yang Chen was not about to take that. Hands on his hips, he looked dead serious. Excuse me, fooling around with what? Seeing Yang Chen actually stand his ground for once caught Qin Yeshu totally off guard. But she did not want to waste any more time arguing in the hallway. Giving him a cold, dismissive look, she coldly said, I actually thought you had changed lately. But nope, you are exactly the same. Dropping that vague insult, she slammed the door right in his face. Did not even let him reply. Yang Chen was left completely baffled. What on earth was she implying? What kind of nonsense is she spouting? He muttered. Girls are seriously impossible to understand. Sunny one second, a whole thunderstorm the next. Shortly after, the vice president led them to their actual rooms to rest, before politely excusing himself. I will take my leave now. Looking a bit embarrassed, Yang Chen rubbed his neck. I am so sorry you had to see that messy family drama. Please forgive us. The vice president just laughed it off warmly. Oh, not at all, haha. Siblings bickering is a completely normal everyday thing. You must be exhausted, so please get some rest. Fast forward a bit and Yang Chen's group finally arrived at the viewing stands where the dragon taming gathering was set to happen. Right in front of them, an absolutely massive, beautifully designed arena. Calling this event spectacular would be an understatement. It was grand, roaring with energy, and unbelievably epic. Little Xue'e was completely blown away by the sight. Her jaw dropped in awe. Whoa, I have never seen a place this huge before. Yang Chen smirked, totally agreeing. Exactly. Just looking at the sheer scale of an event like this tells you everything you need to know about this guild's financial power. But wait, isn't this a bit too massive? Today is just a tribute to the fallen sword squad. Tomorrow is the actual epic showdown to pick the new squad everyone has been hyped for. Thank goodness, nobody I care about is competing. I can just stand here and enjoy the show. Just watching from the sidelines should be completely safe, right? What could possibly go wrong? But while Yang Chen was happily plotting his lazy day, a massive figure suddenly loomed right behind him. Out of nowhere, just standing there, radiating an absolutely terrifying, bone-chilling aura that practically froze the air. Then a cold, incredibly dominant voice echoed out. You are not escaping this time. Recognizing that familiar, dreadful voice, Yang Chen felt a cold shiver shoot straight down his spine, instantly sweating bullets. The old man glared with killer intent. He reached out, grabbing Yang Chen right by the head with a crazy grin on his face. Shocked, our main character whipped around, eyes wide with pure panic. Mind racing, he was screaming internally. Block it, I have to block it. But in a massive twist, the terrifying elder completely switched his vibe. Instead of crushing his skull, he just started gently petting Yang Chen's head. Like total affection. This sudden mood shift, way too weird. Yang Chen was completely thrown off balance. Then the elder smiled warmly and asked, What is the matter, huh? Usually, when you see this old man, you run faster than a scared rabbit. Still incredibly confused, Yang Chen blurted out, Didn't you say you would snap my neck if I ran away? Playing totally innocent, the old man gasped dramatically. Who would ever say something so cruel? Yang Chen deadpanned. You did. the second elder. The old man just kept affectionately rubbing Yang Chen's head, chuckling like a sweet grandpa. Oh my, you even know how to talk back now. But that sweet smile, it sent chills right through Yang Chen. Honestly, he would rather the old man act tough and mean like usual. This sudden creepy kindness, absolutely terrifying. It literally made him feel sick to his stomach. Since when did we ever get along this well? This crazy old guy has had a personal terrifying vendetta against me since day one. The biggest reason, he was the only son of the family head. But wait, suddenly Xue'e stood behind him, eyes wide in absolute horror. A bear meat is tasty and horse meat is good too. Her sheer clueless innocence caught both of them completely off guard. The elder slowly turned his gaze toward the girl. And man, that intense look in his eyes, absolutely terrifying. Xue'e started shaking like a leaf, her face turning pale with pure fear. Meanwhile, the elder just kept glaring at her, shooting actual daggers with his eyes. He stared so hard that our poor girl finally broke down crying. Tears streaming down her face, absolute panic in her eyes. Seeing this, Yang Chen stepped right up to her and called out, "Elder, looking at people like that, you're scaring them." Classic hero moment, right? Stepping up to protect the beauty. There, I'm right here, he chuckled. But guess what? The elder just kept staring a hole right through her. Yang Chen tried again. "Hey, why are you scaring people like this? You terrified her." The elder actually laughed out loud. "Kid, is that little one your fiancé?" Yang Chen just pointed straight at the clothes Xue'e was wearing and replied, "Elder, what are you even talking about? Look at her clothes. She's just a maid." The elder turned his head away, totally unfazed. "Is that right? Well, if you say so, I suppose it's true. Well, that's interesting. The Jin Dragon Festival is tomorrow. Even though you're just watching, you still have to show up, so get some rest." Meanwhile, Xue'e, she had already sprinted inside as fast as her legs could carry her. Yang Chen bowed respectfully, hands clasped. Yes. Good night, elder. I'll be taking my leave." But right as he was about to step away, the elder added, "Oh, and if you're thinking about running away, you know the deal." The old man literally drew a finger across his throat, basically saying, "Try to run and your head comes right off your shoulders, haha." After that lovely threat, Yang Chen quickly hurried over to check on Xue'e. She was still stuttering in pure panic. "Is the bear grandpa going to eat you, young master?" Yang Chen teased. "He'll eat you first." Meanwhile, the elder totally noticed the massive shift in our guy's entire personality. It was like he had turned into a completely different person overnight. Yeah, that kid was definitely hiding something. Finally, the day of the Jin Dragon Festival arrived. Outside, a massive wave of hopeful candidates showed up to register, forming an insanely long line that stretched forever. Staring at this endless sea of people, Yang Chen couldn't hide his shock. "Wait, I thought the tournament started at dawn. At this rate, we won't even kick things off until noon." His guard Mao Yan was equally blown away by the huge spike in this year's turnout, quickly chiming in. "That's exactly it. It's not just the local factions or the main Jin family branch. Anyone wanting to prove their absolute worth showed up. Word on the street is it's open to everyone. But I never expected this many." Yang Chen smiled. Joining the sword squad is a huge deal after all. "Exactly," young master Mao Yan agreed. Suddenly, Xue'e started trembling and mumbling, "Young master, is the bear grandpa coming here too?" Seriously, that terrifying glare from the elder had totally traumatized her to this very day. Face completely pale, she ducked right behind Yang Chen's back, shaking like crazy. Seeing this, Yang Chen asked, "What's wrong with you?" She stuttered, Can we tell him to hibernate?" "What are you even saying? It's spring. Bears don't hibernate now. If you're this scared, why didn't you just stay home?" "But Grandpa said I can't leave your side." And so, a panicked little argument broke out. Deep down, Yang Chen realized she was right. Since it was an order from the sword master himself, she literally couldn't ignore it. So pointing straight at Mao Yan, Yang Chen grinned. "Don't worry. If the bear shows up, my guard here will completely destroy him." The innocent girl bought it instantly. "Wow, really? That's so awesome." Meanwhile, Mao Yan had absolutely no clue what his young master was rambling about. Getting dragged into this mess. He leaned in close and whispered, "Young master, who exactly is the bear?" Yang Chen replied completely casually, "The second elder." Mao Yan almost choked. "How on earth am I supposed to lay a finger on the elder? And you really shouldn't be talking about him like that." Hearing this, Yang Chen turned back to tease his maid. "Well, I guess we're out of options. Say goodbye to your neck, Xue'e." Of course, the incredibly gullible girl thought he was being dead serious. Instant waterworks, sniffling loudly, she wailed, "No, today is definitely the day I die. I just wanted to stay with the young master. I don't want to die. But if everyone else stays safe, then my neck." Realizing he took the prank way too far, Yang Chen finally sighed. All right, I'm just messing with you." But she kept right on sobbing. "Young master, my neck is getting eaten today." Completely helpless, our hero replied, "It was a joke. Stop being so naive." Then Xue'e pointed straight at a steaming bun stand. "I heard if you die on a full stomach, you become a beautiful ghost. And eating meat buns makes you even prettier." Totally defeated, Yang Chen bought the buns just to calm her down and stop the tears. But here's the crazy part, this simple little act of kindness. It was something the old Yang Chen from his past life would never ever do. Mao Yan was visibly surprised. Young master, you treat your maid awfully well. But oddly enough, Yang Chen himself was totally clueless about his own massive character development. Who are you talking about her? Yes, Miss Xue'e, Mao Yan stated casually. Getting visibly defensive, Yang Chen quickly shot back. Which one of your eyes sees me treating her well, buying a bun for a maid? But pausing there, it hit him. Was it because the current Xue'e overlapped with the tragic girl from his past life? He honestly didn't know how to act around her anymore. Smirking, Mao Yan totally called him out. You say you don't care about your maid, but you still bought the food, right? Yang Chen completely denied it. No, that's not it at all. So don't get any weird ideas. What's going on in that head of yours? I'm definitely not being nice to her, and honestly, I don't even know how to explain this to you anyway. It is an incredibly long story. But right then, in that exact moment, Mao Yan started seeing a completely different side of Yang Chen's true character and who he really was. The guard finally spoke up. You really are different from the rumors. Goes to show you can't judge someone just based on gossip. Maybe I'm the one who needs to learn here. Irritated, Yang Chen snapped. Just hold the bun. You're talking way too much. Mao Yan. Wait a second. You heard rumors about me. How long have you even been my guard? Counting on his fingers, Mao Yan thought for a bit. I've been at the estate for barely half a month. Hearing that detail, Yang Chen fell right into deep thought. That was right around the exact time he regressed back, which perfectly explained his guard's perspective. Was it Mao Yan's good luck or his own? Suddenly, a completely frantic scream rang out. Our protagonist literally jumped out of his skin. Geez, that scared the absolute life out of me. From a distance ahead of them, that high-pitched, incredibly grating voice just kept complaining. Miss, wandering around aimlessly like this is super dangerous out here. The girl being scolded just sighed in response. You're definitely overreacting way too much. The Jin Dragon Festival is happening right now. Tons of powerful people from the Jin family are here. What could possibly go wrong? But the exact second she spoke, Yang Chen froze completely. That voice felt insanely familiar to him. Wait a minute. No way. It couldn't possibly be her, right? The servant girl kept right on whining. That's exactly why I'm so worried. What if we run into the Jin young master eavesdropping on this? Our hero suddenly felt totally called out. His heart skipped a beat as he thought, there's absolutely no way. There are so many guys in the Jin family. Why in the world would it specifically be me? It's definitely not me. The mysterious girl stubbornly stood her ground. How could we, with this massive crowd out here? But right then, our protagonist finally got a good look and recognized her. His eyes went wide in pure, unfiltered shock. No freaking way. The girl turned her head, still talking. So hurry up, but before she could even finish her sentence, she completely froze, noticing the very special guests standing right in front of her. Their eyes locked, dead silence. They clearly knew each other, and whatever history they had, it was massive and unforgettable. The heavy tension in the air instantly skyrocketed to another level. Suffocating. Electric. The girl was just as shell-shocked as he was, a perfect stalemate of pure disbelief. Meanwhile, Mao Yan, being the absolute new guy with zero context of this drama, leaned in and whispered to Yang Chen, young master, that lady doesn't even have a real guard with her. Any idea who she is? Yang Chen scanned her from head to toe, his mind racing. How could I possibly not know? I could literally forget anyone else but her. Yeah, not a chance. Shoulder-length hair. Pitch black eyes. And that signature thumb ring. Quick lore check for you guys, it is a black jade thumb ring. And here is the catch. You have to look incredibly close just to spot the hidden patterns carved right into it. If you know the lore, you know exactly what that ring means. No doubt about it. This girl right here, she is the eldest daughter of the Hebei Peng family. Oh, and my ex-fiancé. Not gonna lie, our very first meeting, an absolute train wreck. A completely unforgettable disaster that I still think about. The reason we got engaged was super basic. The Qin family and the Peng family were absolute equals in power. Plus, we were the exact same age. Classic political matchmaking. If things went according to plan, she would take over the Peng family and all I had to do was marry in. Simple enough, right? Except, I was a total menace. Rumors were flying absolutely everywhere. I was known as the local trash zero cultivation talent, just causing pure chaos wherever I went. Obviously, the Peng family was not thrilled. But the real final nail in the coffin, the absolutely horrible things I said and did to her back then. She steps right up, visibly annoyed. Why the hell are you here? Yang Chen does not even blink. Pretty sure I should be asking you that. What are you doing here? Miss Peng crosses her arms defensively. I have business, obviously. Shanxi is not your territory anyway. Since when do I need to report my whereabouts to you? Dealing with that fierce attitude, our main character just shrugs it off. Oh well. If you put it like that, I guess I have absolutely nothing left to say. But she is not letting him off the hook that easily. She glares at him. Unbelievable, and why are you talking to me with zero respect, huh? I am literally a year older than you. Yang Chen just laughs completely unbothered. Oh really, my bad, I totally forgot about that. Is that better, big sister? He pivots right back to Xue'e. Hey, if you are done buying buns, let's roll. But wait, Xue'e did not just buy a couple of simple snacks. She basically bought out the entire cart. Seriously, she brought back a towering mountain of food. Absolutely nothing can satisfy this girl's completely bottomless stomach when it comes to eating. Xue'e beams happily. Hee hee, yep, I am all done here. Yang Chen turns around to leave, but he tosses one last playful remark over his shoulder before going. Have fun staying here, big sister. I will not bother you anymore. Let's never meet again, all right, we are officially out of here. Miss Peng just stands there absolutely horrified, and honestly, it is mostly because of that ridiculously towering stack of buns Xue'e is carrying right now. Like, are you human or a vacuum? That appetite is just way too intense. She is completely frozen, standing there and staring blankly as they walk away. Her mind is racing. Why is he even here? Is he on business or just sightseeing? Have fun. Her own brother's absolute mess is already giving her a massive headache. And now this brat is mocking her on top of it. So frustrating. But wait, who was that girl with him? Actually, calling her a girl is an understatement. She was stunning. An absolute top-tier beauty. But the biggest shocker of them all, his whole personality has completely changed from before. Am I literally hallucinating what just happened right now? Did he buy all those buns just to spoil that beauty? Unbelievable. Oh my god. This is the exact same guy who screamed right in my face during our first meeting. Who do you think you are? You are just the daughter of a concubine. Hearing those brutal insults back then, oh, she lost it. She just saw pure red. She had grabbed him right by the collar, gritting her teeth, absolutely furious. What did you just say? But his reaction, just a mocking, incredibly arrogant smirk. Did I say something wrong? Yeah, she could not hold back her rage anymore. She absolutely rocked him right in his smug face with a solid punch. Even though it was a strict political marriage. Even with all the trash rumors about the Qin young master, she had really tried to endure it for her family's sake. She was so incredibly mad, she literally grabbed a heavy wooden chair to finish him off right there. The poor servants were jumping in, desperately trying to hold her back. Miss, please calm down. But honestly, she was completely feral that day. Engagement, screw that nonsense. As far as she was concerned, he was a dead man. And after that absolute disaster of a day, they never crossed paths again. Until today. Just a totally random, completely unexpected reunion out of nowhere. So she assumes he hasn't changed a bit. But meanwhile, let's look at Yang Chen over here. He is literally splitting the heavy load of buns from Xue's hands. Isn't that heavy? Xue'e forces a small smile. I am totally fine. Yang Chen shakes his head. You say you're fine, but you seriously look like you're struggling. Hand some over. Let's split it. Mao Yan, the guard, immediately jumps into action. Young master, please let me carry them. But Yang Chen instantly stops him right there. You are a guard. Keep your eyes on our surroundings at all times. If there is extra, hand it to the other servants. Professional standards, people. Miss Peng watches this from afar, and something just clicks in her brain. It feels weird. A very obvious, very massive difference in how he acts. No way. He is probably just in a bizarrely good mood today. That absolute psycho, maturing and growing up, impossible. That is just not happening. But the hard evidence is right there in front of her. He actually has changed. Listening to people, showing genuine care and actual concern for others. He is actually looking out for his servants. But suddenly, boom, what did you just say? A massive, furious shout echoes out, startling all three of them. They all snap their heads toward the noise. Our boy Yang Chen practically jumps out of his skin. Holy hell, that scared me. What is going on today? Mao Yan immediately shifts to defense mode. Young master, are you all right? Yang Chen, already acting incredibly nosy, replies quickly. I am good. But Xue'e has a different priority. Wait for it. Young master. Are the buns? Okay, Yang Chen just stares at her completely and utterly exasperated by this incredibly ridiculous question. Just be quiet. Seriously, read the room. Over in the distance, the official running the Hidden Dragon tournament registration today finally speaks up over the crowd. Screaming is not going to fix anything. You need to calm down first. But this specific applicant, he has been waiting way too long and his patience is literally zero. He slams his hand violently on the table. Bam! I already told you I don't have time. If I get caught because of this delay, are you taking responsibility? The elder is completely baffled by this guy. Caught by who? What the hell are you even talking about? Meanwhile, the massive line of people behind him is getting seriously restless from the wait. Arguments are breaking out everywhere, turning the place into total chaos. I never said that. Are you kidding me? Just let me join already. Absolutely not. Sensing the blatant disrespect, Mao Yan is getting super antsy. Fists clenched, he turns to our protagonist and says, shouldn't we go check that out? Yang Chen just shrugs it off casually. Why, sure, anyone can try to join the Hidden Dragon tournament, but if you are a literal nobody with no identification, you get banned. It is obvious. Mao Yan pushes back, clearly bothered by the whole scene. Nobody could believe it. This absolute scruffy mess of a guy. The young lord of the Peng family. Meanwhile, Xue'e was just standing there grinning like an idiot. Honestly, she didn't care who he was. As long as her meat bun was safe, she was happy. But hearing that title, young lord of the Peng family, oh, it triggered something. A flood of memories hit Peng Yue hard. Flashback to a brutal winter day. Xue'e dumping everywhere. Peng Yue had asked him, "What on earth are you doing?" And the young lord just happily roasting a sweet potato on a stick. "Morning," he said with a massive grin. "Freezing out here, so I built a fire, getting a snack out of it too." Peng Yue sighed. "I won't ask why you're cooking outside my room. But, what are you holding?" "Oh, this," he said. "Potatoes taking too long. Figured I'd use this to stoke the flames." Smack. Before he could even finish, she slapped him right in the face. The guy was totally clueless. "Did you just hit your senior?" he whined. "You deserve worse," she yelled. "Do you even know what you're holding? It's not firewood. That is the Peng family head's token." Seriously, he got that for being top of his class. Number 1 at the Divine Dragon Academy. Youngest successor in the history of the Martial Alliance. "Now you know what it is," she yelled. "So I can use it for the fire now," he joked. Oh, big mistake. She absolutely lost it. Throwing punches while screaming, "You never learn, act like a young lord for once in your life." Young lord. Right. She shook her head. "I really don't get you. You have all the talent, all the skills. You were literally chosen as the next leader. But you just look miserable." Dodging her complaints, he gave a forced smile. "It's not that," he sighed. "I just want to get out of here." Peng Yue crossed her arms. "So why don't you just leave and come back?" His eyes lit up. A light bulb went off. "Wait. Good idea, I've got it." And just like that, gone. After that chat, he vanished without a single word. Left a single sticky note going out for a bit. Peng Yue was absolutely furious. A bit, try 4 entire months, just vanished into thin air, until one day a servant ran in. Miss the beggar's sect found him. Her eyes lit up. "Finally. Payback time. Where is he?" she asked eagerly. "Shanxi," the servant whispered. Hearing that, she exploded. Pure rage. Shanxi, why the hell did he go all the way out there? Fast forward to right now. The absolute audacity. He was standing right in front of her. Peng Yue was boiling with rage. "Why now, of all times?" "I showed you what I can do," Wu Jin yelled at the elders. "Let me join the dragon squad." The elder tried to calm him down, getting totally overwhelmed. "Calm down, kid, we don't have the authority." But Wu Jin wasn't having it. "I don't have time. Do I need to show you the Dark Knight sword technique to prove it?" Oh, things were getting spicy. Mao Yan whispered. "Did you hear that, young master Dark Knight sword?" Yang Chen's eyes narrowed. "Wait, isn't that the exclusive secret technique of the Peng clan?" Yang Chen panicked. "Is this guy really from the Peng family?" "Nope. Time to go. I need to get out of here before I get dragged into this mess," he thought. But before he could even take a step, grab. The second elder snatched his face, dragging him back. "Oh, you know the Dark Knight sword," the elder said to Wu Jin. "Guess you're not a fraud." R.I.P. Yang Chen's escape plan. The elders smiled, looking Wu Jin up and down. "He seems capable. Let him in." Instantly, Wu Jin dropped into a perfect, respectful bow. "I am Peng Wuxian, young lord of the Peng family. An honor to meet you, Flame Fist of the Qing clan." Hearing that old forgotten title, the elders absolutely loved it. They burst out laughing. "Haha, haven't heard that name in years. You're in, kid. Don't even worry about it." But another guy stepped in to object. "Elders, wait, we don't even know if he's the real young lord," the second elder scoffed. "Oh, he's real. Look at him." Spitting image of his dad. Plus, look at that physical foundation. Pure Peng family bloodline. Yang Chen rolled his eyes. "Seriously, this old man is judging just by his body. And that ring on his finger," the elder added confidently. "That proves his identity right there." Hearing this, Yang Chen took a closer look. "Wait a minute. That ring matched Peng Yue's exactly. So this idiot really was the young lord." "All right," the elder smirked. "So why does the Peng family's heir want to join our recruitment test?" Wu Jin shrugged without hesitating. "Home is boring. It's incredibly dull, and I hated it there." The elder lost his mind, laughing. "Haha, what a ridiculous reason," Yang Chen, just horrified. Was this guy completely insane? "You're the heir to a massive clan and you're talking like this. Did you get permission to leave?" the elder asked. Wu Jin just grinned like a fool. "Nah, they'd never say yes, so I just ran away." The elders literally cried, laughing. They couldn't even breathe. "Haha, he ran away from home. You hear that, Yang Chen?" But Yang Chen wasn't laughing. He just thought this guy was incredibly stupid. Absolute zero brain cells. "Your training is solid," the elder noted. "How old are you?" Wu Jin smiled. 23. The elders gasped. That young, the Peng family was raising an absolute monster. I hope our family's idiot learns a thing or two from you, the elder said loudly. Ouch. Wonder who he meant. Everyone knew exactly who. Mao Yan leaned in and whispered, he's definitely not talking about you, sir. Nope. Xue'e chimed in right into his other ear. Your grandpa called you an idiot. Why would he say that? So weird. Yang Chen's face went pitch black. Shut up, you two hurt more than the old man. Honestly, Yang Chen didn't care about the insult. His mind was racing. If this was really Peng Wuzhen, he's a total beast. Soon he'd be known to the world as the Sword Emperor. Wait, Peng family, isn't there another Peng member right here? Speak of the devil. Senior brother, a voice echoed. Wuzhen turned around laughing. Oh, look who it is. Surprise. Yeah, that smile didn't last long. Peng Yue, she's an absolute firecracker. No hesitation. She just stepped up and completely decked him, a straight punch right to the face, blood flying everywhere. The sheer power behind that hit unreal. Wuzhen got launched like a literal missile, flown miles away. Then boom, a massive earth-shattering explosion shook the ground. Peng Yue was practically radiating killing intent. You absolute psycho, she screamed. You get the young lord title, run away from home, and leave a sticky note. Nobody was stopping this rampage. It was terrifying just looking at her. Wuzhen's face completely smashed and weakly raised a hand. Wait, just listen to me. Her eyes glowed with pure rage. Listen to what? At this point, Wuzhen was practically wetting himself, sweating bullets, shaking like a leaf. Game over, man. I yield. Peng Wuzhen stammered, begging for mercy. But nope, too little too late. Peng Yue was already absolutely destroying her senior brother, beating him into the dirt without an ounce of hesitation. She screamed right in his face. You run away from home, and now you want to join another family's sword squad. Have you completely lost your mind, Ak? You're killing me. Just die, you garbage senior brother. Yang Chen, watching from a safe distance, muttered, I think he's actually going to die. Should we stop them? The second elder just shrugged it off. Let them be. The Peng family, they're built different. You could beat them with iron bats, and they still wouldn't die. No worries. Meanwhile, Peng Wuzhen was getting tossed around like a ragdoll. His junior sister was beating him so badly his own ancestors wouldn't recognize him. Completely helpless, he cried out, Great hero, please save me. Please save my life. Yang Chen raised an eyebrow. Are you absolutely sure about this? The second elder sighed. Yeah, okay, maybe you have a point. He casually strolled over to the brawling Peng siblings. All right, that's enough. Any more, and he's actually dead. Peng Yue, completely covered in dirt and blood but still absolutely fuming, snapped back. Huh, who the hell are you to interfere? The second elder stood tall, his aura shifting instantly. Grandmaster Qin. Honestly, the old man's youth must have been absolutely legendary. And that's exactly why just hearing the name Grandmaster Qin, Peng Yue froze. She finally stopped her assault, brought her hands together, and bowed with absolute respect. My apologies for the delayed introduction, she said. I am Peng Yue. I greet the great hero, Flaming Fist. Please forgive me for making you witness our family's petty internal squabbles. Respecting the hierarchy super important in this world. The second elder gently patted the girl's head. No worries at all. Honestly, I'm just glad to meet someone as amusing as him. Wei wasn't having it though. I cannot just let this slide. I promise our family will properly compensate you. We will take our leave now. But Peng Wuzhen, he dug his heels in. I'm not leaving, I refuse. Wei absolutely lost it again. Seriously, haven't you eaten enough punches today? But then Peng Wuzhen's expression turned dead serious. Do I look like I'm joking to you? And looking at his face, Yue had to admit he meant it. He was dead set on this insane choice, completely unmoving. Finally giving in, she asked, Fine, but you need to explain this to me. Right now. Why go this far? Peng Wuzhen carefully stood up, wincing. The Peng family is just no fun. And you think the Qin family is fun? She shot back. Definitely more fun than us. Come on, you need to grow up. You are the young master. The heir? Exactly. That's why I need to live a little before taking over the family. The only ways out of becoming the patriarch are either getting crippled or dying. And I don't want either of those. I don't want the throne, but look around. Besides us, everyone else in our family is basically a monster in human skin. So yeah, inevitably, the clan's entire future will fall right into my lap. And I refuse to let you shoulder that burden. That's the only reason I accepted the young master title in the first place. Listening to this, Yang Chen finally chimed in. Second elder, are you actually going to let this guy join our ranks? Getting tangled up with the Peng family sounds like a massive headache. The second elder stroked his beard deep in thought. I agree with you honestly. But looking at the current state of the Peng family, I'm not so sure. Then he smirked. Tell you what. I'll let you join, if you can defeat me in combat. Yue instantly protested. What kind of absolute nonsense is that? Fight you. You already know perfectly well my senior brother is nowhere near your level. Yang Chen was just as shocked. Second elder, have you completely lost your mind? But the old man, he was absolutely loving this. Grinning from ear to ear, he doubled down on his crazy idea. Just survive 10 moves against me. How about it? Peng Wuxian's eyes lit up, gears turning in his head. Just 10 moves? Seriously? The second elder laughed loudly. Would an elder of my status lie to a kid? As for the exact rules, let's see. Meanwhile, Xue'e was already ordering her guard. Yao Fei, grab that idiot for me right now. The guard's sweat dropped. You mean the young master, my lady. The second elder kept talking. How about this? If you can just touch me within those 10 moves, I'll declare you the winner. But before he could even finish his sentence, boom, Peng Wuxian dashed like lightning, slipping right behind the old man. Zero wasted movements. Pure speed. Peng Wuxian pushed his agility to the absolute max, leaping high into the air and swinging his blade for a massive sneak attack. The second elder didn't even flinch. He just stood there, arms crossed, completely unfazed by the sudden ambush. But then, before the sword could even connect, Peng Wuxian froze in pure shock. The second elder spun around with impossible reflexes, a terrifying fist already aimed right at his face. The old man roared with laughter. Ha ha ha. Too impatient, you arrogant little brat. They say the older, the ginger, the spicier it gets, and wow, this old man was still an absolute beast. Flash forward a few days. The Qin Dragon tournament was finally underway, a total success. And now time for the main event everyone had been waiting for. The ultimate showdown. A battle between the two absolute superstars meant to lead the Qin family's future. We're talking about the Crimson Sun Sword herself, Qin Yeshu, going head-to-head against the only male heir of the entire Qin clan. Enter Qin Yang Chen. Our main character was standing there completely baffled about why he even had to do this. I mean, fighting his own older sister in front of everyone, just why? To understand, we gotta rewind a few days back to that crazy challenge between the second elder and Peng Wuxian, the Peng family's young master. Thanks to the kid's reckless zero brain cell charge, things ended exactly as you'd expect. A complete disaster. Just one single punch. That's all it took to send Peng Wuxian flying into orbit. He literally spun through the air like a human tornado, honestly incredibly cinematic to watch. And then boom, a massive earth-shattering explosion leveled the area right where he landed. The second elder let out a heavy sigh of relief, mostly because his old bones were getting tired. Man in his prime. He must have been a god. He threw his hands up. I win. Ha ha ha. Yang Chen crossed his arms, looking deeply annoyed. Weren't you supposed to only dodge? The elder played completely dumb. Oh, did I say that? When anyway they agreed to the duel, plus I held back my power. Trust me, he'll wake up eventually. He'll be totally fine, the old man insisted. Yang Chen immediately backed away. Look, when the Peng family comes knocking for answers, I have absolutely zero connection to any of this. The second elder just brushed it off like nothing. Are you scared? What's there to worry about? I am the legendary Flaming Fist. If I'm going down, I'm taking people with me. Yang Chen deadpanned. Well, I'm hoping you're the only one who drops dead here. Wait, actually look at Peng Yue. This was entirely the second elder's doing, got it, but totally ignoring Yang Chen's panic, Yue just looked at her unconscious brother and shrugged. It's fine. Honestly, seeing him knocked out cold is incredibly satisfying for me. If you hadn't done this, who knows what kind of massive disaster he would have caused next. I assume that's why the great hero stepped into such a pointless duel. Hearing this genuine gratitude from the fierce Peng family daughter, the second elder completely lost it, laughing hysterically. Ha ha ha, little girl of the Peng family, do you really believe that I just punched him because I felt like it? Yang Chen facepalmed, groaning internally at his elder's absolute shamelessness. How on earth did this guy become an elder? Our Qin family is definitely doomed. Suddenly, little Xue'e tugged desperately on Yang Chen's sleeve. Young master, hurry. We need to run away from that scary bear old man. He went bam bam pow, and the wind went whoosh. Then the guy flew way up and crashed down like splat. It was so terrifying. She was literally throwing punches in the air, wildly acting out the entire fight sequence. Watching this, Yang Chen just thought, her description is surprisingly accurate. But wait, how is this little girl supposed to save the world? Honestly, letting the world end might be the better option here. Suddenly, the second elder sneaked up right behind them. Ha ha ha. Hey there, cute little girl with the silly eyes. How about this old man gives you a special present? He started digging around inside his robes. The moment Xue'e heard the word present, she completely forgot her fear, jumping up and down. Presents. The elder dramatically pulled out an incredibly sweet-smelling, delicious-looking candy. Xue'e's eyes literally lit up like high-beam headlights. She cheered in absolute pure joy. Just like that, every single ounce of trauma from watching the brutal fight earlier completely vanished. Turns out she liked the scary bear elder all along. The second elder grinned, loving it. I knew it, ha ha ha. Hey brat, are you seriously pouting just because I gave your servant a gift? Fine. I guess I have no choice. I'll give you a present too. Yang Chen rolled his eyes. I don't like sweets, old man. The elder's face got serious. No. After the Qin Dragon tournament ends, you are going to fight in a special duel. And boom, that's exactly why Yang Chen was currently standing on that arena stage about to fight his own older sister. Yeshu looked at him confused. Are you really planning to fight me without a sword? Hearing that, Yang Chen suddenly realized something. A sword, wait a minute. Did he even use a sword back then? The system's chin blazing wheel technique could theoretically adapt to any weapon, but swords and bare fists were definitely the most popular choices for maximizing damage output. But honestly, he realized that straight-up throwing hands suited his fighting style way better, so he totally ditched the blade. Was that weird? Yeshu just shrugged, twirling her weapon. Actually, whether you use a sword or your fists, I really don't care at all. Hearing this, Yang Chen just sighed inwardly. There it is, her famously terrible temper. Qin Yeshu smirked, her eyes gleaming. Honestly, I am just so unbelievably grateful. This opportunity finally fell right into my lap. Yang Chen frowned. Opportunity for what? Qin Yeshu didn't even blink. Her confident smile only grew wider. Exactly that. The perfect, completely legal excuse to teach my little brother a lesson right in front of everyone. Haha. Meanwhile, Yang Chen's mind was an absolute mess. He thought, the elder has completely lost his mind. He remembered exactly how the old man forced this ridiculous sibling matchup. When he first heard the news, total shock. He literally yelled out loud, why the hell do I have to fight, and against my own sister? But the elder just shrugged. Listen up, kid. I hear you perfectly fine. This is the Grand Qin family festival after all. Bad rumors spreading. That would be super embarrassing. And honestly, it won't be my face on the line. Yang Chen had gritted his teeth annoyed. This crazy old geezer. One look at the elder's face, he was totally doing this just for pure entertainment. So Yang Chen thought, fine, I will just forfeit halfway through. But the elder knew him way too well, shutting that plan down instantly. If you are even thinking about forfeiting, the elder pointed straight at Peng Wuzhen, who was currently lying flat on the ground completely battered. The message was loud and clear. Forfeit, and that brutal beatdown would be his fate. Actually, it would be 100 times worse than what Peng Wuzhen got. Frustrated, Yang Chen snapped, do you just want to see me humiliated in front of the crowd? But the elder, he clearly noticed the massive change in the kid. Seeing that hidden potential is exactly why he forced this match. The elder leaned in. Yang Chen, are you seriously telling me you don't even want to win? What did he mean not wanting to win? Why waste a golden opportunity? But Yang Chen wasn't about to waste energy fighting her. This entire situation, it definitely never happened in his past life. Why play along now? Just as his mind spun, his sister interrupted. My dearest little brother, let me make this clear. Just because you are a guy, you automatically get to be the family head. I hate it so much I could literally die. Suddenly, a terrifying pitch-black aura exploded from Qin Yeshu. Years of bottled-up frustration and absolute anger finally breaking free. Playtime is over. With those words, she launched herself straight forward like an absolute rocket. Blink and you would miss it. She closed the gap instantly. Her speed, smooth and deadly, moving like a razor-sharp gust of wind before she unleashed a massive slash at her brother. Thankfully, Yang Chen dodged just in time. Missing that hit, that just pissed her off even more. Pure fierce determination burned in her eyes as Qin Yeshu unleashed an absolute storm of sword strikes. Every single swing was brutal, precise, overwhelming. But Yang Chen, he moved like water easily, dodging his sister's fierce assault without breaking a sweat. Frustrated, Qin Yeshu planted her foot and spun into a brutal counter. She whipped her blade around in a massive sweeping arc. It was an insanely beautiful spinning strike, but somehow, it still caught nothing but air. After that crazy barrage of attacks, Yang Chen didn't have a single scratch. The fact that he was predicting everything effortlessly completely threw Qin Yeshu off. She thought, wait, how is a tier 2 trash like him perfectly avoiding my every move? Did he actually reach tier 3? Seeing the absolute shock written all over his sister's face, Yang Chen knew exactly what was going through her head. Honestly, it was pretty obvious. She was totally stunned. He thought to himself, though to be fair, I only dodged a split second faster than needed, and it is already draining. Just proves my body still needs way more training. So how do I end this match? Should I just take a hit and fake a knockout? Every strike she threw was incredibly lethal, making playing along super risky. Right then, Qin Yeshu swung her sword and locked eyes. Is running away the only thing you know how to do? She closed in completely, grabbing his robe with one hand. Her eyes burned with sheer rage as she violently yanked Yang Chen down by his clothes. Her free hand brought her sword down for the kill. But facing this execution strike, Yang Chen didn't even flinch. He instantly slipped out of his outer coat. The deadly slash only hit the empty fabric, crashing to the ground. Make no mistake, though, if that blade had connected, Yang Chen would be meeting his ancestors right now. Annoyed, he shouted, the more killing intent you leak out, the easier it is to dodge, so can we please stop? He thought she poured all that killing intent into one strike and it barely shredded my coat. Qin Yeshu sneered back. I already accepted the fact that I can never lead this family just because I am a woman. I trained until I bled. But you live like total trash, pushed me aside and claimed the head position just because you were born a guy. Do you have any idea how maddening that is? At this point, Qin Yeshu's bloodlust was absolutely suffocating. Her entire body erupted with a terrifying aura. Even the sword gripped tightly in her hand looked like it was literally catching on fire. Years of bitter resentment were finally boiling over into pure destruction. She worked tirelessly day and night, yet gender alone completely blocked her from leading the family. Meanwhile, a lazy playboy gets handed the crown on a silver platter. Every ounce of her blood, sweat, and tears completely ignored. Seeing her snap, Yang Chen's face turned totally pale. Wait, is she actually coating her blade with killing intent? He panicked. This is seriously bad. Her power just spiked way beyond Tier 3. Without warning, Qin Yeshu charged again, unleashing a violent storm of unforgiving slashes. Yang Chen desperately dodged for his life. But here is the thing, she was throwing genuine kill shots, and he was still just dodging without fighting back. And honestly, that made Qin Yeshu infinitely more furious. Consumed by sheer rage, she screamed out loud. Again and again, you only dodge, you never do anything. No talent, no effort. If you are going to live this pathetically, why don't you just completely disappear? But Yang Chen didn't fire back. He chose to stay completely silent. Qin Yeshu dashed forward for another strike, her blade heavily stained with the intense bloodlust radiating off her body. The tension was absolute madness. Inside, Yang Chen just felt a deep sadness because he never even wanted the Qin family throne in the first place. He wasn't the scheming rival she thought he was. Then Qin Yeshu pushed it too far. Why don't you just vanish exactly like your mother did? But the moment those words dropped, she froze. Trashing Yang Chen was one thing, but dragging his missing mother into this big mistake. Bam! Yang Chen's bare hand clamped onto Qin Yeshu's wrist like a vice grip, stopping her dead. Their eyes locked, sparks literally flying in this chaotic showdown. One more inch and that blade would have taken him out. But fate had other plans. Hearing her mock, his mother ripped open his deepest wound. Yang Chen snapped. His expression turned terrifyingly cold as he spat out every single word with absolute venom. What the hell did you just say? Listen, their oldest sister was the most brilliant prodigy he had ever known. At just 15, the whole world already called her the legendary Phoenix Sword. By adulthood, she graduated perfectly from the Divine Dragon Academy and led the Qin family's top sword division. The entire world acknowledged her insane power, but even she couldn't inherit the Qin family throne. Instead, that title went to Qin Yang Chen, the son of a concubine. Yet surprisingly, Qin Yeshu never actually hated him for it at first. Even as half-siblings, Yang Chen's mother had always been incredibly kind to her and Qin Yeshu genuinely loved her back, so his existence was never the real problem, until the incident. One day, his mother just completely vanished. Their father forbade any search parties. And from that exact moment, Yang Chen turned incredibly toxic, lashing out at absolutely everyone. Rumors spread about him ruining his life with beautiful courtesans. But through all that trashy behavior, his heir status stayed untouchable, simply because the Qin leader always had to be male. They completely ignored Qin Yeshu's endless hard work and their amazing oldest sister too. Qin Yeshu was forced to tolerate Yang Chen, a completely useless heir, who only cared about partying. He brought absolutely zero value to the family. That was the real reason she despised him. Back in the present, Yang Chen's eyes burned bright red as he roared. What the hell did you just say to me? Seeing that raw, unadulterated fury take over his face, a sudden chill ran down Qin Yeshu's spine. Danger, she realized. He is genuinely dangerous. Right then, Yang Chen barely flicked his wrist. But that casual motion, it sent Yeshu flying back. Time for the real show, his counterattack begins right now. And get this. He vanished like lightning, reappearing right behind her. Unreal speed, then he raised his fist, aiming an absolutely devastating blow straight at Yeshu. That's what you get for targeting my mother. Time to see my actual power. Meanwhile, up in the spectator stands, the crowd was going absolutely wild watching this epic showdown. Whoa, she's insane. That's Qin Yeshu, right, my age, but fighting like that. You gotta admit the Qin family bloodline is just built different. Those hyped-up comments came straight from the Peng family's young lady Peng Yue. Her servant quickly flattered her. You're amazing too, miss, but Peng Yue squinted. She's muttering something down there. I just can't hear it. Did you catch that, Yao Fei? Suddenly, a warm, confident voice cut in to answer her. You won't hear a single word, little sister. She blinked. Wait, why not? The elders used inner force to block the sound. Completely silenced, Peng Yue scoffed. Just don't walk around claiming you're a Peng family member with that bruised face. Embarrassed by your own brother, she rolled her eyes. Do I even need to answer that? We're hiding in the Qin Dragon Hall until the swelling stops. Fine, fine. But that girl fighting. She calls the Phoenix Sword her older sister, right? Peng Yue nodded. Exactly. Look at her talent. She already hit the 3-star level. Her sword movements are flawless. And that inner force control, top tier. Just like that, the siblings kept bickering while the absolute chaos continued down below. Peng Wuzhen shook his head. No, not her. I'm talking about the guy literally dodging every single strike from her. Is that her younger brother? Peng Yue just stared at him. Huh. What kind of stupid question is that? A servant nearby just chuckled. Young master, they are both her younger siblings. Hearing that, it suddenly clicked for Peng Wuxian. A massive grin spread across his face. I see the Qin family has more hidden talent than just the Phoenix Sword. But seeing him so excited, Peng Yue actually felt sad. This is exactly why I need to have my fun before becoming family head, he laughed. Would his freedom end once he took over? Meanwhile, the battle reached its climax. Back in the arena, Yeshu was completely on the defensive, frantically dodging Yang Chen's strikes. Pure chaos, one slashing with a sword, the other throwing heavy hands everywhere. Yeshu gritted her teeth. Just keep dodging. If I dodge, I can find an opening. Her expression turned totally savage. But Yang Chen just looked at her dead, calm. I get it, sister. It's fine if you hate me. I've lived that kind of life before too. Your words might be harsh, but honestly, I understand where you're coming from. I really do. So try to understand why I'm doing this. Suddenly, Yang Chen focused all his inner force into his palm. A terrifying, overwhelming aura exploded from his body. The pressure was so intense, Yeshu's eyes went wide with pure shock. Wait, is this seriously the power of a one-star beginner? No way. And then boom, complete devastation. Two massive forces violently collided, creating a blinding shockwave that ripped through the arena. But reality hit hard. Yang Chen's energy absolutely crushed it, completely overpowering Yeshu's attack in an instant. Dead silence. Jaws dropped everywhere. Not just Yeshu, but literally every single person in the crowd stood frozen in absolute terror and disbelief at what they just witnessed. It was over. Yang Chen had completely wiped the floor with his older sister. Yeshu lay there defeated, tasting bitter dirt, refusing to accept this harsh reality. The referee quickly called it. Yang Chen wins, but honestly, he didn't look happy at all. A few minutes later, he was slumped in a corner by himself, sighing heavily. Great. I messed up again. Winning wasn't part of the plan. Damn it, I only used 2-star power, but it still knocked her out cold with a bloody nose. He rubbed his temples. Please let there be no backlash. He shivered, remembering that terrifying glare his sister gave him. Why don't you just disappear? Yeah, that stung. He sat there, drowning in deep regret. A notoriously lazy kid, supposedly just at Tier 1, casually beating his 3-star prodigy sister. Yeah, the fallout from this was going to be an absolute nightmare. Just wait for it. Suddenly, Mao Yan sprinted over, totally panicked. Young master, are you okay? Did you get hurt anywhere? Yang Chen waved him off. No, I'm fine. But Mao Yan kept asking. How are things out there? Everything cool. Mao Yan hesitated. You're not gonna like this. Everyone expected you to get stomped. So when you won, total absolute chaos out there. Yang Chen sighed. Makes sense. A known troublemaker just crushed the star prodigy. Mao Yan nodded. Yeah. The elders had to jump straight to the closing ceremony to distract everyone. Did they really shut it down that fast? Yang Chen looked around nervously. Okay, then before those elders come looking for us, we need to get out of here quickly. That's when the adorable Xue'e finally chimed in. Young master, your hand. It's bleeding. Yang Chen glanced down at his hand, which was definitely dripping blood. Oh, yeah, look at that. Guess I still don't have perfect control over this crazy power. But hey, it's just a scratch. Xue'e wasn't having it though. She rushed over with bandages, determined to patch up her young master. But here's the thing, she was notoriously clumsy. Even simple first aid was a disaster. She panicked and fumbled so badly she literally bandaged her own hand right to Yang Chen's, muttering nervously the whole time. Wait, no, is this right? That's not right, is it? After a minute of awkward struggling, she just gave up. Tears welled up in her eyes. I can't do it, she whimpered helplessly. I'm so sorry, I don't know how to fix this, so please don't get hurt. She looked so incredibly cute, who could be mad? But suddenly, Peng Wuxian arrived, teasing them. I wouldn't want young Master Qin getting hurt either. His terrible timing instantly killed the mood. Yang Chen just glared coldly. Way to ruin the vibe, you annoying jerk. Peng Wuxian raised an eyebrow. Wait, did you just curse at me? Suddenly flipping a switch, Yang Chen smiled. An honor to meet you, young Master Peng. Oh, the pleasure is mine. Meanwhile, Peng Yue was standing there dying of sheer embarrassment and wanting the ground to swallow her. Brother, please, can we just leave? But Peng Wuxian kept pushing it. Oh right, you broke off your engagement with him. Makes sense, you'd feel awkward, haha. Hey, take this chance to reunite. Peng Yue was literally fuming. Stop teasing me. Yang Chen just watched this ridiculous banter annoy he was involved. Completely done, Yang Chen deadpanned. Why are you even here? Peng Wuxian replied smoothly. Taking this chance, strong fighters like us should be making friends and building relationships, you know. From now on, just call me Brother Peng. Peng Yue was still cringing, whispering, Brother, please. Yang Chen just shrugged him off. Look, being friends with me is literally useless. But Peng Wuxian just strolled right up, throwing an arm around Yang Chen's shoulders like they were lifelong besties. Don't say that. The Qin family doesn't just have Qin Sifei anymore. They've got you too. Yang Chen added, never expected a strong guy like you to hide yourself. But internally, he panicked. Holy hell, why is this guy suddenly talking so comfortably with me? Then he startled at that very familiar name Peng Wujian just dropped. He immediately asked, wait, you mentioned Qin Sifei. Seems like you actually know my sister. Peng Wujian hesitated slightly then burst out laughing. Of course, we're actually super close. Don't know what she thinks about that though. Hearing this, our main character rolled his eyes. Yeah, he's totally boasting. I was completely out of line when I hit you and cursed at you the day our engagement ended. I'm truly sorry. Turns out the girl just wanted to give Yang Chen a genuine straight-from-the-heart apology. That's exactly why she was lingering around, hesitating to finally walk away. But Yang Chen, he knew he wasn't completely innocent here either, so he couldn't exactly hold a grudge against her. He spoke up, admitting he totally crossed the line when he called her a concubine's daughter among other harsh things. Look, I might still be young, but I know right from wrong. Honestly, I kind of deserved that slap, so you really don't need to apologize. Hearing those incredibly unexpected words, yeah, Wei instantly felt a massive weight lift right off her chest. She broke into this absolutely gorgeous, radiant smile and just softly said, all right. She looked genuinely adorable and refreshed in that moment. Then she added, just don't lose the item he gave you. And just like that, she turned and walked away, leaving our boy completely clueless. He dug into his pockets, totally confused, muttering, wait, what is she even talking about now? He pulled out a token. It had the character for Peng carved right into it. You can totally tell Peng Wujian is out here playing matchmaker, trying to set the young couple Yang Chen and Peng Yue up. Anyway, with a final goodbye, the group's silhouettes slowly faded into the distance. But our guy, he just stood there, completely frozen in place right until they were totally out of sight. Yang Chen just stared into space for the longest time. Wait, is our oblivious protagonist actually falling in love? Snapping back, he muttered, I have way too much work to do. We really need to go. And with those words, Yang Chen quickly hit the road. Fast forward a bit, and his entire entourage was finally making their way back home. While everyone else was wide awake and on high alert, Xue'e was absolutely knocked out. She was literally drooling casually, using her older sister's shoulder as a completely comfortable pillow. Her sister looked super annoyed, trying to shake Xue'e awake over and over, but the girl was completely out cold. Honestly, nothing you can do about a heavy sleeper like that. Meanwhile, Yang Chen was completely lost in thought, replaying that intense sparring match against Qin Yeshu. No matter how hard he racked his brain, he just couldn't remember a single detail. Had they ever even fought in his past life, let alone him actually winning a spar against her? It all started the exact moment Xue'e became a maid. Since then, absolutely everything had started going completely off script. The timeline was totally deviating from the past, he actually knew. Could one tiny act of kindness really butterfly effect into all this madness? I need to speed up my plans once we get back. But suddenly, a chilling wave of pure killer intent washed over him, thick suffocating bloodlust radiating from the shadows nearby. Without missing a beat, Yang Chen shoved his head right out the window. Mao Yan, bust out the demonic compass right now. Startled by the sudden order, Mao Yan blinked. The demonic compass, sir. A quick scan later, Mao Yan turned back with a completely relaxed smile. Young master, everything is clear. Not a single threat in sight. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure what you sensed out there, but if any kind of demonic realm gate opened anywhere near us, this thing would instantly light up. So, relax, sir. You should probably just get some rest. But right in the middle of his sentence, the compass violently flared to life with a blinding light. Pure danger. An immediate threat was lurking. Mao Yan screamed. Halt the convoy. We've got a demonic realm gate opening battle formations right now. The young master's safety is our absolute priority. But instead of hiding inside like a good VIP, Yang Chen completely ignored orders and stepped right out. Mao Yan nearly had a heart attack seeing that. Sir, what on earth are you doing out here? Get back inside, it's way too dangerous. The situation out here is absolute life or death right now. But Yang Chen, completely unfazed, saved the bodyguard lecture for later. Just look up ahead. Right before their eyes, reality literally tore open. A massive spatial rift glowing with an eerie six-colored light ripped right through the air. And then the absolute nightmare began. A terrifying horde of twisted monsters came pouring out of the void. Every single one of them had glowing blood-red eyes locked onto their prey, practically drooling with the urge to rip them to shreds. Yang Chen calmly scanned the horrifying pack, doing the math in his head. 6 colors. That's bottom-tier danger level, but still gonna be a headache. He immediately channeled his internal chi, taking a rock-solid fighting stance. Suddenly, this intense, burning orange aura erupted all around his fists. Without a second of hesitation, Yang Chen launched himself high into the air, throwing a devastating full-power strike right at the lead wolf. I can absolutely handle this, he thought with a smirk. These monsters all share one fatal flaw, demonic stones. It's basically their heart. Rip it out, and it's instant game over. With perfect precision, his hand blasted through the beast, effortlessly ripping the glowing core straight out of the savage wolf. But pulling out one stone, child's play. After a massive wild frenzy of ripping out cores, his stamina completely tanked. Panting heavily, he cursed, "Damn it, my energy is completely redlining. If I keep spamming the blazing fire wheel art like this, I am seriously a dead man." But here's the brutal reality, it was his only lifeline. And right at that terrifying moment, the entire remaining pack, eyes blazing crimson, lunged straight for his throat. He had less than a second to react. But just when things looked incredibly grim, backup finally arrived. "Young master, look out!" Mao Yan roared from the sidelines, and without a single ounce of hesitation, the fiercely loyal guard charged directly in front to protect Yang Chen. Whoosh, flash of steel. A terrifying barrage of sword intent exploded in the blink of an eye, crisscrossing right before them. Watching this absolute massacre unfold, our protagonist was literally frozen for 5 seconds, thinking, "Holy crap. Has this guy always been this ridiculously overpowered?" Seriously, in a matter of lightning-fast seconds, Mao Yan had absolutely annihilated the entire monster horde without taking a single scratch. Flipping his blade, Mao Yan calmly looked back. "Young master, are you completely unharmed?" Yang Chen was still completely shell-shocked. Who knew his personal guard was this level of badass? He stammered, Yeah, wow. Thanks for the save. Wait, did you really just handle all of them?" That fast?" Mao Yan completely brushed off the praise with a soft tone. "Yes, sir. It wasn't a massive pack. We got lucky, they were just bottom-tier fodder. But honestly, what were you thinking running out here? If you took a hit, I'd literally have no idea how to explain that to the family head." Yang Chen just awkwardly rubbed his neck. "Hey, all's well that ends well, right? But was it really over?" Because right then, a terrifying, suffocating wave of intense demonic energy started pouring out of Yang Chen's hand. Yang Chen grimaced. "It's definitely not that simple." Catching sight of the strange glowing energy leaking from his young master's hand, Mao Yan's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. Sir, next time you really need to fall back to a safe zone. You have to realize that you're the sole heir of Bam." Yang Chen collapsed right to the dirt, looking absolutely agonized. Panic completely washed over Mao Yan's face. "Young master, what's wrong?" It felt like literal fire was burning through Yang Chen's veins. That dark, twisted energy was completely spiraling out of control from his hand. Damn it, all the hell," Yang Chen cursed through gritted teeth. "Why is this exact same cursed sensation happening again? Wait, is my heavenly demonic art literally absorbing their corrupt ki?" A massive, violently spinning vortex of purple energy erupted right from his palm. The supreme demonic absorption art, and just like that, the floodgates opened. Intense fragmented memories of Yang Chen's past life brutally smashed into his mind. A man absolutely drenched in his own blood, covered in horrific fatal wounds, stared up at him in sheer agony. Why? Why are you doing this? What did we ever do to you?" This was a direct glimpse into his previous life. The era of Yang Chen's absolute terrifying supremacy. Just him, one single man, standing above a literal mountain of slaughtered enemies. The ground was just completely piled with corpses. The sole survivor of the massacre was screaming his lungs out. "Why? Why did you have to slaughter us all like this?" The past Yang Chen just stared down with zero emotion. The plum blossom sword. Are those pathetic words supposed to be your dying breath? The survivor scanned the apocalyptic wasteland in sheer horror. Suddenly, he started violently shaking, pointing a trembling finger. "Sect leader." The sky literally went pitch black. A colossal shadow completely swallowed the battlefield. Ripping straight through a spatial void, an unbelievably powerful figure emerged, riding on the back of a massive, terrifying dragon. The absolute majestic flex of power here, completely unmatched. A godlike voice echoed across the heavens, and the entire Manhwa sect was completely flattened to the ground. Without missing a beat, Yang Chen instantly dropped to one knee in absolute reverence. The dragon riders slowly descended, their body completely engulfed in a monstrous, suffocating demonic aura. In the blink of an eye, they touched the ground. Wait. The sheer presence of a queen, was this actually Xue'e from his past life? Her voice was ice cold. But this massacre, it's still not nearly enough to satisfy my absolute boredom. However, they at least provided a tiny bit of amusement for me. So you may raise your head. Snap. Back to reality. A sudden explosion of blazing orange flames violently clashed against the suffocating pitch-black demonic energy, forcing it completely back. Our guy was absolutely stunned. What the actual hell? What kind of crazy twist is happening right now? Is my blazing fire wheel art actually purifying the demonic corruption? He looked closer. No way. It's completely absorbing it. This absolutely never happened a single time in my previous life. Pulling him out of his shock, Mao Yan and a now wide-awake Xue'e were practically screaming in pure panic. "Young master, are you all right?" Gasping for air, Yang Chen forced a weak response. "Yeah, I'm good. Nothing major. I'm guessing that intense sparring match took way more out of my body than I originally thought." Mao Yan wasn't buying it. "Then let me call a top-tier physician to examine you." Yang Chen quickly waved him off. "Seriously, drop it. I'm totally fine now. Nothing to worry about, he reassured them while internally sweating bullets. I absolutely have to keep this a complete secret for now. If outsiders find out I can absorb pure demonic chi, that's a death sentence. But before he could process anything, Xue'e suddenly burst into absolutely heartbreaking, uncontrollable tears. Xue'e reached up, literally pinching Yang Chen's cheeks. She pouted. Young master, you look absolutely miserable. Does it really hurt that bad? Yang Chen just blinked, totally confused. Do I really look that awful? It's not that serious. But Xue'e wasn't buying it. Your face looks terrible, she cried out, genuinely heartbroken. Honestly, that innocent little comment dealt massive emotional damage to our guy. Wait, what did you just say? Thankfully, his older sister stepped in right on time to stop Xue'e's barrage. You're supposed to be taking care of the young master, not making him feel worse, but Xue'e just tilted her head, completely clueless. What, I'm just worried about him. Mao Yan chimed in next. Young master, if you're feeling sick, we can go find a doctor nearby. But here's the thing, Yang Chen knew exactly what was going on with his own body. He just brushed it off. It's really not that deep, guys. I just need a good nap. Let's get ready to move out. Hearing that, Mao Yan had absolutely no choice but to drop it. I mean, what else could he say? If you say so, sir, then let's hit the road. I won't press it. And just like that, the whole crew started packing up their gear. Time to move. You could hear the guards shouting orders in the background. Everyone gear up. Just grab the valuable materials from the monster cores and let's get out of here. Pick up the pace. The young master needs rest. Someone nudged Xue'e. Hey, can you stop drooling in your sleep? She immediately shot back. I did not. You're just jealous of my naps. Meanwhile, Yang Chen was totally zoned out, completely lost in his own world. Something was wrong. He couldn't feel a single drop of demonic energy inside his body anymore. Was it because of his family's signature blazing wheel technique? Even the monster core in his hand had turned totally dull. The energy completely drained. Whatever the case, he had to make a move. His fist clenched tight. Crack. That drained core shattered into absolute dust right in his palm. Fast forward to the very next day. They made it back safely, and Yang Chen wasted zero time getting to work. So the crew was strolling through this little market district. Suddenly, Xue'e stops dead in her tracks in front of a bakery. Young master, she called out, completely mesmerized by the window display. Stars literally shining in her eyes. She pointed a tiny finger at the treats. Look, spirit, fruit pastries. Yeah, Yang Chen knew exactly what this little foodie was trying to pull, but he totally played dumb. And he asked, completely deadpan. Xue'e's face dropped instantly. If you weren't going to buy me sweet treats, then why did you even bring me along today? Our boy just turned around with a brutally cold stare. Excuse me, when did I ever invite you? Did you seriously forget who literally clung to my leg this morning, begging to tag along? Mao Yan was actually pretty confused by their route too. Young master, why are we heading this way? After what happened last time, I thought you want to avoid this whole area. The Qin Dragon assembly literally just wrapped up yesterday. Unless you've got some secret mission, heading back home is probably your safest bet right now. Are you hunting for something specific? Because if you are, I'm definitely coming with you. Meanwhile, Xue'e was dragging her feet behind them, still staring tragically at those delicious pastries. Finally, Yang Chen broke the silence. I appreciate the backup, but I don't need your swords right now. Suddenly, our protagonist stopped dead in his tracks. He glanced around, crossed his arms, and glared straight into a sketchy-looking alleyway. He squinted hard into the shadows, muttering to himself. No matter how you look at it, it's definitely over there. Right? Mao Yan was completely lost at this point. Wait, what are you talking about? Is there something hiding down there? But Yang Chen wasn't in the mood for a lore drop. He just gave an order. Xue'e, head back home. Mao Yan, you're with me. The poor girl was totally stunned. Wait, what? Why me? Yang Chen sighed. Just head back to the Qin family estate for now. I'll be back by tonight. Give them a quick update. But Xue'e absolutely refused to budge, stuttering out her defense. But the master strictly ordered me to stick by your side 24/7. Yang Chen rubbed his temples, totally defeated. Look, if you go home right now, I'll buy you 10 of those coconut fruit cakes. Deal. Sensing an absolute victory, Xue'e instantly pushed her luck. Throw in some sweet meat buns too. Honestly, Yang Chen had way bigger problems to deal with right now. He would have agreed to literally anything. Gritting his teeth, Yang Chen stuck his hand out. Fine. It's a deal. Xue'e happily shook on it. This girl was painfully simple to bribe. Sugar was her absolute ultimate weakness. And just like that, the quickest hostage negotiation in history was complete. Both sides got exactly what they wanted. Xue'e skipped all the way home, leaving a very confused Mao Yan trailing right behind his boss. He had zero clue where Yang Chen was actually taking them. And whenever he asked, total vague answers. Just keep walking, you'll see. Mao Yan kept his hand near his sword, scanning their sketchy surroundings. The area was totally dead, creepy, silent, completely abandoned. Finally, Yang Chen stopped right in front of this rundown building. Pretty sure this is the spot. Mao Yan took one look and instantly felt his stomach drop. Young master, I'm not gonna lie. This place screams massive trap. Our boy didn't even flinch. Yeah, I know. Because against all odds, Yang Chen had finally tracked down exactly what he was looking for. Bingo, found it at last. Standing right in front of them was a surprisingly massive, heavily fortified compound. Man, I was actually worried we wouldn't track this place down. But Mao Yan was still stressing out. Seriously, sir, what is our actual endgame here? This whole setup feels super sketchy. And it's not just the creepy architecture, my instincts are screaming right now. Yang Chen just gave him this incredibly smug smirk. Your instincts are sharp, I'll give you that. With that, both of them stepped straight into the mysterious hideout Yang Chen had been hunting for all day. Instantly, a rough voice echoed from the shadows. Look at this little brat. Trying to pull something funny on our turf, Yang Chen played it super cool. Relax, guys, we just took a wrong turn. But a thug in the back drew his blade. Who cares? Should we just zero them right now? In a flash, Mao Yan shifted into a perfect combat stance ready to throw down. Someone finally lit a few torches, revealing a sneering face in the dim light. Listen here, kid. This isn't your safe little uptown neighborhood. So what the hell are you actually doing down here? But Yang Chen didn't flinch. Total ice in his veins. We're just here as paying customers. The thug literally spat on the ground. What kind of absolute garbage are you spouting? Need your tongue sliced off to wake up. Oh, bad move. Mao Yan completely lost it, his sword halfway out. How dare you? But Yang Chen just casually raised one hand. Stand down. Don't attack yet. Let's be real here. You guys have definitely known exactly who I am since the second I walked into this city. Let me guess you're terrified the Qin family is about to raid this little rat hole. Relax, we have zero reason to start a war. A full-blown clash would just end up hurting both sides anyway. So before things get ridiculously messy, do yourself a favor and call your branch chief out here. The thug's face twisted into pure disgust. The branch chief. I don't know who taught you your manners, you arrogant little punk, but you seriously don't know the rules of the underworld. Instantly, a dozen guys drew their weapons, completely surrounding them. Yang Chen just looked around the circle of blades and actually laughed out loud. Honestly, you guys don't look big on manners either. The leader gave a totally sinister grin. Kill them both, and just like that, the entire mob rushed in. They were nothing but cheap street thugs, but there were a lot of them. In a split second, Mao Yan drew his blade, stepping right in front of his master. Don't even think about it. Boom! A massive shockwave of pure sword energy exploded outward. Blink and you'd absolutely miss it. With insane precision, Mao Yan literally swept the entire front line right off their feet. Zero wasted movements. Absolute perfect execution. You street trash aren't laying a single finger on my young master. The entire mob that just charged in now groaning on the floor, completely wrecked by a single guard. The leader cursed under his breath. Damn it. He's kin, family royalty, and his personal bodyguard is an absolute monster in combat. Right as panic started setting and someone stepped out from the shadows, the branch chief was finally ready to talk. Yang Chen just gave this knowing smirk. Honestly, I was going to use the beggar's sect for this, but those righteous faction guys are way too annoying. So here is the deal. Yang Chen's request to the beggar's sect total bust. He had absolutely no choice but to look elsewhere. I mean, sure, the beggar's sect is the undisputed king of intel for the orthodox factions, but the absolute peak of underground dark faction intelligence, that would be the Hao sect. He needed crucial information, and he needed it now. Following a tip, Yang Chen and Mao Yan headed straight for their base. Guided by a lowly grunt, they stepped inside. A guy sitting right there in front of them called out, offering a seat. I am the branch leader of this Shaanxi territory. The name is Tao Chuing. We don't usually welcome your kind around here, so my bad for the lack of hospitality. Yang Chen completely unfazed. He just casually pulled up a chair, sat down, and shrugged. Save the apologies. Are you going to take this job or not? Tao smirked. First mind telling me why a prestigious powerhouse like the Qin family would completely skip the beggar's sect and come knocking on our shady door. Yang Chen just let out a laugh. I am here because this isn't something just any faction can handle. Only the Hao sect can pull this off. Seriously, why are you trying to test me right now? Realizing this kid wasn't gonna crack, Tao Chuing cupped his hands together. My bad if I made things uncomfortable. But with a massive family name like yours, we have to be extra careful. Hope you get it. Our main character kept his cool eyes completely deadpan. Yeah, I get it. So are we doing this? Tao waved a hand dismissively. The Hao sect never turns down cold hard cash, as long as you can actually afford our fee. Hearing that, Yang Chen gave this incredibly smug grin. Perfect. Consider the deal done then. Here is what I need. I am tracking down a guy, just a bit over 10 years old. Right on cue, our boy slid a piece of paper across the table with the target's description. Tao picked it up, squinting. Oh boy, this job looked like a total nightmare. After a tense second, he sighed. I take back what I just said, kid. Honestly, don't think we can pull this off. We already picked up another contract right before you walked in. Our current job isn't to find this kid but to track down his guardian. So tough luck." Yang Chen barely even blinked. "Is that right?" Even if the massive payday involves the missing boss of the Hao sect, boom. The second he dropped that bomb, every single assassin in the room locked eyes on him. Complete killing intent. Without a single order, a dozen guys drew their blades, the screech of steel echoing through the dark room. And then, pure chaos. They rushed Yang Chen all at once. Razor-sharp blades thrusting straight for his throat, but get this, our guy didn't even flinch. Just sat there, arms crossed, completely unbothered. Enter Mao Yan. Moving literally faster than lightning, he instantly flexed his insane skills, whipping his sword out to block every single strike before they could hit. Meanwhile, Tao just stared with absolute ice in his eyes. "Yeah, there is no way you are walking out of here alive." "How do you know about that?" Yang Chen just shrugged. "Look, I am not here to play guessing games with you. We both have something the other wants. Isn't that how this works? Now you want me to repeat that highly classified intel?" Yang Chen leaned forward. "You need to seriously check yourself right now. Think very carefully about your next move. Because right now, you are totally cornered. If you don't want the deal, fine by me. I was just asking for a favor. I could always just leak your missing leader's location to your enemies instead." Hearing that absolute threat delivered with zero hesitation, Tao finally broke. He slumped back in his chair. "Fine, I get it." Yang Chen grinned, his trap perfectly sprung. "Awesome. So how long is this gonna take?" "Usually, about 3 months." Yang Chen nodded. "Cool, we will talk more once you track him down." And just like that, our boy headed for the exit. He glanced back, almost said something else, but decided against it. Back inside, Tao was fuming. He hated taking orders from a kid, but what choice did he have? Yang Chen literally had them by the throat. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the room, making Tao jump. "The Yuli Mountains. Consider that your down payment." Those were Yang Chen's final words before completely vanishing. Just like that, the chaotic room dropped into absolute dead silence after everyone left. Now it was just 2 guys left in the shadows. The assassin behind him whispered, "The Yuli Mountains boss, do you actually trust a single word that kid just said?" Honestly, Tao didn't want to believe it at all. But the harsh reality, he had to. The fact that he even knows our absolute highest level secret that the boss is missing. We don't have a choice. We have to trust him. But inside, his mind was racing. Who exactly was this kid? Seeing how incredibly fast that bodyguard reacted, they clearly expected an ambush from the start. To know this much about us, the Qin family head has to be pulling the strings behind the scenes. Damn it all. Frustrated, he reached up, grabbing his own throat and literally peeled his skin off. Wait for it. It was a disguise. Tao had been wearing a super realistic mask the whole time. His right-hand man looked terrified. "Sir, is that safe?" "Taking it off right now," Tao sighed. "It was getting suffocating and nobody is watching anyway." The Hao sect has zero loyalty to the boss. That is exactly why he had to go on the run to survive his own assassins. Suddenly, the tough guy acted completely shattered. Tears actually welled up in his eyes. He had been carrying this massive burden for way too long. "Father, where are you?" Meanwhile, back outside with Yang Chen and Mao Yan. They had successfully walked out of the enemy base without a scratch. Only now did Yang Chen finally drop his guard. He let out this massive exhale. "Man, glad that is over." As they walked back, his gears were turning. If things had gone south, he was ready to call in backup. But honestly, thank God, his limited future knowledge actually worked. All he really remembered was that the Hao leader had been locked up in the Dark Knight Palace for 5 years. This eventually sparked a massive all-out war between the 2 dark factions. Then the Murim alliance crashed the party, completely obliterating the Dark Knight Palace. But the tragic part, the captive leader got killed in the crossfire of that epic showdown, which basically triggered the absolute downfall of the entire Hao sect. The problem, Yang Chen had zero clue where this secret palace was actually hidden. Still, dropping that little lore bomb totally saved him today thanks to this local branch. Playing mind games with that leader was super risky, but totally necessary. He absolutely had to find this one specific guy. We are talking about a total prodigy, the youngest ever to lead the demonic cult, and their absolute genius head strategist, Zhij of the Heavenly Fang, the ultimate villain. Yang Chen's master plan: track this mastermind down and end him permanently. Even the legendary Wei Xue'e barely survived this guy's insane traps in the future. If Yang Chen didn't strike first, this guy would turn the demonic cult into an absolutely unstoppable nightmare. Suddenly, Mao Yan interrupted his thoughts. "By the way, young master, I still have absolutely no idea who we are even looking for." Yang Chen just chuckled. "Relax, it is going to take them at least 3 months. We will definitely get an update by summer." Mao Yan scoffed. "Honestly, sounds like this legendary intel network is slacking. They clearly are not as omniscient as the rumors claim." "True, which means we can only trap our target when summer hits." But the second those words left his mouth, something clicked in Yang Chen's brain. Wait a minute, how could he possibly forget? The legendary hidden vault of the Jiangchuan clan. The richest merchant empire in history, their vault was about to finally reveal itself to the world. Now mountains of gold and shiny jewels. He couldn't care less about that garbage. The real prize. The insanely overpowered, priceless spirit elixirs locked inside. In the original timeline, some random nobody swallowed those pills, skyrocketed to the absolute peak of martial arts, and became the heavenly demon's right-hand monster. So yeah, it wasn't just the strategist he had to worry about. That insane treasure vault. That was a massive world-ending problem waiting to happen. But try as he might, stopping it was impossible. The vault was hidden way out in Sichuan, literally half a continent away. He had to drop it. How on earth could he travel all the way there right now? And even if he made it, how would he find a secret underground bunker? Whatever, let's just grab some honeycakes and head home. Meanwhile, back at Wei Xue's estate, the vibe was completely different. Pure, unadulterated joy. Wait, what are you even saying right now? I am asking how you feel about me. Stick with me, and I promise you will be happy. Fate was literally dropping perfect solutions right onto her doorstep at that exact same moment over at the Qin family manor. The second elder stood there, trying to look completely serious. Oh wow, look at all these falling leaves. With Yang Chen out of the house, the biggest headache was dealing with this eccentric old servant. Ha ha ha. The white-haired geezer just burst into uncontrollable laughter. The elders rolled their eyes. Hey, knock off the laughing and get back to sweeping. But oh boy, they definitely pushed the joke way too far this time. The old man's eyes went completely dark. With a terrifying crunch, he literally shattered the thick wooden broom handle in his bare hands. Qin Lun, what the hell do you think you are doing? The two elders instantly panicked, stumbling backward in absolute terror. Wait, no, senior, please chill. We were just trying to help you with your undercover servant disguise, we swear. Sweep the leaves for me, the old man casually ordered. Our guy was baffled. But you literally just snapped the broom in half. How, use your hands? Are you kidding me right now? But get this, the second elder actually bent down and started picking up leaves by hand. Clearly, Xue's background, way more complicated than anyone realized. She's definitely hiding some major secrets. That's the only reason an elder would be acting this obedient. He brushed off his hands. I didn't travel all this way just to see the Qin family's kid. Pause. Well, maybe a little. The second elder chimed in immediately. You sensed it too, right? Just 3 months ago, that kid was literally running away because his cultivation was completely trash. And now he totally crushed his older sister in combat. Plus his performance in the dragon array was flawless. Don't you think that's just an insane level of hidden talent? They definitely couldn't ignore this. The old man took a slow sip of his tea. Talent, maybe. But in all my years, I've never seen anyone power up this dramatically out of absolutely nowhere. That kid is definitely hiding something huge. If the first elder finds out, he's absolutely not sitting this one out. Honestly, he's probably already making his move. Knowing him. 100%. But with so many eyes tracking his every move, a full-scale war isn't happening yet. Meanwhile, let's check in on Xue'e. Our girl was standing there looking absolutely clueless. She blinked. Wait, what did you just say? Total confusion. The guy across from her smirked. I said I'll make you happy. Okay, quick pause. Let's rewind and see exactly how we got here. You guys want the context right. Here we go. Last night, Xue'e had a seriously messed up nightmare. In this dream, she was completely out of control, hurting everyone around her. Now our girl absolutely hates violence and hates holding a sword, but she couldn't stop. She desperately wanted to wake up, but the dream dragged her straight into this creepy abandoned house instead. Inside, she found this mysterious older man. He was barely breathing, whispering, just a little bit more. Xue'e was so confused, right? But get this, her own face in the dream looked completely enraged. And then, absolute trauma. The guy literally ended his own life right in front of her. She was absolutely paralyzed with fear, face drained of all color. The whole thing made zero sense. In the dream, she just kept screaming apologies until her eyes shot open. She was shaking desperately, needing to see Yang Chen to feel safe. So Hongwa suggested checking the training grounds. She ran straight there, hoping to find our boy. But she must have arrived too early. Instead of Yang Chen, some totally random guy was waiting there. And that's when he dropped the cringe, "I'll make you happy" line. Problem is, she only wants to be with her young master. And perfect timing, guess who just walked in and saw the whole thing? Yep, Yang Chen, and his face was absolute murder. Excuse me, but she's with me. Who the hell are you? In his head, our boy was absolutely fuming. Who does this trash think he is hitting on Xue'e? Just look at that punchable smirk. Gross. No idea where this side character crawled out from, but the creep vibes were off the charts. The guy just bowed playfully. My bad. How incredibly rude of me to disrespect the famous young master Qin. Yang Chen actually blinked. Wait, you know who I am. The guy saluted with total fake respect. Of course I'm Qin Taiye. And honestly, I've been dying to challenge a direct heir of the main family. Our protagonist took exactly 1 second to think about it. Yeah, no. I'm good. Honestly, he just didn't want the headache of dealing with another annoying fight. Taiye's jaw practically hit the floor. Wait, what? Yang Chen didn't even blink. I said, I pass. Are you seriously running away? Yep. Wait, you're actually scared. 100%. The guy was losing his mind. You're seriously that pathetic. Just giving up. Zero shame. Absolutely zero. Wow, great observation skills. I'm incredibly weak. But internally, our boy was laughing. Like, did this clown really think he'd just agree to fight a total stranger with hidden stats? Not happening. Having zero interest in this drama, Yang Chen turned around. All right, I'm out of here. But before he could even clear the gates, bam, ran straight into the second elder. The old man's eyes literally lit up. Oh, come on. The kid traveled a long way. Just fight him. Yang Chen nearly jumped. What the heck are you doing here? Seeing the elder, the new guy immediately dropped the attitude and bowed respectfully. Yang Chen narrowed his eyes. Wait, you actually know this guy? Now both kids were throwing questions at the poor elder at once. The old man just chuckled. Ah, Tae, it's been way too long. Then he turned to our completely unbothered protagonist. Seriously, you don't remember him? That's the first elder's grandson. Yang Chen stared at the kid's face. Yep, the annoying features definitely run in the family. So Tae, you really want to challenge our boy here? I do, but he's terrified and keeps running away. Yang Chen rolled his eyes so hard. Bro, you literally just came here to hit on my servant. The second elder suddenly got serious. Let me guess. The first elder ordered you to do this, didn't he? That got Yang Chen's attention. His brain started working overtime. Wait, an official order. Here, he thought this was just some random arrogant kid, but no, this was pure clan politics. The first elder, absolutely ruthless ambition. He was banking on a trash heir like Yang Chen taking over the family. Why? So he could control him. But since our boy just defeated Yeshu, that entire plan went up in smoke. So now send the golden boy grandson to publicly humiliate Yang Chen and ruin his reputation all over again. Connecting the dots, Yang Chen stood his ground. Like I said, not fighting. Period. But the second elder wasn't letting this go. Oh, don't be boring. He traveled all this way, just humor the poor kid. But our protagonist, total rock. Not budging an inch. He just shrugged carelessly. Don't feel like it. Give me one good reason why I should care. The second elder just let out this knowing, sly little laugh. Honestly, I don't think you'd actually lose, kid. Yang Chen ignored him, grabbing Xue'e's wrist to leave. Are you blind? He's obviously way stronger than me. I'm staying far away from this toxic clan drama. But suddenly, someone grabbed Xue'e's other arm. Hold on, wait just a second. Yep, the annoying grandson decided to make his move. Now we've got a literal tug of war happening over our poor confused girl. Then this dude actually has the nerve to say this. You are way too good to be serving a pathetic coward. He looked right at her. Come with me instead. I'll actually treat you like royalty. Oh, big mistake. Those words just crossed the ultimate line. Yang Chen's casual vibe completely vanished, replaced by this chilling, murderous aura. The air literally grew heavy as he locked eyes with the kid. Let her go. You want to fight that badly? Fine. He cracked his knuckles. You asked for an absolute beatdown, and I'm gonna deliver. And just like that, despite dodging it for the last 10 minutes, our boy was officially locked into the duel. Instantly, the scary aura vanished and Yang Chen just sighed. Why am I even doing this? I swear I'm losing my mind. The second elder just ruffled his hair like a proud grandpa. Oh, stop whining, you'll be fine. Besides, clashing with fresh talent is exactly what you need to level up your own skills. Yang Chen just waved him off, completely drained. Yeah, whatever you say. We're already past the point of no return anyway. But then our boy got sneaky. Since you're so invested, win or lose, you owe me a favor. The elder burst into loud, booming laughter. You cheeky little brat, give me one good reason why I'd agree to that. If you get absolutely demolished out here, it's only your reputation going down the drain. Yang Chen just smirked. That's where you're wrong, old man. I literally don't care about becoming the head of this clan. The elder's smile instantly vanished. Wait. Are you serious? If you don't take over the family, who the hell will internally? Yang Chen felt a wave of calm. Those kinds of exhausting ambitions, he left those behind in his past life. It's hilarious how everyone just assumed he wanted power. He flashed this absolute menace of a smile. So deal. Because if you say no, I'll literally just forfeit the match right now to embarrass you. Total blackmail. The second elder let out a heavy sigh of defeat. You are an absolute headache, you know that. He rubbed his temples. Fine, you've got a deal. But on one condition, I'm only doing you this favor if you actually win. Stepping onto the training grounds, Tae rolled his shoulders. Finish warming up. Yep, Yang Chen replied casually. The kid smirked. Remember last year, when I beat you so badly you were bedridden for a whole month? Yang Chen genuinely searched his memories. Nothing. Literally forgot him. Tai scoffed. You were absolute trash then. Honestly, I bet beating your sisters was pure dumb luck. Now, his grandfather totally disagreed, but Yang Chen honestly didn't want to bully a cripple. But you know what he hated even more? The idea of this absolute trash taking over as the Vance family heir. Right on cue, Tae unleashes this utterly terrifying aura that fills the arena. His sword literally starts glowing red hot as the tension of the match spikes. But Yang Chen, our guy, is just standing there completely chilled out without a care in the world. He hasn't even bothered to draw a weapon yet. Suddenly, Tae speaks up. "Elders," he says, "there is something I want as my prize when I win this match." The two elders nod. "Fine, but the conditions must be absolutely fair." Tae, "What do you want?" Without missing a single beat, Tae points. "I want that little beauty over there." "Big mistake." "Huge. You can do a lot of things but touching another man's girl. Yeah, you've chosen death." Yang Chen actually laughs at first, but then his face twists into pure, unadulterated rage. Seeing Yang Chen's sudden murderous vibe, the elders absolutely love it, laughing out loud. "Ha ha ha, excellent, let the battle begin." And just like that, the two fighters lock eyes, both radiating pure, deadly intent across the arena. Neither one is backing down, and the tension is thick enough to cut with a knife. Yang Chen rolls his eyes. "Are we gonna fight or what? Stop stalling." Tae just smirks. "Usually, in matches like this, I prefer letting the weaker guy take the first shot." Yang Chen fires right back, completely unfazed. "The weaker guy? You mean me? Or are you just shaking in your boots?" But hearing Yang Chen sound so ridiculously confident, Tae actually starts sweating a bit internally. My internal energy, speed, and stamina are clearly way above his level. Could it be that weird heat radiating off this kid? No, impossible. A guy with zero defense from head to toe. He's definitely just burning through all his strength trying to suppress my energy. And honestly, that thought makes him cocky again. He's running on fumes using way less energy than me. He's gonna collapse any second now. Look, his tank is practically completely empty. Meanwhile, Yang Chen stands there waiting for an attack that just isn't coming. Yang Chen finally speaks up. "You said I could take the first shot, right? Fine by me." Catch this. Instantly, Yang Chen blasts forward like an absolute rocket, teleporting right behind his opponent. Tae is completely caught off guard by that insane burst of speed, but he reacts just in time, leaning his body backward to narrowly dodge Yang Chen's surprise strike. Tae smirks, getting his confidence back. "Nice footwork, but you're way too slow." "Oh, slow, huh? Watch this." Our main character channels all his raw energy right into his fist. A massive, overwhelming aura erupts from Yang Chen's hand before bam. He lands an incredibly brutal, bone-crushing punch right to Tae's arrogant jaw. Without missing a beat, Yang Chen leaps high into the air. He spins and delivers a devastating mid-air kick just because he's pissed off. Tae eats the entire super kick combo right to the face. Let's see him talk trash now. And then boom, boom, boom. An earth-shattering explosion absolutely rocks the arena. Tae hits the ground violently, coughing up blood. You know what they say, talk trash, get smashed. Karma is real and everybody has limits. Underestimating your opponent before you even know their power, total rookie mistake. Life always hits you when you least expect it. Yang Chen glares down at him, ice cold. "While I'm still feeling generous, get up. This fight is over. And don't start whining about a sneak attack either." "Or are we finally done here?" Tae slowly struggles to his feet. "My bad for underestimating the young master of the Vance family. I let my arrogance cloud my judgment." Yang Chen nods. "Good. Then let's call it a day." But Tae wipes his mouth and sneers. "Not a chance. I haven't even returned the favor yet." Instantly, Yang Chen shifts gears. A terrifying heavy aura explodes around him. Our boy thinks to himself, "Figures. Knew it wouldn't end this easily, and honestly, I'm running out of time here. I originally wanted to unleash my wood element power for a quick knockout. But against a heavy hitter like him, I have to invert my energy flow to massively boost my physical stats instead. It gives me an insane instant power-up, but my body isn't used to handling this much raw energy at once. If I push it too far, boom. Complete system overload and self-destruction. My absolute limit is exactly 7 minutes. I have to win before then." That Nine Dragons sword technique he's using, it always starts with drawing the blade and ends with sheathing it. I just need to watch his swing mechanics. Realizing this, Yang Chen goes into total hyper-focus mode, sharply tracking every single micro-movement his opponent makes. And over on the other side, just as expected, Tae grabs the hilt and rips his sword from the scabbard. Yang Chen's eyes snap wide open in pure shock. Moving as fast as lightning, Tae lunges forward, launching a lethal attack. But Yang Chen is completely in the zone. He flawlessly dodges every single strike in the blink of an eye, moving like water. His eyes glowing a blood-red color that is absolutely terrifying. Our main guy weaves left-right, bending over backward to narrowly escape this brutal non-stop barrage of heavy sword slashes. Dodging for his life, Yang Chen suddenly realizes something very important. This attack combo, it's perfectly fluid. Zero blind spots. This guy has genuinely trained his heart out to make it this natural. But if I break his chain, he's completely defenseless. Figuring out the counter, Yang Chen presses a hand to his chest aggressively, compressing all his internal power right into his palms. Meanwhile, Qin razor-sharp blade is swinging dangerously close. Our boy keeps hyper-focusing, charging up his energy. He buys just enough precious seconds to circulate that intense heat throughout his entire body, right as Qin deadly blade touches his clothes. The sheer explosive shockwave erupting from Yang Chen blasts Qin entirely backward. Qin screams out in absolute panic, "Oh my god, where the hell is this insane energy coming from?" Yep, I think that's enough to declare a winner. But Yang Chen isn't stopping there. He charges back in like an absolute hurricane, delivering a devastating gut-wrenching punch straight into Qin stomach. Are you finally starting to recognize my true power now? The raw pressure radiating from that single punch is completely insane. The very stone floor beneath Yang Chen's feet literally cracks wide open. As for Qin sent flying through the air before violently smashing into the arena wall. Are any of Qin bones even intact after taking a hit like that? Nobody in the crowd expected things to end this brutally. Yang Chen casually walks right up to his broken body. You want to know what pisses me off the absolute most? I don't care what people say about me. I don't care how they look at me or even if they're greedy for my position as the young master. But a piece of trash like you getting greedy and daring to lay hands on my girl, you've really crossed the line, buddy. At this very moment, Yang Chen thinks to himself, I absolutely hate it when people try to easily grab things they have zero right to touch. Maybe I should just permanently shatter this arm so he never even thinks about it again. Yep, that sounds like a solid plan. The right arm will do nicely. But right as he's about to absolutely cripple the guy for life, a heavy hand firmly grabs his shoulder. The two elders, completely seeing through Yang Chen's dark intentions, step up to stop him. You've worked hard, Yang Chen. Stop right there. The match was over in a flash, but the damage left behind, absolutely unreal. Massive craters are scattered all across the destroyed arena. Once Yang Chen finally takes a breath and cools down, the elders speak up. Yang Chen, you went way too far this time. Yang Chen just completely shrugs it off. I knew exactly what I was doing before I even stepped into the ring. If he could just casually walk away under his own power after fighting me, wouldn't that be letting him off way too easy? The elders scold him. You crazy kid, aren't you terrified the Grand Elder is going to flip out over this? Yang Chen rolls his eyes. So what, I don't even want to be the head of the family anyway. His complete lack of care makes the two elders literally boil with rage. Absolute nonsense. How can you say something like that? If the direct heir doesn't step up, who else is going to run this place? Yang Chen just glances over at Xue'e, then picks someone randomly. Hey, do you want the job? Xue'e blinks, completely innocent. Do I get snacks with it? Honestly, when is this sweet girl actually going to learn some proper sword fighting, especially if she's a disciple of the blade? She learned swordsmanship straight from the sword saint himself, but honestly, I'd never actually seen her hold a blade. She was always just doing chores. Looking back now, her personality back then, completely unpredictable, totally mischievous. Wait a second. That time I met her this winter. How did that go again? Why is my mind completely blank? That definitely wasn't some minor detail I just randomly forget. Right in the middle of his intense thinking, Xue'e chimed in. Young master, are you okay? You must have taken a serious hit in that last battle. Before you pass on to the next life, you absolutely have to make me the master of the house. Hearing this absolute nonsense, Yang Chen didn't even hesitate. Smack. He flicked her straight on the forehead for talking crazy. Hee. The second elder slowly stood up. Ahem. Let's discuss family leadership later. You're probably exhausted from that insane match, so I'll just head out. But right as he tried to slip away, Yang Chen stopped him. Hold up, elder. Where exactly are you going? You owe me a promise. The old man clicked his tongue. Fine. What is your grand request then? You want silver or extra food rations? Our boy just flashed this massive cheeky grin. Haha, nothing boring like that. A high-ranking elder like you can definitely handle a tough request, right? The old man coughed awkwardly. Ahem, what exactly do you want? Yang Chen pointed dramatically into the distance. Send me to Sichuan. The second elder froze, completely lost. Sichuan, our protagonist, just smirked. A mighty elder like yourself can easily get me authorization for Sichuan, right? So do we have a deal? The old man burst out laughing. Wait, what? Is that it? I thought you were going to demand some legendary treasure. I was stressed over nothing. Ha ha ha, Yang Chen blinked, totally confused. But Elder Sichuan isn't just some local market. It's not my backyard. You know perfectly well the sole heir of the Qin family can't just wander the martial world freely. I need rock-solid authorization to leave the estate. Some massive, undeniable excuse to travel. The second elder just shrugged. Easy. Just attend the Tangsek weapon exhibition. It's a huge showcase of elite weaponry. Hearing this, Yang Chen's jaw practically hit the floor. His eyes went wide. The Tangsek weapon exhibition. Every single year, the legendary Tangsek invites elite families to view masterpieces crafted by absolute grandmasters. The second elder wasn't finished dropping bombs. You don't even have to actually attend the event. Just use it as your official excuse to travel, since you literally forced yourself through that annoying duel just to earn this favor. Hearing that terrifyingly cheerful tone, a massive chill ran straight down Yang Chen's spine. Elder, I was totally just joking about that request. I actually just want some silver now. Yep, just silver. The second elder just grinned maliciously. Oh, I get it now. You want to leave immediately. My bad, Yang Chen. This old man is getting slow in his old age. Hee, Yang Chen started sweating. Elder, wait. If you can't spare any silver, literally just one spirit pill is fine. But the old man was already cackling like an absolute maniac. Say no more. I will personally make sure you depart today. Behold the absolute authority of a kin family. Elder, cold sweat dripped down Yang Chen's face. Elder, stop. I retract my request. I want to do over. But the old man was already practically glowing with excitement. He roared out, get your bags packed because you are leaving right freaking now. Yang Chen just stared in absolute disbelief. How am I supposed to leave this exact second? I have reports to file, things to pack. By my absolute authority as elder guards escort young master Yang Chen to Sichuan immediately. And just like that, complete chaos. The fastest departure prep in history. Talk about being careful what you wish for right. You really can't underestimate the sheer political power of these clan elders. Mao Yan bowed respectfully. Young master, the caravan is fully prepped for departure. Meanwhile, our protagonist was still completely frozen in shock. What just happened? Who am I? Where am I going? He was basically a loading screen from the courtyard all the way into the carriage. What in the actual world is happening? Since when do things move this fast? The second elder waved enthusiastically as the carriage rolled out. Beside him, Xue's grandfather turned toward the estate. Right then. Back to the endless mountain of household chores. The elder blinked, totally confused. Wait, senior. Me too. The old man shot him a look. Obviously, if the elderly are working, the youngsters need to pitch in. The second elder practically choked on his frustration. But against the sword saint, he couldn't refuse. So grab a broom, Jin Lun. We're alone now, which means you get to listen to me complain all day. The elder sighed. You literally just kicked the kid out early so you'd have an excuse to nag me. Anyway, a few days ago the clan leader asked me about finding a miracle doctor. You know those legendary healers who can supposedly cure literally any disease in existence. Someone definitely tipped him off about something. There's no other reason he'd randomly bring that up. Hearing this, the second elder completely froze. A miracle doctor? Why? But the sword saint just went totally silent. The atmosphere shifted. Heavy. Uncomfortable. The elder slowly pulled the heavy estate gates shut. Fine. If you want to keep secrets, let's change the subject entirely. Your granddaughter. Xue'e, was it? Honestly, she doesn't exactly feel human. What exactly is that kid hiding? Boom. The sword saint snapped. You are crossing a very dangerous line, Jin Lun. Watch your damn mouth. The air instantly dropped 10 degrees. Pure terrifying sword intent erupted from the old man's body. Ghostly blades literally manifested in the air, spinning around him. But the elder held his ground. I'm just saying, if she were human, she'd have normal life force. Even a tiny bit, just like the overwhelming energy rolling off you right now. But back at the dragon gathering, when I first saw that little girl, absolute zero. Nothing. Complete void. If you actually think some miracle doctor is gonna cure whatever condition she has, wake up. We both know she isn't actually sick. And furthermore, he didn't even get to finish his sentence. The sword saint cut him off with lethal precision. That is enough, Jin Lun. She is a human child. The absolute monstrous pressure of his sword aura threatened to crush everything in the courtyard. Message received. The elder backed down, realizing he pushed the legendary warrior way too close to the edge. The old man was genuinely furious. He turned around to leave. Fine, if you say so. We'll play it your way. Protect the kid however you see fit. My opinion obviously doesn't matter here. And honestly, even if she isn't fully human, who cares as long as you can bridge whatever gap is missing? That's all that actually matters. Even if it costs me my own life to help her, totally worth it. The old saint's eyes softened completely. Xue'e, Grandpa just wants to see you grow up safe and strong. Fast forward a few hours. The sword saint realizes his precious granddaughter is completely missing. Panic mode activated. Meanwhile, jump 10 days into the future. Deep in the wilderness, under the moonlight, Yang Chen's caravan finally set up camp for the night. Tomorrow, the real journey continues. Next to the blazing campfire, Mao Yan was running the numbers. All right, team, we just need to stock up on some extra provisions. A servant girl nodded. We're still a few days out from the Sichuan border. Ration control is absolute priority. But Mao Yan looked around, suddenly stressed. Wait, where did the young master vanish to last? I checked, he wandered off to train. Honestly, he's probably just bored out of his mind. We totally should have dragged Xue'e along for entertainment. Cut to our boy Yang Chen, deep in the woods, fully zoned in. Boom, high-tier martial arts techniques flashing like lightning. The sheer power behind these strikes, absolutely ridiculous. You can physically see his inner energy getting denser, hitting with massive earth-shattering force. But even with all that crazy stamina, Yang Chen finally hit his limit. He collapsed, gasping for air. This is insane. Just a few combinations and my energy pool is basically completely empty. It's been 10 straight days of grinding and zero real progress. The main bottleneck. His inner energy reserves. During that brutal clash with Qin Taiyi, he realized something critical: internal power is the absolute foundation. Without it, he's a sitting duck. He needs his reserves back. Now, he flashed back to Qin Yanho's fight. How he effortlessly purged the demonic corruption from his system while slaughtering those phantom wolves. The spirit-devouring art. It's literally designed to siphon energy straight from magic cores. But absorbing dark energy usually turns you into a mindless demon. Yet somehow, that specific fire technique completely purifies the corruption. It breaks all the rules. And the craziest part, since that exact moment, he hasn't felt a single drop of demonic backlash in his system. This completely changes the game. He can power level without the fatal side effects. But wait, it's still a heavenly demon art. Using it, probably a massive death wish. Our boy Yang Chen barely escaped that life. He swore he would never set foot on that cursed demonic path ever again. But then, an absolute ear-piercing scream echoed from behind him. Aha! He practically jumped out of his skin. He instantly whipped his head toward the noise. It was coming straight from their carriage, the exact spot they had just parked for a quick break. Panicked voices were totally going off. What in the world was happening? People were just standing there, stuttering. Seriously, spit it out. What was the big deal? Yang Chen rushed right over to the absolute chaos and immediately questioned Mao Yan. What's going on? He demanded. Mao Yan was practically shaking. Young master, it is. Inside the carriage. What could possibly be in there to freak everyone out this badly? Yang Chen leaned in to take a look. Inside the carriage, suddenly, boom, another scream. Ah, but then Xue'e just popped her head out with the biggest, most innocent smile. Young master, surprise, bet you didn't see this coming. She sheepishly scratched her head, giggling. Hee, I made it. And then with zero shame, she completely spilled the beans, explaining exactly how she ended up crashing their super important road trip. Flashback time. While everyone was busy packing the carriage, she went straight to her grandpa, practically begging him to let her tag along. She really wanted to go. But guess what her grandpa told her? A hard pass. No way, you are terrible at chores. But she did not give up. Come on, you let me go last time, please let me go. Her grandpa just raised an eyebrow. You mean the Dragon Taming Guild? He explained that back then, someone was actually watching her to prevent absolute disasters. But in Sichuan, no safety net. He told her to just grab a box if she understood. So she obediently grabbed it. While loading clothes onto the carriage, she was quietly muttering to herself. The young master was going to be gone for at least a month. She knew she was clumsy, and honestly, he absolutely hated useless people. So she figured her chances were totally zero. But then out of nowhere, a super creepy, unfamiliar voice whispered, "Wait," she whipped her head around. Nothing. Just empty space. She was completely freaked out. Who was there? Seriously, who was it? Nobody. She guessed the noise came from inside a barrel. But suddenly, a terrifyingly pale hand materialized from thin air, smacked her back hard, and pushed her straight into the cargo hold. Landing right in the middle of all the veggies, her face went completely pale. What the heck? Who pushed me? Who is there? This is not a funny joke. She was literally shaking in her boots. Then she saw it, a pair of disembodied hands just floating in midair. After that, total blackout. All she remembered was feeling unbelievably sleepy. She just had to close her eyes. And just like that, she passed out cold. And the craziest part, nobody outside had a single clue. Once the crew finished packing everything up, the carriage just rolled out. Let's head out. Young master, we are completely ready to go. That mysterious force even whispered, sorry, I am leaving this in your hands. And yeah, that was her whole story. But despite her absolute hype while telling it, the reaction she got from the crew. Oof. Dead silence. Every single person was frozen, staring at her like she had grown two heads. Total mood killer right there. Thinking they just did not hear her, she cheerfully repeated the punchline all over again. So yeah, that is what happened. Yang Chen just stared deadpan. Yeah, I heard you the first time. So basically, you got possessed by a ghost. Xue'e just nodded proudly. Yep, exactly. Then go home. That is clearly what you should do. But no, inside the carriage, she was already pointing excitedly. Young master, look, an owl I ate one before the meat is super chewy. Yang Chen just sighed. Sure. And she did not stop there. Every single thing they passed made her squeal with joy. Wow, a squirrel this time. Yang Chen glared at her. Let me guess, you ate squirrel too. How could you? That is pure evil. That is it, no more cookies for you. Honestly, Yang Chen was regretting everything. He originally planned to have a servant escort her back, but they had already traveled way too far and their food rations were dropping fast. So now they were officially stuck on this road trip together. Xue'e literally grabbed an earthworm from the dirt and joked, young master, want to trade this for a cookie? Without a single second of hesitation, Yang Chen tossed his cookie straight out the window. He would rather throw it in the dirt than let her have it. She watched it fall in pure, absolute agony. No, my precious cookie. Looking out the window, his voice turned ice cold. I'm taking you back. But right at that exact moment, eerie glowing blue spots started rushing straight toward their position. His danger radar went off instantly. Something was stalking them. He urgently shouted for Mao Yan. But Mao Yan was already holding a violently glowing talisman. He knew exactly what was up. Yes, young master, I see them. Everyone halt. Yang Chen yanked Xue'e back inside the carriage. I knew it was way too quiet out here. And then a massive, terrifying bear with glowing blue eyes stepped right out of the shadows. Hey, our protagonist flinched. Wait, 3 of them. But his senses were razor sharp. He did not even need to turn his head to track them. He could literally feel their killing intent closing in on all sides. He started counting down. 3, 2, 1. Right on cue, a gigantic mutant bear lunged directly at them. Jaws wide open, dripping with drool, looking perfectly ready to swallow both him and Xue'e whole. Instantly, our guy channeled his inner chi into his palm. His hand practically ignited with raw energy. But before he could strike, a furious voice roared, "Get back here!" And suddenly, a mysterious girl burst onto the scene. Her bare hand clamped around the monster bear's leg like a literal vise. Without even blinking, she surged her own chi and absolutely obliterated the beast in a single flash of motion. Talk about a clean, effortless kill. Absolute slaughter. Just ruthless. She casually strolled over to Mao Yan and sighed. I could not keep an eye on all of them. Traveling solo is tough. Mao Yan, the poor guy, was turning pale with sheer terror. He wildly waved his hands. It wasn't me, I swear. Watching this, Xue'e tilted her head. Who is he? Even talking to Yang Chen just glared. Do not ask me. Despite his ice-cold warning, Xue'e enthusiastically waved at the deadly stranger. Over here, Miss Our Boy was completely speechless at how hopelessly clueless this girl was. But then, he finally got a good look at the stranger's face and his blood ran cold. He cursed violently in his head. Oh, you have got to be kidding me. Instantly, memories from his past life came crashing down like a tidal wave. An absolutely horrific battlefield where every single blade was dripping with fresh blood. And the absolute monster responsible for that nightmare, the exact same girl standing right in front of them right now. Snapping back to reality, she smiled casually. Looks like you guys are heading towards Sichuan. I happen to be heading that way myself. And honestly, Our Boy couldn't help but notice she was, well, incredibly well endowed. Classic anime logic, right? Then she tilted her head. Mind if I tag along for the ride? My name is Nangong Fei. Yang Chen was internally screaming at this point. What the hell was this absolute psycho doing here? Because back in his past life, the day of that historic blood-soaked massacre, it happened on a day when the sky itself turned completely gray. Flocks of crows were literally fighting over mountains of corpses. The suffocating iron stench of death was so thick you could taste it in the air. Countless cultivators were completely wiped out. Just a brutal, unforgiving slaughter. And the one who orchestrated the whole nightmare was Nangong Fei. In that past life flashback, Yang Chen walked onto the battlefield completely disgusted. You are the only one left standing. Did you slaughter all of them? He demanded. She just smirked. Did the cult leader send a message? Why are you here? Yang Chen glared. He ordered me to bring you back to him. And honestly, you look like a total lunatic. She actually gasped, acting offended. Was that last part your own personal opinion? Are you seriously mocking me right now? Yang Chen did not even blink, his face totally deadpan. I figure you have enough brain cells to realize that yourself. Look, we do not have time to stand around arguing. Let's move. But of course, she was stubborn as hell, deciding she wanted to walk her own separate path. Yang Chen sighed, incredibly annoyed. Not that way. Right. No, left. You know what, whatever. Just stop doing stupid things and follow my lead. I am seriously getting too tired for this nonsense. Eventually, she actually gave in and dragged herself behind him. I have a question, she randomly asked. Is the sword venerable actually strong? And wow, even as a psycho, she was distracting as hell. Hearing that, Yang Chen snapped his head back, glaring. I am warning you right now, he is the cult leader's ultimate target. But she completely ignored the threat. How are his sword skills? Is he stronger than me? Stronger than the sect leader? Faced with her endless barrage of questions, Yang Chen wasn't having it. He just groaned. You absolute lunatic, why are you asking so much, do you? Actually think no one in this world can beat you? And right then, a terrifying wave of dark energy materialized in his hand. Without hesitating, he hurled the dark sphere straight at Nangong Fei, but her completely unfazed. Didn't even flinch. That massive energy strike, it literally split perfectly down the middle, leaving her standing there without a single scratch on her. Then boom, the blast merged and detonated right behind her. Annoyed, she glared at him. What the hell was that? Are you trying to pick a fight with me? Our boy just sighed. So much for looking cool. Pointing ahead, Yang Chen bluntly stated, that is the wrong way. So if you actually have a brain, zip it and follow my lead. After that, Nangong Fei quietly trailed behind him. Still annoyed, he snapped his head back. And if you bring up the Three Supremes one more time, I'm literally going to rip your mouth off. But then, she just pointed down a narrow trail. This path looks way shorter. Yang Chen stared at her absolutely fuming, like steam coming out of his ears, angry but completely helpless. Gritting his teeth, he finally snapped. What is wrong with you, you crazy woman? But before the words even landed, she bolted, running off at lightning speed. Honestly, clueless but confident. The truth, I made it there in one day, while it took her 4 times as long to arrive. Classic case of acting like you know it all, huh? Anyway, back to the present. Putting on her best puppy dog eyes, she begged. I'm assuming you're heading to Sichuan. Sorry for being rude earlier, but can I tag along with you? Without missing a single beat, Yang Chen shot her down. No, we are not going there. And yeah, asking like that is incredibly rude. Internally, he was screaming. You'd have to be clinically insane to hang out with this lunatic again. Holding back a massive rant, he continued, more importantly, we literally have zero proof you're actually from the legendary Nangong family. She blinked, looking completely lost. Oh, is that the problem? Her eyes slowly glazed over. You could practically see the gears turning in her head, trying to figure out how to prove herself. And then pure chaos. Oppressive blue lightning suddenly erupted from her body, the energy spike growing wilder and wilder until it morphed into an absolutely terrifying force. The very ground beneath her feet shattered, sinking into a massive crater. A blinding pillar of pure light blasted straight into the sky. Feeling that ridiculous pressure, our boy panicked. The Emperor's sword form. If she unleashes that, here we're dead. He instantly signaled Mao Yan to back the hell up. Her eyes snapped wide open, glowing with absolute madness, and then boom, a massive earth-shattering shockwave ripped through the entire forest. The sheer pressure of it, honestly, it felt like a meteor had just crashed straight into the planet. Dust settling, she calmly looked over. I haven't fully mastered it yet, so that's the best proof I can give. Are we good now? Mao Yan wasn't taking chances. Slipping into a combat stance, he instantly pressed his blade right against her throat. Because if this crazy girl decided to blow the place up, they were all getting wiped out. Yang Chen quickly stepped in. Okay, you're definitely from the Nangong clan. Message received. But honestly, that just means I absolutely cannot let a walking natural disaster travel with us. Sorry, miss. End of discussion, right, wrong. Despite getting rejected, she just casually stalked his carriage anyway. Cut to nighttime. There she was by a campfire, literally roasting a wild frog just to survive. Peeking out from the carriage, Xue'e felt super bad. I think she's actually going to sleep out there in the dirt. Yeah, I noticed, Yang Chen replied coldly. But inside, he was losing his mind. I totally thought she'd quit after getting rejected. Who just stalks a carriage like this? And why is she still following me when I explicitly said, we are not going to Sichuan, whatever. Ignoring her is the only play here. Treat her like a ghost, completely invisible. Muttering to himself, he warned, whatever you do, absolutely do not do anything stupid like talk to her. But as he said that, he turned around and wait, where did Xue'e go? The little traitor had already sneaked out. She had literally jogged right over to Nangong Fei's campfire for a little chat. Grabbing the roasted frog, Xue'e happily explained, look, you have to peel the skin off like this. Her new friend gasped. Oh wow, I didn't know that. Yang Chen instantly stomped over, yanking Xue'e by her collar. What in the world do you think you're doing? He hissed, completely exasperated. Xue'e gave an awkward little smile. Well, she was trying to eat a frog. I just wanted to help, but our boy was seeing red. I explicitly told you not to cause trouble, he yelled. Xue'e just blinked innocently. Huh, you said that. Off to the side, Nangong Fei looked absolutely crushed, her eyes full of genuine sadness. Pinching the bridge of his nose, Yang Chen sighed. Look, I get that you're from the Nangong clan, but why are you so desperate to tag along? You're a noble daughter from a legendary family. Why travel to the absolute middle of nowhere? Looking down, she quietly confessed, I was traveling with my group, but I got completely lost. Hearing that, Yang Chen wanted to facepalm. I freaking knew it. Even in my past life, her sense of direction was absolute garbage. Why did I expect some deep, complex reason? Crossing his arms, he pressed further. Okay, but I already told you we're not heading to Sichuan. So why are you still stalking our carriage? She looked right at him. My intuition tells me you'll pass through there anyway. Though, I guess I was wrong about that. Cue the waterworks. Xue'e immediately melted, looking at the lost swordswoman with total pity. Firing up her ultimate puppy dog eyes, she silently begged Yang Chen to help, but he was having zero part of it. More trouble, no thanks. He completely dodged eye contact, pretending not to see. Realizing her master wasn't going to budge, Xue'e looked back at her new friend, utterly helpless. She really wanted to help, but her hands were tied. But wait, Xue'e's brain finally processed what her young master had just said. Her jaw dropped. Wait, what? We aren't going to Sichuan anymore. Watching her freak out, Yang Chen just groaned internally. I seriously need to get this kid home. Turning back to the stray noble, he stated, listen, we won't stop you from walking our way, but don't expect any handouts. Looking totally rejected, she pouted. But I'm literally Nangong Fei. I don't even get a tiny bit of special treatment. Deadpan, he replied. Nope. Not giving up, she tried another angle. Well, since I told you who I am, mind dropping your name too? Obviously not, he shot back instantly. Wait, actually. I'm Kin Timi. Yep, Kin Timi from the mighty Kin family. Inside, he was actively praying. I'm so sorry, Timi. Desperate times, but just 2 days later, the guilt was practically eating him alive. And honestly, banning this girl from the carriage was backfiring horribly. Since her new bestie couldn't ride, Xue'e literally jumped out to walk beside her. The two girls were instantly inseparable. Trotting along, Xue'e pointed. Look, a squirrel, have you ever eaten squirrel meat? Nope, the noble replied. And here's the absolute worst part. With Xue'e stuck to her like glue during their little chat, the carriage's travel speed completely tanked. Poking his head out, Yang Chen barked, hey, get back in the carriage. Xue's eyes lit up. Does that mean my new sister can ride too? He scoffed. Obviously not. Keep dreaming. She instantly crossed her arms. Then I'm not getting back in. Young master, I'm begging you, let her ride with us, please, Yang Chen glared. Who do you think is in charge here? Seeing an opening, Nangong Fei chimed in. So, is that a yes for me? Rubbing his temples, Yang Chen turned. Mao Yan. Be honest. How much farther? The loyal guard bowed his head. If we maintain our original pace, sir, roughly 1 day. Our boy sighed. And at this crawling pace, at least 3 days, young master. Though, honestly, sir, I'm not entirely sure why you're so insanely guarded around her. Could we maybe just let her ride? Checkmate. Completely defeated, our boy finally threw in the towel. He sighed heavily. Fine. I literally have 0 choices left. Let's just find a nearby village to crash at for the night. Fast forward a bit and the whole squad finally dragged themselves into a tiny rundown settlement. It had been an absolutely brutal trek. Hopping down, Yang Chen stretched his aching back, bones popping. Man, I am exhausted. Just 1 more day of this nightmare, right? Mao Yan smiled cheerfully. Yes, sir. And thankfully no setting up camp in the dirt tonight. Meanwhile, Xue'e was literally getting a piggyback ride from their guests cheering happily. Sister, you should sleep in our room tonight. Nangong Fei's eyes lit up. Wait, really? Is that okay? Xue'e grinned carelessly. I'm the one inviting you, so it's totally fine, right? Talk about a massive buzzkill. Yang Chen just stood there, arms totally crossed, looking absolutely annoyed. He ordered her to get down. Then he looked at the girl. Why is someone of your noble status carrying a servant on your back anyway? Nangong Fei looked super awkward. She mumbled that the girl's feet hurt, but Yang Chen was not having it. If her feet hurt, she should be riding in a carriage. But wait, she fired right back. You literally banned carriages, and we are already here. Just drop it and get off, he sighed. Xue'e, seriously, get down right now. But Xue'e, still chilling comfortably on Nangong Fei's back, suddenly pointed ahead. Big sister, look. There are people wearing the exact same clothes as you heading this way. And yeah, right in front of them, a whole squad charging over looking ready to throw down. But the second they got close, they completely lost their cool, panting and shouting, Sister, where the heck have you been? Do you have any idea how hard? We have been looking for you. Nangong Fei just turned her head away, completely embarrassed. Sorry, I got totally lost. The young guy leading the group was practically pulling his hair out, and this is exactly why I said we need to put you on a leash. Hearing that, Nangong Fei imagined actually being dragged around on a rope. Talk about humiliating, that is way too shameful, she protested. Well, you vanished in less than a day. We were worried sick about you, the guy shot back in frustration. Then he finally noticed the elephant in the room. Wait, who is this little girl? Xue'e, completely oblivious to the massive status difference and still refusing to get down, just smiled brightly. Oh, I am Xue'e, and this right here is my young master. Yang Chen groaned, pinching the bridge of his nose. Will you just get down already? Meanwhile, our boy was quietly eyeing the young guy, putting the pieces together. If this was Nangong's little brother, then this kid, he is destined to become the Thunder Sword. Literally one of the top 5 legendary swordsmen in the future. But wait, before he could finish that thought, the kid suddenly bowed. Proper respect, full etiquette mode. Apologies for the late introduction, the kid said smoothly. I am Tianjun of the Nangong clan. Yep, makes perfect sense. Right now, he is just known as the Thunder Dragon. Yang Chen instantly returned the greeting, keeping it professional. I am Qin Yang Chen of the Qin family. It is an absolute honor to cross paths with brother Nangong here. Tianjun rubbed the back of his neck, suddenly looking super shy. Oh, no honor at all, you flatter me, haha. But then, total 180. His eyes went dead cold as ice and absolutely terrifying. A dark smirk crept onto Tianjun's face. So tell me, why exactly are you traveling with my sister? Yang Chen flinched, completely caught off guard by the sudden switch. We just bumped into each other on the road to Sichuan. Decided to travel together, that is it. And right at that exact second, the realization finally hit Nangong Fei. She had been totally scammed. Oh, she was pissed. You literally told me you were not going to Sichuan, she yelled. And I walked all the way here because of you. Xue'e, finally feeling the awkward tension, just kept her mouth shut. Then Tianjun deliberately stepped closer to Yang Chen. My sister has clearly caused you a lot of trouble, Tianjun said smoothly. We have actually rented out quite a few rooms. Would you care to stay with us? Yang Chen waved it off instantly. No worries, just doing the right thing. But inside, yeah, no thanks. I am cutting ties with this crazy girl right here, and now he thought, I will just find a room somewhere else. But then Mao Yan walked up looking absolutely miserable with a terrible update. Young master, there is not a single vacant room left in town. Yang Chen did not even blink. Fine. Tell them to set up the tents. Mao Yan groaned in pure defeat. Sir, we have been camping for days straight. The servants are utterly exhausted. Are you seriously going to make us sleep out in the dirt again? Against that kind of logic, Yang Chen really had no counter-argument. He caved. All right, fine. I guess we will impose on you for one night. But here's the crazy part. The very first thing Nangong Fei did in the original timeline when she turned into a demon, she slaughtered her entire clan. Her own little brother, the clan head, every single disciple, completely wiped them out. That absolute bloodbath earned her the legendary title, the Demon Empress of the Sword. Her infamy skyrocketed after that. And honestly, back then, our boy always wondered just how deep her hatred for her family ran to do something so sick. But looking at her right now, hanging out with a thunder dragon, there is zero tension. It honestly looks even more complicated than his own messy family drama with Qin Yeshu. And the wildest part is the Nangong clan's ultimate technique, the Emperor's sword form. Her mastery over it actually looked way stronger than her brother's. Yet somehow, zero rumors about her. No grand titles, nothing at all. Her brother seemed totally normal too. So what exactly goes wrong in the future? And speak of the devil, the kid showed up right on cue. Honestly, this guy appears faster than a summoned ghost. Yang Chen put on a polite smile and greeted him warmly. Tianjun, did you sleep well? Seriously, thanks for letting us crash in such a nice room. But the kid, pure ice. He did not even look at Yang Chen, deliberately shoulder-checking him with actual force as he walked right past. His face twisted into a massive scowl. Damn it. You really need to learn your place, trash, he hissed. Talk about giving someone whiplash. This complete Jekyll and Hyde personality flip had our main character absolutely stunned, like jaw on the floor level of shocked. He had zero idea what the heck was going on. Then Tianjun leaned in close. I was going to let it slide, just this once. But clearly, you do not understand the massive gap in our status. You are nowhere near worthy to even speak to my sister. I do not know how you manipulated her, but if this ever happens again, I will slice you perfectly in half. And that annoying brat who rode on her back too. Right at that intense, terrifying moment, a door creaked open. Nangong Fei rubbed her eyes, stepping out. Tianjun is that. Before she could even finish, the kid instantly snapped back into sunshine mode. Haha man, getting a good night's sleep feels absolutely amazing. And it is such a profound joy to host the young master of the Qin family. He then literally grabbed his sister by the shoulders, shoving her away. Let's go grab some breakfast, sis. Ha ha ha. Nangong Fei was utterly clueless. Wait a second, she protested as she was pushed away. Yang Chen just stood there totally speechless. This world? Absolutely insane. Nothing but two-faced lunatics everywhere. He actually started wondering if he was the only sane person left alive. Then Mao Yan walked up. Did you sleep well, young master? Just now the people from the Nangong clan. Before he could even finish, Yang Chen shut that down fast. Yeah, do me a huge favor and never mention them again. When exactly are we packing up to leave, he asked. Everything is totally prepped, sir. We can head out right after breakfast. Yang Chen let out a massive sigh of relief. I really appreciate that at least you are acting somewhat normal. Mao Yan just blinked, looking completely baffled by that totally random compliment. Normal? What did that even mean? Anyway, let's just eat fast and get the heck out of here, Yang Chen declared. His mind was already racing. He needed to put as much distance between himself and this psychotic Nangong family as physically possible. But you know how fate works, right, total troll? Because the very first thing he saw in the dining hall is Xue'e happily having breakfast with Nangong Fei. Like best friends level of cozy, spotting him, Nangong Fei gave an awkward wave. Sorry about earlier, I could not properly say hi. Xue'e, literally stuffing her cheeks like a chipmunk, mumbled out. Oh, you made it. The steamed buns here are god tier, come eat. If you want more, you can totally have my portion, Yang Chen just groaned. Are we seriously forced to eat together right now? Xue'e can sit with me. But you really should not be sitting here. Without missing a beat, he grabbed his plate, and he deliberately moved to a table completely out of her blast radius. Shouldn't you be over there eating with your own people, he asked. I am just sitting nearby, she defended. Yeah, but your little brother is currently glaring at me with actual murder in his eyes. Nangong Fei blinked, completely shocked. She spun her head around to look. No way, he's the sweetest kid, he would never act like that. But oh man, let me tell you, the reality of the situation was completely different. The second she looked, the kid's face shifted from pure demonic rage to angelic innocence so fast it gave you whiplash. Even his own bodyguard sitting next to him looked absolutely disturbed by the Oscar-worthy performance. Dude was basically a master of emotional manipulation. Seriously, it was utterly terrifying. Yang Chen just stared thinking, is this guy mentally stable at all? I have no clue what his endgame is, but I swear on my life, this is the very last time I am ever interacting with these psychos until the Tang Clan weapon exhibition. After choking down exactly 2 bites of his food, Yang Chen abruptly stood up. All right, I am heading out early. Nangong Fei looked super confused. Wait, you haven't even finished eating. Oh, I'm totally full, he lied incredibly smoothly. But let's be real, full he barely ate anything. But sitting in that horribly tense atmosphere, the food felt like literal sawdust. Better to just bail than suffer through it. Let's make this a permanent goodbye, he thought. God, this is so annoying. He quickly flagged down Xue'e to leave with him. And just to make absolutely sure the crazy sword lady did not try to follow them out, he threw her a bone. Seriously, take your time and finish your food. Absolutely no rush. Nangong Fei just sat there looking completely lost and totally oblivious. But then, out of nowhere, the thick, heavy stench of demonic energy hit her nose like a brick wall. Nangong Fei instantly pinched her nose in pure disgust. But get this, that terrifying demonic aura was actually radiating heavily all around her, growing stronger by the second. Then a sweet voice cut through. Sister, we are all sitting over there. Why are you here alone? Hearing this, Fei Namgong's expression drops. Yeah, their relationship definitely on the rocks right now. Meanwhile, Tianjun is literally vibrating with pure murderous rage, just waiting for an answer. Completely over it, Fei brushes him off. I just sat where it was closest. Tianjun glares. Sit in the right spot next time, sure, whatever. But honestly, Fei's eyes are completely locked onto Yang Chen's group. Without another word, she stands up and just walks away. Tianjun is left absolutely stunned. Sister, you haven't even finished eating. Fei doesn't even look back. I am heading to the carriage to rest. Leaving Tianjun standing there looking like an absolute fool. By this point, Fei has already made her way over to Yang Chen's crew. Xue'e's face completely lights up. Wow, big sister. But wait for it. Someone here is definitely not thrilled to see Fei right now. Yup, is our protagonist Yang Chen. Why the hell are you following me again? Back inside Tianjun. Oh, he is absolutely pissed. Cracking his knuckles, face twisted in pure rage. I despise anyone who gets in my way. Just you wait. Meanwhile, chilling in the carriage, Yang Chen frowns. Excuse me, but why exactly are you stalking us? Fei doesn't even blink. I am not following you. I am escorting you. Classic excuse. Yang Chen just points straight back at Tianjun's carriage. Forget that. Why are you sitting in here? Your guy is literally right over there. And speaking of that guy, Tianjun is glaring daggers at our MC right now. Noticing the heavy tension, Xue'e flashes a massive smile to try and lighten the mood. Hee, I am the one who brought her here. Please do not be mad at her, young master. But plot twist, that does absolutely nothing to help. In fact, it just makes Yang Chen lose his mind. He leans out the window, shouting, Where is the guard? Kick both of these girls out right now. The guard just awkwardly chuckles. No need to kick them out, sir. We are already here. And just like that, whether he liked his travel buddies or not, they had finally arrived in Sichuan territory. One glance, you instantly know this place is loaded. Massive, luxurious estates stacked next to each other, glowing under the bright lights. The Sichuan Tang sect, a legendary righteous faction that's ruled this area for centuries. Sure, against the sharp blades of the Namgong family, the raw power of the Pang clan, or the elegance of the Murong family, the Tang sect might seem a little weaker on paper. But here is the catch. They are the absolute undisputed kings of poisons and hidden weapons. Their massive weapon exhibition proves exactly how terrifying they are. Our MC thinks fast. I need to find that treasure within 3 days before this entire exhibition wraps up. All I know is that it is somewhere here in Sichuan. Sounds easy, right? But seriously, how the hell am I supposed to search a city this gigantic? If I can't find it, I might have to leak some intel to the beggars sect for help. I really need to move fast. While his brain is spinning, Xue'e suddenly gasps. Wow. Our protagonist literally jumps out of his skin. Yang Chen is just totally confused. Wait, why is she even still here? Xue's eyes are sparkling with pure wonder. This is my first time ever being up so incredibly high. The breeze is amazing. Look, young master, the fireflies are dancing under the moon. Sister Fei told me there is a super beautiful lake right over there. Without even waiting for an answer, she grabs Yang Chen's hand and drags him along, completely thrilled. Come check it out with me. So bathed in moonlight, our duo goes to see this famous lake. But calling this a lake is a massive understatement. They both freeze completely. Yang Chen lightly knocks Xue'e on the head. You weren't kidding. It is massive. Like absolutely ridiculously gigantic. This is just unbelievable. Exactly how rich and powerful does a faction have to be to literally fit an entire forest inside their private territory? Suddenly, you can see the exact moment a crazy playful idea pops right into Xue's head. Yang Chen is just utterly speechless when she calls out, Hee, young master, guess where I am hiding right now. Honestly, she is way too adorable for her own good. But seriously, a blind person could spot her hiding there. Completely used to her antics, Yang Chen just deadpans. Cut it out. Xue'e pouts. Fine, I just wanted to cheer you up. Cold as ice, Yang Chen replies. You can't help me with this, so stop worrying about it. But Xue'e is totally stubborn. No way, if you just tell me. Maybe I actually could help you. Oh really? Fine. If someone wanted to hide a massive treasure in a place this big, where would they put it? She frowns, totally annoyed. Why would they even hide it? That is so selfish, Yang Chen sighs. See, I didn't ask you to be my cheerleader. But right in the middle of their chat, a sharp voice cuts through the air. Who are you? Outsiders are strictly forbidden here. Hearing that voice, Yang Chen freezes. How could he forget her when talking about the Tang sect, the legend who single-handedly blocked an army of thousands of demonic cultivators? A girl with striking green hair wearing an entirely green outfit glaring at them. I said, who are you? Living up to her reputation, this is the legendary poison phoenix Xue'e Tang. The exact same woman he murdered in his past life. A brutal memory hits Yang Chen. Standing in a massive, sickening pool of blood. Right in front of him, she was tied up, finally meeting her end by his hands. Back then, his voice was absolute ice. It is over, isn't it, Poison Phoenix? At that point, her eyes had already been completely destroyed. She could only track people by feeling their breath and hearing their voice. At death's door, and she still had the nerve to smile. She whispered, "Is that you?" Yang Chen was totally disgusted. Idiotic. Your sect members abandoned you ages ago. Did you really think that holding out here all alone would actually change anything? She calmly replied. Nothing will change. Then why fight? So what brings you here? Dumb question. I am here to end your pathetic life. Not even flinching, she just let out a soft laugh. I know. I am sorry. Yang Chen grabbed her throat, squeezing hard. Sorry. You are apologizing to a demonic cultivator. Have you completely lost your mind? She just smiled. Yeah, I think I actually went insane. It took losing my eyes to finally see things clearly. I should have let go way sooner. Enough garbage talk. Are those seriously your famous last words? She kept going. I know this is selfish, but if the world still had a little more time, would you? But before she could finish, Yang Chen snapped her neck with pure brutal force, blood splashing absolutely everywhere, and just like that, game over. Sending her straight to the afterlife without a second thought, mission accomplished. Yang Chen turned to leave, staring at his own blood-soaked hands. Those same hands had ended countless lives before. He just stood there disgusted by the blood on his skin. Snap back to reality. The Poison Phoenix is yelling. Why the hell are you ignoring me? Our protagonist is still spacing out. Right, she is still the terrifying Poison Phoenix right now. Seeing him stay silent, she loses it. If you don't start talking, I am calling the guards immediately. But wait, before she can finish, someone places a hand firmly on her shoulder. And who is stepping in? None other than Fei Namgang. I have no idea what Fei just whispered into her ear, but the Phoenix instantly calms down. Ah, why didn't you tell me sooner? Fei shrugs perfectly. You literally never asked me. Total attitude flip. She bows politely. I am Xue'e Tang of the Tang sect. I apologize for raising my voice at an honored guest of our family. Yang Chen nods. I am Yang Chen. Forgive my silence, you caught me completely off guard. Xue'e frowns again. So why are you here? Outsiders definitely are not allowed in this area. While these two are sizing each other up, Fei is reluctantly getting dragged into Xue's playful little games. That girl, always completely innocent, literally acting like a little kid. Meanwhile, Yang Chen drops a perfect counter. But Fei is an outsider too, isn't she? Xue'e immediately snaps back. My sect elders already approved her, so it is completely fine. Yang Chen just smirks internally. Yeah, she definitely wants me gone. I am out of here. She hasn't even let me in yet. Petty much. Well, he was planning to leave regardless. Yang Chen politely cupped his hands together. Since the young lady insists, I have no choice but to accept. I will be taking my leave now. And just like that, Yang Chen and Xue'e turned their backs and walked away, leaving Namgang, Fei, and Tang Xiaoyu standing there completely dumbfounded. Tang Xiaoyu immediately started grumbling. That Yang Chen is unbelievably rude, isn't he? Namgang Fei just looked at Tang Xiaoyu's flushed face and smirked. Tang Xiaoyu, why are you glaring at him so hard? Crushing on him already, Tang Xiaoyu instantly snapped back. Who would ever like a guy like him? I can't stand how he refuses to apologize even after I pointed out exactly what he did wrong. Does he think having a pretty face lets him get away with everything? I absolutely despise arrogant. Yerks. She was talking tough about his looks, but her heart totally betraying her right now. The words were already out and she definitely couldn't take them back. Tang Xiaoyu's face turned completely red as she awkwardly tried to explain herself. Wait, no, I mean I called him handsome. Wait, scratch that. I meant. Hearing her stumble over her words actually made Namgang Fei pause and think about it. She remembered his annoying face and couldn't help but wonder to herself. God, he might be handsome, but his attitude is the absolute worst. I just want to punch him in the face, handsome or not. He was infuriating. Tang Xiaoyue kept muttering to herself as she stomped off. You know a guy could be ugly, but if he is gentle, that is way better. This guy just has a decent face, that is all. Flash forward to the next morning. After a totally chaotic night, the sun finally came up on a brand new day. The sun was already high in the sky, bringing some warm vibes. Yang Chen pushed his door open, his mind strictly on business. The Tang family's weapon exhibition is tomorrow. I need to spend the rest of my time grinding and leveling up. But literally the second he opened his eyes, he bumped into the exact people he desperately wanted to avoid today. Standing right there in front of his room, completely uninvited, Nangang Fei and Tianjun. Perfect timing. Not. Yang Chen frowned, totally annoyed. Why are you guys here again? Fei awkwardly mumbled, food. Yang Chen was completely lost. Are you kidding me? What food? Tianjun put on his fakest smile. Ah, the Tang sect invited us for a meal. We figured it would be great if young Master Yang came along, so we dropped by. Yang Chen's face was completely deadpan. Is that so? Thanks, but I am actually a lot shyer than I look. Our boy thought to himself. I literally just told you to take a hint and get lost. You guys are an eyesore. Nangang Fei didn't catch the drift at all and just stood there frozen. But out of nowhere, Tianjun made his move. He grabbed Yang Chen's arm and brought out the Oscar-worthy acting. Oh, come on, don't be like that. Come with us. What a completely fake snake. Our main character frowned, highly annoyed. Are you kidding me? Right now, I literally just said no. If I say no, are you gonna threaten me and forcibly drag me there? Just thinking about it, a terrifying dark aura suddenly exploded from our protagonist. The overwhelming pressure radiated outwards so insanely fast that Tianjun felt it instantly and completely froze up. Yang Chen spoke up, his voice chilling. Wow, you really are. Suddenly, Tianjun felt ice-cold fear shoot straight down his spine. His whole body went completely stiff. Even our main character was a little surprised by the guy's terrified reaction, cursing in his head. Damn it, fine, I will go. He forced a painfully awkward smile and said, since you two insist so much, it would be extremely rude of me to decline. Besides, right then, our boy threw his arm around Tianjun's shoulder, dragging him along like they were absolute best bros. Yang Chen leaned in and whispered, listen here, young master. You better learn how to control your facial expressions. Your precious big sister is staring right at you, didn't you know? Our main character, an absolute masterclass troll. Hearing that Tianjun was absolutely boiling with rage, but he couldn't do a single thing against this brat. He gritted his teeth, swallowing his pride. Right, thanks for agreeing to come. You are too kind, since you put it that way. I guess I really have no choice. Fast forward a bit and the whole crew quickly arrived at the dining hall. But looking at the food in front of them, absolutely wild. Every single dish was glowing blood red, smelling like pure concentrated chili. How was anyone supposed to eat this? Even the steamed buns were completely red. This was just pure torture. Our boy stared blankly, thinking, I know Sichuan is famous for its spicy food, but does every single dish have to be this insane? How am I even supposed to eat this? Then the young master of the Tang family, Tang Zhouyi, spoke up. Come on, brothers, please dig in. I hope the food suits your taste. Yang Chen looked at the massive feast, completely torn. He didn't even know where to start. He thought to himself, the bun probably isn't that spicy, right? It looks a little less red than the rest. First time seeing a red bun, honestly. But just as he was about to take a bite, our boy locked eyes with Tang Xiaoyue. His mood instantly dropped. Why is she looking at me like that again? In my past life, she always gave me that exact same look. But why is she still doing it in this life too? Pushing the thought aside, he took a massive bite of the bun. Instant regret. The spice literally ripped through his guts. His face turned bright red, practically crying internally. Holy hell, why is it so spicy? And I can't even spit it out. Meanwhile, Tang Xiaoyu was busy staring at Yang Chen's reaction. But let's be real, the food was insanely hot. Even Tang Xiaoyu was sitting there with a bright red face, basically breathing actual fire out of her mouth. You can only imagine the absolute agony. Our main character was panting heavily, tongue sticking out. How is it this spicy, damn it? But right at that moment, a delicate pretty hand slid a cup of water right in front of him. Here, drink this water. Talk about perfect timing, an absolute lifesaver is here. Yang Chen quickly grabbed the cup, not forgetting to thank her. Thank you seriously. But while he was chugging the water, Nangang Fei suddenly placed a piece of fish into his bowl, and she said, try this one. It is really not spicy at all. Our main character was totally thrown off. Miss, why are you doing this? Fei just shrugged it off. Doing what? Just eat it. It is not a big deal at all. But watching this little romantic moment unfold right in front of him, somebody was literally shaking with rage. How could he even swallow his food now? Tianjun was absolutely furious but completely powerless to stop it. Oh, he was beyond salty. The guy took all his anger out on the chopsticks in his hand. Snap, he crushed them into tiny pieces with sheer grip strength. Tang Zhouyi, sitting right next to him, noticed and said, whoa, I guess these chopsticks are a bit low quality. Tianjun awkwardly covered it up. Oh no, it is not that. I just tend to use way too much force when I hold them. At the same time, Tang Xiaoyu was stealthily tiptoeing closer to Yang Chen's side, even though she was trying to be super quiet. Our boy instantly caught on to her suspicious movements. Tang Xiaoyu was trying her absolute best not to make a single sound. But come on, did she really think she could sneak up on a pro like him? Not happening. Yang Chen suddenly spoke up without looking. Do you have something to tell me? That completely jump-scared Tang Xiaoyu. She stuttered out, what? No, definitely not. Our main character just smirked and teased her. Your face says otherwise. By now, Tang Xiaoyu was blushing uncontrollably, completely flustered. Yang Chen leaned in closer. Huh, what was that? You are mumbling. I can't hear you at all. Driven by pure embarrassment, Tang Xiaoyu finally blurted out, do you have someone you like yet? A little while later, Tianjun spoke up again. Brother Tang, is that a training ground over there? Tang Zhouyi nodded. Yeah, it is an exclusive arena just for the main bloodline members. Did I not show you guys around last time? Even though it gets renovated all the time, nobody really uses it. We all have our own private arenas anyway. Hearing this, a sneaky idea popped right into Tianjun's head as he asked. Mind if we go take a look? The Tang family heir smiled. Oh sure, we are all done eating anyway, so let's head over. But our main character, his radar was already going off. He instantly suspected Tianjun was up to no good, thinking to himself, good grief, what is this guy scheming now? Planning some dirty tricks again, aren't we? The whole group made their way down to the massive training ground below. Standing right in the middle of it, Tianjun acted amazed. Wow, this place is huge. Absolutely massive. Tang Zhouyi casually replied, rumor has it the ancestors originally wanted to build it even bigger. Tang Xiaoyu and I used to spar here all the time, but we are older now. So she doesn't really want to fight me anymore. Suddenly getting dragged into the conversation, Tang Xiaoyu yelled out in pure embarrassment, brother, what are you even talking about? Meanwhile, who knows what Yang Chen was thinking, but he just mumbled. Yeah, I get it. Tang Xiaoyu was suddenly trembling and stuttering. It is just. Yang Chen thought to himself, thank God I don't have a little sister like her. Out of nowhere, Tianjun chimed in. Perfect timing for a post-meal workout. Hearing this, Yang Chen just rolled his eyes. Are you kidding me? What workout? I literally couldn't even eat anything. Then Tianjun grabbed a sword in his hand, turned directly to Yang Chen and challenged him. So young Master Yang, what do you say? Care to spar with me for a round? He flashed the most scheming, villainous smile ever. Seeing that incredibly punchable face, Yang Chen immediately knew. I knew it. This punk has a hidden agenda. Just looking at that face is enough to tell. You really think I'm gonna play right into your hands? Yang Chen just waved it off laughing. Me fight brother, lay long, no way man. I'll pass. But before he could finish, someone else panicked even harder. They literally jumped in front of him. Stop. Tianjun and young Master Qin. The age and power gap is massive. How is this even a fair fight? And what if his handsome face gets ruined? Yeah, the girl freaking out. None other than Xue'e. Oh, and Xiaoyu was there too. Looked like she was totally crushing on him. Our boy was honestly pretty shocked. Tianjun just smirked. Relax. We won't use any internal energy. Just a pure physical spar. Happy now. He gave this incredibly arrogant grin. Well, scared Yang Chen had to hold back a laugh. Absolute joke. Fighting me without using energy? Is this guy literally insane? Still, Yang Chen played along and answered. You sure about that, Lei Long? Gonna actually keep your word? That's when Zhou Yi decided to interrupt. Young Master Qin, Tianjun is your senior. Watch your tone. Hearing that, Tianjun's smirk only grew wider. Ha, is that so? Let's just see what you're actually made of then. His face dripping with absolute confidence. But who's going to be the actual winner here? Still totally up in the air. The duel was officially on. Our guys stepped up to the arena. Tianjun sneered, go ahead. I'll even let you take the first strike. Yang Chen chuckled right back. Nah, be my guest. Tianjun's expression darkened instantly. He was absolutely fuming. Fine, then don't blame me for what happens next. With that, he charged forward, sword raised, completely unhinged. But Yang Chen, he's no rookie. First strike comes in, he just effortlessly tilts his body, dodging the brutal slash. Tianjun was low-key shocked by his reflexes. But whatever. He just kept swinging, launching an absolute barrage of attacks. Our boy just kept dodging. Total defensive mode. Why, he was analyzing the guy's sword style, looking for the perfect opening. Meanwhile, Tianjun was scheming. Those first two hits, just a distraction. Now here comes the real finisher. Cocky little punk, who do you think you are? Right then, Tianjun secretly flared up his internal energy. Cheater. It turned into a total cat and mouse game on the field. One aggressively striking the other, dodging with impossible fluid grace. Xue'e watched from a distance, completely locked in. See, ever since she was a kid, she was kind of built different. While normal kids played with puppies or kittens, she was obsessed with apex predators. We're talking tigers, wolves, absolute beasts. She loved that savage look in their eyes. The way they growled, bearing those razor-sharp fangs, ready to rip apart prey. That raw alpha predator energy, the kind of overwhelming presence that makes every other animal terrified to even get close. When a girl has taste that hardcore, finding romance is tough, she'd always wonder, where are the real macho men at? She just wanted to find her perfect match at the Tang Weapon Expo. What about Tianjun, you ask? Please. Why do girls even like these pretty boy types? She wanted a guy with some actual grit and wild energy. She thought she'd never find her dream guy. But now, oh boy, her heart was absolutely hammering in her chest. No, this is bad. I'm just confused, she told herself. Probably just had a little too much to drink right. By tomorrow, he'll look totally average like all the rest. But nope, the next morning she literally couldn't look away. Was this actual love at first sight? Seriously, her eyes were glued to him. Like a magnet she couldn't break. He's so gorgeous, she thought. Probably can't handle spicy food, but still flawless. Even the way he drank water looked ridiculously cool. You know what they say, love is totally blind. When you're crushing hard, even the most basic stuff looks completely majestic. Before she even realized it, Xue'e was practically glued to Yang Chen's side. She straight up could not control herself. She had absolutely zero clue why she was acting so crazy. Her entire face turned bright red, pure awkward panic mode. But hey, if this was real love. Time to shoot her shot. Xue'e gathered literally all her courage and asked, "Excuse me, do you happen to be seeing anyone?" Hearing that, Xue'e snapped right back to reality in sheer panic. Out of nowhere, boom, a blinding flash of light shot right past them. Even Xue'e was totally clueless about what just happened. A wooden sword suddenly snapped in half, crashing right where they were standing. But Xue'e, her eyes were literally sparkling. Pure, unadulterated admiration. So this is what falling in love feels like. Meanwhile, the rest of the crowd was completely mind-blown. Like, what the heck was even happening? And the most shocked person in the room, our arrogant friend Tianjun. A competitive guy like him swallowing this brutal reality, not a chance. Our main character just laughed, totally enjoying the show. See my real power now. Yep, that's what you get for celebrating way too early, pal. Classic rookie mistake. And Xue'e, officially obsessed. Completely down bad. She just stared at him with this wild, intense new feeling she'd never known. She slapped her hands over her mouth. Pure horror. And honestly, I don't blame her. Tianjun's face was completely drained of blood, pale as a ghost and hurting bad. So much for acting tough, right? Go ahead, keep running your mouth now. The pain he was experiencing, unimaginable. The kind of absolute agony you can't even put into words. Tianjun just collapsed, clutching his family jewels like his life depended on it. And Yang Chen, oh, our guy, was loving every second of it. He crouched right down next to him, grinning like an absolute menace, just rubbing salt right into the wound. Hey now, don't tell me your little buddy down there is permanently broken, he laughed. Meanwhile, Tianjun was literally rolling on the floor, groaning, screaming, completely destroyed. Yang Chen leaned in closer. Even while dying of pain, Tianjun tried to curse at him. You bastard, but Yang Chen just smirked. Still talking trash, guess it's not fully broken yet. Shaking like a leaf, Tianjun tried to act intimidating. You dirty coward, don't play innocent. I'm going to expose exactly what you did and ruin your entire reputation. Tianjun just refused to accept defeat. But Yang Chen wasn't playing games anymore. His voice went dead cold. How many people have you killed? Boom. Tianjun froze. Jaw dropped, completely speechless. Got to be at least a few dozen, right, Tianjun? Talk about hitting a nerve. The guy was visibly shaking now, terrified because Yang Chen could see right through his body count. He stammered, What are you talking about? Zero hesitation. Yang Chen grabbed him by the back of his collar, hoisted him up, and violently twisted his arm behind his back. The look on Yang Chen's face, absolute zero emotion. Completely unfazed. Poor Tianjun was already dealing with the worst groin strike in history, and now his arm was being snapped. Pure physical torture. That's when Tang Xue'e finally stepped in to play peacekeeper. Young master, taking it this far. This isn't a friendly spar anymore. But our protagonist, he just shrugged it off. Oh, so him channeling lethal energy into his sword wasn't enough. You didn't feel his killing intent. Don't give me that excuse about him being young and reckless. This guy is literally older than me. Tang Xue'e frowned, clearly annoyed. He is the heir of the Nangong family. If you keep pushing this, you know exactly the kind of nightmare you're bringing down on yourself, right? Yang Chen clapped back instantly. The only reason he's still breathing is because he's a Nangong. Switch our positions right now and tell me what he would have done. Silence. Tang Xue'e was completely stumped. Checkmate. At that point, Tang just covered his eyes and looked away, basically pretending he didn't see anything. Yang Chen had a free pass to do whatever he wanted, and Tianjun just had to swallow his pride and suffer. Couldn't fight back. Couldn't throw a punch. Just total helpless defeat. A second later, a blood-curdling scream echoed through the entire arena. The sound of pure soul-crushing regret. And Yang Chen, he just dusted off his hands like he'd taken out the trash. But then reality hit him. His face went pale. Oh crap. I definitely just started a massive war, didn't I? How am I going to explain crippling the Nangong family's golden boy to the elders, he thought. Actually, if I just tell them exactly what happened, they might let it slide. Wait, no. They might actually praise me for it, plus, I've got witnesses. He started it, not me. Suddenly, a hand grabbed his sleeve out of nowhere. He spun around, completely startled. Whoa, who's that? It was Nangong Fei, just staring at him with big eyes. Tell me your real name, she demanded. Yang Chen looked annoyed. What I already told you. It's Keen Destroyer. Nangong Fei didn't even blink. Liar. Her deadpan reaction caught him completely off guard. How does she know? He thought. Then he sighed. Okay, so you figured it out. What now? Gonna try and get revenge for your brother? But her expression didn't change a single bit. Her reaction was so weird. Her brother just got destroyed and she literally couldn't care less. Family drama goes deep here, clearly. She stepped closer. Your real name. What is it? She leaned in, way too close. We all know this classic trope. Our boy just froze, swallowing hard before forcing himself to act cool and composed. Why are you talking to me so casually? He asked. She blushed slightly, stumbling over her words. Your name. If I tell you, will you stop following me? She nodded super fast. Honestly, he just wanted her off his back. So he cleared his throat and struck a cool pose. I am Yang Chen. Instantly, she looked like she'd been struck by lightning. Total fangirl mode. Wait, seriously, she fell head over heels just from hearing his name. Her cheeks turned bright red as she just stood there whispering it over and over. Yang Chen. Yang Chen. A little while later, Yang Chen was finally walking back to his room. Well, since I put the Nangong kid in the hospital, I guess skipping the rest of the martial arts tournament is actually a smart move. Thank God I get a day off. Fighting is exhausting, he rubbed his sore shoulders, his footsteps feeling heavy. But then his mind wandered to his loyal servant Mao Yan. If Mao Yan finds out I absolutely wrecked the Nangong heir, he's going to have a panic attack. He could already hear the guy screaming, Young master, you hit who? Yeah, from now until we leave, Mao Yan is going to stick to me like glue to make sure I don't start any more trouble. Yang Chen could only imagine awkwardly nodding along to the scolding. Meanwhile, back at the pavilion, Xue'e was standing by the lake, just chilling. Suddenly, Mao Yan came sprinting up, yelling his lungs out. Young master, young master. But nope. Just Xue'e standing there alone. Mao Yan looked frantic. Wait, what are you doing out here? Have you seen the young master anywhere? She just blinked. The young master? I have no idea. Mao Yan started pacing around, looking left and right like a maniac. Where did he go? Xue'e tilted her head. What's wrong? Mao Yan sighed. It's breakfast time. All the other noble families are eating, but he hasn't come back yet. It's super weird. The moment Xue'e heard the word breakfast, her eyes literally lit up like flashlights. Wait, food, she gasped. Mao Yan was in full meltdown mode, now grabbing his hair. And how the heck am I supposed to explain this to the Nangong family? This is an absolute disaster, but Xue'e, she was totally zoned out. Her eyes suddenly turned dark, pure killing intent, like she was plotting something absolutely unhinged just to get her meal. She just stood there completely terrifying, lost in thought. Now let's talk about the Jinchuanlian family. This clan ancient. We're talking hundreds of years of history. Not just martial arts legends, but the absolute biggest merchant guild in the Central Plains. They held all the wealth, produced the #1 fighter in the world. Everyone thought this legendary family was completely untouchable, until they were wiped off the map in a massive sea of blood. Nobody actually knows why they were destroyed. But the ancient texts say something huge. All their ultimate secrets are buried right under a white maple tree. And guess who's currently looking for it? Yep, Yang Chen. Where the hell is this stupid tree? He complained. He couldn't even find a regular maple, let alone a white one. Plus, it wasn't even autumn. A white maple. After all these years, that thing is probably a rotting stump by now. Tell me I'm not hunting down a fake myth. I'm starving here. Fighting all morning, and now I'm hiking up a mountain in the middle of the night. If I just had a snack, everything would be fine. He just kept grumbling to himself in the dark. Then a super familiar shadow walked up behind him, carrying a massively oversized sack on her back. Xue'e suddenly appeared out of nowhere, holding out a piece of pastry. Here, young master. Eat this. Yang Chen was completely shocked by her ninja entrance, but man, she was a lifesaver. His face lit up with pure joy. Oh, you are absolute perfection. See, Xue'e is actually super useful for stuff like this. She chimed in with this massive grin. And for the record, I am not a pig. Yang Chen just stared at the massive mountain of food on her back, completely utterly baffled. Wait, you are really gonna eat all of that? Her response, a deadpan. Yep, thank God. I was starving and actually about to head back. She giggled. See, I told you I was useful. But right then, reality finally smacked Yang Chen. His hunger had totally blinded him to one massive glaring detail. His jaw practically hit the floor. Holy crap. How the heck did you even get out here? Instead of giving a straight answer to his total freakout, Xue'e just stood there giggling like it was nothing. Just this completely innocent, pure little smile. Next thing you know, a massive feast is laid out right there and she casually explains everything. Yang Chen sighed. So, everyone is actively hunting for me because I vanished. And you came looking for me too, which is why you are here, right? Yep. But then Yang Chen caught something else. Wait, how did you even know I was on this specific mountain? Just a gut feeling, honestly, hee hee. She puffed out her chest. But hey, I am here now, so you do not need to worry about a thing, she declared, acting all high and mighty. Yang Chen just face-palmed. Please just sit down before you drop the food. Deep down, though, he was stressed. Yeah, his stomach was full, but they still had not found that ancient white maple tree. Even if they stretched these remaining food rations for another 3 days of hardcore searching, there was absolutely zero guarantee they would actually track the damn thing down out here. Time to throw in the towel, Yang Chen muttered to himself. A white maple tree surviving in early summer. Yeah, right. Literally impossible. But then Xue'e casually chimed in. Nope, I totally saw it earlier, and wow, it is gorgeous. Yang Chen just nodded along. Yeah, I bet it is gorgeous. And then he completely froze. Reality check. His brain short-circuited. He was so stunned the chicken leg literally slipped right out of his hand. He shot up like a rocket. Wait, what did you just say? You actually saw it. Xue'e did not even blink. Yeah, duh. We both looked right at it earlier. Yang Chen pointed a shaky finger at his own face, completely lost. Hold on, you were saying I saw it too. She flashed a cheeky grin. Yep, are you going senile already? It is literally stunning, hee hee. Without missing a beat, she grabbed him and dragged him straight over to the exact spot she was hyping up. When they got there, Yang Chen just stood there absolutely speechless. Let me get this straight. You were telling me that is the ancient white maple? Xue'e nodded, super proud. Yep, sure is. What was sitting right in front of them? A massive, completely dead, crusty old husk of a tree. Yang Chen was fuming, his patience completely gone. All right, that is it. Just go back home. Huh, but why? He immediately marched over, literally pulling her eyelids open. Why? So you can find a healer and fix whatever the hell is wrong with your eyesight, that is why. You were telling me that crusty thing is white, but Xue'e was not backing down even a little bit. Are your eyes broken? Look at it, it is bright white. It is definitely the white maple. Yang Chen just threw his hands up and walked away. Sure, whatever. My fault for actually trusting you. But his complete refusal to believe her. Oh, that was starting to seriously piss Xue'e off. That usual goofy, carefree vibe, she had completely vanished. I am not making this up, I swear, she whined. She stared back at that dead chunk of wood, practically begging it to prove her right. She was absolutely sticking to her guns here. I know what I saw. There is literally no way I am wrong about this. Seriously, you have to believe me. And then, things got weird. This insanely terrifying heavy aura suddenly exploded out of her. Meanwhile, Yang Chen was still totally checked out, just regretting his life choices. He knew it. Total waste of time, and he was back to square one. How on earth was he supposed to find one specific item in this massive forest before his time ran out? Honestly, taking the loss and heading back to the Keen family estate for the elders' training seemed like the smart play here. Though who knows if those old geezers would even train him right. Suddenly, our boy flinched. What the hell was that noise? He spun around, and what in the world? Somehow Xue'e had literally ripped open a massive glowing spatial rift right in front of her, and the raw energy pouring out of it, absolutely suffocating. Yang Chen's heart dropped into his stomach. He sprinted toward her, screaming, "Hey, what the heck are you doing?" He had literally zero clue what that thing was, but every instinct screamed danger. Xue'e, back away from that thing right now. Move. But she completely ignored him, slowly reaching her hand straight toward that terrifying terror in reality. Yang Chen was running fast enough to break records, panicking. Are you out of your freaking mind? Her fingertips were inches away, just a fraction of a second left. And you know how these things go, she did not stop. She made direct contact with the actual fabric of torn space. Boom. An absolute shockwave of pure terrifying energy blasted outward, violently shaking the entire forest. That tiny rift. It ripped wide open, expanding into this massive swirling void. The light shooting out was so blindingly intense that Yang Chen had to throw his arms up just to shield his eyes. After what felt like an eternity, the flash finally started to fade. But when he lowered his arms, he completely froze. Jaw on the floor. That crusty dead stump from before, it had transformed into a pristine, glowing white maple tree straight out of a legend. The entire vibe shifted. Glowing white leaves gently dancing in the wind, absolutely magical. Xue'e just turned back to him with the smudgest look ever. See, told you I was not crazy. Honestly, standing under that glowing tree, her pure innocence was seriously shining through. But our boy was way too distracted by the magical anomaly to care about aesthetics right now. Yang Chen's brain was doing backflips. How the hell did this happen? It was literally a dead log 2 seconds ago. He had no idea what this kid just did to literally tear a hole in reality. Was this some high-tier hidden mechanism hiding the secret manual? But how could this kid possibly crack it? He finally found his voice. Okay, seriously, what exact cheat code did you just use? How the heck did you turn that dead stump into this? Xue'e just blinked at him, looking totally clueless. Huh? What do you mean? I mean, how did you make the legendary tree appear out of nowhere? She just tilted her head, playing the innocent card flawlessly. Wait, what did I do? Yang Chen was losing his mind. That is exactly what I am asking you. Do not tell me you seriously have no clue. You literally just reached out and touched the fabric of space. She pointed at herself, looking confused. Me, watching her play dumbo, was literally about to give Yang Chen an aneurysm. He was furious, but what could he even do? He just waved her off, mumbling, "You know what, forget it. There is no way you pulled that off anyway." Now she was the offended one. "Excuse me, what are you saying? I literally do not understand a word you are saying." Yang Chen mentally tabled the mystery for later. Focus. They found the ancient white maple now. Where the heck were the secret records hidden? Clearly, they were not just sitting out in the open above ground. But then something caught his eye. His breath hitched. Wait a second. Is that? He carefully stepped closer to investigate. Right there in front of him, a massive bottomless vortex swirling like a spatial tornado. A hidden realm entrance. He peered over the edge, sweating. Holy crap, you are telling me I have to go down there? Before he could even finish the thought, a little foot stepped past him. Yep, that is definitely the entrance. And without a single ounce of hesitation, Xue'e yeeted herself straight into the terrifying void, ignoring Yang Chen's panic screams. She was literally having the time of her life, free-falling, yelling back. "This is so fun, I am going first. You hurry up." Yang Chen ground his teeth, absolutely fuming, but he had zero choice here. He jumped in after her. Meanwhile, this insane sequence, not private at all. Someone had been watching from the shadows the whole time. Yang Chen figured she had some kind of sixth sense about this white maple tree. He decided to roll the dice and trust her intuition one more time. "All right," he said. "Let us head that way." Xue'e literally lit up. "Wow, you are actually listening to me today. Someone is in a good mood." Yang Chen just rolled his eyes, thinking she really needed to mute herself. And so they ventured deeper into the unknown. Meanwhile, the Nangong family's tracking squad had already caught up to their location. Xue'e was racking her brain so hard her hair literally stood on end like two little Wi-Fi antennas. The further they walked, the more Yang Chen started sweating it. "Hey, are you absolutely sure about this? There is zero end in sight. And is it just me, or is that glowing pearl getting seriously dim?" "Oh, do not panic. You just have to trust me on this," Xue'e insisted. Yang Chen groaned. "Zip it, smooth talker." But then mid-step, Xue'e froze completely. A second later, she beamed. "Ta-da, we made it." Yang Chen immediately bonked her on the head. So annoying, he muttered coldly. But then, his instincts screamed. Something was very, very wrong here. What was he looking at? The pearl's light was basically dead, giving off this creepy flickering glow. The room itself, pitch black, completely empty. Not a single trace of light anywhere. It made absolutely zero sense according to the records. But while he was muttering to himself, Xue'e grabbed his shoulder, absolutely terrified. "Young master, there is." "Oh my god, what is that?" All the color drained from her face as she hid behind him. Out of the shadows, the massive silhouette of a white serpent appeared, slowly wagging its tail. Its sheer size completely swallowed them in darkness. Xue'e screamed, "Young master!" The snake was unfathomably massive. Standing right in front of it, our duo looked like absolute specks of dust. Total paralyzing shock. Talk about the worst luck imaginable. The power gap here, astronomical. What could they even do? Xue'e was trembling behind him. "Monster," she stuttered. Yang Chen kept his cool. Stay completely silent. His brain was working in overdrive. Why is a boss-level monster camping in an empty room? Based on its sheer scale, this thing had to be at least a blue-tier threat. Thank goodness it was sleeping. Maybe they could just quietly sneak out. Retreating was definitely the smart play here. But then bam! The beast's eyes snapped open, glowing like giant headlights. The massive serpent locked its terrifying gaze right onto them. Yang Chen's hair literally stood on end. "Damn it," he cursed internally. Why did it have to wake up right now? Was this really going to be a fight to the death? Because this opponent way out of their league. This was not looking good at all. The sheer size of this thing was ridiculous. The difference in power was just unfair. Yang Chen was literally shaking from the overwhelming pressure, and Xue'e definitely noticed his trembling. You could tell her gears were turning, plotting something. Meanwhile, Yang Chen clenched his teeth in pure frustration. He finally got a second chance at a peaceful life. He refused to die here. Going down swinging was the only option. He balled his fists. A massive surge of powerful energy erupted from his body. He looked ready to tear this beast apart with his bare hands. But suddenly, a voice echoed through the room. "Little brat, pull back your aura." Yang Chen's jaw dropped. "Holy crap, you can speak human." The serpent calmly replied, "I have no intention of harming you. How in the world does a monster talk? The snake let out a booming laugh. Haha, you call me a monster? I am actually curious. You do not have the Lian family bloodline, so how did you get in here? Hearing this, Yang Chen shot a quick look at Xue'e, thought for a split second, and spoke up. I just stumbled upon this place. Pure coincidence. The snake seemed genuinely surprised by his rock-solid confidence. It opened its massive jaws into a grin. Oh, is that so? Then what brings a kid like you to this absolute wasteland? Yang Chen played it cool. Just wandering. No ultimate goal here, but internally he was stressing. If this thing was tied to the Jinchuan Lian family, there was no way it would let them walk away. Wait a minute, did he just use polite honorifics with a giant snake? The serpent chuckled. Haha, right. What a shame. There is nothing left here for you to claim anyway, kid. Let me ask you this. What are your thoughts on fate? The snake flicked its massive tongue, leaning dangerously close to Yang Chen's face. The pressure was absolutely suffocating. He mentally slapped himself. Stay calm, do not panic. There had to be a way out of this. He looked right back at it and scoffed. Why are you asking such a ridiculous question? The snake paused, shook its head, and then burst into absolute hysterical laughter. Yang Chen was speechless. What was happening? Was this ancient beast just going senile? Still laughing, the snake finally calmed down. Haha, you are right. That was a rather bizarre thing to ask. The second you stepped foot in here, they already knew you would never leave alive. In the end, everything turns to dust anyway. So why hold on to any regrets? Especially when stepping into this bottomless abyss. Playing the fool, Yang Chen forced a smile. Well then, we will just be on our way. But before he could even turn around, a glowing yellow orb dropped right out of the beast. Yang Chen blinked. What in the world was that? The snake's voice echoed again. Consider this a reward for entertaining this old man. It is going to end up in someone else's hands eventually anyway. Might as well give it to you. Yang Chen froze. A magic stone. There was no way, the snake continued. If you carry this item, you will adapt to it far better than anyone else. Yang Chen crouched down and without a second thought scooped up the core. He was about to ask what exactly he was carrying, but instantly the stone reacted. He grimaced. Hold on, this feeling is way too familiar. What is this? It definitely does not have the normal aura of a magic stone. Is this the heaven-absorbing demonic art again? But no, this feels completely different. Suddenly, a small hand pressed against his back. It was Xue'e. She was channeling her raw inner energy straight into him. Turns out our girl had been hiding some serious power this whole time. Yang Chen immediately felt the relief, muttering in confusion, Who is doing that? Her hand slowly pulled away. Yang Chen collapsed flat onto the ground. Thanks to her insane support, he successfully absorbed the beast's gift. But clearly that much power was way too much for his current body to handle. The snake watched closely. Are you satisfied now? Suddenly, Xue'e's entire vibe flipped. You have absolutely zero right to judge whether I am satisfied or not. Boom! An overwhelmingly intense aura exploded from Xue'e, that weak, innocent girl from 5 minutes ago, gone. Replaced by an absolute powerhouse who looked ready to conquer the world. She kept pushing more life force into Yang Chen. The snake warned her, Do you know what happens when you drain your life energy like that? If you push it this far, you will not just end up fainting this time. Xue'e did not even blink. I know. The snake sighed. Then why bring so much baggage into this place? Is this truly your final choice? Xue'e fired back. Why? Are you actually clueless or just playing dumb? Actually, I understand it too perfectly, which makes this hurt even more. So let me ask you, why would you hand over such a priceless treasure to a kid you literally just met? The snake replied softly, just a passing whim, waiting for someone who is never coming. It is the loneliest existence there is. I just wanted to let it all go. As it spoke, the massive serpent's skin began peeling away. A full-on shedding process. Xue'e reached out, catching the falling scales with tears in her eyes. Fate is so cruel. But seeing you made me rethink everything. You absolute fool. Her tears fell, splashing directly onto Yang Chen's face. And just like that, he jolted awake. Still deeply emotional, Xue'e whispered. He was terrified of losing his second chance at life, yet he still stood up to protect me. Keep it, Yang Chen, but for now, give it back. I am going to need to borrow that power just a little bit longer. The danger wasn't over yet, not even close. And that danger Serena was talking about, some absolute idiot from the Vance family. He strutted in super arrogant, smirking. You sound like you knew I was coming. When did you figure it out? Serena didn't even flinch, her expression completely bored. The exact second you stepped in to help that useless Vance family trash. I knew. The assassin literally burst out laughing at her. Ha ha, that is absolutely hilarious. This is exactly why you little brats, climbing random mountains in the middle of the freaking night, and wandering into weird, creepy caves like this one. You're already completely exhausted just from walking here, aren't you? Yet you actually had the nerve to fight my young master. Honestly, it's completely unbelievable. Guess I'll just handle this quietly. Just hand that kid over to me, and I'll let you live. Sound good, Serena's voice dropped. Ice cold. Is this the Vance family's order, or just yours? The Vance family lackey just grinned. He suddenly swung his blade, stopping the sharp edge right against Serena's neck. Are you seriously not getting the picture yet? How dare you speak so disrespectfully about someone entirely out of your league? You absolute idiot. Serena. Oh, she was so badass right here. She gently raised a single finger, tapping his deadly blade. He looked confused, then sneered. Fine. If you're going to be stubborn, I have no choice. In that case, but he couldn't even finish his sentence. Boom, a blinding flash of orange light ripped through the air. The speed, unbelievable. The Vance family lackey couldn't even blink, let alone react. It was literally fast as lightning. Clean off. His arm was completely severed. He never even saw the attack coming. The guy just stood there for a split second before screaming in absolute pure agony. Ah, Serena just raised her hand, totally unbothered. Sheesh, keep it down. Countless glowing swords suddenly appeared, hovering around Serena in midair. Wait for it. Her true power was finally leaking out. The overwhelming aura of the world's absolute strongest fighter slowly began to reveal itself. Serena frowned, looking genuinely annoyed. You really shouldn't disturb someone who's having a good sleep. Oh, he was totally dead meat now. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. But wait, let's rewind a few hours. Under a bright glowing moon and a sky fully packed with shining stars, somewhere in a highly luxurious room, the official Vance family robes were neatly folded, and the heavy bitter scent of healing herbs was everywhere. It filled the entire space. Suddenly, bam, bam, the sound of someone furiously punching the floor echoed through this silent room. And the guy losing his absolute mind right now, none other than Trent Vance, an elite high-ranking heir of the mighty Vance family, humiliated, utterly and completely crushed by some wet-behind-the-ears kid. Yeah, I'm talking about Dylan. How could Trent not be boiling with absolute rage after a brutal defeat like that? Trent's veins were literally popping out from pure hatred. Dylan had messed up his arm bad, like seriously heavy damage. He gritted his teeth so hard they almost cracked, spitting out pure venom. Damn it all. That worthless bastard definitely used some kind of dirty dark magic. This is completely unacceptable. Otherwise, how could a nobody kid like him ever overcome my overwhelming elite level power? I, Trent Vance, swear I will make you pay. You and I cannot exist under the same sky. I will wash away today's absolute humiliation. Screaming this, he wildly threw his fist high into the air. And without a single second of hesitation, Trent slammed his fist into the ground. A punch fueled by pure, unadulterated rage. But he totally forgot he was already heavily injured. One punch and now he's just sitting there cradling his broken arm in pure agony. He groaned pathetically. Oh my god, it hurts. It hurts so much. Trent forced himself up, clutching his wound, and yelled toward the door. Mace, Mace. A voice outside immediately responded. Yes, young master. I am here. What are your orders? Trent slowly sat up, pushing the sweat-soaked hair out of his eyes to reveal that classic handsome young master face. But let's be real, he was trying so hard to look cool while in massive pain. Hilarious. He scowled heavily, looking desperate. Tell me you have a plan. Speak. Mace quickly replied, Dylan's bodyguard is way stronger than we initially anticipated. He wouldn't usually give me an opening to strike. But weirdly enough, right at this very moment, they actually split up. That bodyguard looked super anxious, scrambling around like he lost something important. This might be the perfect window for us to make our move. Hearing Mace say this, Trent's mood instantly flipped. He looked incredibly smug, flashing a wildly villainous grin. Excellent. I knew I could count on you, Mace. Go, and bring me some good news. But Mace hesitated, looking a tiny bit nervous. But young master, he is still officially part of Dylan's faction. Are we really sure crossing them like this is completely safe? Trent snapped back angrily. My injured shoulder against his absolutely worthless life. I'd say that's more than a fair trade, wouldn't you? He absolutely has to suffer a fate way worse than mine. Don't fail me. Mace gripped his heavy sword tightly, locking in his deadly resolve. Understood, young master. I won't let you down. I am making my move right now. Flash forward back to reality. Mace was currently bleeding out, missing an entire arm thanks to Serena's absolutely brutal lightning-fast strike. He stared in pure horror as razor-sharp energy swords radiated all around her. His face went completely pale. Like ghost white, shaking uncontrollably, Mace stammered out, What exactly are you, Serena? Just casually tapped her chin, thinking it over for a second before dropping the coldest response. You really don't need to know. Besides, knowing wouldn't save you anyway. Mace gritted his teeth. How dare a nobody like you act so damn arrogant? But before the words even left his mouth, another flash, an incredibly powerful light sliced right past him. Blink, and you'd miss it. Serena just severed Mace's remaining arm. Complete destruction. He started screaming at the top of his lungs. Aha, monster! Serena just glared at him. You don't have the right to ask me anything. Suddenly, Serena glanced over at Dylan, who was still passed out, looking a little worried. Looks like I'm running out of time. Meanwhile, Mace was literally losing his mind. shaking violently from the excruciating pain. He thought, I gotta run right now. This crazy girl is way too fast. He slowly pushed himself up, watching her closely. She's distracted right now. This is it. My only real chance. It's now or never. If I don't run now, I'm dead. Making his choice, he bolted, just sprinting for his absolute life into the darkness. While desperately running, his mind raced. Once I get back and warn the young master, we'll figure out a new plan to crush them later. His feet moved like rockets, desperate for escape. I've never faced a monster this terrifying before in my life, but suddenly, he felt it. A bone-chilling aura closing in. He panicked. Wait, how is this happening? Since when? Here's the brutal truth. He hadn't even made it a few steps before his head was completely severed from his neck. Instant death. Life is cheap in this world. Here today, gone tomorrow. You truly never see it coming. And the craziest part, Serena hadn't even moved an inch from her original spot. Completely stationary. And yet, in the blink of an eye, she had sent that Vance family elite straight to the afterlife. But then, the intense energy swirling around Serena started fading. She whispered softly, I was actually planning to let you handle your very first kill. But no. I'm just an uninvited spirit here, yet I completely acted on my own terms anyway. I am so sorry. Please just let me have this control for a bit longer. I truly deeply apologize. I know it's incredibly selfish, but I apologize, so can I just stay a little bit longer, just for a moment? This body is supposed to be mine. Suddenly, Serena tightly clenched her fists, trying to steady her own shaking emotions. Is that how it is? Fine. From now on, everything belongs to you. Suddenly, the ghostly image of a giant white snake materialized behind her. Are you really leaving already? It asked. Serena nodded. Time to sleep. This child's body has already reached its absolute limit. The snake pressed her. Do you even understand what kind of existence you truly are? As it spoke, the massive energy reserves surrounding Serena began actively leaving her body, floating rapidly up toward the night sky. Serena tried to hold on, begging, just a little longer. Please. The white snake gently warned her. The path ahead will not be easy. Serena just smiled. I know. Then I wish you smooth sailing on your future journey. Serena's gaze softened as she whispered her final goodbye. If fate allows it, let's definitely meet again, Dylan. And just like that, the wild supernatural pressure completely vanished. Serena's hair faded back to its normal brown color and she instantly collapsed into a deep sleep. The spiritual white snake vanished right into thin air. Total silence. Just Dylan and Serena alone again in the peaceful night. Who knows how much time actually passed? Eventually, Dylan started groggily opening his eyes. But the second our boy woke up, absolute shock, he was staring up at a beautiful starry sky. And Serena, her eyes lit up as she happily cheered. You're finally awake. But here is the massive plot twist. They weren't inside that creepy, mysterious cave anymore. They were somehow outside near the entrance. Dylan frantically looked around in pure disbelief, blurting out loud. Where even are we? How did we get out here? Dylan was having a total system crash. Classic where am I and who am I moment. Seriously, what the hell just happened? Why are we out here? Yang Chen was completely lost. But Xue'e, she explained it all. They'd stumbled onto this ancient white maple tree and right underneath it a hidden cave entrance. And then absolute madness. A snake the size of a house slithered out and just handed over a glowing orb. The second she touched that weird gem, her body went into overdrive. It literally vanished right into her body. Hearing this, Yang Chen just waved his hands around, completely baffled. Wait, that's it, that's the whole story. Xue'e just stared blankly. The giant snake, the glowing orb. Was it all just a dream? Yang Chen was getting annoyed now. What the heck? Did you seriously forget everything? I can't remember. And stop accusing me of lying, Xue'e screamed back, absolutely furious and holding back tears. But here's the thing. Her finding that ancient white tree, plus chatting with a massive snake to get a magical orb. Yeah, that sounds completely insane. Yang Chen just sighed helplessly. Why is this the only time you actually use common sense? But if that's true, who brought us all the way out here? This is way too weird. Xue'e shrugged. No clue. Woke up here. Suddenly, Yang Chen grabbed his chest, groaning in pain. Panic mode activated. Young master, she cried out, rushing over. But he just held up a hand. I am fine. It's just my energy core acting up. Stay back. The words just slipped out before he could stop them. Wait, his energy core. Why did he say that? Meanwhile, Xue'e was already tearing up. Does it hurt a lot? Time to focus. Yang Chen dropped into a cultivation stance. He closed his eyes, tapping into his internal power to see what changed. Instantly, this faint red mist started radiating off his entire body, and it was getting stronger by the second. Pure raw energy surging in every direction. Yang Chen realized it right then. Ever since he absorbed that orb, his power felt completely different. If this keeps up, he hit tier 4 power easily. So his memories were real. That giant snake really did move them and wiped Xue's mind. Crazy, but it actually makes sense. Seeing him totally silent, Xue'e spoke up. Young master, if you are hurting, we really should head back. Yang Chen just shook his head. I am totally fine. The pain is gone. But staying out here, that just means Mao Yan will yell at us even longer. Suddenly, an idea clicked. After a quick second, our boy squatted down, arms back. All right, Xue'e, hop on. She just blinked at him, totally confused. Huh. Why, what are you doing? He grinned. Walking takes an hour. But if I carry you and run, way faster. Cue the heavy blushing. Her face turned bright red. But, I ate so much yesterday I am way too heavy. Yang Chen saw her hesitating and literally ground his teeth in frustration. Holy crap, just get on my back already. Startled, she finally agreed. She climbed on, but her anxiety was peaking. Young master, am I crushing you right now? Not at all. You are light as a feather. But she was still panicking, wanting to get down. Meanwhile, Yang Chen was already channeling his power. Massive waves of energy started exploding around them. He could feel it. His fire wheel technique was absolutely maxed out at tier 3. Bending his knees, he launched forward like an absolute rocket. Just like that, he was sprinting down the road, carrying her effortlessly. His footsteps, completely silent, barely a breeze as he moved. He was literally leaping from peak to peak. His previously heavy body now felt completely weightless. It was absolute magic. From a distance, the guy looked like a literal missile, blurring in and out of sight, jumping crazy distances. And Xue'e's earlier panic, totally gone. Now both of them were having the time of their lives, just enjoying the thrill of flying right through the forest, pure refreshing freedom. They were laughing and chatting the entire way back. But meanwhile, back at home, someone was literally biting his nails off in pure panic. That terrified guy, yep, it was Mao Yan. He was losing his absolute mind. An entire day had passed and his young master was still completely missing. Was he even alive out there? He has to be okay. If he gets hurt, my head is literally on the chopping block. And speak of the devil. A super familiar voice suddenly rang out. Hey kid, wake up, we are home. Wait, why is Mao Yan standing out here? Mao Yan's face turned completely purple with rage. Young master, where have you been? You vanished for a whole day without a single word. I was worried sick. Yang Chen just gave a super awkward laugh. Yeah, my bad. But hey, I made it back in one piece, right? Hearing that, Mao Yan actually started tearing up. I didn't know what happened to you. I couldn't even sit still. My heart was jumping out of my chest. Seriously, where did you go? Yang Chen started stammering out an excuse, but before he could even finish, Xue'e practically shouted the answer. He met a giant snake on the mountain. Panic mode, Yang Chen instantly slapped a hand over her mouth. He forced a massive, incredibly fake smile. What is she even talking about? We just went for a nice walk. Even with her mouth covered, she was still muffling out complaints. What walk? Mao Yan narrowed his eyes. Seriously, what actually happened? Yang Chen just let out a nervous chuckle, scratching his cheek awkwardly. Honestly, just ran into a lucky encounter. No big deal. Inside, our guy was sweating. Nothing gets past Mao Yan. But right then, Yang Chen spotted something else. Completely uninvited guests sitting right in his room. He instantly got annoyed. Hold up. Why are those two here? Mao Yan looked completely helpless, scratching his head. Turns out the two beauties crashing his place were none other than Tang Xiaoyu and Nangong Fei. They were literally just sitting inside, happily munching on snacks. Talk about an unexpected power move, waiting right inside his personal room. Honestly, classic lucky protagonist energy right here. Both girls looked at him innocently, still totally focused on their food. Yang Chen wasn't having it. Are you waiting for me? Didn't you guys promise to stop bothering me? Tang Xiaoyu's face turned instantly red. We definitely weren't waiting for you. Meanwhile, Nangong Fei just kept chewing loudly. We're not bothering you at all. Yang Chen was completely speechless. He just facepalmed, feeling absolutely exhausted. Seriously, what did they want now? He took a deep breath. Fine. Let's just pretend you are not annoying me right now. So why are you actually here? Nangong Fei didn't miss a beat. To say hello. Tang Xiaoyu nodded along. Yeah, me too. Just saying hi. Did the Nangong family's young master come too? Yang Chen internally groaned. If that guy showed up, things would get incredibly messy. But Nangong Fei shook her head. No, he is not coming. I told Tianjun to visit, but he flat out refused. Hearing that, Yang Chen was just irritated. What kind of excuse was that? Meanwhile, Nangong Fei slowly raised her chopsticks. Yang Chen narrowed his eyes. Quick question. Why aren't you showing proper respect? Nangong Fei smirked. Young master, is this respectful enough for you? As she said it, she pointed those chopsticks right at his throat. He completely froze up, suddenly super nervous. Hey. Just asking. And right on cue, Xiaoyu casually pulled out a dagger. So, do you prefer deadly poison or sweet treats? Snap! Nangong Fei just broke her chopsticks in half, staring coldly. Wanna fight me right now? Pure killing intent filled the room. Time for an Oscar-worthy performance. Yang Chen immediately grabbed his head and dramatically leaned on Mao Yan. Oh man, My training was too intense. I think I am passing out. I am just so exhausted. Mao Yan looked at him completely clueless. Seeing his servant failing to catch on, Yang Chen shot him a desperate glare. Eye contact made. Ding, Mao Yan finally got the memo. Immediately, Mao Yan stepped up and ushered the girls to the door. So sorry, ladies, but my master needs rest. Please leave. Boom. That is how it is done. The master and servant teamwork was absolutely flawless. Before leaving, Xue'e turned back around. Oh, almost forgot, this is an invitation to the Tang family weapon exhibition next year. Show up if you feel like it. She tossed the elegant invitation right onto his lap. He picked it up, forcing the most painfully awkward smile. Oh, thanks so much. See you next year. But inside his head, he was already planning his escape. I am not leaving. You think I am crazy. Hearing Yang Chen say that, Tang Xiaoyu's face turned completely tomato red. Classic tsundere defense. She quickly chimed in. All right, but do not get the wrong idea here. I just want to maintain my connection to the outside world, okay? And just like that, slam Mao Yan shut the door right in their faces. Nangong, Fei, and Tang Xiaoyu were left standing outside completely disappointed. Xiaoyu muttered under her breath. Honestly, I thought we would get tortured for looking this bad. But hey, looks like we made it out safe. Then she sneaked a quick glance at Nangong Fei and caught her smiling. Not just any smile, that shy, fluttery smile of a girl fallen hard in love. Suddenly, a wave of sadness just washed over Xue'e. After thinking it over, Xiaoyu finally asked, Sister, do not tell me you actually have feelings for young Master Qin. Now, even though she totally had a massive crush on Qin, Yang Chen Nangong Fei played the perfect innocent card. Feelings? What feelings? That answer caught Tang Xiaoyu completely off guard. She started stammering. Like him. The pure panic was written all over her face. Her heart was absolutely racing. But not out of excitement. No, this was pure, unadulterated anxiety creeping through her veins. Trying to calm her nerves, she awkwardly muttered, You know what, just forget I said anything. Sometimes the truth hurts, right? But Nangong Fei could definitely read the room and feel the poor girl's inner turmoil. So like a good older sister figure, she smoothly changed the subject. Xiaoyu, were you planning to give this to me? Tears immediately welled up in Xiaoyu's eyes as she stammered, Actually, I wanted to give this invitation to the young master. I am so sorry, sister. I totally should have prepared an extra one. Nangong Fei just smiled and gently patted the girl's head. Hey, it is okay. You did great. No need to beat yourself up over it. Xiaoyu instantly beamed. You really are the best sister ever. To make up for it, I am treating you to some fresh noodles. Let us go. And with that, Tang Xiaoyu happily skipped off to prepare. But the second she turned her back, the vibe completely flipped. A terrifying, absolute murderous aura exploded from Nangong Fei. Pure, silent rage rising up like a deadly tidal wave. Nangong Fei bit her lip, trying desperately to keep her cool. But just staring at Tang Xiaoyu made her blood absolutely boil. Her hands clamped into fists, shaking uncontrollably from the sheer anger. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to chill. It is fine. I can handle this. We are going to cross paths again very soon anyway. Meanwhile, cut to Yang Chen. My guy was over here smiling like a literal ray of sunshine. So gentle, so carefree. Like just looking at him could instantly brighten up your entire day. But enough of that scene transition, we are heading straight to the Nangong family's main estate, dead of night under a bright moon. And guess what? We find Tianjun on his knees, begging for forgiveness. A booming voice echoed out, I gave you one simple job, protect your sister. And yet you somehow managed to lose a perfectly good guard, you absolute fool. Tianjun was grinding his teeth, completely furious on the inside. What the heck actually happened out there, he thought. Why hasn't Mo Tai come back yet? Did he actually fail? No way. Impossible. That guy reached the absolute peak of martial arts. There is zero chance he lost. But then, where was he? Before Tianjun could process it, his father called out, Tianjun. Yes, father. The old man slowly stepped closer. Heavy, terrifying footsteps, each one practically crushing the stone floor beneath him. The bloodlust rolling off this guy was like a natural disaster, suffocating, dark, and completely overwhelming. You could literally feel the tension in the air. His father glared down at him. Do you want to know why I'm so incredibly disappointed in you? It is not because you lost to some random nobody. And it is not because you let your bloodlust show during a fight. The real reason I am disappointed is because you completely failed to clean up your own mess. Every single word dropped from his mouth was freezing cold, sharp as ice, piercing right through the heavy silence of the room. Those words stabbed straight into Tianjun's chest. A massive, undeniable warning hidden in plain sight. But the old man was not done yet. I will overlook your failures this time. But for the next 3 months, you are heading to the Qingjin Pavilion for closed-door meditation. Do not come out until you have cleared your head. Humiliated and absolutely bitter, Tianjun bowed his head. Yes, I understand, father. And one more thing. The Qin family. His father paused, making sure every word hit hard. Forget about the Qin family completely. Drop it. Tianjun froze, his brain short-circuited for a second. Wait, father. What are you talking about? But his father just shot him a dead-eyed glare. Zero explanation needed. Just one look that could literally freeze hell over. And yeah, Tianjun instantly knew his place. He shut his mouth real quick, not daring to argue back. After a long, tense pause, the old man sighed. When you finally take over as the head of this family, you will understand. Until then, stay out of the Qing family's business, especially right now. Because we are about to become family with them. Boom. Dropping the ultimate bombshell. Tianjun's face instantly went completely pale, his eyes wide trying to process the absolute insanity he just heard. His lips trembled as he managed to choke out, "Wait. What, father, what did you just say?" Meanwhile, guess who else was having an absolute meltdown over this news? Our boy Yang Chen. Fresh back from his trip to Sichuan and he gets hit with this. His jaw practically hit the floor. You said what? The two family elders just smirked at him, super proud of themselves. Did you stutter? Your engagement date has officially been set. Yang Chen threw his hands up in total defeat. Guys, I literally just got back from Sichuan. I am completely exhausted and now you are telling me I am getting engaged. You have got to be kidding me. Didn't we just cancel that whole marriage thing with the Peng family? The elders just chuckled. Exactly. You caused a massive scene to get out of that one. So we found you a new match. What do you plan on dying alone? Yang Chen's brain was absolutely spinning right now, because in his past life, this never happened. He stared at them completely lost. How did things even escalate to this point? But the elders were not backing down. Look, you were getting married and that is final. We have already arranged every single detail. There is no escaping this one kid. Now Xue'e happened to be eavesdropping on all this. She walked in, tears already welling up. Young master, are you actually getting engaged? Yang Chen just brushed it off. Nah, highly doubt it. Those old guys have to be pulling my leg. But honestly, Xue'e didn't even fully grasp what an engagement was anyway. Her brain was just running 1,000 miles an hour trying to figure it out. Was it some kind of new fancy dessert? Who knows? Just a total bundle of innocent confusion. But then Mao Yan came sprinting into the room looking like he just saw a ghost. Young master, the engagement, it is completely real. Yang Chen looked like he just got struck by lightning. Say what now? How is that actually real? Mao Yan caught his breath and explained. As soon as you got back from Sichuan, I went out to gather some intel. And boss, the rumor has already completely taken over the entire Qin family. Literally every single person outside is talking about it. Yang Chen groaned, rubbing his temples. Great. A massive rumor about my own life, and I am the absolute last person to find out. Perfect. Seriously though, this made zero sense. After that whole disaster with the Peng family, his reputation in the martial arts world was complete garbage. Who in their right mind would actually want to marry him now? What kind of crazy family would agree to this? Needing answers right away, Yang Chen turned back to the elders. Okay, wait. Who exactly am I getting engaged to? What family is insane enough to take me on? The two elders just burst out laughing, totally enjoying the show. Oh, just you wait. Try not to panic when you hear this. It is the Nan. The second he heard that syllable, Yang Chen's eyes went wide. Nan. And in perfect unison, the elders shouted the Nangong family. Honestly, those two had never been so perfectly in sync before. Oh ho ho, we told you so, kid. Yang Chen just stood there completely frozen. His brain was practically short-circuiting with a million different questions. A massive wave of absolute helplessness just washed over him. He stared at them blankly. Are you kidding me? The Nangong family has zero shortage of brilliant matches. Why on earth would they want to marry their daughter off to me? Wait a minute. If the deal was already struck, that meant their young miss had to have agreed to this. Suddenly, the blood drained from Yang Chen's face. Hold on. The Nangong family, they only have one daughter, right? The elders nodded casually. Yep. In fact, you probably already met her during the Grand Weapon Tournament. Every single word hitting him like a physical blow. Our guy was completely speechless. Just standing there, absolutely stunned into silence. Finally, Yang Chen managed to choke out a single sound. Ah. He couldn't even finish a sentence. Because yep, you guessed it, the bride-to-be was none other than Nangong Fei. She shot her shot, and now they were officially locked in. Still in a state of absolute shock, Yang Chen pointed his shaky finger at himself. You were telling me, I am engaged to that crazy woman. The elders immediately scolded him. Hey, mind your manners. Why would you call her crazy? That is your future wife you were talking about. But Yang Chen was absolutely not having it. No, I absolutely refuse to accept this setup. The elders just shrugged. Take it up with the patriarch kid. This is an official family decision now. Wait, there's something more important. Yang Chen was completely lost. Like, what could possibly be a bigger deal than this? The two elders just exchanged this incredibly sly grin. Then very slowly they dropped the bomb. Your older sister has returned home. Hearing that, Yang Chen's soul literally left his body. You know that feeling when a beautiful, colorful painting just gets drained of all its color in a split second? Yeah, his whole world just turned completely black and white. Everything was instantly flipped upside down. Yang Chen was absolutely terrified. "My sister," he yelled. Our main character pictured her face for just 1 second and immediately started shivering. Pure panic. Even the legendary Lord of Destruction said it himself. This era is like stars falling to earth, absolute prodigies popping up everywhere you look. And honestly, it is a completely unfair world to live in. There are just way too many kids born with insane talent. So many, in fact, that being a genius is basically the new normal. And the ones we used to call absolute prodigies, they are getting pushed down to just average. And get this, the people who were supposed to be just average, now they are treated like complete idiots. Living in a world this unfair is brutal, even though depending on how you look at it, this might actually be the most epic era ever, because we are seeing countless legendary fighters stepping up. But for Yang Chen, total opposite. Our boy was definitely born in the wrong generation. He has talent, sure, but here is nowhere near enough. He has heard that exact same thing thousands of times. It is honestly depressing whenever he gets compared to his older sister, the Phoenix Sword Qin Zhaifei. As he puts it, "My sister has power and talent I could never even dream of reaching. She is just built completely different from everyone else. She is the ultimate prodigy, someone who flexed her insane power even when surrounded by the absolute strongest fighters on Earth. That is exactly why I hate her." Seriously, Yang Chen absolutely despised how the Phoenix Sword was always brought up, always putting him in her shadow no matter where they went. Thinking about this, Yang Chen nervously looked around the room. A single desperate thought crossed his mind. I need to run away. But wait, where could he even go? Oh right. Just run as far away as possible first. But right as he was about to bolt out of there like lightning, the two elders grabbed his shoulders tight. They totally read his mind, flashing this super innocent fake smile before speaking up. "Where do you think you were going?" Yang Chen begged. "Elders, please. Can you just pretend you never saw me here?" They weren't having it. "Hey kid, what on earth are you talking about? Your big sister is home." Yang Chen's face turned completely purple with frustration. "Yeah, that is exactly why I need you to pretend I am invisible." The elders laughed. "Wow, your sister finally comes back and your first instinct is to hide." Yang Chen desperately tried shaking off their grip. "I have zero clue what she's gonna do to me. Anyway, I'm just gonna vanish for a few months, so please don't look for me." They stared at him. "Did you eat something weird in Sichuan? Why are you acting like a complete lunatic right now?" Yang Chen shot back immediately. "Just tell her I got sick or something and can't see anyone for a month. Honestly, I would rather you just knock me out completely right now." But suddenly Yang Chen froze. He felt this incredibly familiar, absolutely terrifying energy approaching fast. He whispered, "She is coming." Just her mere presence, it was enough to make Yang Chen feel like he was being crushed. Not gonna lie, it literally felt like she was bringing a blazing inferno right along with her. How does a normal person just casually walk up while giving off such an insanely massive aura? I mean, come on. The sheer heat coming off her was making the entire room so tense it felt like an epic showdown was about to start. Yang Chen panicked, screaming for backup. Mao Yan, block the door right now." His guard was totally confused. What exactly am I supposed to block it with?" Our boy was losing it. "Holy crap, anything. Grab some wood, grab whatever, just block it." Moving fast, Mao Yan grabbed a random broom and jammed it across the door, but he felt super guilty about it. "Sir, your sister is literally right outside. Are we seriously allowed to do this?" And right on cue, this absolutely chilling laughter echoed from the other side. "Ha ha ha, big sister comes all the way home and my little brother locks the door on me." As she spoke, she just casually raised her hand toward the entrance. Boom! The heavy gates instantly started warping and cracking under her sheer power. Through the splintered gaps, you could see this terrifying murderous glare. Just making eye contact with her was enough to send a freezing chill straight down anyone's spine. Then smash. The entire door just violently exploded inward. Good luck blocking that with hopes and prayers, right? As the dust finally settled, her silhouette appeared. Pure raging fury blazed from her like a massive wildfire, taking over her entire body. It made the air completely heavy and suffocating to breathe. Her anger was literally a volcano, ready to erupt, and her bloodlust was so intense that everyone nearby was shaking with pure fear. Her gaze, absolutely ice-cold and ready to kill. Like razor-sharp blades ready to shred anyone stupid enough to stand in her way. Stepping inside, she scoffed, "You really have zero manners, don't you, little brother?" And get this, every single step she took literally made the ground shake beneath them. That terrifying energy just kept pouring out of her. Our boy was so shocked his jaw practically hit the floor. Qin Zhaifei quickly dialed back her intense aura and smiled. "Little brother." Not even daring to meet her eyes, Yang Chen squeaked out, yes. "Not even gonna greet your big sister," he panicked. "Hi sister." Closing the distance, Qin Zhaifei nodded. "Well, you look pretty healthy, which is a relief. But wait, why are you still standing up? Get on your knees." Yang Chen was completely speechless. so I am not even allowed to stand up. Even though he hated it, Yang Chen literally had no choice but to obey. He dropped to his knees, obedient as a puppy. Qin Saifei proudly patted his head. Now that is a good boy. Right after that, she turned to the elders. It has been a long time. The two old men just chuckled awkwardly. Haha, seeing you two siblings getting along so perfectly. It really warms the heart. Yeah, Yang Chen definitely did not agree. He was thinking, are these guys actually blind? Then the elders continued, you look great too, Qin Saifei. We heard you were doing an amazing job as the sword squad captain. Scratching the back of her head, Qin Saifei gave this humble little laugh. Haha, you are praising me way too much. It is all thanks to my team. Hearing that fake modesty, Yang Chen cursed in his head. Damn it, this is exactly why I wanted to run. Then Qin Saifei snapped her attention back to interrogating Yang Chen. Brother, do you know what you did wrong? He gulped. I tried to barricade the door, and also before he could even finish his sentence, she cut him off. Were you planning to run away? His face went completely pale. Oh crap, I am dead. He desperately tried to change the subject. Wait, is this because I beat our second sister in a fight? Qin Saifei actually looked a bit surprised. Qin Yeshu. You actually managed to defeat Qin Yeshu. Huh, if it isn't about that, then why the hell are you so insanely mad at me? Qin Saifei lowered her voice to a terrifying growl. Your engagement, why didn't you tell me about this first? Wait, my engagement, she yelled it with everything she had, her eyes filled with absolute murder as she raised her fist right at Yang Chen. And worse, you dared to do this without asking for my permission. Yang Chen furrowed his brows, looking completely confused and utterly miserable. His eyes were wide, practically shining with 1,000 unspoken words reflecting how unfair and frustrating this whole situation was. His mouth moved silently, lips actually trembling as he tried his absolute best to explain himself. No, seriously, I literally just found out about it today too. Besides, why would I even need your permission to get engaged anyway? Qin Saifei's blood began absolutely boiling as she screamed, holy hell, are you actually talking back to your big sister right now? Completely helpless, Yang Chen realized his mistake. Well, I am absolutely screwed, just kick the hornet's nest. Our hero whimpered for his life. Mao Yan, please save me. Looking totally panicked, Mao Yan jumped in to intervene. Lady Qin Saifei, please wait. Please go easy on the young master. But she just shot him this tiny silent glare without saying a single word, that one freezing look. It was enough to send ice-cold shivers straight down anyone's spine. Mao Yan backed off instantly, too terrified to breathe. Never mind, my lady, do whatever you want. Seeing him fold, Qin Saifei took the opportunity and pulled her fist back. Looks like I need to teach you a few painful lessons about family respect. Terrified, Yang Chen grabbed her other arm and screamed out, wait, hold on. But suddenly Xue'e rushed straight into the danger zone, tightly grabbing Qin Saifei's arm. You can't do this. Everyone in the room was completely mind-blown by Xue'e's absolutely fearless reaction. Yang Chen quickly jumped in to do damage control. Hey, stay right there, sister, wait, she is just my personal attendant. She just started working here, so she doesn't know the rules yet. Please let her go. Suddenly, Qin Saifei's eyes went wide in pure shock like she just sensed something crazy. Meanwhile, Xue'e stood her ground, absolutely determined. You cannot hit the young master. Slowly, Qin Saifei's hand released its grip on Yang Chen's head, but then her entire body started radiating these unbelievably terrifying waves of raw power all over again. Oh no, she just completely shifted her target to Xue'e. A horrible feeling of doom washed over the room, and even Yang Chen didn't see this plot twist coming. TSTHE's cock about walking straight into the tiger's den. Sister, please. After staring intensely at the girl for a long time, Qin Saifei finally asked, little brother, who is this? And Xue'e, not even flinching, holding onto her arm, absolutely refusing to let go. Yang Chen, sweating bullets, replied, she is my maid. She hasn't been in the mansion long. She doesn't know the rules yet, so back off. He laid it out clearly, but Qin Saifei, yeah, she wasn't cooling down anytime soon. Her glare was absolute murder. Every single look felt like a physical dagger aimed straight at Xue'e. Fists clenched tight, muscles literally trembling. She was a ticking time bomb ready to explode, the killing intent rolling off her, enough to freeze your blood. Yang Chen ground his teeth together. This crazy woman, he just told her to stop. Meanwhile, little Xue'e was absolutely terrified, eyes squeezed shut but stubbornly holding on. And then talk about a total 180. Qin Saifei gently pinched Xue'e's cheek, cooing at her. Xue'e just stood there completely clueless, looking like she just dropped in from another planet. Even Yang Chen just blue screened for a solid few seconds. Squishing the poor girl's face, Zixi casually muttered, is it really this soft? Like incredibly soft, still totally lost. Yang Chen blurted out, seriously, just to poke her cheek you had to blast out that much raw power. Zixi shot back, you never even mentioned having a maid this cute. So rude. Little brother, she's mine now, hand her over. Without missing a single beat, Yang Chen fired back. No way, not happening. Zixi blinked, absolutely stunned. Well, that is a first. What is? You always gave me everything I ever wanted. But now you're finally saying no to me. Yep, total exception to the rule. He slowly started getting up, but before he even locked his knees, his big sister barked, "Hey, who gave you permission to stand?" Completely defeated, our boy dropped right back down to his knees. My bad. Sixie narrowed her eyes, studying his every move. And one more thing. Was that power surge the Elder's doing? She had definitely felt it. A massive heavy aura radiating straight from Yang Chen. Something he never had before. How did I miss that, she thought. Meanwhile, the two elders, who had been totally eavesdropping this whole time, finally stepped up. Don't look at us. We didn't do a thing. Zixi was shocked. Wait, are you telling me he grew this strong in just a few months? A massive grin spread across her face as she turned to Yang Chen. Don't tell me you were, but she caught herself, cutting the sentence short. Anyway, the family head wants to see you. Better get moving. Finally, little Xue'e was free. Tears of pure joy in her eyes, literally skipping away like a happy little kid. Yang Chen took a breath and asked, "So we cool? Am I clear to leave?" Zixi shrugged. Honestly, I came here to beat some sense into you. But now, I lost the mood. Hearing that, Yang Chen let out a massive sigh of relief. Thank God. Catch you later then. But the second he turned his back, she called out, "Oh, little brother, catch." She casually tossed something straight at him. A tiny glittering golden gem, about the size of a marble. Yang Chen caught it, holding it up to the light to get a good look. What even is this? Some kind of jade? No. It's completely dead. Zero energy coming off it. Confused, he looked back up. What's the deal with this? Just a souvenir, Zixi said. Grabbed it from a random street vendor. Guy swore up and down it was a protection charm. Tie it to your belt and keep it safe. Or else I will absolutely wreck you. Yang Chen rolled his eyes internally, so dramatic over a piece of literal street junk. But man, his big sister could read him like a book. She knew exactly what was going through that head of his. She stepped right up to him. If you're thinking about throwing it away or losing it, your big sister is going to show you so much painful love. She clamped her hand down hard on his shoulder, smiling bright, too bright. The kind of smile that promised absolute destruction. Yang Chen practically shivered. Understood. Crystal clear. Yes, ma'am. That got a highly satisfied smirk out of her. She patted his shoulder one last time. You little brat. I knew you'd get it. You better stay out of trouble, okay? Because right now, he didn't exactly have a choice in the matter. Yeah. Thanks for the gift. And with that, Yang Chen and Xue'e got the heck out of Dodge, leaving just Qin Sifi and the elders behind. The mood instantly shifted. Sixi's eyes narrowed with deep suspicion. Are you absolutely sure you guys had nothing to do with his power spike? The elder just whistled innocently. Nope, completely innocent here. But Sixi wasn't buying it. Her mind was racing. The change in Yang Chen was completely unreal. Think about it. Just last winter, the kid was rock bottom. A one-star martial artist at best compared to King Yeshu. Couldn't even control his own energy. Totally timid. And now, it's like looking at a completely different person. His energy flow is flawless. His raw power literally doubled. And physically, he's a tank now. When rumors hit that he actually defeated Qin Yeshu, forcing her into intense isolation training, I thought everyone was crazy. There was no way he jumped tears that fast. The elder finally chimed in. Wild, right? We're just as stunned. The kid's potential just broke right through the ceiling. Never in a million years saw this coming. Sixi pressed harder. So what actually happened to him? The elder chuckled. Why didn't you just ask, please? With that look on his face, he wouldn't have spilled a single secret. Maybe he would have told his favorite sister, though. Sixi smirked. He's my baby brother. One look in his eyes and I already know everything. But wait, hold on a second. What about that maid? You sensed something off about her too, right? The elder suddenly looked incredibly nervous. Why? What makes you say that? Sixi crossed her arms. Just checking to see if I'm crazy or if anyone else felt that strange vibe. I touched her face, but honestly, felt completely normal. Just soft. Meanwhile, the elder was practically sweating bullets internally, terrified that Shu's true identity was about to be blown wide open. He obviously knew the massive secret but played incredibly dumb. Going pale, he waved it off. You're overthinking it, kid. She's literally just a maid. Sixi rubbed her temples, looking exhausted. You think so? Yeah, you're right. Months of hunting demons nonstop is probably frying my brain. I'll drop it. Hearing that the elder released a breath he didn't even know he was holding. Thank God, he thought. But the fact she sensed it at all, absolutely terrifying instincts. Both her and Yang Chen. The elder gently patted Sixi's head. You know when his own blood relatives abandoned him? When the entire family turned their backs on that boy, you were the only one who stayed in his corner. Sure, your methods are intensely aggressive. But thank you. Because of you, I sleep easy at night. Sixi smiled, her eyes softening. He's my idiot little brother. Who else am I going to look out for? The elder sighed. True. But maybe use your inside voice next time. Why absolutely roast him over his engagement? Screaming at him like that makes it look like you're trying to sabotage the whole marriage. But the exact second he mentioned the engagement, Sixie's aura went pitch black. Total villain mode. Oh, you think, she snarled. That manipulative little witch brainwashed my brother. You really think I'm just gonna sit back and let that happen? The elder just shook his head, totally exhausted by this family. Seriously. Not a single sane person in this entire household. Why do I only deal with absolute lunatics? Anyway, fast forward a bit. We're at the patriarch's study, sunlight filtering through the massive windows. Sitting at the desk, Yang Chen's father didn't even look up. Word on the street is you snapped Lei Long's arm in half. Yang Chen avoided eye contact, shrugging casually. Snapped is a strong word. I barely tapped the guy. Instantly, the temperature in the room dropped 10 degrees. The silence was absolutely deafening. You could literally cut the tension with a knife. Neither of them saying a word, the heavy air just suffocating the entire space. His father slowly took a sip of his hot tea, perfectly calm. And your reason for crippling him? Yang Chen's heart did a little jump. Crap. Why is he digging into this now? What's his play here? Letting out a heavy sigh, our boy finally answered. Look, he challenged me to a duel. I said yes, but then he pulled a lethal strike out of nowhere. I just defended myself. His father's eyes widened just a fraction. A lethal strike. Against you, do you have any actual witnesses to back that up? Yeah, half the courtyard saw the whole thing happen. And just like that, the crushing weight returned to the room. Everything just stopped. Total gridlock. The pressure was so intense, it felt like gravity itself had doubled. Every single breath was a struggle. The calm before a massive destructive storm. Tension so thick you could cut it with a knife. One pin drop and the whole room would shatter. Then his father sighed. I heard you achieved massive success in the Great War. Good form. Keep it up. Yang Chen blinked, totally confused. Yes, father. No warm welcome. No proud dad moment. Just a cold, careless reaction like this epic victory was nothing. Honestly, our boy was seriously let down. I mean, he literally just crushed the Thunder Dragon and leveled up to 3 stars. And his dad's reaction, ice cold. Classic patriarch behavior, right? After a long agonizing pause, the old man kept talking. If the Nangong family and the demon sect were there, you probably ran into your fiancé. Hearing that, Yang Chen got instant goosebumps. A literal shiver shot straight down his spine. Oh no. Here we go again. This absolute garbage drama. So freaking annoying. Gathering every ounce of his courage, Yang Chen asked about that marriage agreement with the Nangong family. What is the status? His dad didn't miss a beat. The elders made that call. It is actually a good thing for you. While talking, he slowly pulled out a mysterious piece of paper from his robes. Even though breaking off the engagement with the Peng family was completely unavoidable, I didn't think it would turn into this much of a disaster. Yang Chen was utterly speechless. Main character privileges, yeah, right. But wait, if he said that it means there are no second chances. Even if he wanted to reject the Peng family deal, he was literally trapped by duty. Absolutely brutal. Our protagonist just stood there stunned. Looking at that paper in his dad's hand, he had no clue what it was, but he knew one thing for sure: it meant trouble. Big trouble. His father continued, Summer is almost here. Yang Chen groaned internally. Great. What now? What is he trying to pull? His father's deep voice echoed again. Mount Hua is about to host the Fire Festival. Hearing those exact words, flashbacks hit him like a truck. The Fire Festival from his past life. A literal bloodbath. Piles of bodies stacked on top of each other. Trembling slightly, Yang Chen asked the million-dollar question. What exactly do you mean by that? Instead of answering, his dad just shoved the paper right into Yang Chen's face. Like, read it and weep. Grabbing the note, Yang Chen locked onto the words. His eyes went wide. Wait, why me? His father just coldly replied, bring her back. Yang Chen's jaw hit the floor. Holy crap, me. Seriously, you have 10 days to prepare for departure. Hold on, excuse me. I literally just got back from Sichuan today. Then his dad threw a curveball. You can refuse. Yang Chen instantly let out a massive sigh of relief. So, I don't have to go. But that happy little smile instantly wiped off his face. However, if you do go, I will open the secret vault and give you the Apex Elixir. An insanely overpowered reward. Is Yang Chen actually going to take the bait? Meanwhile, right outside the study, Mao Yan and Xue'e were just chilling, munching on some snacks. Xue'e absent-mindedly mumbled, when do you think the young master is coming out? Mao Yan swallowed his bite. Talking to the patriarch probably going to take at least 2 hours. Cue the complaining from Xue'e. We literally just got back from a massive journey. I am so exhausted. I seriously just want to sleep. Mao Yan completely agreed. You think I don't, but hey, tired or not, we are the young master's personal guard and maid. It is what it is. Wherever the boss goes, we follow. So, We probably should not be hiding out here eating sweet buns, right? Yeah, honestly, if we get caught slacking, we are absolutely dead meat. Right as they were whining, guess who popped up? Yang Chen standing literally right behind them like a ghost. What are you guys doing? Let's go. That sudden voice made Mao Yan jump out of his skin, heart beating right out of his chest. The duo scrambled to their feet, rushing to follow Yang Chen. Young Master Mao Yan stuttered out, but our guy was way too tired to even scold them. We are leaving for Manhwa in 10 days. Get packed. Mao Yan looked totally crushed but nodded anyway. Understood, sir. Meanwhile, poor Xue'e just let out this incredibly loud dramatic sigh of pure exhaustion. We have to leave again, I am so tired, Yang Chen shrugged. Patriarch's orders. Take it up with him if you've got a problem. But honestly, Mao Yan was deeply suspicious. Why leave immediately after returning? Unable to hold back his curiosity, he asked boss what exactly is the mission this time. Yang Chen just stood there frozen, clutching that mysterious paper. The patriarch told me to bring my little sister back. As for who this mysterious sister is, yeah, even I don't know yet, guys. A little while later, our protagonist finally made it to his own courtyard. Peeking inside, glancing around, literally acting like a totally suspicious burglar. Coast was clear, no elders, and more importantly, no older sister in sight. Only then did Yang Chen sneak inside. Let me tell you, his big sister, Qin Saifei, was straight up nightmare fuel for this poor guy. In Sichuan, I had to deal with a Nangong family drama. At home is my terrifying older sister. I thought I was done, but no Mount Huo calls. It was pitch black outside. He was completely out of gas. Tonight I am passing out right here. As the moon climbed high into the pitch black sky, the house fell totally silent. After a brutally long day, Yang Chen crashed hard out like a light. But in the dead of night, a shadowy figure crept right up to his bed. Shoving a steamed bun into her mouth, a cold voice whispered, "Buns." That creepy little sound snapped Yang Chen wide awake. Still half asleep, he suddenly felt an arm locked tight around his neck. Big sister incoming. He completely panicked and screamed, "Ah!" But she just shoved a massive bun straight into his mouth to shut him up. Skipping dinner when you were still a growing boy. Stop torturing yourself and eat. Nice and slow now. Bro, are you kidding me? You just jam-packed a giant bun into his throat. How is he supposed to eat? Absolutely ridiculous. You gotta feel bad for the guy. What are you doing in here? Trying to scare me to death? She just shrugged. Can I be here? No, this is my freaking room. Well, starting tonight, it is my room too. Are you drunk right now? Stop talking. Crazy boundaries exist for a reason. Qin Saifei just burst out laughing, flashing a jug of wine. I'm about to drink. I was worried you skipped dinner. I even brought you midnight snacks, and this is how you treat me. Then her mood instantly dropped, clearly upset about his whole Nangong family engagement situation. Hearing that, Yang Chen literally felt sick to his stomach. Panicking, he snapped, "Why bring that up out of nowhere?" She crossed her arms, clearly irritated. It is nothing to celebrate. Is she somehow better than me? Yang Chen was completely speechless, just totally done. If you were going to talk nonsense, at least drink first. Boom. She chugged half the bottle in one breath. Wiping her mouth, she looked super sad. Damn it. I raised you from when you were tiny. Just don't pass out here. Go drink outside. You are so funny. Come on, sleep next to your big sister tonight. Yang Chen gave her the deadest look imaginable. Fine. You sleep here. I will go sleep outside. Tipsy and confused, she pouted. You are so incredibly stubborn. You are grown. Why act so shy? To me, you are still just a little baby. Yang Chen rolled his eyes. Honestly, you're acting like a baby right now. Completely unacceptable behavior. Meanwhile, Big Sis was not stopping. Jugged to her lips, gulping down the booze like it was water. Her cheeks were completely flushed pink, and she let out this satisfied, totally buzzed cheer. Aha, top-tier wine. That hits the spot. Our boy just stared at her absolute mess of a state, completely defeated. If you are done drinking, just go back to your room. In response, she just cackled loudly. Ha ha ha. The night was totally silent. Moonlight and stars making everything look cinematic and beautiful. And then out of nowhere, she dropped a bombshell. Little brother, I want to spar with you. Oh boy. Sparring. Overdramatic much. Yang Chen was not completely shocked, but he definitely played dumb, giving her a completely exhausted look. Wait, what? I didn't catch that. Suddenly, dead serious, she replied. Fight me. Never mind, I heard you clearly. You are talking crazy, definitely drunk. Go home. But Qin Saifei was not joking. Her eyes turned ice cold, staring straight through Yang Chen's soul. Are you all right? Panic hit him. His eyes darted away. Oh crap, she totally figured out his secret, didn't she? Trying to play it cool, he stammered. What are you talking about? Without missing a beat, she pointed directly at his chest. This right here. Instantly, a faint but intense aura began leaking from Yang Chen's body. Qin Saifei smirked. I don't know what crazy cultivation technique you've been practicing, but your inner energy is absolutely surging. But the energy, completely rejecting his body, just spiraling out of control. You realize you could undergo chi deviation and literally explode at any second. Right? Yang Chen flashed back to the exact moment he absorbed that massive serpent core. He really should have seen this coming. I mean, forcing that ridiculous amount of pure monster energy into a body that hasn't even leveled up yet. Absolute rookie mistake. Qin Saifei crossed her arms, which is exactly why we need to fix this right now. Yang Chen groaned, visibly annoyed. Oh, so that's why you want to spar. His sister looked away, completely deadpan. No. I honestly just want to beat you up. And then that classic villain smirk appeared. Her eyes completely lit up with total smugness. She was absolutely loving this little power trip. Yang Chen's eyes just went dead, pure despair. He already knew fighting back was completely useless. He cursed internally, damn it, out of all my older sisters. Why isn't a single one of them normal? Cut to the training courtyard. Qin Saifei stretched out, giggling like a total menace. Haha, it's been way too long since I fought my little brother. But then she paused. Yang Chen was warming up empty-handed. No weapon in sight. She raised an eyebrow. Wait, no sword. Our main character just shrugged it off casually. Yeah, I don't really use that anymore. That actually caught her off guard. Oh really? Qin Saifei's brain was basically doing gymnastics trying to figure out this massive change. He literally had a sword in his hand like yesterday, she thought. Did he get bored of swordsmanship? The absolute disrespect. She raised her blade, pointing it straight at him with crazy confidence. You making a move or what? Sure, the courtyard was pitch black. But for a descendant of the Qin family, total non-issue. Yang Chen calculated his odds, taking a deep breath. Hey, remember to hold back a little, okay? She just laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, relax, your big sister isn't gonna kill you. Don't be scared. But before she could even finish her sentence, boom, Yang Chen blitzed forward at god-tier speed. Though to be fair, Qin Saifei's reflexes were absolutely insane. She spotted him instantly. She swung her sword to block, but Yang Chen was already there, landing a massive palm strike right to her stomach. The vibe shifted immediately. Pure battle tension. Qin Saifei quickly leaped back to create distance. Meanwhile, Yang Chen wasn't letting up. He threw another punch dripping with killer intent. The speed, unbelievable. The raw power, like a roaring wildfire ready to consume absolutely everything. He was in full ruthless combat mode now. Then bam bam bam, ear-piercing explosions rocked the yard. A massive dust cloud swallowed the entire area. Yang Chen stumbled back, genuinely shocked. He couldn't see a single thing through that thick smoke. His sister was completely gone. Add the pitch-black night to the mix. The suspense was literally killing him. Our boy started getting anxious. Sister. And then from deep inside the smoke came this absolutely unhinged laughter. Ha ha ha. 1 second later. Boom. Another deafening blast ripped through the air, followed by a blinding flash of light. The shockwave was so intense it literally shook the ground beneath them, sending debris flying straight into the sky. Raging flames mixed with that crazy laughter. Ha ha, the inferno just kept growing, expanding in every direction. The pressure was suffocating. And then stepping out of the flames like a literal demon, Qin Saifei smiled. Good move, little brother. Her body was radiating an unbelievable amount of power, completely cloaked in a burning aura. Her eyes glowing blood red like burning coals. They were absolutely terrifying, packed with so much pure, destructive rage, ready to erupt and destroy everything in her path. Yang Chen took one look and instantly panicked. Holy crap, is she insane? There's no way that's only 50% power. You have got to be kidding me. She is definitely going way past half strength. And wait, she took my full power strike head on. How is she not even scratched? Cold sweat started dripping down Yang Chen's face. Every single breath felt incredibly heavy. He backed up immediately, throwing his hands up in surrender. Sister, let's just call this match a draw, okay? Qin Saifei lifted her leg, totally ignoring him. Huh, the hell are you talking about? Then she channeled all her energy into one foot and stomped. Hard. A deafening bone-rattling crack echoed out. The solid ground literally shattered right beneath her. The sheer force of that single stomp set massive shockwaves rippling through the entire area. Pillars of fire shot into the sky, painting the night a vicious glowing red. Waves of pure flame literally danced through the air. They looked ready to swallow anything foolish enough to stand in her way. The oppressive pressure was way too much for Yang Chen. You could see the panic fully settling in. The deep frown lines on his forehead. Yeah, he was terrified. He was being completely crushed by her raw aura. Qin Saifei shot forward like a literal lightning bolt. Now comes the fun part, wham. Our main character got blasted a good 30 feet backward instantly, but he somehow kept his feet planted. He thought to himself, if I don't block this next one, I am literally going to meet my ancestors. Damn it all. Not giving him a single second to breathe, Qin Saifei hurled another massive energy blast his way. He twisted his body at the absolute last microsecond, barely dodging her lethal strike. That spine-chilling laughter just kept ringing out. Ha ha ha, Qin Saifei closed the gap in the literal blink of an eye. She was a walking inferno now. The crimson fire illuminated her face. She was absolutely dead set on destroying him. With eyes burning like hot coals, she lunged. Watching this absolute nightmare unfold, Yang Chen was internally screaming. This crazy lady is coming back for more. Round 2 officially underway. Qin Sifei launched a devastating kick so fast Yang Chen didn't even have time to blink, let alone block it, and she did not stop there. A total flurry of brutal punches rained down in a split second. Yang Chen was completely helpless, just desperately weaving left and right to stay alive. Then Qin Sifei grabbed her sword, launching herself into the air for a massive dive attack. Every single impact sounded like a literal thunderclap. The air itself felt impossibly heavy from the sheer force of her strikes. The wild exchange of punches, kicks, and desperate dodges absolutely impossible to predict. But, eventually, even though he absolutely hated to admit it, Yang Chen had to face reality. Qin Sifei's blade was resting right against his throat. Game over. The match was officially decided. Qin Sifei grabbed her little brother by his bangs, pulling his head up. Her voice was ice cold. "Keep your mouth shut or your jaw is going to drop straight off." Yang Chen looked absolutely furious. His lips were pressed so tight trying to hold back his own rage. His eyes were actually watering, words completely failing him, but you could see the pure emotional damage. And just like that, under the quiet night sky, this crazy battle finally ended. The winner and loser were set in stone. Meanwhile, somewhere completely different, a perfectly handwritten letter was opened. An older man was reading it, literally shaking with explosive anger as he roared out loud. "What is the meaning of this letter?" His terrified subordinate stuttered out. "The young miss left a note, sir. She ran away from home." Hearing that, the boss's face instantly went as pale as a ghost, lips tightly pressed together, eyes completely overflowing with murderous rage. He was trembling, physically unable to contain the absolute fury bubbling up inside him. He crushed the letter in his fist and snarled, "Bring her back here immediately." Cut to a super remote barren wasteland. Just an old farmer out here pulling weeds and catching bugs. He yanked a single carrot out of the dirt, staring at it super intensely. Then he sighed, tossing it aside. "Cannot even sell this junk. Lord, when is this cursed season going to end?" But right at that exact moment, a dark silhouette zipped straight past his face. He snapped his head up, tracking the blur. It was a woman, literally flying right over his head like some kind of majestic deity. The sheer absurdity of it had him completely frozen. He just stared absolutely, refusing to believe his own two eyes. Suddenly, the flying figure stopped midair. One look at her face and the old guy's cheeks turned bright red. Completely captivated, totally speechless. His only thought, a literal fairy. And yeah, you guessed it. That was Nangong Fei, currently in the middle of her epic runaway trip, just casually passing through this random field. Time literally stopped. Every sound, every single movement just faded away for this absolutely breathtaking entrance. Her skin was flawless, glowing softly like the early morning mist. Her eyes, crystal clear but incredibly deep like a starry night sky, packed with total mystery and gentleness. Her long, silky hair cascaded down, perfectly shimmering like a gentle stream in the soft lighting. Suddenly, Nangong Fei turned around. "Excuse me." The farmer's mind was completely blown. "Oh my god, she actually speaks," she continued. "How do I get to Shaanxi from here?" The flustered guy just pointed east, completely starstruck. "Shaanxi is to the east." Nangong Fei thanked the old man and bolted. But wait, something wasn't right. He pointed east and she just blasted off in the exact opposite direction. Then the old man noticed something shiny near his carrots. "What in the world?" He walked over and his jaw dropped. Holding the pure silver ingot, he gasped. "Wait, actual silver. This is enough to feed my family for months. Oh, thank the heavens. Bless that fairy who just dropped from the sky." But then he scratched his head. Why didn't she go east? Why the heck is she heading west? Meanwhile, Nangong Fei was still sprinting at top speed. Seriously, this girl's sense of direction completely and hopelessly broken. Back at the estate, the two elders looked dead serious. "Mount Hua. Word is Jin Yi is at Mount Hua. What's your move, brother?" Wei Xiaojun frowned. "You think he went straight there? Xing Yi is like the wind guy, never stays in one place. But why Mount Hua of all places?" The elder shrugged. "No idea why they're looking for him so frantically. But since the intel is sketchy, shouldn't we send Yang Chen to scout it out first? You've been laying low for so long. Showing your face now, way too risky." Xiaojun sighed, looking a bit bummed out. "Yeah, you make a good point." Cut to the next morning, Xiaojun sat on the carriage box. "It is what it is. Don't worry, I've got this." But Yang Chen, his brain was short-circuiting. He looked pale, completely bewildered. Like his mind was trying to load the situation and just crashed. He literally looked like a lost kid who just wandered into a boss room, completely out of his element. Honestly, the two elders were just as surprised by the setup. Looking at Xiaojun's decision, Yang Chen was internally screaming. The regular driver suddenly takes a day off and the sword venerable takes his place. Sketchy. Super sketchy. Plus, I checked the travel roster for Mount Hua. Wei Xue'e and the Sword Venerable were definitely not on it, so what the heck happened overnight? I smell a rat. A massive, highly suspicious rat. What kind of scheme are they cooking up now? Seeing Yang Chen zoning out, the two elders walked over. You're heading to Mount Hua, why the long-faced Yang Chen played it cool. It's nothing. The elders quickly warned him, hey, no picking fights, all right. Our boy turned around looking offended. Me, fight someone, never. But in his head, flashbacks of him beating his enemies like stray dogs. He coughed softly. I'll try my best. Yeah, you better. Then one of the elders dug into his chest pocket, fishing around. Here, take this. He handed Yang Chen a tiny, tightly tied pouch. Yang Chen reached out, totally confused. What is this? Suddenly, bam. An overwhelmingly rich fragrance hit his nose. He was instantly captivated by the scent. Wow, that smells incredible. Just holding it gives me an energy boost. He muttered to himself, this has got to be super rare. The elder waved it off. Nothing too crazy. Just a rock. But Yang Chen wasn't buying that for a second. Just a rock. Oh, absolutely not. That right there, the plum blossom fate stone. Literally, one of Mount Hua's 4 great treasures. When Yang Chen realized this, all the color drained from his face, cold sweat dripping. The elder just laughed and gave him a thumbs up. Haha, nothing crazy, right? Yang Chen panicked. Wait, hold on. Why are you giving this to me? Turns out the elder won it in a drinking bet from Tao, Hua, and just forgot to return it. You bet one of the 4 great treasures on a drinking game, and you actually kept it. Hide that thing in a vault, the elder smirked. Nope. It's safer with you than anywhere else. What are you even talking about? But then Yang Chen glanced back. He saw Wei Xiaojun sitting right there. And it clicked. Ah. I get it now. If the elder knew the Sword Venerable's true identity, then yeah, this carriage was basically an impenetrable fortress. Right then, Mao Yan shouted, Young master, we're ready. Yang Chen looked at the treasure and sighed. Well, can't refuse now. Resigned to his fate, he climbed into the carriage. Sticking his head out, he waved. All right, I'm heading out. The elders nodded. Safe travels. We'll tell Xue'e you left safely. Wait, speaking of my sister, where is she? The elder chuckled. Probably crying in some corner because you're leaving. Yang Chen was so confused. Huh, why would she cry? And with that, the carriage started moving. Xiaojun flicked the reins and they were off. As the wheels turned, our main character shouted back, all right, I'm really leaving. Make sure you tell her. The elders stood there watching the carriage fade into the distance. Then one glanced over his shoulder. Why didn't you just come out and say goodbye so he could see you? Turns out Qin Saifei was literally squatting behind the wall, crying her eyes out but too stubborn to show her face. Eyes red puffy with that classic runny nose, she sniffled. I didn't want him to see me looking like a mess. The elder teased her without missing a beat. He's not a 3-year-old kid. He can handle a trip. Xue'e snapped, jumping to her feet. He has a terribly weak constitution. How can you say that? Oh, my poor little Yang Chen. Meanwhile, not even 5 minutes down the road, Yang Chen poked his head out the window. How much further? Mao Yan just sighed. Young master, you've asked that over 30 times already. Yang Chen muttered suspiciously. Did I guess? I am being a bit annoying. Mao Yan added. Just a heads up, we have to travel several times the distance we just covered. This is barely the start. Our boy just let out a massive exhausted sigh. Every time you say that, I get more tired. Right then, Xiaojun burst into loud laughter from the driver's seat. He turned around grinning. Young master, are you feeling uncomfortable? Yang Chen awkwardly waved his hands. No, I'm fine. Super fun trip. But internally, he was screaming. You are the reason I'm uncomfortable. I mean, seriously, having the #1 sword under heaven as your personal driver, how is anyone supposed to relax? What kind of disaster are we driving into, Lord? Help me. Needing a distraction, Yang Chen glared at Xue'e. Stop hogging the food share. Chewing might actually calm my nerves. You've been snacking this whole time. Xue'e turned pale, then glared back at him. Excuse me, these are Sister Hong Hua's treats. I should probably ask her permission first. The maid sitting next to her chimed in immediately. Wait, those were the young master's honey cakes to begin with. Why do you need to ask? And just like that, a delicious honey cake was handed over to Yang Chen. He bit into it, and it felt like chewing on iron. Zero taste, no joy whatsoever. Was our boy getting homesick already? Meanwhile, Xue'e was sitting behind him, smiling awkwardly. Hee, I totally thought you were going to take the whole stash. Cut back to the Qin family estate. Qin Saifei was in a terrible mood over some recent drama. And guess what? Things were about to get way worse, thanks to a very unexpected guest. She glared at the newcomer. Who are you? No manners, no respect. Xue'e didn't care if you were royalty or a beggar, she was not in the mood for games. The girl in front of her casually brushed her messy hair out of her face. I'm Nangong Fei. Even though she looked completely clueless, covered in dirt and dead leaves, none of that could hide her natural beauty. How on earth did she wander all the way here? Xue'e instantly put 2 and 2 together and she was not happy about it. Ah, so this is Yang Chen's annoying fiancé. Looking at those clear eyes and perfect pink lips, Sixie's competitive side flared up. Okay, she's cute, but I'm still prettier. Stepping up, she started the interrogation. I get it, but why are you here looking like an absolute wreck, Nangong? Nangong Fei just picked some leaves out of her messy hair looking super awkward. Took a wrong turn, I guess. Qin Sifei wasn't buying it at all. A wrong turn did all this. You went through hell to get here, what's the real reason? And Nangong Fei zero hesitation. I want to see my fiancé. Boom. Just like that. Technically true, but Sixie was actually getting pretty annoyed. Oh, fiancé, pretty sure there's no official ring on that finger yet. Nangong Fei suddenly panicked, mumbling to herself. She tried to argue, but the words just wouldn't come out. Sixie just laughed right in her face. Haha, well, that's too bad. My little brother isn't even here right now. Nangong Fei froze completely. Brother Sixie proudly patted her chest. Yep, my brother. I'm Yang Chen's older sister. And suddenly the puzzle pieces all clicked in Nangong Fei's head. Panic mode activated. She quickly smoothed out her messy clothes, fixed her bangs, and gave a deep, super respectful bow. Hierarchy matters here. Watching this, Zixi was just smugly thinking, hee hee. Now that's the proper respect, Nangong Fei immediately asked where he went. Sixie casually dropped the news. He left for Manhwa. Pretty far journey, actually. Guess this romance was doomed from the start. But nope, Nangong Fei just smiled this bright, determined smile. Manhwa, Sixie nodded. Yep, Manhwa. So you gorgeous Nangong lady, you should probably just head back home now. Before she could even finish her sentence, Nangong Fei vanished. Literally bolted like lightning, no goodbye, nothing. Sixie was just standing there completely dumbfounded. Wait, did she actually go home? Not even a goodbye. Anyway, let's cut back to our boy Yang Chen. His crew was totally knocked out. Xue'e was snoring away and Mao Yan was out cold too. Only Wei. Xiaojun was still awake, poking the campfire and keeping watch. But suddenly, something felt off. His eyes narrowed immediately, scanning the dark woods for danger. Meanwhile, Yang Chen exhaled a faint breath of pure energy. He could feel it, his internal power was pushing toward Tier 4. But there's a huge problem when your energy goes past the safe limits. It goes completely rogue. I have to break past this Tier 3 bottleneck, he thought. He was sweating bullets, just controlling it while his sister could do it flawlessly. Pure raw talent really is unfair sometimes. Okay, focus up, he told himself. He needed to get his head in the game, take a deep breath, and push through this cultivation barrier. He locked in. Pure energy started surging out of his body in massive waves. It got stronger and stronger, literally lighting up the entire forest like a beacon. But a few seconds later, Yang Chen let out a huge sigh. He reached into his robes and pulled out that mysterious little pouch the elders gave him. I just can't focus. Why did that old man give me this thing? The scent was way stronger now. It smelled like pure plum blossoms, and it was completely messing with his concentration. Nothing's working. Maybe I should just call it quitting time for today. But then, wait for it. He felt something. Actual flower petals were raining down from above. He just stood there totally frozen, mind absolutely blown. He reached out, catching a single petal in his hand. Plum blossoms. In the middle of summer, am I tripping right now? And then a chilling, unfamiliar voice echoed out of nowhere. You don't look like a kid from Manhwa. Panic mode. Our boy spun around yelling, who's there? But there was no one. Just Yang Chen standing alone in that creepy pitch-black forest. Petals just kept falling all around him. I swear I heard a voice, he muttered. And right on cue, the voice spoke again. How is a non-disciple absorbing this pure internal energy? He literally slapped his own head to check if he was awake. Completely freaked out, he realized I heard it again. That old man's voice wasn't out there. It was inside his head. Why are you devouring it so fast? You'll get a stomachache at this rate. Our guy was getting defensive. What are you even talking about? I didn't eat anything but the crazy truth. His body was pulling in massive amounts of energy. His eyes went wide with pure shock. Holy crap, I am absorbing it. The next second, his vision blurred and he completely blacked out. So let's recap. While Yang Chen is trekking to Manhwa, his fierce fiancée Nangong Fei literally showed up at his front door. That incredibly awkward meeting with his sister Qin Sifei legendary. And meanwhile, during the campout, our protagonist went to train in the woods and hit the ultimate jackpot. Unbelievably, this guy was actively absorbing pure spiritual energy straight out of nowhere. It was pouring out of the Manhwa treasure. Weird voices echoed around him and then lights out. Who knows how long he was actually unconscious, but he finally snapped back to reality. Frantic voices hit his ears. Young master, wake up. He slowly peeled his eyes open only to see Mao Yan and Xue'e looking absolutely terrified. Yang Chen's eyes shot wide open in pure shock. Total confusion hit him like a truck. He bolted upright, looking completely bewildered. Everyone was just staring at him like he came back from the dead. And suddenly, our sweet girl, Xue'e, practically threw herself at him in a massive hug. Still super confused, he asked Mao Yan what exactly happened. Mao Yan just pointed at Wei Xiaojun. When you passed out, he carried you back. Super embarrassed, Yang Chen muttered a quick thanks. Wei Xiaojun awkwardly waved his hands. No need, just doing my job. But then the old man got quiet, clearly sensing something deeply different about Yang Chen. Our boy was so confused by how weird everyone was acting right now. Finally, Mao Yan broke the tension. Young master, what actually went down last night? He gently peeled Xue'e off of him like a band-aid. I was just out training in the woods, but inside his head, that stone was glowing bright, even though it looked totally normal before. With a racing heart, he carefully peeked into his pouch. The stone was still there, glittering just like before. He let out a massive breath of relief, though that crazy plum blossom scent was completely gone. The demonic heaven absorption art, that insane technique, was why he drained the stone's energy and passed out. He always knew the Manhwa treasure was holding some serious hidden power, but actually absorbing it, never saw that coming. Suddenly, he gasped, feeling the pure aura violently pulsing around his hands. This was absolute madness just yesterday. His energy was barely a weak mist yesterday, and now it was a massive overflowing storm of power. He touched his chest, absolutely floored. Holy hell. It literally felt like a raging bonfire was burning inside him. This was undeniable proof. His flame art technique had officially broken through to the 4th tier. He just sat there completely mind-blown by his own stats. Damn, just last night he couldn't even break past Tier 3, and boom, he wakes up casually sitting at Tier 4. Sure, he was absolutely thrilled to finally get this power up, but honestly, he was also a tiny bit frustrated, because he had no clue how he actually did it. His body looked exactly the same, but the energy flowing through his veins felt so different, super smooth and incredibly calm. Anyway, time to hit the road back to Manhwa. Mao Yan kept staring at our guy with hardcore suspicion. Even Wei Xiaojun was throwing nervous glances over his shoulder. They didn't say a single word to each other, but they were definitely secretly analyzing him. They absolutely felt that massive aura upgrade, and trust me, our protagonist could feel their weird stares burning a hole right through him. I get it, he thought. Jumping an entire power tier literally overnight is sketchy as hell, but could they please stop staring? And right on cue, Xue'e rushed over, sticking her nose right up to him and aggressively sniffing. He practically jumped backwards in defense. Now what? She just blinked innocently. You smell like something weird. Hearing that, Yang Chen quickly sniffed his own arm in total panic. I bathe perfectly fine, way better than you. Are you calling me stinky? She just giggled. No, not a bad smell at all. It smells exactly like fresh blooming flowers. Yang Chen quickly pulled out his pouch, the one hiding that precious Manhwa artifact, and waved it right in front of Xue'e. Oh really? Then it's definitely coming from this thing. Xue'e just blinked, completely confused. No way. That scent, it's coming straight from you, young master. Hearing that, Yang Chen froze. Wait, if even a kid could sense it, his internal energy must have skyrocketed to absolutely insane levels. Back at Tier 3, just pulling out thermal energy pushed him to his absolute limits. But now, he'd broken through to Tier 4, he could use it effortlessly. Just how much raw power could he actually control right now? Such a shame he didn't have a punching bag to test it on. But hey, the old man did warn him, don't cause trouble, just follow your gut. Yeah, right. The second he gets a chance to flex this power, he's totally going all out. Then bam, without warning, both Yang Chen and Xue'e suddenly jerked to the side. Something massive just blocked their path. Tires screeched. The carriage slammed its brakes so hard, the whole thing shook violently. Momentum took over. Yang Chen completely lost his balance and crashed right on top of Xue'e. Boom. Both of them pinned to the floor, panting heavily in a super awkward, totally compromising position. Hey, keep your minds out of the gutter, guys. Our boy gritted his teeth, visibly annoyed. Are you kidding me? Honestly, though, poor Xue'e took the worst of it, squished totally flat beneath him. The panicked maid outside immediately yelled out, Young master, are you okay in there? Yang Chen didn't even answer. He just scrambled to the carriage door, completely irritated. Mao Yan, what the hell is going on? He yelled for his guard, but Mao Yan, dead silent, standing out there, locked in a rigid, heavy defensive stance. Curious, Yang Chen poked his head outside. What could possibly make his veteran guard sweat like that? Right in front of their carriage stood a tall, imposing young man, hands respectfully clasped in greeting. Yang Chen squinted. What the who is this guy? The stranger slowly spoke up. Forgive my intrusion. Yang Chen took one good look at that face and his blood literally ran cold. Pure shock. Cold sweat instantly drenched his forehead as his eyes locked onto something. Wait, that specific crest. The guy calmly introduced himself. I am Ling Feng, 3rd-generation disciple of the Manhwa sect. I have some questions, so I must ask you to halt your carriage. That painfully familiar face, it instantly dragged our protagonist back into some very dark buried memories. A flashback hit him hard. Ling Feng bleeding out, asking, what did we even do wrong? Remembering that dying face turned Yang Chen utterly pale. Heart pounding, he thought, Already isn't Ling Feng the exact same Mount Hua cultivator I slaughtered with my own 2 hands in my past life? But in this current timeline, what happens now? Before he could spiral, Mao Yan's tense voice snapped him back to reality. Great hero, you might be the legendary Plum Blossom swordsman, but isn't blocking our path like this. Incredibly reckless. Ling Feng offered a stiff, polite smile. My apologies. I truly didn't mean to block your way, but there is something I absolutely need to verify right now. Mao Yan wasn't backing down. Verify what exactly? The swordsman didn't miss a beat. I just need to check if someone from my sect is inside that carriage. Hearing that, total panic mode activated for Yang Chen. Because he was the only one who knew the truth, he was actively carrying a highly guarded stolen Mount Hua artifact right on him. He started sweating bullets. No way. He couldn't possibly know right. Meanwhile, Ling Feng slowly stepped closer to the carriage, eyes sharp. Even from a distance, I sensed a deeply familiar aura, so I had to investigate. Thankfully, there seems to be no danger, but one detail still makes me curious. If there are no Mount Hua disciples inside, Mao Yan fiercely cut him off. Then take a step back and stay away. But hey, fate had other plans. What's meant to happen will happen, no hiding it now. A faint, unmistakable scent was drifting straight off Yang Chen's body. Ling Feng stepped right up to his face. Dead silence. They locked eyes, the air thick with tension. Sure, Ling Feng had this handsome, almost innocent-looking face on the outside, but underneath pure calculated intensity. Ling Feng leaned in, genuinely curious now. Young master, why exactly is the sacred energy of Mount Hua radiating directly from your body? And right at that exact second, Yang Chen knew he was monumentally hopelessly screwed. Yang Chen's face went completely dark. He bit his lip, panicking as he cursed internally. Oh hell no. But then, out of nowhere, a super weird, raspy voice echoed right inside his ear. Yep, you're completely doomed, kid. Completely baffled, Yang Chen slowly turned his head toward the sound. And what he saw, absolutely crazy. The ghostly figure of a shriveled little old man floating right there. The old dude looked just as shocked, blinking back at him. Oh, you can actually see me. So there they were, having the most bizarre staring contest of their lives, completely bewildered. Both of them clearly reading the utter confusion in each other's eyes. Yang Chen just stood there, brain completely short-circuiting, absolutely unable to form a single coherent word. He literally forgot how to breathe. Eyes wide as saucers. He rubbed them aggressively, completely, refusing to believe this ridiculous sight. Was our protagonist just hallucinating from stress, or was this tiny ghost grandpa actually real? But no matter how hard he scrubbed his eyes, that spectral old man stubbornly stayed right there. Yang Chen was dumbfounded, face blank, utterly lost in the sauce. Honestly, he had zero clue how to process this sheer, absolute absurdity. Meanwhile, the tiny phantom started scowling, looking visibly annoyed. Hey, you see an elder and don't even know how to bow and greet properly. And then boom, back to staring at each other intensely without breaking eye contact for even a second. Now, Ling Feng was just watching Yang Chen stare blankly into thin air. Totally lost, he awkwardly asked, young master, still in denial. Yang Chen groaned, clutching his face. Man, cultivation training really burns you out. I'm definitely just seeing things. Yep, totally hallucinating. Hearing that weak excuse, the spirit immediately snapped back. Brat, you're not hallucinating. The more the ghost talked, the harder Yang Chen coped. Great, now I'm hearing voices too. What kind of ridiculous daylight fever dream is this? He muttered to himself. The old man just face-palmed, completely speechless at this kid's pure denial. Ling Feng, getting seriously concerned now, asked smoothly, what exactly are you talking about? Startled, Yang Chen blurted out, wait, you seriously don't see him? Ling Feng blinked. See what? Frantic, Yang Chen pointed dead at the floating ghost. I mean this literal bug-sized old man hovering right here. A bead of sweat dropped down Ling Feng's face. He was beyond confused now. Young master, what kind of nonsense are you babbling about? That blank reaction confirmed it. Yang Chen was literally the only living person who could see this ghostly dude. Desperate for a sanity check, he quickly spun around. Hey Mao Yan, don't tell me you can't see this guy either. Thrown off by the question, Mao Yan froze for a few seconds, his brain completely short-circuiting. But being a loyal guard, he quickly snapped out of it, deciding to just aggressively play along with his master's random crazy behavior. Mao Yan threw on a fake, cheerful smile. See him? Oh, absolutely, clear as day. Yang Chen lit up like a Christmas tree. Right, I knew I wasn't crazy, but reality was about to hit our protagonist like a freight train. Mao Yan confidently added, yep, a little old guy with bright red hair, right? Yang Chen's smile instantly died. No. Mao Yan panicked. Blue, yellow, purple hair. Yang Chen just stared at him, utterly defeated. Dude, why are you out here guessing? How is it even mathematically possible that I'm the only one seeing this? Look closer. Right then, the tiny old man crossed his spectral arms. You're way too loud, brat. And with that final confirmation that he was totally alone in this hallucination, Yang Chen absolutely spiraled into full-blown panic mode. Face chalk white, he grabbed his hair and groaned. What is happening? Are you some kind of evil demon? What is going on? The phantom just floated there, calmly stroking his ghostly beard. Demon nonsense, the old man scoffed. Did you seriously already forget that you literally swallowed a sacred artifact? Yang Chen's jaw dropped. Swallow? What did I swallow? What on earth have you been talking about this whole time? Bam! The ghost immediately force-fed him a flashback to that fateful night deep in the forest. That was the exact moment our protagonist recklessly absorbed all the raw spiritual energy from the stolen Manhwa treasure, passing out cold immediately after. The memories clicked, and Yang Chen's face, an absolute picture of pure, unadulterated horror. He was so stunned he couldn't even form words. The ghostly elder just pointed a tiny accusatory finger right at him. Ah, ringing a bell now, isn't it? You, an absolute outsider with zero Manhwa bloodline, yet you dared to gobble up our most precious legacy. The more he spoke, the angrier he got, literally fuming with ghostly rage. I even helped your greedy self avoid total chi deviation after you devoured that massive energy. And how do you repay me? Calling me a bug, a demon, disrespecting me to my face. Hearing this epic rant, Yang Chen finally started connecting the dots. He gulped nervously. Wait, if that's true, then who exactly are you, senior? The old man actually looked offended. You seriously don't know who I am? Yang Chen just shrugged, completely deadpan. Nope. Faced with this absolute mountain of sheer ignorance, the elder let out an exasperated, furious gasp. You insolent brat. Taking a deep, ghostly breath to calm his nerves, he declared, there is not a single living soul in this world who doesn't fear my legendary name. Yang Chen immediately fired back. Well, if I've never heard of you, you're probably just a C-tier background character. The old man absolutely lost his mind. Utter disrespect. Meanwhile, just a few feet away, Ling Feng and Mao Yan were still standing there like frozen statues, utterly speechless, watching Yang Chen aggressively roast the empty air like an absolute lunatic. Finally, the elder straightened up, practically radiating absolute authority. Listen closely, because I am only saying this once. I am the 8th generation sect leader of Mount Hua, the legendary Mount Hua immortal sword Jin Tai. Long before the heavenly demon ever showed his face, there was the apocalyptic blood demon war. And me, I was one of the 5 absolute supreme masters who shattered the blood sword and cemented our names in martial arts history. A legend. The man who supposedly commanded the respect of the entire martial arts world. This old guy stood there looking all majestic, but Yang Chen, yeah, he wasn't buying it. This tiny bug-sized geezer floating in front of me. He's supposed to be a former supreme martial arts master. What the actual heck? Sintai suddenly snapped. Excuse me, why do you keep calling me a bug, you brat? Yang Chen jumped back, totally panicked. Oh crap, I only thought that in my head. The old man scoffed. I hear everything, kid. Now that you know, bow down. Gritting his teeth, Yang Chen thought, like hell, I'm trusting a word you say. Yang Chen reached into his shirt, pulling out a small cloth pouch. So, why exactly are you stuck inside this rock? The old geezer just sighed heavily. After a long pause, he muttered to himself. Wait a minute, why am I in here? Hearing this, Yang Chen just face-palmed, thinking to himself, great, this guy is absolutely useless. Instantly, the old man exploded. I literally just told you I can hear your thoughts, kid. Actually, you seem to know more about this, don't you? Yang Chen scoffed, rolling his eyes. Nope, I don't know anything at all. The spirit countered. Then how the heck can an outsider like you absorb energy straight from the Mount Hua Sect's plum blossom stone? Busted. Yang Chen turned pale, completely freezing up. His mind went totally blank. The old man drifted closer, his eyes suddenly turning ice cold as he pressed further. What do you know? But Yang Chen, even though he knew plenty, he kept his mouth shut. Not a single word. The old man sighed helplessly. Fair enough. A kid like you definitely has some deep secrets hiding in the closet. The younger they are, the more they want to cover up. Yang Chen shrugged it off. Thanks, but it looks like we've got bigger problems heading our way right now. The second he said that, shadows erupted from the nearby bushes. Total ambush. A whole squad charged out of nowhere, making a direct beeline straight for their carriage. Heavy footsteps literally shook the ground like thunder. And get this, they were all wearing Mount Hua's sect uniforms, and every single one of them had eyes blazing with absolute killer intent. Seeing this insane squad roll up, Yang Chen totally panicked. Who are they? Before he could even finish, Ling Feng happily cut him off. Oh, no need to panic at all, guys. They're absolutely harmless. Bam! Before he could blink, someone kicked Ling Feng right in the back of the knee. Hard. It was Mao Yan. In a flash, he had his cold blade pressed right against Ling Feng's neck. Mao Yan wasn't playing around at all. Young master, stay on guard. This is literally a full-blown ambush, and he was absolutely right. Up ahead, a whole angry mob of sword-wielding guys radiating pure, unfiltered bloodlust. The tension. Thick enough to cut with a knife. It felt like gravity just doubled. The guys blocking the carriage looked dead, serious, knuckles turning white as they gripped their swords tight, ready for absolute chaos. Sweat dripping down his face, Yang Chen nervously tried to calm his guard down. Hey, you really don't need to go that far. But Mao Yan's face, still completely locked in battle mode. You're wrong, young master. From the second they showed up, they've been leaking killing intent. Yang Chen blinked. Really? Just then Ling Feng frantically chimed in, completely desperate to stop a bloodbath. Wait, please, just listen to me for a second, he pleaded. I have no idea why my sect brothers are so pissed off, but if I just go talk to them, I swear it'll be fine. He thumped his chest, sounding totally sincere and completely desperate. Hearing this, Mao Yan shot him a super suspicious side eye. Wait a minute, these heavily armed guys are from your sect. Ling Feng nodded furiously. Yes, exactly, my people. Check out the plum blossom crests on their robes. That's Manhwa sect gear. He turned his puppy dog eyes toward Yang Chen. You trust me, right? Taking a breath, Yang Chen immediately gave Mao Yan the signal. Let him go. Mao Yan didn't love it, but he followed orders, pulling his blade away from Ling Feng's throat. Free at last, Ling Feng looked at them with total deadpan seriousness. Don't sweat it. I'll talk them down and explain everything. And with that, this guy cheerfully waves his hand, skipping right over to his heavily armed martial brothers like it's a family reunion. The Mount Hua group whispered back and forth for a second. Then wham! The lead disciple straight up punched Ling Feng right in the face. Yang Chen and Mao Yan literally sweat dropped at the sight. But surprisingly, the squad sheathed their swords and slowly walked toward Yang Chen's crew. Stopping right in front of them, the Mount Hua guys cupped their hands in a super formal apology. We apologize for our rudeness. Our threatening behavior was completely out of line. Please forgive us. Yang Chen smiled politely, returning the gesture. No worries at all. We're sorry for pulling our weapons too. But hey, why is the Mount Hua sect all the way out here in the middle of nowhere? Did something happen? The senior disciple wearing the white headband shook his head firmly. Apologies, but sect business is strictly confidential from outsiders. But Ling Feng absolute blabbermouth. He yelled out, actually a bunch of Mount Hua disciples just went completely missing recently. The headband guy instantly glared, raising his voice in absolute fury. Why would you tell them that? Hearing this, Yang Chen narrowed his eyes. The Plum Blossom Sword Squad isn't weak enough to just get kidnapped. That's super shady. Meanwhile, the headband guy viciously grabbed Ling Feng by the ear. He yanked it hard, continuing, so yeah, we're heavily searching the perimeter. And this idiot said he sensed a Mount Hua energy signature coming right from you, young hero, so we rushed over here. Yang Chen immediately panic-dialed Zenith in his head. Oh crap, it's definitely my aura leaking out. How the heck do we play this? Shintai sounded totally chill, almost bored. Relax, kid. I've completely masked your energy signature. There is literally zero chance these low-level guys can sense a single thing. But right at that exact awkward moment, Ling Feng loudly piped up again. But look, senior brother, didn't you literally just say you felt Mount Hua energy coming right from him too? The senior brother nodded. I did indeed. If you don't mind, young hero, I need to check you again. Yang Chen's eyes bugged out, screaming internally at Shin Tai. I thought you said you hit it. They can totally still feel my aura. The old spirit frowned, sighing heavily. You're still way too green, kid. It's not you, it's the stone. Just take it out. Reluctantly following his advice, Yang Chen reached right into his coat pocket. While Ling Feng and his senior brother stared in complete confusion, he pulled out the plum blossom stone, holding it right in front of them. Ling Feng's jaw dropped. Wait, is that? The sect leader literally told us he lost it in a stupid drinking bet. Hearing that insane reveal, Yang Chen just stood there absolutely deadpan. Are you actually kidding me? A legendary artifact lost over some cheap booze. Old Sintai groaned in absolute despair. Oh my god. That is literally Mount Hue's sacred treasure. The future of this sect is completely doomed. Ling Feng finally connected the dots. Ah, I get it now, so I was sensing the treasure's energy, not yours. The senior brother stepped up suspicious again. But why do you have it? Smooth as ever, Yang Chen hopped right out of the carriage window. Forgive my late introductions, our main character said politely, cupping his hands. Allow me to properly introduce myself. I am Yang Chen of the legendary Qin family. I'm actually heading straight to Mount Hua to return this. Hearing that name, the entire squad physically flinched. Two of them nervously whispered, wait, the Qin family. Like, that Qin family. Someone else gasped, an aristocratic family. Suddenly, the whole group started furiously whispering among themselves, leaving Yang Chen standing there completely baffled by their reaction. Ignoring his gossiping juniors, the senior brother bowed respectfully again. So you're from a prestigious noble house. How incredibly rude of me to blast you with killing intent on our first meeting. Truly, I apologize. Yang Chen awkwardly waved it off. It's fine, really. But seriously, is something going on? Ling Feng had been quietly thinking for a second. Suddenly, his face lit up. Oh, young hero Qin, actually the reason is because of your little sister. He didn't even get to finish. The entire squad absolutely rushed him, punching, kicking, and instantly clamping a hand over Ling Feng's loud mouth. Yeah, they were definitely 100% trying to hide something. The Mount Hua disciples dragged Ling Feng to the back, absolutely stomping him out in a comical beatdown. Meanwhile, the senior brother blocked the view, waving his hands with the most awkward forced smile ever. Oh, don't mind that at all. Yang Chen looked completely horrified, pointing at the poor guy getting jumped. I'm actually a little concerned. I feel like I definitely should mind, but the senior brother just kept waving it off. Nope, totally fine. Seeing there was no winning this, Yang Chen just sighed helplessly. Okay. Still stressed, he carefully asked, I'm really sorry to ask, but did my little sister happen to cause any trouble? Any trouble for you guys? The senior brother flashed this super weird, mysterious smile. Oh, absolutely nothing at all. Seeing that totally fake expression, Yang Chen's alarm bells rang. Okay, they are definitely covering something up for me. He forced an awkward laugh. Look, it seems my sister probably stirred up some chaos, and I apologize. The second we reach Mount Hua, I'll drag her right back home. Hearing that, the senior brother gasped in total shock. Wait, what? Right after that, Yang Chen gets an insane offer. They want to escort his entire group straight to Mount Hua. He just blinks, completely confused. Escort us back. The Mount Hua disciples just flash him these massive, eager smiles. Then they smoothly leap to the sides. Yang Chen watches their weird behavior, totally lost for words, muttering to himself. Did she cause some massive disaster or something? The senior brother steps up, giving Yang Chen a heavy pat on the shoulder. Super serious, he says, Young Master Chin, let's go. By now, the Mount Hua crew has lined up perfectly, forming a clear path just for him. Meanwhile, Ling Feng beat to a pulp, sitting quietly in a corner, absolutely terrified to speak. Yang Chen's face darkens. Seriously, what kind of mess did that girl make? Cut to the Mount Hua sect itself, where a young girl slowly walks up to a quiet little house. She stops right at the entrance, hesitating, reaching for the handle, totally unsure if she should open it. But before she even moves, a voice calls out from inside. Come in. Hearing that, she slowly pushes the door open. Poking her head in, she softly calls out for her master. Inside, an older woman sits on the bed, greeting her with a warm smile. I really don't get how you bravely walk that pitch-black mountain path every single day, she asks. The girl doesn't even answer. Instead, she just rushes straight toward the older woman. Throwing herself into her master's arms, she hugs her tight for a long moment. Then looking up, she asks, How's your health today? The woman gently replies, The moon is beautiful today, so I feel much better. The moon. The girl buries her face back into her embrace, smiling. Thank goodness. Her master just looks down at her eyes, absolutely full of pure, undeniable affection. But you won't be coming here much longer. The girl freezes, totally confused. What do you mean I'm staying right by your side? The woman just slowly shakes her head. Aren't you supposed to head back to Shaanxi soon? Hearing this, the girl goes dead silent. She just hugs her master tighter, getting super emotional. She clearly doesn't want to leave this place. Gently patting her head, the older woman tries to comfort her. You silly girl, don't you want to see your family? Still hiding in her embrace, the girl quietly mutters those exact words back. My family. That family doesn't mean a single thing to me anymore. Wow, heavy stuff. Hearing that bitterness, the older woman just falls silent, completely unsure of what to even say. Closing her eyes, she lets out a long, heavy sigh. You're right. A dying, sick old woman like me really shouldn't be interfering in someone else's family drama. The girl snaps her head up, totally shocked. Master, please don't say that. Before you got sick, everyone literally called you the Plum Blossom Immortal. The woman just looks up at the moonlight, her voice carrying this deep, lingering sadness. That's all in the past now. Honestly, I don't even know how much time I have left. Meanwhile, switch scenes. Deep in the forest, birds suddenly scatter everywhere, terrified by the massive roar of a bear. This entire area, absolutely littered with monster corpses. Standing right in that massive pool of blood, razor-sharp sword strikes flash out in the blink of an eye. The monsters die horribly, blood spewing everywhere. Not a single beast stood a chance. And the absolute powerhouse behind this bloodbath. A very familiar face. Yep, you guessed it, that is none other than Nangong Fei. She had been running straight from Shaanxi totally nonstop, all to track down the true love of her life. But after wandering for so long, she's really starting to doubt this whole crazy mission. But going back home, yeah, not an option. She just stands there frozen for a long time. After slaughtering her way through endless monsters on the road, Nangong Fei finally figures out which way to go. She's literally navigating purely by her senses. To be exact, she keeps moving toward wherever smells the least awful, which honestly is exactly why she ends up getting completely lost so often. At this point, her inner key is probably running entirely on fumes. Closing her eyes tight, Nangong Fei focuses hard, letting her sharp sense of smell do all the heavy lifting once again. Surrounded by nothing but endless creepy trees, Nangong Fei whispers quietly to herself. She is absolutely determined to reach her goal. Just a little bit further. She refuses to quit now. Suddenly, she feels this faint trace of warmth coming from up ahead, the only living presence in this whole desolate forest. Without hesitating, she wipes her bloody blade clean and immediately starts moving toward it. Somehow, her gut is just screaming that this is the absolute right direction. Following the call of her heart, she dashes forward. Then we cut right back over to Yang Chen's side of things. Someone's voice rings out. Xue'e, the Mount Hua brothers are joining in too. Are we ready? All set. Meanwhile, the Mount Hua disciples quickly split themselves up into two very organized groups. One group forms a strict defensive perimeter outside while the other preps to move. Everyone instantly pitches in getting straight to work. This is officially the first night since their crazy journey together began. The only reason these Mount Hua guys are even willing to travel with Yang Chen's convoy, it's simple. Our boys currently holding on to their sect's absolutely priceless legendary treasure. Yeah, that explains it. Look, every major sect has their own sacred artifact that basically represents their entire legacy. So losing something that important because of a stupid drinking bet, yeah, that is incredibly embarrassing to admit. Even the old ghost chooses to stay completely silent about this mess. Usually, the guy never shuts up, constantly nagging Yang Chen the second he dares to say anything bad about Mount Hua. Suddenly, looking pretty worried, Yang Chen speaks up. Senior, how exactly do you plan on leaving my body, or are you just gonna hitch a ride forever? Shin Tai just lets out a heavy sigh. If I actually knew, do you really think I'd still be stuck inside you? All those guys out there are Mount Hua disciples. I would way rather take over one of them. Stop stressing over pointless things. I literally have zero interest in stealing your body, but Yang Chen isn't having any of it. Yeah, I absolutely cannot just take your word for that. Okay, so what if you don't believe me? What are you gonna do? Got a better solution? Hit with that reality check. Yang Chen is completely helpless. He literally has no plan, so he shuts up. Thinking for a second, Yang Chen awkwardly asks old senior, if I may just ask. But before he can even finish, Shin Tai cuts him off cold. Not old priest, it is Fire Buddha. From the 8-plum light gate or whatever, right? Stop giving me that super suspicious look. Yang Chen just sighs. Fine, I'll trust you this time. But then the old man keeps going. Kid, really don't worry so much. I honestly couldn't care less about healthy bodies. Yang Chen immediately shoots back, coming from a guy whose own body is literally rotting away. What does that even mean? Getting annoyed, the old guy snaps. You really talk way too much, you know. Our protagonist, totally lost, asks, what are you even talking about? The ghost replies, I mean, there's something inside your body that even I don't recognize. Wait, there's something else inside my body. But instead of explaining, old Sin Tai completely pivots. Before we get into that, I have a question. What's the deal with the blood demon nowadays? Hearing that question, Yang Chen is completely caught off guard. This intense, overwhelming feeling of pure confusion washes over his entire body. He never expected this guy to ask something so ridiculously stupid. Instantly, massive red flags pop up in his head regarding this old man's actual identity. Thinking it over, Yang Chen sighs heavily. I knew it. You're not the Mount Hua immortal sword at all, are you? The old ghost is absolutely shell-shocked. Holy crap, what Yang Chen just states the obvious. The Mount Hua immortal sword was the one who finished off the blood demon. How could someone claiming to be him not know that? The old man totally gets why Yang Chen is so suspicious. Honestly, even I'm confused about this. But the truth is, that final battle against the blood demon, I literally have zero memory of it. Yang Chen throws his hands up, demanding answers. Okay, then please explain this to me right now. What exactly am I holding inside my body? You have to know something. Sin Tai replies, acting totally blindsided by the question. Wait, you don't even believe my identity, so why trust me on this? Don't tell me you seriously have no clue what kind of crazy thing is hiding inside your own body. A sudden thought strikes Yang Chen like lightning. Was it because of that thing he ate earlier? Stroking his beard, the old man continues. To be completely honest, I actually have no idea what it is either. Seriously, he spoke like he knew every single secret, but wow, this guy is an absolute total fraud. Oh, for heaven's sake, just let me finish, the ghost snaps back. But honestly, it sounded like Elder Tai was describing a wild beast, not a martial art technique. He added, yeah, it wasn't exactly thrilled when I entered your body. It wanted to run wild and completely take over, so I sealed it. You're safe for now. Yang Chen, obviously curious, had to ask, just how fierce are we talking? The old man smirked. Even right now, if I drop this seal, it would instantly explode out. Want to give it a try? The second those words left the old man's mouth, Yang Chen, completely drenched in cold sweat and remembering that sickening feeling from earlier, shut that down fast. Nope, absolutely not. But too late, Elder Tai wanted him to feel it. He reached out a hand and bam, Yang Chen instantly felt this razor-sharp internal energy tearing through his entire body, literally piercing every single nerve. His eyes went wide with pure, unfiltered shock. What was wrapping around him? Pure, overpowering dark energy just rushing right at him. And man, it looked absolutely terrifying. Just as that twisted aura dug even deeper into him, Yang Chen was literally inches from passing out. His vision blurring, fading into total darkness. Pure reflex kicked in, throwing his arms up to block it. Snap, Elder Tai locked the seal back into place. He smirked. I think that's enough, don't you? Instantly, the agonizing pain just vanished. Yang Chen collapsed, gasping for air, completely exhausted. Our guy finally steadied his breathing and shot the old man a glare. What the hell was that, he coughed out. Elder Tai just shrugged. I warn you, kid. That internal energy you absorbed from the treasure, it completely woke up the beast living inside you. That is exactly why I told you not to consume too much of it. It's locked down for now, though. Still, even if his body wasn't used to that kind of intense pain, the fact it almost knocked him out cold in just 3 seconds, that is a massive problem. Was it his own energy, his demonic heavenly absorption art, or maybe, just maybe, Elder Tai was straight up lying to him right now? Yang Chen still had a massive journey ahead to reach the Manhwa sect, and now he had to deal with this ticking time bomb. Seeing our boy stressing out, Elder Tai sighed. Look, I can feel how suspicious you are of me right now. Honestly, I'm impressed you're still thinking critically after coming this far. I know exactly what you want to ask, but listen, that's enough for today. We are stopping right here. Yang Chen panicked. Stop, are you kidding? I just got 20 new questions. But before he could even complain, the old man just pointed a finger up. Above you. Following his finger, Yang Chen stared at the sky. Above me. He looked left, looked right, scanned the whole area. There is literally nothing up there. Famous last words. Whoosh, a burst of pure Manhwa sect energy slashed right past his face. Yang Chen froze, completely stunned. Next second, a massive cloud of dust exploded everywhere. Our guy was totally lost. Of course, the first person Yang Chen blamed for this absolute chaos was Elder Tai. He coughed through the dust, yelling, "Are you serious? What the hell did you just do?" But as the smoke finally cleared, a tall, imposing figure stepped forward. Ling Feng. He smiled faintly. At Mount Hua we have a saying. To build a bond, one must cross swords. Yang Chen just blanked. Staring right back at him was Ling Feng. Just standing there, flashing this ridiculously confident, shining main character smile. Yang Chen quickly snapped back to reality. What kind of nonsense is that? Elder Tai chuckled in his mind. That's Mount Hua for you, kid. Still half doubting it, Yang Chen asked, is this really how your sect initiates a fight? Ling Feng respectfully bowed his hands. My apologies. It's just, I've never met a peer who could actually spar with me. I got a little excited. Yang Chen wasn't having it. Once you're actually inside the Manhwa sect, you'll find plenty of rivals. Yep, a very smooth tactical rejection from our guy. Ling Feng just stammered. He tried to speak, pushed out maybe 2 words, but then totally froze up. The guy literally stood there, rubbing the back of his neck, looking incredibly awkward. Honestly, he probably couldn't comprehend why anyone would turn down a duel, which just made Yang Chen stare at him like he was crazy. Elder Tai chimed in, kid, you do realize he is Yang Chen? Cut him off. Yeah, I know exactly who he is, he thought to himself. The youngest genius to ever become a plum blossom swordsman. For anyone without heaven-defying talent, he's a literal brick wall. No amount of hard work bridges that gap. When a prodigy like him tries to hang out with normal martial artists his age, it just crushes their self-esteem. They could train 24/7 and they still wouldn't even come close to his level. The outcome is always obvious. Anyone who actively challenges Ling Feng, they've just got way too much useless martial artist pride. Keeping his cool, Yang Chen finally asked. Seriously though, why do you even want to fight me? Ling Feng looked totally flustered. I just thought you'd be a worthy opponent. You could practically see the guy sweating from making such a blunt request. Ling Feng wanted this duel because he sensed it. He knew Yang Chen was actually on his level. After taking a second to weigh the options, Yang Chen sighed. Alright, fine. Let's spar. Just once. The absolute joy on Ling Feng's face. Instant. His eyes literally sparkled with excitement as he bowed perfectly. Thank you, then, let us begin. But before Ling Feng could even draw his sword, everything went insane. Violent purple lightning suddenly erupted right out of nowhere. A massive boom shook the entire forest, kicking up a massive storm of dirt and debris. A loud smack echoed. And then, Ling Feng was literally sent flying through the air like a ragdoll. Yang Chen just stood there, jaw completely dropped. What the actual? He hadn't done anything. He hadn't even moved an inch toward Ling Feng. That was a total ambush from someone else entirely. And the crazy part, Yang Chen hadn't sensed a single trace of another aura nearby. Then splash! Ling Feng crash-landed straight into the river. But wait, it gets crazier. Standing right there on the surface of the water was someone incredibly familiar. A presence that absolutely should not be here right now. The one person Yang Chen was desperately trying to avoid. Her clothes were torn, her hair an absolute mess, like she had just fought her way through 100 brutal war zones. But somehow, she still looked flawless. Even covered in dirt and battle scars, her beauty was completely unmatched. Those piercing blue eyes locked onto Yang Chen, widening in pure surprise. Nangong, Fei let out a soft gasp. And then she smiled. This radiant, angelic smile that could literally stop a man's heart. I finally found you. In his past life, Yang Chen had spent years admiring every single detail of Nangang Fei's absolutely stunning face, and honestly, he never once got tired of looking at her. If this was the old Yang Chen standing here right now, he would have been jumping for joy knowing she was his arranged fiancée. But a memory flashed in his mind. A brutal pouring rainstorm. The streets completely flooded, visibility reduced to zero. A massive fatal wound across her stomach. Deep red blood just washing away in the heavy rain. It was a sight that could break anyone's soul. Past life Yang Chen was frozen, staring at the horrible gash on Nangang Fei's body in absolute despair. The injury was too deep. Her body was going completely limp, life fading fast, her beautiful eyes losing their light. With trembling, blood-stained hands, she reached up to gently touch Yang Chen's cheek. "Are you crying?" she whispered. His heart was literally tearing apart, but he forced a bitter laugh. "Shut up. Anyone can see it's just the rain." Nangang Fei managed a weak smile. "Not crying. That's a pity." Yang Chen finally broke. Voice filled with pure agony, he screamed, "Why? You could have run. You could have easily escaped. Why throw your life away? Why would you sacrifice yourself just to save me? Tell me why." Nangang Fei didn't answer right away. She just stared up at his devastated face. The excruciating pain from the wound was completely destroying her. Coughing up blood, she winced, using her very last ounce of strength to whisper, "Because I just wanted to." The rain just kept pouring down, like the heavens themselves were weeping for her tragic fate. Then, completely out of nowhere, she asked, "Is the moon out tonight?" Yang Chen choked back a sob. "Yeah, it's beautiful." "Really?" She smiled, struggling to reach her hand up to touch his face one last time. Dirt-covered skin, messy hair, completely ruined clothes. Honestly, none of it mattered. Nangang Fei still looked absolutely flawless, those piercing blue eyes of hers literally sparkling like flawless diamonds. She just kept staring right at King Yang Chen. In his past life, that gentle smile was the very last thing he ever saw on her face. And then, her hand just dropped lifelessly, fading away right there in his arms. But right at that heart-wrenching moment, footsteps. Some arrogant punk stepped up with a sick smirk. "Oh, look at this. Even demonic cultivators understand friendship. Or maybe it's twisted romance, big mistake." Hearing that trash talk, Yang Chen slowly stood up. The guy kept yapping. "Don't feel lonely because soon you'll, boom." Cut off. Yang Chen wasn't having it. Meteor Sword Liu. "I promise you one thing right now. Your death. It is not going to be quick." The second those words dropped, boom. Yang Chen's raw power absolutely exploded. This dark, terrifying aura wrapped entirely around him. Complete nightmare fuel. A brutal fight was brewing, and that loudmouth, oh, he was about to get the most gruesome payback ever for talking trash. Snap back to the present. Once again, he was seeing that exact same smile on Nangang Fei's face. Like morning sunlight, so incredibly warm, literally washing away all the heavy darkness in his heart. It was not just heart-fluttering. It literally lit up the whole area. This insane magnetic pull that made it impossible to look away. Then she cheerfully shouted, "Found you." But Yang Chen completely blindsided. Our boy froze for a solid second before blurting out, "Holy crap, how did you even find me?" This was some random no-name mountain plus for someone who could not navigate to save her life. I mean, Nangang Fei's sense of direction was historically awful. Like, tell her to walk east. She is definitely marching straight west without hesitation. She was that hopelessly bad at navigating. So them running into each other out here had to be pure luck, right? The odds of her actually tracking him down on purpose were basically zero, facing his total disbelief. Nangang Fei stepped closer. "Well, you see." But then, she just froze up, totally hesitated, and before she could even explain, an absolutely furious voice ripped through the air. "Young Hero Chin, do you know this crazy woman? Because if not, mind if I cut her down?" Yep. Her sudden crash landing that knocked Ling Feng right into the water really ticked off the senior disciple. Gripping his sword super tight, he pointed the blade directly at her. Yang Chen was just watching this, panicking internally, and it only got worse. The rest of the Mount Hua squad standing behind him, all blades drawn, ready for a bloodbath. He started stuttering nervously. Well, internally, he was literally screaming. That crazy Namgung girl messing with Mount Hua disciples right off the bat. Absolute massive disaster. He could not just say they were casual buddies to smooth this giant mess over. And bringing up their arranged engagement, no way was he admitting to that right now. So what is the play here? While our guy was still scrambling for a solid excuse, someone yelled it out loud. "Fiancé, I am his fiancé." Oh my god. She actually dropped the bomb herself. Pin dropped silence. Nobody could even process this. The pure shock hit them like an absolute freight train, wiping everyone's brains completely blank. System error. Hearts skipping beats left and right. Hearts pounding straight out of their chests. Eyes wide open, just staring in total disbelief. The whole Mount Huey crew literally turned to stone. Complete sensory paralysis. Her words just kept echoing relentlessly, bouncing around their heads. Was this actually real? A wild hallucination. Jaws were moving, trying to ask questions, but zero sound came out. Just pure, unadulterated shock blanketing the entire area. Even Ishintai, the legendary immortal sword of Mount Hua, totally flabbergasted. So yeah, Yang Chen was not the only one glitching out right now. He awkwardly scratched his head, stumbling hard over his words. Haha, well, Meanwhile, every single guy there was glaring massive holes into him. Pure jealousy. Definitely thinking how the heck does a top-tier beauty like her end up with a guy like him? Life is seriously so unfair. Okay, deep breaths. Calm down. Yang Chen tried to chill out and finally asked her the real pressing question. Why are you even here right now? Without missing a single beat, she casually smiled. To find you, obviously. Oh boy. Hearing that sweet answer, the Mount Hua brothers were basically seeing pure red. Absolute burning envy in their eyes. Just pure bitterness. They looked absolutely ready to jump him right then and there. The tension was so thick you could slice it with a broadsword. It genuinely felt like a completely silent declaration of war. No words needed, but the killing intent was loud and totally clear. He just sighed so helplessly. 5 seconds ago, you guys were aiming your swords at her. Why am I the main target now, and you? You came to see me but literally start off by attacking everyone. Right then, Xintiye, the immortal sword, finally chimed in. Listen up, kid. Look really closely at her actual condition. Her body is entirely exhausted. She completely burned through her internal energy just rushing here. You think she can even tell friend from foe right now? Yang Chen mentally talked back, pushing her own body until she cannot tell demons from humans anymore. That is super reckless, not impressive at all. But Tai was not quite done preaching yet. But pushing herself that far just to see you, honestly, totally unforgivable, you lucky little punk. Yang Chen frowned deeply. Even so, he had to act tough. You injured a Mount Hua disciple, he yelled out loud. They are definitely not going to let this slide. But the very second those words left his mouth, instant regret, because he suddenly got a really good look at Ling Feng's face over there. Ling Feng's face was literally tomato red, like visibly blushing so hard it was actually embarrassing to watch. The guy was totally zoning out, mouth wide open, completely mesmerized by Namgung Fei, completely and utterly captivated by her extreme beauty. In his starry eyes, she was a literal angel dropped from heaven. Innocent, pure, absolute perfection. Bro was down terribly bad. Seeing this ridiculous reaction, Yang Chen was totally speechless. This idiot is definitely going to get himself killed over a pretty face, he thought. He awkwardly checked on him. Are you physically okay, bro? Suddenly, Ling Feng got this massive buff of simp energy. Totally desperate to show off in front of the gorgeous girl, he confidently yelled, Young hero, chin spar with me, right now. Awkward smile from our guy. That smile vanished instantly, replaced by sheer embarrassment and confusion. Seriously, fighting a guy who was clearly just injured. Not exactly proper martial arts etiquette at all. But those thoughts vanished when Ling Feng aggressively insisted. My body is perfectly fine. And just like that, the official duel kicked off. Honestly speaking, these two were actually pretty evenly matched right now. Ling Feng, representing the famous Mount Hua sect versus Yang Chen, the skilled young master. Meanwhile, Ling Feng was still blushing super hard, totally sneaking quick peeks at Namgung Fei mid-fight. And what was she doing? Just happily sitting there, munching on sweet honey cakes with little Xue'e looking completely zoned out with zero emotion. Catching Ling Feng's ridiculously lovesick glances, Yang Chen quietly muttered, Just look at this dude. Smitten completely out of his mind. Xintiye immediately poked fun at him. Getting a little jealous. Jealous hell. No, I am just super annoyed I accepted this spar out of pure goodwill, and this guy is just using the opportunity to shamelessly show off for a girl. Xintiye offered some mentor advice. Then you just need to use him back right now. Our guy asked. What do I even gain from beating him up? Absolute idiot. The old master scolded. Are you not curious about your own new power limits? Cut straight to the sidelines where Xue'e looked up. Big sister. Why exactly are you here? Did you come to see little old me? Her grandfather instantly panicked. Xue'e, you cannot speak to Lady Namgung so casually. Meanwhile, Mao Yan was basically praying in the corner. Please do not get hurt. Seriously, please do not get hurt. The entire Mount Hua crowd was sweating bullets too. One of them nervously asked senior brother, who do you think takes the win here? The big guy with the bandaged head just replied super casually. No offense to young hero Chin, but the result is clear as day. Our junior is an absolute monster. We have all been completely crushed by his crazy talent, even if he acts like a total goofball. He jokes around a lot, but when he gets serious, it's not just a friendly spar anymore. Over here, Chin Tai kept his eyes locked on the match perfectly, understanding the situation. Why did he let a pretty face distract him at his age? Russell. Something suddenly dropped right next to Ling Feng, instantly shattering the second it hit the ground. It looked exactly like a delicate plum blossom. Instantly, those elegant petals quickly swirled around, Ling Feng spinning wildly like they were caught in a sudden gust of wind, making the sword in your hand literally bloom and project the aura of plum blossoms. That is the ultimate dream for Manhwa martial artists. It is the very first massive milestone any disciple from that prestigious sect absolutely has to hit. The legendary plum blossom sword art, mastering it at his young age, absolutely insane talent. Even someone like Wei Xiaojun was caught completely off guard. Right now, Ling Feng's entire body was practically overflowing with the pure cutting energy of the Manhwa sword technique. That suffocating aura exploded outward, dominating the entire area. Sure, it looked beautiful and warm on the outside, but that razor-sharp energy, it felt like a million invisible blades all pointing directly at Yang Chen. Generating that much raw energy is already mind-blowing enough, but actually pouring his sheer willpower into it, that is a whole different level of crazy. He genuinely deserves the title of Manhwa's absolute best young prodigy. But then boom, a terrifyingly fierce flame erupted out of nowhere. Footsteps instantly froze in pure shock. The horrifying scene unfolding before them made absolutely everyone in the crowd flinch, completely terrified by what they were seeing. Eyes widened to the absolute max, staring in complete disbelief as they tried to process the impossible sight in front of them, pupils shrinking in pure terror. Every single gaze was totally frozen in this exact heart-stopping moment. The one thing nobody saw coming happened right then and there. Yang Chen's Nine Flames wheel art let him unleash a massive wave of inner energy from his body. And get this, Yang Chen wasn't even trying to focus it into one single spot. Instead, he just let it flow wild everywhere. That blistering heat quickly swallowed the area around Yang Chen, completely wiping out the lingering scent of plum blossoms in the air. Now, the fire wheel art isn't exactly some super complex technique. It's actually incredibly simple, just letting Yang Chen create a literal ring of fire around his body. Even Yang Chen was slightly surprised, blurting out loud. As expected, even his senior sister couldn't hold a candle to him. But seeing this, Ling Feng was absolutely shell-shocked. His face went dead pale, heavy drops of sweat pouring down his forehead as he stared in total disbelief. How could Yang Chen be this dangerously overpowered? That's when Yang Chen finally spoke up. What is with that look on your face? Don't tell me you are scared. By now, Yang Chen was completely wrapped in blazing intense flames. The raw pressure radiating off him was absolutely crushing. Ling Feng immediately gripped his sword tighter, desperately trying to pull himself together and keep his cool. He forced out a super awkward smile and replied, "Ha ha, no way. Let us begin." The second those words left his mouth, he charged right in. Bright white plum petals kept exploding all around him, his eyes burning with absolute unstoppable determination. On the other side, Yang Chen did not even flinch. He just stood there completely unfazed amidst the total chaos. Ling Feng closed and pushing past his limits and attacking with 300% of his power. Veins literally popping on his face showed just how hard he was fighting. Sparks flew as their eyes locked in an intense stare-down. Yang Chen simply reached out a hand effortlessly, swatting away the sword right out of Ling Feng's grip with sheer raw power. But wait, that wasn't just some ordinary punch. That strike carried the blistering destructive heat of the legendary flame art. Less than a second later, Ling Feng was sent flying backward by Yang Chen's brutal punch. All those beautiful petals around him instantly incinerated by the crushing heat of the flames, vanishing into thin air. Ling Feng tried desperately to dodge the inferno, threatening to swallow him whole. But nope, not happening. Yang Chen gave him zero room to breathe, completely blocking any chance of escaping that overwhelming attack. Everyone watching this went absolutely crazy, totally unable to believe their own eyes. It was completely ridiculous, a practically impossible feat, yet somehow Yang Chen actually pulled it off like it was absolutely nothing. Even Manhwa's head disciple dropped his jaw in sheer terror. Just seconds ago, he was swearing up and down that Yang Chen had zero chance against Ling Feng. Now he was dead silent, completely speechless after witnessing that beatdown. Because the scene right in front of them was straight up unbelievable. Ling Feng's weapon was shattered into tiny pieces. Every plant and flower in the area completely scorched to the ground, leaving nothing behind but pitch-black smoking piles of ash. Sure, Ling Feng could make plum blossoms bloom with his blade, but they were just empty shells with zero actual power inside. What does that mean? It means he only recently picked up this martial art and had not mastered it. An absolute monster. That is what he is. Even Wei Xiaojun couldn't believe his eyes, his face turning incredibly dark. He just couldn't wrap his head around how a literal kid possessed this kind of ridiculously overpowered dominant level of strength. This wasn't even about raw talent anymore. It was pure battle-hardened experience. The kind of survival instincts you only get on a real battlefield, where you're forced to crush endless enemies and survive relentless, non-stop attacks coming right at you. Yang Chen slowly walked over to where Ling Feng was slumped on the ground. Everything around them was burnt to a crisp, leaving only thick smoke and dust. Look into Ling Feng's eyes, you could still see complete denial about the match. But Yang Chen, he knew that look way too well. Honestly, every single so-called prodigy had that exact same expression whenever Yang Chen completely crushed them in a one-on-one fight. Finally breaking the heavy silence, Yang Chen spoke up right then. You kept hyping yourself up, begging for a real fight, so I actually had high hopes. But man, I am pretty disappointed. Saying that, Yang Chen immediately cringed internally. Why did I even say that? I'm literally going to puke from lying? The secret to breaking someone's massive ego, it is actually super simple. If they can't humble themselves, someone else just has to brutally shatter it for them. The moment they realize there is always going to be someone out there, way more talented than them, they naturally learn their harsh lesson. Of course, during that brutal wake-up call, they will hit absolute rock bottom. Then they have to choose drown in that despair or brush it off and keep fighting to survive, or grit their teeth and stand back up. In the end, Ling Feng had no choice but to admit total defeat. But hey, unlike the others, he didn't throw out a single lame excuse for getting absolutely wrecked in that fight. He just accepted his massive loss with his super weak, pathetic-sounding voice. Suddenly, Nangong Fei shot straight up from her seat and started marching right toward Yang Chen. Over here, Yang Chen instantly felt that something was seriously off. Gripping the sword in her hand tightly, Nangong Fei stared him down and said coldly, "Fight me next." Hearing that, Yang Chen was absolutely speechless, screaming internally, "Holy crap, is this girl completely out of her mind right now?" Super annoyed, our main character fired back. "Did you seriously not just see me finish a match? Wasn't Nangong Fei literally sitting right there watching the entire brutal fight go down with everyone else? So why the hell did she want to throw down right this second?" Yang Chen's mind was totally blown. After he hit her with that question, Nangong Fei actually pouted, looking completely grumpy. Honestly, catching her making that face is incredibly rare. In a million years, Yang Chen never could have pictured her making an expression like that. Even in his past life, this literally never happened. Breaking out in a cold sweat, Yang Chen panicked internally. What the heck is going on? Is she seriously mad just because I didn't accept her duel? Reading his exact thoughts, the Manhwa fairy sword chimed in. She definitely looks like she's pouting and honestly leaving her sulking, like this is going to be a huge headache. Realizing that, our boy frantically waved his hands and deflected. "Listen, it is getting super late today, let us just spar next time." Nangong Fei instantly repeated. Next time, then moving as fast as the wind, she stepped in, grabbed his warm hand and whispered softly, "You promise next time?" "Absolutely, for sure." She flashed this bright, beautiful smile, but you could see she was totally blushing. It honestly looked like she genuinely wanted this duel and couldn't wait. Bam, scene cuts straight to the evening. Right now, Yang Chen was chilling all alone in the dark forest, hard at work cultivating. His entire body was constantly radiating these brilliant, blindingly hot flames. Seeing this completely insane display, old Tai couldn't help but gasp in pure shock. Absolute monster. You just reached the middle Dantian and you can already do all this. Who the heck are you? Yang Chen just shrugged it off calmly. Hey, I barely even touched it, don't exaggerate. Still, I do realize that reaching the middle Dantian at my exact age is some pretty ridiculous talent, but let us not overdo anything. Right now, your body's Dantian is being occupied by something crazy, and I am busting my back trying to suppress this absolute beast because you use way too much inner energy. What on earth did you eat to have something this terrifying living inside of you? Do you seriously want to make an old man suffer like this? You little brat, Yang Chen replied with zero emotion whatsoever. I mean, you're technically dead anyway, right? So what are you even complaining about? Even though Yang Chen fired back with a joke like that, it looked like he was actually dealing with a seriously massive problem right now. Gritting his teeth, he muttered under his breath, "Damn it. Is the thing inside my body reacting to my inner chi?" Old Tai chimed in. "Yep. The stronger your chi gets, the crazier it acts. If you keep pushing your luck by blasting fireballs or wrapping flames around your hands, that thing is going to completely lose control." Suddenly, Yang Chen just snapped. "Damn it, it's still not enough," he muttered slowly, sitting up with absolute frustration written all over his face. Right on cue, Ling Feng strolled over. "You literally won the match, and it's still not enough for you." He looked way more energetic now, total opposite of how he looked right after their epic showdown. You'd think the guy would be completely crushed after taking his very first loss, right? Nope, not at all. Yang Chen just gave him a deadpan look. "What do you mean?" Ling Feng immediately bowed, smiling brightly. "Thank you." "Wait, what?" Yang Chen blinked, totally caught off guard. "Huh, come again?" Ling Feng kept going. "My skills are still lacking. I have no idea why you made those specific moves, but I realized something. You were actually trying to teach me a lesson." Hearing this, Mount Hua's legendary sword spirit, Old Tai was seriously impressed. This kid got absolutely demolished, yet he didn't fall to inner demons. He just calmly analyzed everything. Got to admit, that is incredibly rare. Absolutely mind-blowing. Yang Chen just scoffed in his mind. Other people literally risk their lives bleeding out there to get stronger, and this guy levels up from one single match. Old Tai warned him, "Don't underestimate him, kid." Since Yang Chen stayed silent, Ling Feng just kept talking. Even if that wasn't your intention, learning from you was an absolute honor. Honestly, I used to think I was the ultimate genius, number one in the world. But thanks to you, I finally see how incredibly massive this world really is. Your hard work must be off the charts. Yang Chen found this guy super annoying. Old Tai just laughed. Getting irritated. Just punch his face. How exactly do I punch someone using my mind? Yang Chen grumbled. Young Master Chin, thank you once again. Yang Chen kept his mouth shut, but his mind started flashing back to some pretty brutal memories. He remembered a past life where Ling Feng was completely covered in bruises, someone he had personally destroyed. Those dark memories just made him feel super uncomfortable. So damn annoying, he thought. Even old Tai felt totally helpless here. Seriously annoying. This kid is just. Meanwhile, completely oblivious to all this tension, Xue'e was waving her arms wildly at her grandpa. Grandpa, did you see that? The young master literally shot out massive fire sparks. Boom pow, flower petals went flying absolutely everywhere, and that handsome guy just totally lost the match. After traveling on the road for so long, this was honestly the very first time she got this insanely hyped up to describe a fight, seen so vividly. Standing next to the sword venerable, a few Manhwa disciples happened to walk by. They just froze completely speechless because she wasn't exactly wrong. Seeing this awkward moment, Grandpa Wei Xiaojun just chuckled and gently patted his granddaughter. Haha, Xue'e, maybe we can keep our voices down just a little bit, but Xue'e suddenly looked absolutely panicked. But Grandpa, something massive just happened. He blinked, totally confused now. Wait, what's going on? She puffed out her cheeks and yelled, the young master has a fiancé. Her grandpa smiled. Wait, isn't that wonderful news? Instantly, Xue'e jumped straight up in the air and screamed, absolutely not, seeing her insanely over-the-top reaction. He was left completely speechless. I don't even know what a fiancé is, but it's absolutely a no. The only person allowed to stay with the young master is me. They need my permission first. The legendary sword venerable gave her the weirdest look. Honestly, he felt a little embarrassed right now. He had poured his entire heart and soul into raising this girl properly, yet he somehow completely forgot to teach her something this basic. Classic grandpa oversight. He honestly had no clue why she was acting this dramatic over it. He just figured, hey, it's probably just another one of her random, unpredictable childhood phases. Nothing too serious, right? Well, he was definitely wrong about that. The sword venerable cleared his throat. Xue'e, an engagement actually means. We don't get to hear the full explanation, but by the end of it, her face was a perfect picture of pure, utter confusion. Because let's be real, explaining it is one thing, but her actually understanding it, totally different story. And ever since that fateful explanation, Xue'e completely lost her spark. A girl who was quite literally a walking ray of sunshine. Suddenly, just super gloomy and drained of all energy. It was completely out of character. This was a girl with an absolute, unstoppable obsession with food, right? But now, she was just sitting there completely quiet and totally zoned out. Everyone around her was absolutely stunned. Seeing her act so weird, her grandpa gently asked Xue'e, are you feeling sick? She didn't say a single word. Just silently shook her head. Meanwhile, right after that insane battle with Ling Feng, something was still seriously bothering Yang Chen. He stared at her, finally speaking up. If nothing's wrong, then why are you ignoring the food? Hey, listen to me. If you're going to keep acting like this, then just hand over all your honey cakes right now. At the same time, Nangang Fair seemed to be the only one actually connecting the dots. Sitting right next to Yang Chen, she just quietly kept eating her food completely silent. But the exact second Nangang Fair reached her chopsticks into the delicious stew, boom, someone else's chopsticks shot out like lightning, brutally snatching the exact piece she was going for, and the person aggressively stealing her food, none other than our little Xue'e. Yang Chen just stared at her completely baffled by the hostility. But Nangang Fair, she didn't even flinch, kept her cool, didn't say a single word, and just calmly moved her chopsticks to grab a different piece. She really wasn't trying to start drama with a kid, but life just isn't that simple. Bam, Xue'e aggressively snatched the next piece. Nangang Fair aimed for two. Oh, you could literally feel the sheer, unadulterated resentment radiating off of Xue'e right now. She was fuming. Honestly, once her grandpa finally explained what a fiancé actually was, it hit her hard. Now she was insanely jealous of Nangang Fair. But since she was completely powerless to actually change the situation, she decided to wage absolute war using the dinner table instead. Time after time, Xue'e ruthlessly stole Nangang Fair's food. And watching this petty chopstick battle, Yang Chen was getting visibly annoyed. You could literally see the frustration on his face. Our main guy finally snapped. Hey, what is your? But before Yang Chen could even finish his sentence, Grandpa Wei Xiaojun completely lost his temper. We are trying to eat. What exactly do you think you're doing right now? That was probably the very first time anyone had ever seen this sweet old grandpa get genuinely furious. Xue'e froze. She was completely at a loss for words, her tiny body literally shaking with absolute rage, totally helpless. And finally, Xue'e just couldn't hold it in anymore. She shot up from her seat and screamed, "You big sister, you're a total idiot." Then, she bolted. Just ran away, leaving the whole table in stunned silence. Her grandpa kept shouting, "Xue'e, come back." Yep, she literally sprinted off, holding her soup bowl, big tears welling up in her eyes. It was pure heartbreak. Watching this incredibly dramatic exit, Yang Chen narrowed his eyes and suspiciously glanced over at Nangang Fair. He just had to ask, "Did you do something to mess with her?" Nangang Fair didn't say a word. She just calmly shook her head, completely denying it. This left Yang Chen totally baffled. His mind was racing, trying to figure it out. Ever since that match with Ling Feng, little Xue'e has been carrying around some massive emotional baggage. But wait, it gets worse. Because the absolute most awkward part of this whole situation, that happened the very next morning. The sun was already high in the sky, the whole camp was awake, and our guy was practically zombie walking out of his tent. Seeing him, Mao Yan smiled. "Young Master Qin, you're finally awake." Yang Chen just lazily waved. "Yeah, thanks for all the hard work." Rocking massive dark circles under his eyes, Yang Chen sighed. "How many days has it been? I've literally slept outside more than at the Qin family estate." But no matter how hard he racked his brain, he just couldn't figure out a way to control that insane hidden power, locked deep inside his own body. Will he actually find the answers once they reach Mount Hua? Just then, Ling Feng's overly energetic voice echoed out, "Hey, young master, Qin want to do some morning training together." The dude was absolutely drenched in sweat. Clearly, just finished an intense workout. We're talking shredded massive six-pack abs on full display, catching absolutely everyone's attention. Looking at him, Yang Chen actually felt a tiny bit insecure. Does Mount Hua seriously have zero rules about putting on a shirt in the morning? Hearing this, Old Tai instantly materialized to drop some knowledge. "Kid, a true martial artist's physical body is the pure manifestation of their mental cultivation. It channels their spirit and emotions. Think about it. Only a massive, deeply rooted tree can bloom the most absolutely gorgeous plum blossoms." Yang Chen didn't even hesitate. He immediately replied in his mind, "Yep, totally makes sense." The sword spirit added a reality check, "Which is why you need to start working out too, kid." Ouch. Snapping back to reality, Yang Chen forced a smile. "Appreciate the invite, man, but I've got something way more important to handle today. Maybe next time." Ling Feng tilted his head, smiling. "Oh, important business. Wait, is there a special event happening today?" Yang Chen just gave a super awkward laugh. "Haha, did you seriously forget? Today is exactly." He completely trailed off, keeping his mouth shut. Yeah, clearly, this was a monumentally huge day for him. And just like that, as night fell, the entire convoy hit the road again, blazing through the trails straight toward Mount Hua. Every single step was finally bringing them closer to their ultimate destination. Right then, the Mount Hua immortal sword manifested just to tease Yang Chen. "You never change, do you? Still as stubborn as ever." Flashing back to a few days ago, Yang Chen groaned in pure exhaustion. "Do Mount Hua disciples seriously climb this every single day?" Ignoring our boy's absolute misery, Ling Feng just smiled. "For us, this is just your average Tuesday." Our protagonist was absolutely done. Holy hell, which absolute lunatic decided to build an entire sect on a mountain peak? Old Iron chimed in, "Trust me, I've wondered that myself, but hey, we should at least thank these Mount Hua kids for actually considering others. Don't you agree?" Cut back to the present moment. The sect's senior brother stepped up. "Young Master Jin, why not rest down here in the Mount Hua County for the night? You can make the climb tomorrow. We'll set up a nice place for you to crash." Yang Chen immediately shot that down. "But I'm carrying Mount Hua's sacred treasure. Shouldn't I head up there right now?" He stared at the endlessly long path ahead. Sure, for the Mount Hua disciples, this hike was completely normal. But for Yang Chen, total nightmare. The senior brother asked again, "Are you absolutely sure you can make it?" Yang Chen forced a weak smile. "Well, if Mount Hua is offering such great hospitality, I'd feel bad refusing." The senior nodded. "Perfect. We'll head up first and announce young Master Jin's arrival tomorrow." With that, the senior brother turned directly to Ling Feng. "You stay behind. Guide young Master Jin up the mountain tomorrow." Hearing this, Yang Chen panicked a bit. "Wait, shouldn't young Master Ling Feng head back up with you guys? That makes more sense, right? I'm sure all the Mount Hua seniors are dying to see him." Ling Feng just gave this awkward forced smile. He stayed completely quiet, but man, the disappointment in his eyes, super obvious. Because when it came to his actual status within the sect, Ling Feng knew the brutal truth better than anyone else here. Were the Mount Hua seniors really eagerly awaiting his return, just like Yang Chen claimed? Yeah, probably not. So Yang Chen crashed at the mountain's base, saving the brutal climb for tomorrow morning. After listening to Mao Yan and Ling Feng talking earlier, Yang Chen finally pieced it together. This kid, he clearly didn't fit in with his peers. And his relationship with his sect elders wasn't exactly great either. Old Iron scoffed in his mind. "Back in my prime, things were never this pathetic." Suddenly, a super cheerful voice broke the silence. It was Xue'e. Sorry for the wait, master, I brought the steamed buns. She came practically skipping over with a tray of piping hot buns beaming from ear to ear, her gloomy mood from before completely gone. Now we're talking, just a bright, happy Xue'e. This was the girl we all knew and loved. Staring down at those steaming hot buns ready to devour them, Yang Chen just smiled to himself. Finally, my will to live has returned. Next up, Xue'e super politely handed him a cup. Here's some water, master. Seeing her act so weirdly nice, Yang Chen was totally lost. Hold up, why are you being so attentive today? Xue'e just blinked innocently. I'm always a good girl, right? Yang Chen didn't say a word. He just took the cup, took a sip, and thought to himself she'd been acting so sketchy lately, but today she's totally normal. Honestly, girls are impossible to figure out. Complete emotional roller coasters, and you never know what's coming next. Yang Chen gently reached out, resting his hand on Xue'e's head, giving her a soft pat like she was a cute little puppy. Xue'e's cheeks flushed bright red. She was absolutely loving the attention. A second later, Yang Chen sighed. If you could just stay this sweet and obedient forever, my life would be perfect. Xue'e pouted. Hey, I haven't done anything annoying. But then, out of nowhere, a steamed bun was suddenly lifted up. Nangang Fei stepped in, clearly marking her territory. She pushed the bun right toward Yang Chen's face. Here, say, our boy was totally frozen. To eat the bun or not to eat the bun? Talk about an absolutely impossible situation. Meanwhile, Xue's face went completely crimson with rage. She locked her eyes dead onto that bun in Nangang Fei's hand glaring so hard she could literally burn a hole right through it. But then a plot twist nobody saw coming. Xue'e lunged forward and swallowed the entire bun in one bite. Zero chance for Yang Chen to taste it. Oh, she was insanely jealous. She aggressively chewed that thing, literally taking out all her pent-up rage on the poor steamed bun. Nangang Fei, completely frozen in shock, stood there like a statue. She could live 1,000 lifetimes and never expect Xue'e to pull a stunt like that. But then she just flashed this bright, dazzling smile, trying to play off the painfully awkward, insanely tense vibe in the air. Because honestly, Xue'e had been acting like she'd rather die than eat Nangang Fei's food. But guess what? She ate it anyway. Looking at her was like watching a confused little bird glitching out. Xue'e aggressively chewed that bun, but looking at her expression, you'd think she was chewing solid gravel. Yang Chen was trapped right in the middle of this war zone, sweating cold bullets. Whatever, just focus on surviving and eating right. Meanwhile, cut to a super sketchy hidden location. Clink, a sharp metallic sound echoed through the dark room as a massive blade scraped against stone. Watching this terrifying display, a masked assassin dressed like a ninja shaking like a leaf. A deep, menacing voice broke the silence. So, our little tail got stepped on. The terrified underling practically choked on his words. Yes, sir. It looks like the Manhwa sect finally found our tracks. Hearing this, the leader just scoffed. Pure absolute rage. You could literally see every single vein popping on his massive hulking muscles. Just a total powerhouse of intimidation. Those Manhwa brats are sharper than I thought. Digging up any more intel around here, impossible now. The assassin bowed low. I'll report this back to the main palace immediately. The leader glared. Don't delay. You already know exactly what happens if you screw this up and arrive late. Ever seen a man get his arms brutally snapped in half? Ha, do your job properly. Classic villain threat right there. Swallowing his fear, the trembling grunt finally regained his composure and continued his report. The palace just handed down another order, sir. Word is the Divine Doctor has officially appeared in Shaanxi. The leader raised an eyebrow. The Divine Doctor? Yes, sir. He was in Anhui, but now he's moved to Shaanxi. We've already sent our best scouts to verify his exact location. The leader slowly stood up, absolute fury radiating off him. Are you kidding me right now? Feeling that massive killing intent, the grunt's blood ran cold. Total panic mode activated. Oh, I am so dead. And yep, right on cue, the hulking boss stepped forward, pressing that razor-sharp blade directly against the poor guy's throat. Did I ever give you permission to act on your own? He roared. The assassin practically wet himself, stuttering out an excuse. It was a direct order from the palace master, sir. The boss paused, narrowing his eyes in suspicion. Oh really? Then what's the play here? We kill this Divine Doctor or bring him in alive. The order is to capture him alive and drag him to the underground dungeon. Hearing that, the muscle guy finally lowered his blade with a disappointed sigh. Tch, how boring. But anyone who actually gets in our way, we can kill them, right? Yes, sir. The no-kill rule only applies to the Divine Doctor. The boss's eyes absolutely lit up. Pure sadistic excitement. He flashed this incredibly dangerous psychotic grin. You just know whatever sick ideas were running through his head. Yeah, not good. He was already savoring whatever bloodbath he was about to unleash. Now this is getting interesting. Fast forward to the next morning, the sun was shining bright, kicking off a brand new day of absolute suffering. But amidst that peaceful morning vibe, a shaking hand suddenly grabbed the final stone step. Yep, you guessed it, it was Yang Chen. After literally dragging himself up thousands of brutal stairs, our boy was absolutely fighting for his life, gasping for air. His lungs were burning, totally starved for oxygen. His legs felt like they weighed a ton, like he was hauling his entire body through thick mud. Sweat was just pouring down his face, dripping onto the stone path with every agonizing step. Just pure, unfiltered suffering. Panting like a crazy person, Yang Chen couldn't hold it back anymore. Damn it all, I seriously want to meet the psychopath who decided to build this hellish Manhwa sect. The Plum Blossom Immortal Sword Old Iron just laughed at him. Kid, please. I've been climbing this exact same hellish staircase my entire life. Yang Chen was so done. Then why didn't you geniuses ever think to move the sect down to the bottom of the actual mountain? I'm so incredibly done. Right on cue, Ling Feng's voice chimed in. Come on, don't you get the deeper meaning behind Mount Hua's design? No pain, no gain. Without suffering, you can't achieve true greatness. Yang Chen just rolled his eyes. Yeah, sure. Whatever that means. Old Iron totally agreed. Sounds profound and all, but honestly, I just want to murder whoever built this place. But get this, while Yang Chen was literally dying on the stairs completely out of breath, Xue'e was having the time of her life. She was practically skipping up the mountain like it was a Sunday stroll. Master, I really should have just carried you on my back. Yang Chen's pride instantly shattered. I'm a grown man, a warrior. You think I'm gonna get carried up by a tiny girl? He sighed, defeated. Look, I still have a shred of dignity left. Let me just walk up myself. But seriously, aren't you even a little bit tired? Xue'e just smiled innocently. Nope, not at all. And right then, a soft, delicate hand suddenly reached out. Nangong Fei was standing right in front of Yang Chen. She extended her tiny perfect hand down to him and just whispered one word. Hand. Yang Chen totally caught off guard. And honestly a little embarrassed. Aren't you exhausted? He asked. But zero hesitation here, he grabbed Nangong Fei's hand and slowly pulled himself up. Meanwhile, Xue'e was watching from the sidelines and oh man, she was absolutely fuming with jealousy. Just as he stood up, Fei suddenly bowed her head. Yang Chen stood there completely clueless. What was she doing? Old Iron just busted out, laughing in his head. Wow, she's a pro. But our boy, utterly bewildered. What the heck, why are you bowing like that? Old Iron just sighed. You idiot kid. But Fei didn't say a single word. Just kept her head down in total respect. And Xue'e, her eyes were literally blazing with pure, unfiltered rage right now. A glare so sharp it could cut glass, looking like she wanted to burn the whole place down. She wasn't even trying to hide it. Yang Chen finally had a thought. Wait, does she want a head pat? Old Iron chimed right in. Well, if you figured it out, just do it. Yeah, I'm on it. But reality check, things never go that smoothly. Just as his hand reached out barely inches from her hair, bam, Xue'e swooped in lightning fast. She slapped her hand right on Fei's head, giving her those gentle pats instead. Fei looked totally stunned and yeah, pretty disappointed. But then Xue's whole vibe shifted. A complete 180, she proudly bragged. There, I did it. Fei just smiled gracefully and patted the girl right back. Yang Chen watched these two completely frozen. He had zero clue what was happening. Meanwhile, Fei flashed this gorgeous smile. Cheeks flushed, eyes sparkling, and cheerfully whispered, maybe next time, then wait. Yang Chen's instincts kicked in. He snapped his head around. Is someone else here? On cue, the entire group turned to look behind them. Way down at the bottom of the endless stone steps, someone was literally dragging themselves up, totally exhausted. It was one of Yang Chen's attendants, face beet red, gasping for air, practically begging. Young master, please help me. I can't make it. Help. Yang Chen just stood at the top, totally helpless. Someone go grab her, please. Right at that moment, the massive gates of the Mount Hua sect slowly creaked open and an elder stepped out. Ha, so you finally made it. I've been waiting. Yang Chen was still frozen, but Ling Feng immediately threw up a proper martial arts salute. Wei Xiaojun, though, he'd been hiding his identity, so he nervously ducked his head, trying to vanish. The old man strolled toward the group. Frail frame, snow white hair, classic elder vibes. But Old Iron, he sounded super disappointed. Seriously, this guy is the current sect leader of Mount Yua. Yang Chen fired back mentally. Wait, you mean this old guy? But before our boy could even process the situation, the elder stepped right into his personal space, grabbing both his shoulders with a huge grin. Man, I've been waiting forever for you, ha ha ha, he laughed. Now those grumpy elders can't punish me anymore. I lost the Plum Blossom Fate Stone in a bet and they've been roasting me non-stop. He was so hyped, he literally started shaking Yang Chen back and forth like a rag doll, poor kid. He was already exhausted and now room spinning complete dizzy mode. Our protagonist stammered out, this junior is Yang Chen. I came here to pee. But nope. He was getting rattled so hard he couldn't even finish his sentence. The whole world was doing flips. Total brain fog. Every thought just scrambled into a chaotic mess. The elder just chuckled casually. Haha. Listen, before you even got here, that absolute brute Chin Lun sent me a letter. Told me everything. You're here to return our sacred stone and take your little sister back home, right? Yang Chen let out a massive breath, secretly thrilled. Thank God. The elder laying it all out first saved him a massive headache. Jackpot. Yes, exactly right, Yang Chen replied. But then the elder dropped a bomb. However, there's one tiny detail he left out. Our boy froze. What detail? Yang Chen asked. The energy currently sitting inside your body. Boom. Yang Chen instantly broke into a cold sweat. Panic mode activated. The old man then subtly shifted his gaze toward the back right where Wei Xiaojun was hiding in disguise. Wei was doing everything humanly possible to dodge the sect leader's eyes. He definitely knew exactly what the old man was hinting at, but the elder played it cool, pretending not to notice. He just patted Yang Chen's shoulder. Anyway, you must be absolutely dead after that trip. He pointed to a disciple standing by. Xin Xian, get quarters and a feast ready for our guests. Right away, sect leader. I'll handle it. The old man smiled. We'll talk business inside. Yang Chen was sweating bullets now. Totally stressing out, he called out mentally, Old Iron, what the hell do I do about this old guy? Old Iron just laughed that annoying, mocking laugh. Did you seriously think you could swallow Mount Hua's ultimate treasure and just walk away unharmed? But hey, don't sweat it. Worst case scenario, you just die. Yang Chen mentally screamed. That literally makes it 10 times worse. Anyway, the sect rolled out the red carpet for everyone. But Yang Chen, yeah, he got summoned to a private back room. Inside the room, the tension was thick enough to cut with a knife. The sect leader was just sitting there, rolling the fate stone around in his hand. Finally, he spoke up. You literally just got to our sect, and I pulled you aside before you could even catch your breath. I know it's a bit rude, not gonna lie. But here's the thing. Letting a guy who accidentally absorbed our sect's literal destiny just wander around our courtyard. Yeah, that's not gonna happen. Hope you can understand where I'm coming from. Yang Chen forced a painfully awkward smile. Yeah, I completely get it. No worries. The sect leader locked eyes with him. All right, let's lay it all out then. You carried our supreme artifact all the way here only to somehow accidentally absorb its power. That's your story, right? Yang Chen narrowed his eyes. How was he even supposed to explain this mess? He ran through his options, leaving Old Iron completely out of the story and just sticking to the basic facts. That had to be the safest play here, right? But Old Iron casually whispered in his mind, You really gonna spill the beans to this guy? Don't you dare try playing the victim card. But Yang Chen didn't even blink. He looked the elder dead in the eye. Yep, that's exactly what happened. The sect leader gripped the fate stone tightly, his voice dropping an octave. You realize how insane that sounds, right? He studied Yang Chen like a puzzle. The destiny energy is gone. Nothing we can do about that. But what blows my mind, the fact that your body is somehow holding two completely opposite conflicting energies right now. It defies logic. Yang Chen just nodded. He kept his head down, staying completely silent. Honestly, he had zero explanation, because deep down he was still trying to figure out how the hell he managed to absorb the thing himself. Suddenly, the elder just pushed his chair back and stood up. All right, whatever. You're already here, so let's just get down to business. You want to pick up your little sister? Follow me. As the sect leader walked past him, Yang Chen had to ask, Wait, where are we going? The old man let out this spine-chilling chuckle. The temperature in the room literally dropped. A freezing aura flooded the space. Was this guy planning to end him right here? A split second later, the elder's hands clamped onto Yang Chen's shoulders. His voice went totally deadpan. Did you honestly think you could devour Mount Hua's greatest treasure and just walk out the front gate? But instead of shaking in his boots like the old man expected, Yang Chen just stared back cool as a cucumber. Yeah, the sect leader's jaw practically hit the floor. Why is your reaction so boring? I'm threatening you, kid. Yang Chen just looked up at him completely unbothered. No offense, senior, but your scary face. It literally looks exactly like when those two elders back home try to prank me. Oh, that struck a nerve. The sect leader completely lost it. What the hell did you just say? Don't you ever compare me to those idiots. Watch your mouth, kid. Seeing the old man throw a total tantrum, Yang Chen felt totally validated. Yep, spot on. Honestly, they were exactly the same breed, the kind of old guys who just need a few cups of strong wine before trying to arm wrestle to prove who's tougher. Realizing his intimidation tactics totally failed, the elder sighed. Fine, fine. Joke's over. Come on, let's go see your little sister. Hearing that, Yang Chen shot up out of his chair in a heartbeat and trailed right behind him. They navigated to this secluded little cabin tucked away in a quiet corner of the Mount Hua estate. Next to the place, a classic bamboo water wheel was spinning away with a tiny bird chirping its heart out, hidden in the branches. The running water, the rustling leaves, it was giving absolute peak peaceful cultivation vibes. The cabin sat up high on a ridge, totally hugged by these massive rolling hills and dense pine forests. Just picture perfect serenity. A hidden paradise away from the sect's chaos. The nearby pond was literally like glass, perfectly reflecting the endless blue sky and fluffy white clouds. A gentle, cool breeze rolled through, carrying that crisp scent of wild grass and ancient trees. But inside the cabin, the vibe was heavy. An old healer's voice echoed out, "Your physical body is completely ruined. Your meridian points absolutely shattered. The internal energy in your system is in total chaos. I can't even imagine the agonizing pain you must be dealing with right now. The fact that you're still sitting there, pure willpower." The legendary Plum Blossom Immortal just covered her mouth, letting out a weak, painful cough. She forced a tired smile. "It's really not that bad. I can handle it." The old healer wasn't having it for a second. "Stop lying. Putting up a tough front and hiding your sickness from that sweet girl isn't doing anyone any favors." The young girl looked at her master, pure sadness in her eyes. The room went dead silent. You could hear a pin drop. The emotional weight in the air, absolutely suffocating. Finally, the divine doctor broke the silence. "How long has it been like this?" Master Plum Blossom slowly turned her head. "About 4 years now," she replied softly. The doctor frowned, pressing further. "What exactly happened to you?" She stuttered. "Well, that's—" But the words just wouldn't come out. Silence again. It was painfully obvious she was trying desperately to hide the true extent of her deadly illness from her young disciple. She didn't want the kid to carry that burden. "Master," the young disciple cried out. Hearing that desperate voice, Master Plum Blossom flinched hard. When she finally turned around, her face was completely twisted in absolute undeniable agony. Blood just slowly dripping from the corner of her mouth. Lotus scrambled over pure panic in her voice. "Master, are you okay?" Reading the room, the doctor quietly handed over a clean cloth. The old master took it, forcing a painful smile. "Thank you." As she wiped away the blood, the doctor narrowed his eyes. "Is this a binding seal?" he muttered, totally baffled. "Because here's the thing. If it was a seal, why didn't he feel it when checking her pulse?" Made absolutely zero sense. "Divine doctor," she began respectfully, but he cut her right off. "Do not call me that." A heavy pause hung in the air before she finally whispered, "I apologize for troubling you." "It's fine," he replied flatly. Then came the million-dollar question. "Tell me, with my condition, how much time do I actually have left?" Hearing those words, her young disciple just shattered. Tears, pooling eyes completely red and stinging. Tears literally threatening to spill over. The kid was absolutely devastated, terrified of losing her beloved mentor. And the doctor, he didn't even try to sugarcoat it. Straight to the brutal point, 2 months at the earliest. If you're really lucky, you might make it to this winter. Hearing her death sentence, Master Plum Blossom just smiled, pure acceptance. Life or death, she genuinely didn't care anymore. She knew her own body perfectly and wasn't about to cling to false hope. Suddenly, violent tremors completely took over the master's body. She couldn't stop shaking. Lotus just looked down, feeling entirely useless, desperate to help but having no clue how. The doctor stood there watching this legendary figure, literally trembling right in front of him. He remembered who she used to be, a top-tier Manhwa powerhouse, radiating immense pressure, vibrant, absolute perfection. Now, reduced to a frail, weak old woman by some mysterious illness, he stared at her gears, turning in his head about to make a massive call. "I will do absolutely everything in my power to treat you," he suddenly barked out. "Now everybody out. Give me the room." Lotus froze, panic creeping back into her voice. But master, I can't just leave you." Master Plum Blossom weakly raised a trembling hand, cutting her off. "Lotus, just go." The white cloth in her grip already soaked completely crimson with her own blood, and her hand just wouldn't stop violently shaking. Seeing that, Lotus bit her tongue. She sat there for a second just staring at her master. But let's be real, she had exactly zero choices here. She had to step outside. Meanwhile, just beyond those doors, Yang Chen was literally gasping for air, dragging himself up the absolute highest stone step. "This is torture," he groaned. "Climbing Mount Xue'e at the crack of dawn and now scaling this peak, I'm dying. This is straight-up physical abuse." The Mount Xue'e sect leader just laughed it off, totally unfazed. "Haha, can you not feel the very will of Mount Xue'e? To achieve greatness, one must endure extreme hardship. That, my boy, is the true path." Yang Chen just rolled his eyes internally. So if this old man lives way up here, why doesn't he just move? Makes zero sense. Hearing his thoughts, his system guide Old Iron instantly started mocking him. "Humph, what a lazy brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth," Old Iron scoffed. "Before you complain, look up and witness Mount Hua's true Tao." Right on cue, the wooden doors suddenly swung wide open. Out walked his junior sister Lotus, followed by some random long-haired guy. Lotus was literally still wiping fresh tears right off her cheeks. Sensing someone standing directly in front of her, she slowly lifted her head to look. The guy standing there, way too familiar. The second it clicked, her eyes went wide, absolute pure shock. And Yang Chen, he was just as stunned, completely frozen in place, jaw dropped, not able to form a single word. To break the awkward silence, Lotus finally spoke up. "Brother, what are you doing here?" Suddenly, the guy behind her stepped forward, completely blind to his surroundings, and bam, smacked his face right into the back of her head. Both yelped in pain. Yang Chen frowned, wildly confused. What the hell? Who is standing behind my sister? A second later, the mystery guy peeked out from behind Lotus, sporting a hilariously bright red nose from the headbutt collision. But the second Yang Chen saw his face, oh, he was pea-eyed, jaw-locked teeth, grinding in sheer fury. Meanwhile, Lotus was too busy scolding the guy. Are you blind? Watch where you're actually going. Then it hit her. An absolutely massive wave of power radiating right in front of her. She snapped her head toward Yang Chen. Pink and red spiritual aura was literally exploding off his body, his eyes radiating pure, unadulterated killing intent. He took a slow, deliberate step forward. Swirling pink and crimson aura smoked off him like a raging fire. The air instantly became suffocatingly heavy, almost thick. Everyone nearby literally felt a terrifying invisible hand slowly tightening right around their throats. Yang Chen's blazing eyes looked like hell itself, overflowing with an unstoppable, uncontrollable rage. With every single step he took toward them, the literal ground beneath their feet shook violently. Flashback time. Memories of his past life suddenly smashed into his brain like a freight train. Heavy doors creaking open. Hundreds of people kneeling in absolute submission inside a massive, completely pitch-black hall. Amidst a sea of disciples dressed in pitch-black robes, one man was calmly strolling right through them. He looked up, a mocking smirk plastered across his face. So thrilled to see you return to us in one piece, my lord. He paused, letting the silence stretch. Right then, an overwhelmingly intense pressure exploded into the air. It was so insanely heavy that every single person kneeling in that room started shaking in absolute terror. That raw demonic energy completely dominated them. Every slow footstep felt like a mountain crushing their spines. The fan-wielding guy just kept going. Oh my, this isn't good. You look incredibly angry right now. Whatever could make the Great Lord so furious, don't tell me. Just because one insignificant little woman lost her life, you're actually throwing a tantrum. Those exact words. Oh, they were the absolute perfect fuel to make the heavenly demon's internal rage explode into an absolute supernova. Yang Chen didn't even hesitate. He unleashed a brutal, savage wave of pure demonic energy straight at that smug bastard's face. But right before that lethal strike could even connect, it was completely blocked, stopped dead in its tracks. The guy stood there gritting his teeth, spitting out every word. This was all the cult leader's direct will. But your current little rebellion, it clearly goes straight against his absolute orders. The heavenly demon stayed totally silent, just flashing a chilling, blood-curdling smile. But somehow, the guy didn't flinch. They locked eyes, pure, unfiltered hatred sparking between them. Without a single second of hesitation, Yang Chen channeled massive energy directly into his palm, aiming straight for the kill. Seeing that attack, charging up, the guy threw out a warning. Please remember, the only person standing above you is the cult leader. Instantly, Yang Chen's raging fury hit a brick wall. He ground his teeth together violently, bitter, hesitating for the first time. For a few agonizing seconds, the blazing fire in his hand just kept roaring, ready to incinerate everything. Across from him, that guy wore the most punchable, challenging smirk ever. An absolute masterclass in pushing someone's buttons. Yang Chen had zero choices left. He had to stand down. Seeing him yield, the guy coldly kept talking. The heavenly venerable is already dead, and the crippled venerable, he'll breathe his absolute last breath today. As for the sword, venerable lost his mind completely. Gone mad. The heavenly demon obviously doesn't care anymore. So who do you think the cult leader will entrust the remaining tasks to? Think very carefully about this. I'm absolutely certain the cult leader will choose you. Hearing that patronizing garbage made Yang Chen even more furious, beyond enraged but completely powerless to act. Snap back to reality. Present day. Yang Chen lunged straight forward and viciously grabbed the guy behind his junior sister right by the throat. Everyone around them was completely baffled. Absolutely no one had a clue what triggered this sudden earth-shattering rampage. And Yang Chen's crushing vice-like grip, it just kept getting tighter. The guy was literally choking, desperately gasping for a single breath of air. But Yang Chen wasn't even close to stopping. Watching this unfold, his junior sister suddenly felt an intense bone-chilling horror at her own brother's pure brutality. She subconsciously started trembling in absolute fear. Meanwhile, Yang Chen was gritting at his teeth, squeezing the life out of his target. Right in this exact moment, those haunting memories from his past life were completely hijacking his brain. He had literally zero control over his own body. But just then, a hand reached out right in front of him. A sect elder stepped in to stop the madness. The elder calmly covered Yang Chen's eyes, with one hand placing the other firmly on his back. Right before acting, he whispered directly into his ear, "This is gonna hurt a bit." A little while later, back inside Master Plum Blossom's room, the Plum Blossom Fairy and the Divine Doctor immediately shot their eyes toward the door. Complete surprise. Walking right in was the elder, grinning ear to ear. "Divine Doctor, perfect timing. We've got a patient." And that patient, our boy Yang Chen. No idea what the old man did to him, but Yang Chen was completely out cold. Just totally drained. The elder was literally carrying his entire body with just one hand like it was nothing. Seriously, do not underestimate this guy's strength. A little while later, Yang Chen finally woke up. The elder immediately started doing introductions. Look here. This old man is the divine doctor, literally known as the absolute best healer in the entire world. He's the one who treated you while you were knocked out. And over here, the Plum Blossom Sword Empress, Manhwa Sec's legendary blade. He pointed her out. She's also the master of your little sister, Ju Linghua. And this kid, that's Cao Jihe, the doctor's own grandson and personal disciple. Any questions, just ask the doc. Everyone meet Yang Chen. Hearing all this, Yang Chen started sweating bullets, just pure absolute panic setting in. Then the elder turned and dropped the interrogation. Why exactly were you choking this child? Our protagonist felt insanely awkward. He cursed loudly in his head. Damn it, honestly, ever since running into this kid, his memories were completely blurry and messed up. But who would actually believe an excuse like that? And Cao Jihe, being the doctor's grandson, that was total news to him. Why did the exact person the Shiyu sect was hunting down have to cross paths with him first? Crap. Nothing. Literally nothing was going according to his plan. Even that old guy in his head went completely silent on him. What the hell was he supposed to do now? Yang Chen was just spiraling, totally trapped in his own chaotic thoughts. He had absolutely zero idea how to explain this mess. Seeing his struggle, the elder pressed on. You feel like your memories are hazy, don't you, Bullseye? Hitting that exact painful truth, Yang Chen asked in pure shock. What? How did you know? Haha, honestly, I am not entirely sure. The elder laughed, flashing back to Yang Chen's incredibly weird behavior from earlier. Then he turned straight to the divine doctor. But doc, could you maybe examine this kid's body and see what is wrong? The divine doctor was absolutely not having it. I don't have time for your annoying requests. Get lost. And just like that, an incredibly loud, ear-piercing shouting match between the doctor and the elder officially kicked off. Total chaos. The Plum Blossom Fairy, she was way too used to this nonsense. She calmly turned to Yang Chen. Don't be scared. Are you really Yang Chen? Our main character blinked in absolute surprise. Wait, you actually know who I am? She replied like it was nothing. Of course. I was your mother's absolute closest friend. Hearing that hit Yang Chen like a truck. He muttered to himself. My mother's best friend, she smiled warmly. It's so good to finally meet you. Meanwhile, his little sister was still totally traumatized by him hiding nervously behind her master's back. The fairy continued. You look so much like Tianxi. Yang Chen was completely confused by this. Me, how could I possibly look like her? No, not your face. Your aura is identical. You carry this quiet yet incredibly warm heart. I can feel it clearly. Yang Chen politely bowed his head. Thank you. And right at that exact moment, the screaming match finally ended. The divine doctor shot up from his seat. I am out of here. You all keep chatting. Seeing this, the elder was totally helpless. He had no choice but to pull out his ultimate trump card, the legendary dragon revealing herb. What if I trade you one single leaf of the dragon revealing herb? Just for one proper diagnosis for this kid, he asked it with pure absolute sincerity. The divine doctor was still visibly annoyed and bitter, but he finally caved in and agreed. Fine. I'll listen to you this one last time. Don't forget this. The Manhwa sect leader burst out laughing. Haha, you really drive a hard bargain. Then the doctor reached his hand out toward Yang Chen, telling him to roll up his sleeve. Yang Chen knew better than to hesitate. He immediately extended his arm out. He honestly knew exactly why the Manhwa sect leader dragged him all the way here. The old man had definitely sensed the distinct aura of the Manhwa sect on him. That exact energy was violently surging deep inside his body right now. But Yang Chen still had serious doubts. Could this so-called divine doctor actually understand the chaotic state of his internal energy? Meanwhile, the doctor kept a firm grip on his wrist, eyes shut tight, deeply feeling his pulse. A split second later, a tiny, incredibly precise sliver of energy flowed straight into Yang Chen's body, coming right from the doctor's fingertips. Yang Chen was sweating, pure anxiety. He was terrified the doctor would detect that dark demonic aura still lurking inside him. The Manhwa sect leader noticed the doctor's complete silence and finally had to ask, so how is he looking? Is there anything wrong? The doctor turned his head and deadpanned. This kid isn't just unwell. He is practically a walking, breathing corpse right now. Boom. Hearing those brutal words, Yang Chen's entire mind instantly went completely terrifyingly blank. It took him a few seconds to process that. Panicking, Yang Chen spoke up. What exactly do you mean by that? The doctor looked dead serious. The internal energy circulating through your body, it's not just one or two simple types, and yet you're somehow still standing here chatting like absolutely nothing is wrong. Nailed it. Hearing the doctor hit the bullseye, our main character instantly realized something terrifying. The doctor was definitely talking about his hidden demonic powers. No hiding it now. It was the raw power he gained back in Sichuan mixed with the energy he absorbed straight from the Manhwa treasure. He thought deeply to himself. Yeah, I absorbed a ton of stuff, but I never expected it to be this incredibly fatal. I honestly thought I had everything perfectly under control. Wait, is this what Elder Shen was warning me about, that hidden thing inside my body? And right at that exact moment, old Tai's voice suddenly echoed in his head, answering him. Nope, it's not. The second he showed up, Yang Chen ground his teeth in pure annoyance. He shot back telepathically. Why the hell are you only showing up now? Old Tai replied smoothly. I've been watching everything. Just had to wait for the absolute perfect moment. Thanks to what that healer just said, I finally confirmed my suspicions. Yang Chen was completely thrown off by this. Confirm what exactly old Tai explained. It is actually suppressing all the chaotic wild energies running rampant inside your body. But here's the kicker. It could easily explode if it wanted to. When two completely opposite types of internal energy flow through the exact same body, they are going to constantly clash and violently rip into each other without stopping. This constant war was dealing direct brutal damage to Yang Chen's body. And guess what? It would only get significantly worse as his energy levels leveled up. If Yang Chen was just a regular guy, he'd have been completely crippled a long time ago. Yang Chen had definitely been taking this way too lightly. Feeling a serious spike of panic, he turned back to the doctor. Senior, how am I supposed to handle these energies? The divine doctor just forced a dark, cynical laugh. Handle it. Listen here. You either find a way to purge every single drop of it, or you live every second waiting to randomly explode. Right now, your physical body is literally nothing more than a walking powder keg. All it takes is one tiny spark and you'll be blown straight into ashes. I can't just casually poke around or fix this easily. Despite hearing all of this terrifying news, Yang Chen's face was still twisted in utter confusion and disbelief. Seeing his totally lost expression, the doctor dumbed it down. You want me to make it simpler? Your body right now is a joke. Whether you're bathing, eating rice, or doing literally anything at all, you could just drop dead. Die without a single second of warning. 0. The fact that you could die at literally any given moment isn't even surprising anymore. It means that quiet, calm energy you're feeling right now, it could violently erupt in a flash. It would obliterate him instantly. He was a literal ticking time bomb. But here's the crazy part. After hearing this horrifying truth, Yang Chen wasn't scared or trembling at all. Instead, he just calmly accepted it and shrugged. Oh, I see. The elder finally broke his silence. I really didn't expect the situation to be this horribly severe. Jiu Linghua stared at Yang Chen, her face absolutely packed with worry. You could literally die. How on earth are you acting so insanely calm right now? Yang Chen just smirked. It's not my time yet. His little martial sister snapped back. You could literally die tomorrow. Silence. Complete and utter silence. The entire atmosphere just completely froze over. A heavy, suffocating coldness instantly swallowed up the whole room. To completely shatter that heavy, suffocating tension, Yang Chen finally spoke up. Stop worrying about useless things. Go get ready. We're heading back to the family. The second Jiu Linghua heard him mention going back home, her mood instantly plummeted. Complete sadness. She tightly hugged her master's arm, looking incredibly reluctant as she whispered softly, I really don't want to go back. Seeing this, Yang Chen just shrugged. Fine. Suit yourself. Hearing her senior brother say that, she jumped in complete shock. Her eyes instantly lit up, sparkling with pure excitement. Wait, really? What if I don't go? He smirked. I'll just report to the patriarch that you refuse to follow me back. Let's see what father says. Though you know the patriarch won't care. Hearing Yang Chen throw that in her face, Jiu Linghua felt super bitter. She aggressively ground her teeth in pure annoyance. The little girl just kept clinging tightly to her master's arm, dropping into complete, absolute silence without saying another word. The Mount Hua sect leader totally read the room and understood the kid's terrible mood. He looked right at Yang Chen and smoothly changed the subject. Yang Chen, why don't you head back to rest? First day at Mount Hua, you must be absolutely exhausted. Yang Chen immediately nodded. Ah yes. I will take my leave now. Before Yang Chen took off, the old man dropped a massive warning. Listen to me, he said. Don't even think about forging your own path. Your fate, it's locked in. Don't try to change it. With that heavy burden, Yang Chen just turned and walked away. The door clicked shut behind him. The godly doctor watched him go, completely baffled. That kid, he's totally bizarre. Beside him, the Plum Blossom Immortal chimed in weakly. So you felt it too, senior? He could drop dead literally at any second. Yet he's just chilling, like he's completely made peace with the Grim Reaper. Meanwhile, outside, pitch black. A freezing wind was howling and Yang Chen was just slowly dragging himself back to his room. He looked absolutely miserable. I mean, life has literally never cut this guy a break. Suddenly, Old Iron popped up out of nowhere. Your appetite definitely doesn't belong to a dying man. What, you think you're immortal or something? Yang Chen just shrugged, totally deadpan. I don't really overthink it. Played stupid games, won stupid prizes. Karma, I guess. Old Iron was stunned. You're barely out of diapers and you're already talking about karma. By this point, our boy finally reached his room. He pushed the door open and bam, froze completely in his tracks. Sitting right there in the dark was a familiar face. Nangong Fei. And get this, she was just chilling, right on his bed. Like she'd been waiting for him all night. Yang Chen almost had a heart attack. "What the hell are you doing?" he blurted out. Nangong Fei just blinked, totally casual. "Sleeping here, obviously." He was so confused, but her response was absolutely rock solid. "Yep, sleeping right here." She actually pointed at him with a massive smile. "Come sleep with me, oh man, talk about a jackpot. Food delivered right to the absolute door, right? Most guys would kill for this luck." Old Iron was floating right there, cracking up. "Hey, dying young sucks, but at least secure the bloodline first, right hey?" But honestly, Yang Chen couldn't care less. He was completely 0% interested in this entire situation. He just sighed, rubbing his temples. "The sect leader said we get 2 rooms. Go sleep in yours." She shook her head. "No other room." "Wait, what? They seriously only gave us 1 room?" Yang Chen asked. Yep, hearing that, the reality hit him like a truck. He instantly thought of his old master. "I knew it. I should have kept my guard up around those elders." Total setup. Realizing he'd been completely played, Yang Chen forced a painfully awkward smile. "It's fine, I'll just go crash with Mao Yan. Night." But right as he tried to bolt, Nangong Fei practically launched herself off the bed and grabbed his hand. Trap card activated. Yang Chen froze, instantly breaking out in a cold sweat. She looked up at him, eyes shining, cheeks totally flushed, hitting him with the ultimate innocent look. "We're just holding hands and sleeping," she pouted. "It's not like anyone's doing anything weird. Come on." The moonlight was hitting her face perfectly, making her look absolutely ethereal. She was stunning. Just flawless. Yang Chen, completely lost for words, his brain practically blue-screened. Look at his face, he was totally enchanted, and who could blame the guy? Look, Nangong Fei might be a bit naive, but come on. Does she really not realize how insane this setup is? 1 guy, 1 girl, alone in a single room in the dead of night. Literally everyone knows what that implies. Meanwhile, she was just standing there anxiously waiting for him to cave. And look, as much as our boy wanted to play it cool, he simply couldn't deny reality. She was breathtaking, especially with them staring right into each other's eyes like this. Maintaining a clear head in this exact situation, basically impossible for any mortal man. Without even realizing it, a soft smile crept onto his face. She caught it instantly. "Ah, you smiled, so you're staying, right?" Yang Chen quickly covered his mouth, letting out a nervous laugh. My bad, my bad. This whole thing is just really funny." Nangong Fei's smile grew even wider as she tilted her head. "Are you making fun of me?" Yang Chen immediately looked away, dodging her gaze. "All right, whatever. Good night." But right as he tried to make his grand escape, she locked onto his hand again. A literal death grip. There was 0 chance he was breaking free from that. Surprised, he turned back around. "Now what?" he sighed. After a tiny second of hesitation, she pulled his warm hand right up to her cheek. So gentle, so sweet. And the moment she felt his body heat, man, her face turned absolutely crimson. Total shy mode activated. Hitting him with that completely mesmerizing, enchanting gaze, she whispered, "Stay with me tonight." Boom. Checkmate. Our boy was trapped. The fish was officially on the chopping block, and running away no longer an option. Defeated by pure cuteness, Yang Chen gave in and stayed the night. But wait, let's shift gears for a second. Far away, right at the absolute peak of Mount Hua, inside the grand estate of sect leader Hua Luo, a single light was still burning bright. Wei Xiaojun stepped in, looking super apologetic. "Sorry for barging in this late." Sitting right across from him, the legendary Mount Hua sect leader just smiled warmly. "Don't sweat it. It's quiet in here anyway." The old master had this look like he could read minds. He already knew exactly what burning question drove this guy to visit in the dead of night, so he cut straight to the chase. "Word on the street is you're hunting for the godly doctor." Xiaojun nodded. "Yeah. But Shaolin and Wudang, they're sniffing around for him too." Hearing those heavy names drop, an absolute silence filled the room. The Mount Hua leader leaned in. "But didn't you already find him?" The sword venerable looked down, a shadow crossing his face. "I did. But there's a massive absolute powerhouse of a barrier shielding him right now. I haven't pushed into the inner city yet. Figured I should show some basic respect and ask first." After a heavy tense pause, the sword venerable looked dead ahead. "Can I see him?" The response: "He's busy saving another kid. Even if you march in there, you probably won't get what you want. But do me one favor and maybe we can flip the script." Boom, fast forward to the very next morning. Yang Chen woke up looking like an absolute zombie. Massive dark circles, totally drained. And right next to him, Nangong Fei sleeping like a baby. He stared at the ceiling in pure defeat. Holy hell, I didn't sleep a single wink. Right on cue, Old Iron popped into his vision. Wow. The fact that absolutely nothing happened last night, that's the real shocker. Yang Chen just groaned in his head. "Please, do not start with the weird comments this early. I am literally exhausted enough to die right now. The old spirit just cackled. Die, oh please. You still slept in the same bed, didn't you? Our boy flashed back to last night, Nangong Fei literally channeling her spiritual energy just to lock his arm down. He defended himself internally. Look, if I tried to rip my arm away, things would have gotten totally out of hand. What else was I supposed to do? Old Iron just smirked. Well, you're just lucky. Your little servant girl didn't walk in on this setup. Yang Chen rolled his eyes. Even if she did, it's not a big deal, right? Nothing happened. Yeah, right. Though thinking about it, Xue'e has definitely pulled crazier stunts before. Still better safe than sorry. Time to sneak out. But guess what? Out of nowhere, Xue'e was already there, standing dead straight next to the bed, glaring at him. Talk about speaking of the devil, bro could not catch a break. Yang Chen felt a terrifying chill crawl up his spine, and slowly peeked over. Bam. Xue's eyes were completely dark. Pure yandere energy locked right onto him. Oh, he was dead. So incredibly dead. And to make things worse, Nangong Fei picked exactly this moment to wake up. She rubbed her eyes, sat up, saw Xue'e, and mumbled, "Did you sleep?" But Xue'e cut her off instantly. "You selfish traitor." Fists clenched, shaking with jealousy. Xue'e practically yelled, "I want to sleep with the young master too." Yang Chen started sweating bullets. Here we go again, he thought. But then Nangong Fei dropped an absolute bombshell. "Okay, we can all sleep together." "Wait, what?" Yang Chen's head snapped so fast he almost got whiplash. He stared at her, utterly flabbergasted. But Nangong Fei didn't even blink. "Yeah, Xue'e, come join us." Hearing that, Xue'e's voice started trembling, her face turning as red as a ripe tomato. "Wait, really?" Nangong Fei just nodded casually. Boom. Without wasting a single fraction of a second, Xue'e literally launched herself onto the bed. "Yay, best day ever. I get to sleep here too," she cheered, looking insanely happy. Yang Chen just watched this whole scene unfold, totally broken inside. Women. I will never understand them. He turned back to Nangong Fei, desperate for logic. Seriously, what is even happening right now? But before he could finish that sentence, Ling Feng kicked the door wide open. "Morning, young hero." All three of them just stared at the door, completely frozen. And Ling Feng, he took one look at this insane three people in one bed situation and literally stopped breathing. You could practically see his brain misinterpreting everything. A second later, reality kicked in. Ling Feng slammed that door shut with maximum force. "Sect leader needs you, I'm leaving," he yelled through the wood. Old Iron just materialized, laughing his head off. "Oh man, you are so doomed. Gossip doesn't survive long at the Manhwa sect." Cut to the sect leader's guest room. Yang Chen walks in and the leader just pours some tea. "Heard you were hanging out with two girls early this morning." "Ah, youth," he teases. Elder Sin Tai chuckles awkwardly nearby. "Mount Hua has definitely changed lately." Yang Chen just rubs his temples. "Why exactly did you call me here?" The sect leader smirks. "I wanted all the juicy details about last night." No hesitation. Yang Chen immediately turns around. "All right, I'm leaving." The leader quickly stops him. "Wait, hold up." He finally drops the jokes and gets serious. "Nothing crazy. You remember that little cabin you visited last night?" Yang Chen nods. "Where the Plum Blossom Immortal is staying." "Exactly," the leader confirms. He pulls an item out from his sleeve and holds it out. "I need you to deliver this to the Divine Doctor." "Can you do it?" Yang Chen blinks. "Me? It's not hard, but why me?" he asks, taking the item anyway. The leader sighs. "Most people at Mount Hua have no idea the Plum Blossom Immortal is actually sick. You know why we're keeping this quiet, right?" Yang Chen nods. "If word got out that the Sword Empress, their ultimate symbol, was ill, total disaster." "Exactly the problem," the leader adds. "If I go myself, that stubborn doctor will throw a massive fit and pack his bags. I needed someone who owes me a favor to deliver this." Yang Chen pouts slightly, but doesn't even argue. "All right, hit the road," the leader says. Meanwhile, let's check on Jin Linghua as she slowly steps outside. Carrying a small pouch, she slowly makes her way down the mountain steps. Soon enough, she hits the local market, absolutely packed with busy crowds. Jin Linghua stops right in front of a herbal medicine shop. She slips inside, carefully shutting the door. A moment later, she's back out, bags stuffed full of herbs. The old master said to grab everything on the list. "Hope I didn't miss anything," she thinks to herself. Then she starts the long, quiet climb back up the stairs. Suddenly, something catches her eye. Over in the trees, a small family of 4 deer. 2 parents gently taking care of their little fawns. Seeing that pure family bond, it instantly breaks her heart. A heavy wave of sadness hits her and all those painful old memories come rushing back. Flashback time. Yang Chen's mother collapsed on the floor while his father just stared with cold, dead eyes. Little Jin Linghua could only peek through the doorway. She was way too young to help, just standing there helplessly, watching it all unfold. Back in the present, she bites her lip and forces herself up the steps. I'm never going back there, she promises herself. But right after she leaves, a voice echoes from behind a tree. Where is she going? Assassins in black step out. One of them whispers, "Are our covers blown?" Another scoffs. "Exposed by some little girl, don't be ridiculous." One thug confidently steps onto the stairs, but the second he reaches out, bam, a pink magical barrier violently blocks him. Their raw power isn't nearly enough to break this formation without getting caught. The assassin curses under his breath. Damn it. That old fox leading Manhwa is insanely cunning. You really can't underestimate his defenses. If there's a barrier, the divine doctor is definitely inside. Let's report back to the branch leader. Meanwhile, Jin Linghua is still climbing her way up. She senses something and looks up. And there's Yang Chen. Hands on his knees, completely exhausted, fighting for his life just to breathe. She's utterly confused. Feeling her stare, Yang Chen turns around and spots his sister. "What are you looking at?" he pants. Jin Linghua just stares. "What are you even doing here?" "Trust me, I didn't want to come. Sect leader made me run an errand." Hearing this, Jin Linghua stops asking questions and takes the lead. "Then why are you just standing there?" "Hurry up," Yang Chen scowls and mutters, "I'm trying, okay." But watching his sister practically glide up the steps without breaking a sweat, the doctor's warning hits him. "Want me to be brutally honest? You could drop dead at any second." Yang Chen lets out a heavy sigh. How is she climbing this mountain like it's nothing? And how is she so much faster than me? Suddenly, Jin Linghua turns around and holds her hand out. "Give it here. I'll deliver it." Yang Chen just freezes in silence. After a moment, he drops a casual smirk. "All worried about me?" Jin Linghua immediately panics. "Worried? Who's worried about you? You're just moving too ridiculously slow." Yang Chen feels a tiny sting of disappointment. He walks past her, shaking his head. "You're so grumpy. I'll walk faster, okay?" But her eyes are filled with genuine concern. She quickly follows behind him, her mind racing with anxiety over his failing health. Suddenly, he glances back. "Cao Jihe. Have you noticed that guy acting suspicious at all?" The dude claiming to be the doctor's grandson. Jin Linghua shakes her head. "No, nothing." Yang Chen just mutters, "Good to know." Right then, Elder Shin Tai shows up. He quietly observes Jin Linghua, who looks completely lost in her own deep thoughts. "Yeah." Then the old elder turns his attention straight to Yang Chen. "She doesn't seem like a bad sister. Why is the tension between you two blood siblings so thick?" Yang Chen shrugs. "Honestly, I don't even know how it got this bad." Elder Shin Tai is completely stunned. He literally doesn't know what to say. Finally, he asks, "Does that really not bother you?" Yang Chen sighs. "I wouldn't say that, but right now my body is literally falling apart. I can't afford to worry about family drama." The elder shakes his head. "Still treating your own sister like that?" Yang Chen glares back. "Wait, are we talking about my sister here?" The old man frowns. "Who else would I be talking about?" Yang Chen shrugs. "I thought you meant the doctor's grandson. My bad. I literally never cared about that guy anyway." Elder Sin Tai just asks, "Are you two actually blood siblings?" Anyway, cut back to the doctor's cabin after that brutal climb. Finally, Yang Chen completes the mission and hands the letter straight to the divine doctor. The old man rips it open and reads intently while the two siblings stand waiting. He rolls the scroll back up. "So that miserable old bastard made a dying kid deliver this absolute garbage?" Yang Chen just nods. "Pretty much, yeah." Yang Chen thinks to himself, seriously, what kind of crime did the sect leader commit to make this doctor hate him so passionately? The doctor just lets out a tired sigh. "Must be exhausting doing dirty work for that jerk." Yang Chen blinks in surprise. "It's fine. Sect leader gave the order, so I couldn't exactly say no." Then the doctor asks, "How's your body holding up?" "No massive problems yet. Pure luck." Then out of nowhere, the doctor's tone drops dead serious. "Aren't you terrified of dying?" That question hits incredibly hard. Yang Chen completely freezes up, totally lost in his own dark thoughts without saying another word. Jin Linghua's face is instantly painted with obvious panic. The whole room immediately drops into this heavy, suffocating silence where absolutely nobody dares to say a single thing. Yang Chen just stares at the floor, lost in thought, completely speechless. After a tense moment, the doctor sighs and waves his hand. "Never mind, I misspoke. It's nothing. If your errand is done, hurry up and leave." Yang Chen quietly replies, "Yes," then slowly forces himself to stand up. Jin Linghua keeps her worried eyes locked right on him as he moves. Just as he was about to leave, Jin Linghua couldn't hold it back anymore. "Are you okay?" she whispered. But Yang Chen, completely oblivious, he just bowed his head. "All right, senior. I'll be taking my leave now." The divine doctor just grunted in agreement from inside. Yang Chen politely shut the door and took off. Meanwhile, Jin Linghua just sat there beside her master, staring at the floor. Her heart was an absolute mess. Fists clenched tight, she muttered the only word that fit. "Idiot." Fast forward to the Mount Yue sect. Yang Chen is back reporting to the sect leader, and the old man asks, "Did you give that stubborn old guy the message?" Yang Chen nodded. Yeah, the doctor read it, cursed a bunch, but he took it. Hearing this, the sect leader's eyes crinkled into a knowing, cheeky little laugh. Makes sense. That letter was practically begging for a fight. Then his tone dropped, getting serious. What about the Plum Blossom Master? How's she doing? Yang Chen shook his head. She's resting. Hard to tell if her internal injuries are actually healing or not. The sect leader's face just fell. Is that so? You could see the heavy worry in his eyes. Yang Chen quickly chimed in. But hey, the divine doctor is personally treating her. She's got to bounce back, right? The sect leader sighed. Yeah, let's hope so. But man, the plum blossoms just bloomed. Why is disaster striking us from every single direction all at once? Yang Chen froze. Wait, disaster, he thought to himself. So it's not just her health failing, there's something else coming. Hitting the Mount Hua sect right now. Suddenly, the ghost of Elder Iron popped up out of nowhere. They're about to take in new disciples, kid. You knew that, right? Yang Chen blinked. Oh, right. And honestly, when you think about it, the Sword Saint showing up here plus the Evil Bone faction lurking around massive red flags. Just one of those is a complete nightmare. But both hitting back to back like this, absolutely impossible to defend against. Meanwhile, deep in a pitch-black underground hideout, total chaos. Smash, a massive table completely obliterated into splinters. A terrifying boss stood over a trembling assassin in black who was literally bowing for his life. Veins popping out of his neck, the boss crushed the armrest like it was paper. So you're telling me, you found the divine doctor? He let out this bone-chilling psychotic laugh. Ha ha. And then he showed his true absolute monster of a face. Pure nightmare fuel. Bulging veins. Piercing absolute madman eyes locked onto his prey. His jaw unhinged, way too far, showing off razor-sharp fangs and a grotesquely long tongue. The way he glared down at the poor guy. The shadows just made him look like a literal demon. The underling was shaking, stuttering out his words. Not exactly found, sir. We just located a spot where he might be hiding. The boss snapped, furious. What, so you still haven't actually found him? The assassin rushed to explain. Mount Xue'e set up a massive defensive barrier. It's gotta be his hideout. The boss narrowed his eyes, pure rage bubbling up. Might be, gotta be. You're guessing. No solid facts, and you have the absolute nerve to bring this garbage info into my presence. Slash. A blinding flash of steel ripped right through the air, cutting straight across the trembling underling. He locked eyes with his subordinate. A look of pure, unadulterated death. The poor assassin was convulsing now, completely soaked in a cold sweat of terror. The boss growled out, "Am I wrong?" The guy choked out, "No, sir, I am completely useless. It's all our fault." The boss smirked. "Glad we agree." Thud. And just like that, the assassin's arm hit the floor. Gone forever. Honestly, losing just an arm as a warning. In this guy's faction, walking out of there alive is a massive win. Without even wiping his blade, the boss spat out. Is it really that hard to find one half-dead old man? The underling groaned. Forgive me, chief. He was clutching his stump, blood literally pouring out onto the stone floor. Shivering uncontrollably, he forced out every single painful word. Meanwhile, the boss was just casually chuckling, dripping with twisted sarcasm. Look how merciful I am. I'm letting you live. After all, it's not like I'm surrounded by geniuses here. You're the best I've got. The bleeding guy desperately replied, I will never forget this mercy. The boss just strolled back to his throne, threw himself into the seat, and let out this heavy, exhausted sigh. No matter who I send out, they never bring back anything useful anyway. A barrier, huh? Actually, that's pretty interesting. Fine. We'll play it your way. Get the men ready. 3 days. In exactly 3 days, we march straight up to that Mount Hua barrier. We'll rip it open and see if our doctor is hiding inside. If he is, we take him. If he's not, everyone there dies. Well, sounds like a perfect plan to me, don't you think? Yes, sir. An absolute masterpiece of a plan. Smash cut back to our boy Yang Chen. He's just stretching and letting out this massive jaw-cracking yawn. Elder Iron floated up instantly, talking trash. Gotta say, nobody attracts daily drama quite like you, kid. Yang Chen just rolled his eyes, replying in his head. Bro, I literally did nothing today. Woke up, delivered a letter, chatted with the sect leader, and bam, day's over. The old ghost crossed his arms. Well, if you're done playing messenger, go back to your own family already. Fair point. I've got zero reason to stick around here. My sister flat out refuses to go back. The plum blossom stone is delivered. Just gotta pack up and bounce. But suddenly, a super familiar, overly energetic voice echoed out. Young master. Both of them snapped their heads around to look, and there she was. The adorable Xue'e flashing a million-watt smile, practically skipping down the hallway straight toward him. You could tell she was just absolutely bursting with excitement. She threw her arms wide open, sprinting in for the ultimate hug. But Yang Chen, the man has instincts. He sidestepped faster than light, completely dodging her while she was still carrying full forward momentum. Yang Chen just sighed. It's late. What do you want now? This isn't even the way to your room. Crash! Xue'e face-planted spectacularly onto the freezing hard floor. Swirly eyes seeing stars, but somehow, still completely focused on her goal. Xue'e pouted, looking up at him. Did you forget already? Yang Chen blinked, totally lost. Forget what? She didn't miss a beat. You're sleeping with me tonight, duh. She said it so casually, but Yang Chen immediately went into panic denial mode. I absolutely do not remember agreeing to that. Xue'e hopped right up, happily latching onto his arm. That's fine, I remembered for both of us. Elder Iron, floating in the back, just couldn't resist dropping a comment. Oh, don't worry, kid, I remember it too. Completely out of arguments, Yang Chen tried another angle. Does your grandpa know about this? She just giggled. He, it's fine, grandpa went somewhere. Yang Chen paused. Went where? Xue'e shrugged. No idea. He just said he had to go somewhere. Didn't even say when he'd be back. Yep, hearing this dropped a bomb on Yang Chen's plans. He thought to himself, man, I wanted to leave tomorrow, but looks like I'm stuck waiting around. Elder Iron was baffled. Is it normal in this era for family heads to just vanish without leaving a note? But Yang Chen, he knew the score. Things in the martial arts world are never ever that simple. He let out a heavy sigh. Yeah, let's just go with that. Hearing the hidden weight behind the kid's words, the old ghost just muttered, man, this world has really changed. Finally, Yang Chen reached his room and pushed the door open. Bam. Right in front of them, the absolutely flawless, innocent face of Nangong Fei. Who knows when she sneaked in, but she was literally sitting right on his bed waiting for him. Yang Chen just froze completely, buffering at the sight. He stood there, jaw dropped, whispering, you've got to be kidding me. But without wasting a single split second, Xue'e shot past him like an absolute rocket, leaped onto the bed, poked her head up and yelled, young master. And then, without any coordination, both girls shouted in perfect unison, let's sleep together. Talk about ultimate protagonist luck. My guy hasn't even hit the mattress and he's got two beauties waiting for him like an ancient emperor. But Yang Chen, still paralyzed at the door, sweating bullets, too scared to step inside. In a flash, survival instincts kicked in and he bolted down the hall. But you can't outrun destiny. Nangong Fei literally used her martial arts footwork to chase him down. Cut to the aftermath, moonlight shining in. Xue'e is passed out hard, legit drooling on the pillow. Nangong Fei is sleeping peacefully, looking absolutely gorgeous even while unconscious. And Yang Chen, he had zero choice but to accept his fate. He's pinned right in the middle, trapped between two absolute stunners. Heroes die on the battlefield, but this guy might just die from awkwardness in bed. It's going to be a very, very long sleepless night. He just has to endure it. As if the tension wasn't enough, whack a dreaming Xue'e completely backhanded him right across the face. Yang Chen just stared at the ceiling, cursing his life. Damn it all. Can't even sleep in peace. Fast forward to the next morning. After what felt like an eternity, the sun finally came up. Yang Chen opened his eyes immediately, internally screaming. What kind of absolute nightmare situation is this? Someone please save me. He tried to wiggle free, but his arms, completely locked down. Help me out here, I literally can't move a single muscle. Elder Iron popped up again, tone dripping with maximum sarcasm. Oh boo-hoo, suffocating in absolute luxury and still complaining. Yang Chen stubbornly mentally yelled back. They're holding on too tight, I'm literally paralyzed. The old ghost just laughed. You're already awake, kid, the hell do you need my help for? Yang Chen's face went completely pale. There's seriously no way out. If anyone walks in and sees this, I am actually a dead man. Talk about a massive problem. And speaking of the devil, creak. The bedroom door suddenly swung wide open, and Jinlinghua stood completely frozen at the doorway. Eyes wide in pure shock, Yang Chen just stared blankly at his little sister. And once she finally processed what she was looking at, oh boy. Jinlinghua's face went completely dark. She gritted her teeth and bam slammed the door shut. Her furious voice echoed from the hallway, I will wait out here. Yang Chen was absolutely panicking now. I mean, not even the sect leader was allowed in here without permission. Why is she even here? Is this how Mount Hua's sect manners work? Old Shi just chuckled. Well, it is your room after all. Yang Chen sighed, glancing helplessly at his two wives. First things first, he needed to wake them up. He gently poked Xue'e's waist. She slowly opened her eyes, sleepily mumbling, don't leave. Panicking Yang Chen immediately made up a lie. There is a bug on your waist, wake up. Xue'e jumped up like lightning, screaming in absolute terror. Ah, a bug on my waist. Seeing her panic, Yang Chen thought to himself, well, one down. He then reached over to Nangong's forehead and without a second thought flicked it hard. Flicked. Nangong jolted awake, blinking in total confusion. Why did you hit me? Meanwhile, Xue'e was still frantically searching around. Where is the bug? Where is it? Yang Chen let out a massive internal groan. Seriously, why was waking these two up such an impossible mission? Cut to a little while later. Yang Chen finally walked out to face his sister. So why exactly are you here? He asked. Jinlinghua crossed her arms. The master wants to see you. Yang Chen's eyes widened. Wait, what? Jinlinghua just sighed heavily. He probably regrets not talking to you more last time. But honestly, if he knew he would see you sleeping with two women in your arms, I would have shown up much later. Yang Chen frowned. Did you really come all the way down here just to tell me that Jin Linghua shook her head, playing it completely cool? I am here for the Mount Hua tournament. I just dropped by since I was in the area. Do not flatter yourself. Hearing this, Yang Chen was genuinely surprised. You are competing in the tournament too, Jin Linghua fired right back. I am a disciple of this sect too. Isn't that totally obvious? She waved her hand, voice dripping with pure sarcasm. Anyway, I delivered the message. Go back to playing with your ugly girlfriends. But right at that moment, the door suddenly swung open. Nangong stepped out looking absolutely freezing. Excuse me, ugly. Jin Linghua smirked, ready to double down on the insult. Well, yeah, any woman you would hold is probably just. But she froze mid-sentence. Her jaw actually dropped. So gorgeous, she accidentally blurted out. Sensing the weird vibe, Yang Chen instinctively turned around to look. Right behind him, his two stunning wives were peeking out, bathed in soft light. Both had their own unique vibe, elegant, alluring, absolutely breathtaking. Even the prettiest flowers would feel ashamed next to them. Playing it totally cool, Yang Chen asked, "Why are you two out here?" But instead of answering, they both chimed in at the exact same time. Who is she? Who is she? Yang Chen just shrugged it off. Nobody important. Oh, big mistake. Jin Linghua's face instantly twisted in pure fury. Fists clenched, fire literally burning in her eyes. But she didn't say a single word, just spun on her heel and stormed off. Seeing his little sister, this mad Yang Chen quickly tried to do damage control. Wait, no, I didn't mean it like that, but Jin Linghua just kept walking. Didn't even look back. Meanwhile, Nangong and Xue'e had already cornered Yang Chen, both giving him this really calculating look. Staring at them, Yang Chen suddenly drifted back into an old memory. Flashback time. A tiny Jin Linghua was running around searching for him. "Brother, where are you?" she kept yelling. "I can't find you anywhere, come out right now." Her voice was shaking, tears welling up in her big eyes. Then suddenly, the bushes right next to her started rustling. Startled, little Jin Linghua slowly crept closer to take a look. Out of absolutely nowhere, Yang Chen leaped from the grass and yelled, "Boo!" Jin Linghua completely froze. Just stood there, totally shocked, brain buffering. But a second later, her cute little face crumpled. Tears started streaming down, and then WAAH. She just bawled her eyes out. Instant regret. Yang Chen panicked and started apologizing like crazy. "I am sorry. I am so sorry. Please stop crying." Cut to a few minutes later. They were sitting on the porch together. Yang Chen looked at his little sister, who was still hiccuping and sniffing. Feeling super guilty, he muttered, "My bad. I really didn't mean to make you cry." Jin Linghua didn't say a word, just kept sobbing. Yang Chen thought about it for a second, then gave an awkward smile. "What does your big brother have to do to get you to forgive me?" That finally got her attention. She looked up teary-eyed, pouted her lips and said, "Then you have to deal with Sister Yanshu for me." Yang Chen blinked, totally caught off guard. "Wait, Yanshu?" Jin Linghua nodded, sulking hard. "Yeah, she keeps calling my mom her mom and she is always scolding me for no reason." Yang Chen thought it over for a beat. Then he just reached out and gently patted her head. "So that is what this is about. But hey, she's family too. That is just how she shows she cares." Looking up at his gentle affection, Jin Linghua's eyes finally softened. She squinted, giving a tiny smile. Honestly, she looked exactly like a cute little kitten soaking up pets from her favorite person. Anyway, back to the present. Scene shift. Deep in the forest, a sword is planted firmly into the dirt. And standing right next to it, yup, it is Jin Linghua. She is panting, hard face, drenched in sweat. Staring down at her totally trembling hands, she muttered to herself, "If I am already this tired, how am I ever going to get stronger?" Gritting her teeth, she pushed herself back up and swung her blade. Sharp strikes, tearing through the air. But it wasn't long before her energy completely hit rock bottom again. Exhausted, she collapsed onto the ground, breathing heavy, chest burning from the lack of air. But this time, the look on her face wasn't just basic fatigue. It was pure, unadulterated frustration. Bam! She aggressively chucked her sword into the dirt, glaring angrily at the weapon she just threw away. Her chest felt incredibly tight. So annoying. "I can't stand this." Suddenly, a shadow stepped out slowly, picking up the discarded blade. It was Nangong. She looked at the steel in her hand and said perfectly calmly, "No matter how hard it gets, a true warrior never drops their weapon." Then she walked right up to Jin Linghua and gently pressed the hilt back into her palm. Jin Linghua was stunned, completely captivated by the unshakable confidence in Nangong's eyes. Something definitely sparked inside her. She just froze for a couple seconds, totally thrown off by Nangong showing up. "Wait, isn't this that girl from his room this morning?" she thought. Snapping out of it, she awkwardly stammered, Thanks." She slowly reached out to take her sword back, her mind an absolute chaotic mess. Remembering the scene from that morning, she immediately gritted her teeth. "But I don't need your help." And with that, Jin Linghua shot up to her feet. Didn't even care how Nangong was reacting. She just crossed her arms and asked coldly, "Why are you even out here?" Nangong didn't miss a beat. "I just noticed you seem quite close to Yang Chen. Hearing this absolutely ridiculous reason made Jin Linghua even more annoyed. She rolled her eyes and fired back. Are you kidding me? You stalked me all the way out here just because I am close to him. Yeah. Is that a problem? Well, no, it is not a problem, but… Jin Linghua suddenly trailed off, awkwardly hesitating. But Nangong, she just offered this incredibly gentle smile. The kind of smile that felt exactly like the warm morning sun. So soft, bringing this crazy sense of peace and warmth. The curve of her lips wasn't overly flashy, but it practically glowed with sincerity, and her bright eyes filled with nothing but kindness and deep compassion. Like just looking at her made you feel instantly safe. Nangong softly sighed, thank goodness. Seeing that reaction, Jin Linghua basically turned to stone. Jaw dropped. What is up with this girl, she thought. I really figured anyone hanging around. That idiot brother of mine wouldn't be anything special. But this vibe is totally throwing me off. Suddenly, Nangong's expression turned dead serious. You need to relax your grip. Jin Linghua blinked in surprise. Huh, you were gripping your blade way too tight. First rule, learn how to loosen up your body. Hearing this unsolicited advice, Jin Linghua just stood there in absolute silence, completely lost for words. She scoffed internally. Yep, figures. This girl is just full of hot air. Rolling her eyes, she snapped, look at you. You have clearly never held a real sword in your life, right? So stop trying to play teacher, especially when you don't know the first thing about fighting. But Nangong didn't even get mad. She just gave that signature soft smile, and then, as if ready to prove that she was completely different from what Jin Linghua assumed, she made a proposal. How about we spar? So yeah, an impromptu duel started right then and there. But Jin Linghua's initial excitement instantly crashed into massive disappointment, and then pure irritation. She glared across the clearing at Nangong. What are you even doing? Why won't you unsheath your sword? You see, for someone like Jin Linghua, that wasn't just disrespectful in a fight. It was a massive silent insult that completely shattered her pride, leaving a sword in its scabbard. That is basically like dumping a bucket of ice water straight onto her burning warrior spirit. Furious and completely fed up, yet Nangong just calmly replied, it is fine. It is fine. Jin Linghua ground her teeth together, anger hitting a boiling point. All right then. Have it your way. Just don't regret this. And with that, Jin Linghua snapped. She swung her blade, charging straight at Nangong Fei. Her eyes bloodshot and absolutely blazing. Pure unadulterated killing intent. You could see the raw fury written all over her face, brows locked, expression cold as ice but hiding a volcano of rage just waiting to erupt. But taking down a powerhouse, not that easy. Nangong Fei just calmly tilted her body. A perfect dodge. She was literally reading Jin Linghua's attack pattern in real time, calculating every ounce of force. As the deadly blade closed in, Nangong Fei just casually raised her own sword. Clang blocked. Jin Linghua's eyes widened in shock. She thought, wait, she actually stopped that. Okay, this girl is no joke. Not backing down, Jin Linghua unleashed an absolute barrage of strikes. Faster, harder. But here's the crazy part, she had no idea she was fighting an absolute monster. To Nangong Fei, these attacks, basically mosquito bites. While effortlessly parrying every hit, Nangong Fei actually started giving advice. You need to relax your grip like this. Then she swung her blade forward and unleashed her own internal energy. Boom. An overwhelming, suffocating pressure exploded from Nangong Fei's sword. The craziest part, she looked completely bored, barely even trying. That sheer ridiculous amount of raw power hit Jin Linghua like a truck, leaving her absolutely paralyzed with shock. The blast was so intense it literally lit up the entire forest. When the massive dust cloud finally cleared, the heavy pressure of that attack was still suffocating the air. Jin Linghua just dropped to her knees, completely crushed by the gap in their strength. The attack literally carved a massive crater into the ground, and Nangong Fei just standing there without a single scratch on her. Jin Linghua's mind was short-circuiting. Her eyes were wide with pure terror, refusing to accept reality. Trying to catch her breath, she finally asked the million-dollar question. What exactly is your relationship with him? Nangong Fei completely ignored the question. She just leaned down, totally calm, and asked, are you all right? Meanwhile, our girl Jin Linghua, completely covered in dirt and bruises, forced herself to stand back up. Someone with your god-tier strength. Why are you hanging around a guy like him? She shook her head. Whatever your reason is, you are totally wasting your potential by staying at his side. Jin Linghua was genuinely feeling bad for this incredibly powerful, beautiful girl. In Jin Linghua's mind, Yang Chen was already on borrowed time. The guy could literally drop dead any second. So why was someone so stunning and ridiculously talented sticking by his side? Jin Linghua kept trashing her own brother. He's lazy, he has zero ambition, his temper is terrifying, and honestly, he's completely ugly. It's just pathetic. Oh, big mistake. Nangong Fei was not having it. Hearing Yang Chen get insulted, her aura instantly shifted. She growled, he is not ugly. Jin Linghua froze, completely confused. Wait, what did you just say? Nangong Fei glared at her, voice cold as ice. I said he is not ugly. Say one more word and I will lose my temper. She raised her blade and holy hell, the killing intent rolling off her was suffocating. Basically saying keep talking and you're digging your own grave. She might look like an angel, but she was ready to go full demon mode on her. But right before things got bloody, Yang Chen rushed in, blocking her devastating strike just in the nick of time. Jin Linghua was just standing there, jaw literally on the floor, completely lost. Then boom. The two massive auras violently clashed against each other and the entire ground started quaking. Like a massive earthquake, deep cracks ripped through the earth like shattered glass. The pressure radiating from their clash was so intense, Jin Linghua was paralyzed. Couldn't even force a single word out. She almost got wiped from existence just for trash-talking her brother. Absolutely terrifying. Yang Chen frowned, completely annoyed. Nangong Fei, what exactly are you doing right now? She didn't answer right away, just slowly pulled back. Her terrifying energy. But oh, she was still visibly annoyed. After taking a second to cool down, she pointed and said, she called you ugly. Yang Chen just let out the biggest sigh. Okay, and so you decided to launch a deadly attack on a kid over that. Hearing him defend the girl, Nangong Fei was not having it. Her eyes narrowed, staring holes right through him. Wait a minute. Is our deadly swordswoman actually jealous? After a tense silence, she demanded answers. Who is she? Why are you protecting her like this? Yang Chen was so lost. Wait, what are you talking about? Jin Linghua actually burst out laughing at this ridiculous jealous drama. She smirked hard. Protect me. Ha, who's protecting who here? Before Yang Chen could even explain, Jin Linghua yelled, I don't need your help. The sheer attitude left Yang Chen completely speechless. Like, calm down, kid. Then Jin Linghua dramatically turned on her heel. Thanks for the spar. She walked off, leaving our main duo just standing there blinking in total confusion. Our boy started grumbling to himself. Didn't she learn any basic manners? Why is she acting like a complete brat? But Nangong Fei ignored his complaining. She was completely fixated. Seriously, who was that girl? She was the one out of line. Why are you scolding me instead of her? Yang Chen just rubbed his temples. I don't know what crazy scenario you imagined, but that's my little sister. Silence. And then the ultimate awkward stare down. Nangong Fei literally stopped functioning. Her brain short-circuited. Your actual biological sister? Yang Chen rolled his eyes. Yeah, who else would she be? Nangong Fei awkwardly reached out, gently poking his arm in pure panic. Oh no, I messed up. I really messed up. Yang Chen looked at her like she was crazy. Messed what up exactly? Meanwhile, Nangong Fei was petrified, turned entirely to stone. Her eyes were screaming with sheer panic. She opened her mouth to speak, but no, brain completely offline. 0 words came out. That incredibly terrifying, ultra-badass aura from 5 minutes ago, yeah, it evaporated instantly, replaced by the most embarrassing, awkward silence ever recorded. Realizing she just tried to murder her crush's little sister, cold sweat dripped down her face. She was completely pale. Absolute disaster. And Yang Chen? He still had 0 clue why she was having a literal existential crisis right now. He is incredibly dense. Anyway, after that total disaster with Jin Linghua, Nangong Fei spent the rest of the day aimlessly wandering Mount Hua like a ghost, just endlessly muttering I'm doomed to herself while everyone else looked on completely confused. Back on Yang Chen's side, he finally dragged himself back to his room only to find Xue'e just chilling on his bed like she owned the place. The second she saw him, her face lit up like a puppy seeing its owner. Ah, you're finally back. Yang Chen blinked, totally caught off guard. Wait, why are you here alone? Xue'e just shrugged with 0 innocence. No clue where my sister ran off to. I literally haven't seen her all day. Hearing that, Yang Chen's patience officially snapped. He couldn't figure out what was going through that girl's head, or when she even disappeared. But whatever, he had bigger fish to fry right now. Taking a deep breath, he looked right at her. Listen, Xue'e. When exactly is your grandfather coming back? Xue'e kicked her feet. I don't know. And honestly, the sword venerable really had been gone way longer than expected. Yang Chen crossed his arms, super frustrated. Great. Well, I can't just sit around here doing absolutely nothing. That's just a waste of time. Fast forward to the very next morning, we jump to a super chaotic, crowded market just outside the sect. The place was absolutely packed with merchants and buyers. A local shopkeeper yelled out to them, hey, you guys really braved this brutal heat just to shop. He honestly looked pretty shocked to see them. But a customer is a customer, right? He smiled eagerly. Come on over. I've got the best stash in town. Just take a look. This guy started flexing his entire inventory, premium monster pelts, beast bones, all straight from the Ming sect. Top tier stuff, guys. Browse all you want. Yang Chen cut right to the chase. Do you have any magic stones? The merchant froze. He looked around nervously and whispered, wait, did you just ask for magic stones? Yang Chen didn't blink. Exactly. And I know one was delivered here within the last 24 hours. The merchant's face instantly dropped. He started sweating bullets, looking completely panicked and seriously uncomfortable. He awkwardly scratched his neck. Well about that. That reaction told Yang Chen everything he needed to know. He didn't even argue, just turned his back and walked away to keep hunting. Strike two, Yang Chen muttered, totally annoyed. Nobody's selling them. Mao Yan, trailing right behind him, finally chimed in. Young master, I'm starting to think absolutely nowhere in this area sells magic stones. Right, bingo. Yang Chen smirked to himself. Magic stones were basically the literal hearts of monsters, but to normal people, completely useless once harvested. But for him, the master of the heavenly absorption art, they were pure gold. So get this. The divine doctor just dropped an absolute bombshell. The only reason Yang Chen is still breathing, it's all tied to that forbidden demonic devouring art. Which begs the question, what the hell is actually living inside his body right now? He needed answers. Fast. His crazy plan, track down a demonic stone and absorb it, just straight up consume the energy. But there's a catch. If he doesn't have one handy, is he seriously gonna go hunt monsters in the wild? Enter Mao Yan, dropping some bad news. Yeah, that's gonna be tough. Apparently, the monster population just took a massive nosedive. Yang Chen's eyes go wide. Wait, what? No monsters? Seriously, what kind of weird conspiracy is happening here? Our boy just sighs, heavy. At least it wasn't a total dead end. Plus, Mao Yan actually did some homework while he was gone, digging up some solid intel regarding the Manhwa sect disciples. Yang Chen goes completely quiet, dead silent. In his head, the gears are turning. He knows he can't trust anyone with the Sword Empress's true condition. And the Divine Doctor's location, that has to stay a closely guarded secret. Period. Meaning letting Mao Yan tag along, not happening. But right in the middle of this intense, serious plotting in the crowded market. GRRRMBLE. Yep. That universal sound of an empty stomach. Bro was literally starving. The epic protagonist, defeated by his own appetite. He awkwardly turns to his buddy. Yeah, I'm starving. Let's head back. Mao Yan can only laugh, totally getting it. As they walk back, Yang Chen is basically drooling, imagining whatever amazing feast is waiting for him at home. Oh, buddy, if only you knew. They walk through the doors in surprise. Wait for it. Today's special is literally a charred pitch-black lump of something that used to be fish. It's smoking, like toxic-level smoking. Who the hell could even eat this? But the chef behind this biological weapon, Xue'e, and she is beaming with absolute pride. Completely clueless, she pushes the plate forward. Eat up, I grilled this fish just for you. Yang Chen just freezes. That's a fish. His stomach is practically screaming for food, but survival instincts kick in. There is no way he's putting that dark matter into his mouth. Even Mao Yan is standing there, totally speechless, staring at this charcoal brick. Xue'e notices the hesitation. Come on, try it. Try it, she begs, eyes full of hope. I don't see any fish, he stammers. And just like that, her heart breaks. She tries to keep smiling, but tears instantly well up in her eyes. It's honestly heartbreaking to watch. She just wanted to do something nice, cook a warm meal for the guy she cares about, and it completely backfired. Total disaster. Feeling insanely guilty, Yang Chen forces down a few bites of the charcoal, then escapes outside, still starving. Mao Yan hurries after him. Hey, Manhwa is making something else. Just take a break and come back. But our boy is just exhausted. Nah, you go ahead. I need to take care of something. I'll catch up later. Mao Yan smirks, offering to play bodyguard. But Yang Chen shifts right back into cool guy mode. Tone flat, eyes sharp. No. This is a solo trip. Meanwhile, as the sun dips below the horizon deep in the forest, Jin Linghua is sweating it out, pushing her body to the absolute limit with her sword training. But get this, look who's hanging out with her. It's Nangang Fei. She's totally playing the sweet older sister card to win points with Yang Chen's family. Watching Jin Linghua's form, she goes into full mentor mode. Your stance is too wide. Relax those shoulders. Yes, ma'am, Jin Linghua shouts back. Suddenly, a branch snaps. Both girls whip around instantly. And honestly, Yang Chen isn't even surprised. He knew exactly where Nangang Fei had been hiding all day, so this was the mystery of her missing days. He steps into the clearing, crossing his arms. What exactly is going on here? Jin Linghua immediately snaps back with that pure teenager attitude. What does it look like we're doing? She's teaching me. Yang Chen's brain literally short circuits. He points at the two of them. Teaching you, you guys were literally trying to murder each other yesterday. How are you suddenly besties? Jin Linghua levels her wooden sword right at him. I wasn't mad at her yesterday. I was mad at you. Oh man. Yang Chen's eye twitches. Seriously, he's the one trying to protect her, and he's getting the blame. But then Jin Linghua drops the truth. Turns out she knew she was in the wrong, but Nangang Fei actually took the high road and apologized first. So Jin Linghua basically begged her for some sword lessons to make up for it. Everything clicks. Yang Chen just lets out this massive exhausted sigh, the classic older brother defeat. He turns to leave, tossing a glance over his shoulder. Sun's going down. Wrap it up and get back for dinner. Nangong Fei instantly switches gears. Alright Jin Linghua, guess we're done for today. But you can visibly see Jin Linghua's heart sink. She was finally getting into the groove, feeling the power, and now it's over. Just a few moves in and they're already pulling the plug. Absolute buzzkill. She just stares at the dirt, completely crushed. Nangong Fei sees the disappointment and softly calls out her name. But before they can have a moment, boom! Yang Chen barks from the tree line, scaring the life out of Nangong. And just like that, the promise of food and her crush calling makes Nangong Fei completely ditch her new student. Gotta run, she stammers, leaving a very sad girl behind. Jin Linghua is super bummed, but what can she do? She grips her training sword tighter. Okay, see you. Once she's finally alone in the silent woods, she looks down at her hands. They are absolutely wrecked. Blisters pop, skin peeled raw from swinging that blade all day long. But does she quit? Not a chance. She pushes past the stinging pain, gripping the hilt even harder. Looking at those bloody palms, a memory hits her. Hard. A flashback to the past when she was just a helpless little kid, constantly trailing behind her older brother, desperate for his attention. But the Yang Chen back then, he was ice cold. Stop following me, he snarled. Just looking at you makes me sick. You can imagine how that destroyed her. Tiny trembling, she could only whisper his name. Do not call me brother, he roared. That broke her. She completely froze, swallowing her words, just standing there in the cold as the only family she had walked away without looking back. His final brutal words still echoing in her head. Keep your mouth shut, keep your head down, and stay out of sight. Snap back to reality. The wooden sword slashes through the air. Blood running down her grip, she keeps swinging. Over and over. The drive in this girl's eyes right now, terrifyingly beautiful. She swore to herself she will get strong enough so nobody will ever look down on her again. Her master's gentle voice echoes in her heart. Jin Linghua. Every lotus eventually blooms. Channeling every ounce of her frustration and hope, she steps into the stance and unleashes a flawless, powerful strike. Unshakable. That's what she is. Grinding in the shadows, turning pain into power. Fast forward to the very next morning, the sun is shining and she's walking down a massively crowded street. The smell of street food hits her and oh man, is glorious. Merchants screaming everywhere. Fresh berries picked this morning, last batch of premium silk, get it before it's gone. After burning all those calories, she treats herself to a massive sizzling meat skewer. Looking around at the crazy festival vibes, she realizes the grand ceremony is definitely right around the corner. Her favorite barbecue stand is finally open. After literally starving herself during training, her mouth is watering. But then, she spots a little girl on the street staring at her skewer with pure desperate hunger. Jin Linghua feels a twinge of guilt. Sorry kiddo, this one's mine, she murmurs to herself. She can't wait to finally eat something decent. And if it's really good, maybe grab one for her master. But right as she's about to take that glorious first bite, another memory hits, this time of her frail master. She remembers setting the table, calling out, "Master, your food is ready." Her master had just smiled that warm, gentle smile. Ah, Jin Linghua. Just leave it there. Have you eaten yet? Jin Linghua, being the loyal disciple, said she'd wait. But her master just sighed. A martial artist needs fuel to grow strong. Go out and buy yourself something delicious. Back in the crowded street, Jin Linghua stares at her skewer. The reality kicks in. Her master is so sick, she can only stomach plain porridge. Bringing her barbecue meat, that would probably make her master sicker. And suddenly thinking about her master's suffering, all that hunger just vanishes. Without a second thought, Jin Linghua walks over and hands her prize meal straight to that hungry little kid. She couldn't bring herself to throw it away. Over here, our girl is just holding this meat skewer completely frozen, like she's daydreaming in broad daylight. But right then, her senior sister shows up. What are you doing out here? I've been looking everywhere. But then she spots the skewer and just stops, totally confused. Before she can even ask, Yunhua is already sprinting away. Yunhua is speed walking now. Every single step gets faster and faster. Forget eating this top-tier food by herself, she'd honestly rather eat plain old porridge as long as it is with her master. Master, please let us stay together. She is running and just bursting with all these crazy stories she wants to tell him. It's a long run and yeah, she's exhausted, but man, she is buzzing with energy. Just the thought of seeing her master keeps her going. The trip back gets shorter and she's practically vibrating with excitement. I sparred with Sister Nangon. I actually took someone else's advice for once and oh, let me tell you how Yang Chen saved my life. Just going on and on. Then slash, something lethal slices right past her face. Zero time to react. Clutch save Namgung drops out of nowhere, tackling Yonhua to the dirt just in time to dodge an assassin in pure black. They hit the ground hard, and this guy's attack, absolutely devastating. It completely splits the massive tree behind them in half like butter. 1 second slower and Yonhua would be history. The assassin steps up, his voice cutting through the dust. Well now, this was not in the plan. Yeonhwa looks up from the dirt and she is absolutely shaking. Pure terror. You know that ice-cold feeling right down your spine? Yeah, that is her right now. Namgung locks eyes with him. The creep just smirks. Not bad at all, actually. Where did these gorgeous girls drop from? And two of them. Oh, I hit the absolute jackpot today. Just totally disgusting. Yeonhwa jumps to her feet and screams. What the hell, who are you? He just gives this arrogant little laugh. Like you would even know if I told you. They call me the Nightblood Thief. Oh, honey, put the little sword away. It's not gonna save you. I prefer my beauties without a scratch. Scars kind of ruin the whole look, you know. Yeonhwa is vibrating with pure anger and fear. She has zero clue how to fight this guy. Then Flash Namgung's blade catches the light. She does not even hesitate. Run to Mount Hua and warn them, Yeonhwa, go. But Yeonhwa isn't moving. Sister, I can't. Namgung snaps back. Wake up and look at the situation. You staying here helps nobody. Hearing this, our psycho villain just bursts out laughing, totally eating this up. You can practically see the absolutely filthy thoughts running through his head. Pure scum. He chuckles. Oh really? Is that what my beautiful little warrior wants to do? I'm not exactly known for holding back gorgeous. Think very carefully. Namgung totally ignores his trash talk. Her focus, bulletproof. She orders Yeonhwa again, if you want to protect anything at all, move. You need to prioritize right now. But Yeonhwa is just paralyzed. How can she abandon her senior sister? It feels like the ultimate coward move. Namgung instantly flares her inner energy. A massive wave of battle aura explodes from her. Run right now. Meanwhile, cut over to Xue'e. She's flashing this bright, completely innocent smile. Young master, it is time to get up. Yang Chen just plays it cool. Been up for hours. I'm heading out for a bit. Where to, she asks. He brushes it off, just got some business to handle. Xue'e instantly perks up. Oh, can I tag along? Our boy pauses. The Divine Doctor's hideout is supposed to be top secret, right? So he shoots her down. Not today, I'm flying solo. Cue the ultimate pout from Xue'e. Total puppy dog eyes. But Grandpa told me to stick to you like glue. Come on, let me go. Completely defeated, Yang Chen hits her absolute weak point. I'll buy you a grilled chicken skewer on my way back. Wait for it. Her eyes literally light up like high beams. The pout vanishes, instantly replaced by a massive grin. Well, what are you waiting for? Get going. Yang Chen shakes his head, turning back one last time. Do not cause trouble. Stay right here until I'm back. Xue'e is already waving him off, totally hyped. Don't worry about me, have a safe trip. And make sure it is the extra meat portion. Yang Chen hits the road. But man, he is dragging his feet. Grinding martial arts for nights straight, brutal. I swear I am actually gonna die, he thinks. Then Old Iron's voice pops up in his head. Tired, my foot. Look at you, absolutely spoiled rotten. I seriously do not get it. From the Namgung Harris to that little brat, they are all throwing themselves at you. Makes zero sense. Yang Chen is instantly annoyed. Why are we suddenly roasting my looks right now? For the record, I do not look like a praying mantis. The old man just scoffs. With those weird long eyes of yours? If that's not a mantis, what is it? Yang Chen just smirks. Hey, you are a literal ghost. You really have zero room to be judging my face right now. Oh, that hit a nerve. The old ghost explodes. What the hell? You asking for a death wish, kid? Yang Chen isn't stopping. You act like you were some gorgeous model back in the day. Go find a mirror. Old Iron snaps right back. I wasn't gonna bring this up, but why do you think they carved my face into a stone monument? Ha! Yang Chen does not even blink. Let me guess, to prove to the world that even ugly guys can succeed. Absolute critical hit to the old man's ego. You little punk, what did you just say? But before they can keep bickering, heavy footsteps echo ahead. Mount Hua robes. Yang Chen squints. What is going on over there? He steps closer. It is Yeonhwa. She is completely gasping for air, absolutely panicked. Big brother Yang Chen is totally lost. Why is she freaking out this badly? He tries to calm her down. Since when do you call me big brother? Did you eat something weird? Yeonhwa is literally choking on her words. It is an emergency. Yang Chen grabs her shoulders. Hey, breathe. Just take a breath and tell me. She completely breaks down. Tears streaming down her face, her whole body shaking. Sister Namgung, she is in trouble. The second Yang Chen hears that, the temperature literally drops. Pure unadulterated rage washes over his face. You can see it, this storm of fury erupting from his chest. His veins bulge. His expression goes dead serious, completely overshadowed by murderous intent. His fists clench so hard, his knuckles turn white. Teeth grinding like he is ready to tear someone apart. Oh, it is on. You touch his girl, you are leaving in a body bag. Meanwhile, back at the fight, things are getting incredibly intense. It is a total deadlock. Neither side is giving an inch, sword clashes echoing everywhere. But the assassin, he is actually starting to sweat. He is getting irritated, grinding his teeth in pure frustration. I was just supposed to find the Divine Doctor and leave. Why am I stuck fighting this crazy chick? Damn it. Losing his patience, he roars out. Fine. Time to crank things up. Stop dodging. I really do not want to ruin that pretty face of yours. Then a barrage of lightning-fast strikes. Namgung is pushed straight to the defensive, barely managing to block the onslaught. This guy is relentless. Cold steel tears through the air, aiming right for her vitals. Heavy, brutal swings, each strike carrying enough raw power to completely crush a normal person. Namgung is forced to fall back, but her eyes are razor-sharp, tracking every single movement. She tilts her head, the blade literally grazes her hair. Inches away, he doesn't pause immediately, bringing his sword down for a devastating vertical cleave. She kicks off the ground, launching herself straight into the air. Boom! His blade smashes into the earth, sending shockwaves and debris everywhere. Watching her evade his best attacks over and over, it just makes him want her even more. He licks his lips, flashing this completely twisted, psychotic smile. Oh, she's absolutely perfect. What am I gonna do when I finally catch her? The guy is literally drooling just thinking about it. But then the atmosphere completely shifts. Namgung stops holding back. An overwhelming wave of lethal sword energy erupts, wrapping entirely around her body. She locks onto her target and dive bombs straight down. The sheer pressure actually forces him to brace himself, and when he sees her stance, his eyes go wide. He recognizes it instantly, the legendary Emperor sword form of the Namgung clan. He bursts into manic laughter. Haven't seen this since that war, but little girl, you are way out of your league. The old creep immediately swung his blade right at her, but Namgung Fei dodged it. He was surprised. Oh, she dodged? Nope. Just a feint. The real strike. Coming right up. His blade literally tore through the air. Boom. He brought down a strike with absolutely terrifying power, like he wanted to split the whole world in half. Cold steel flashed. The killing intent was suffocating, and the very ground shook under the insane pressure. Wind howled, kicking up crazy amounts of dust, but somehow Fei actually blocked it. The old man was curious now. Wait, what is your connection to Namgung Jin? That guy came here too. The Namgung clan showing up on Mount Hua. What the heck is actually going on here? He smirked. Your technique is decent, but you have never actually killed anyone, have you? That is why you lost. But taking that hit took a massive toll. Fei's energy was completely drained. Her body was giving out. As her eyes slowly forced themselves shut, all she could see was this disgusting old creep still running his mouth. Oh, little girl out of chi already. Are all the late-stage rookies this pathetic nowadays? He sneered. I have sealed your pressure points. Just stand there. I am taking you back and keeping you as my favorite toy for the next 15 years. But just as he turned to leave, he froze. Hold on. I am sensing some inner chi nearby. He looked around. Seriously. They did all this and didn't even leave a lookout. Let's just smash this whole place to the ground. Meanwhile, Fei was completely helpless, her mind spiraling. Her internal energy was gone. If he took her, she would literally just become his plaything. The thought of being tortured by him made her think of Yang Chen, and her heart just shattered. She probably would never see Yang Chen again. She was about to be dragged back into a world of pure bloodshed. No, I definitely cannot let that happen. She desperately tried to force her pressure points open, but right as she was struggling to escape this nightmare, a familiar voice echoed out. Do not waste your energy. Fei slowly opened her eyes and boom, prayer answered. She was literally resting in the arms of the guy she loved. Yang Chen looked down. Even if I told you to run, you definitely wouldn't listen. So at least know how to hide yourself. Meanwhile, the old creep, absolutely furious that someone crashed his party, veins popping on his forehead, teeth grinding. He immediately raised his sword, ready to unleash all his rage on whoever just ruined his perfect moment. Yang Chen felt that suffocating, killing intent wash over him, but he just clenched his jaw. Thank God. Fei's eyes were wide with pure panic, but Yang Chen zero hesitation. He shot forward like a bullet, eyes glowing blood red with absolute rage. You are so dead, you absolute dog. His mind was literally racing with chaotic memories. In his past life, Fei took her last breath, trying to save him. She should have just saved herself. Why be stupid enough to save a guy like him? That one thought had haunted him, a lifetime of pure crushing regret. He figured nobody would be waiting for him on the other side. He was just waiting for karma to finally collect its unforgivable debt. But whether it was some crazy miracle or just destiny, he got a second chance. A regression. And with it came a sliver of hope he didn't even think he deserved. Could he actually fix everything this time around? But what if it wasn't? What if his whole second life wasn't a blessing but a punishment, a repeating hell? Was he just walking right back into the exact same tragic ending? No. Absolutely not happening again. The more Yang Chen thought about it, the more pissed he got. I will not let that happen. In a flash, Yang Chen unleashed a massive palm strike right at the guy, oozing with absolutely terrifying killing intent. The sheer force was so heavy it literally made the air vibrate, letting out this horrifying high-pitched screech. But honestly, one hit wasn't nearly enough to take down this old blood thief. The villain's crazy laughter echoed out. Oh, are you finally starting to crack? It is such a simple situation, but you are only stepping up now. Yeah, but before he could even finish that sentence, the old man totally panicked. Because Yang Chen's fist was clenched tight. Veins bulging like crazy and steam was literally rolling off him like a raging fire. His insane killing intent rode that punch straight forward, striking like a ferocious tiger charging down a mountain. Pure and unstoppable. Let's rewind a few minutes. After trading some blows, Yang Chen was bleeding from the mouth, but he totally figured out the guy's weak spot. His Dantian core, so he purposely left an opening to drop the guy's guard. And now, radiating pure murderous intent, Yang Chen smoothly slipped right past the old man's sweeping blade. The second he closed the distance, he brought that insane aura straight into a lightning-fast punch, completely catching the old guy off guard with this massive fake-out. The villain spat out a curse. You little bastard. His hands were shaking as he gripped his sword, desperately trying to block Yang Chen's absolute monster of an attack. The old guy stumbled back, breathing super heavy, his chest heaving like it was about to burst from the terrifying pressure. Meanwhile, Yang Chen kept raining down attacks while thinking, damn it, how is a freak like this only a late-stage expert? Even the Dark Knight Palace didn't have monsters like this. Sparks literally flew as they locked eyes in pure hatred. Without skipping a beat, Yang Chen channeled all his inner chi. Target acquired his Dantian core. Boom. He didn't hesitate for a second. He drove a sledgehammer of a punch straight into the old man's gut, packing an absolutely insane amount of force. Crack. It literally knocked the wind right out of his lungs. In a split second, the villain folded completely in half, eyes bugging out, jaw dropped, totally speechless. And then, boom, Yang Chen's aura detonated like a massive bomb going off. The old guy desperately tried to brace himself, but the agonizing pain ripped through his internal organs like 100 blades, slicing up his insides. The sheer momentum blasted him backwards, sending him violently skidding across the dirt in a huge cloud of dust. He finally dropped to his knees, leaving this massive deep trench carved right into the ground. He gritted his teeth in pure frustration. You little punk. So it was you all along. I was actually planning to hunt you down, but I didn't expect you to deliver yourself right to my doorstep. The old man glared at Yang Chen, thinking, this brat was definitely planning to swallow me whole from the very beginning. Bloodlines really don't lie. He absolutely had to be the son of the flame demon. But whatever, he was still just a late-stage expert. However, Yang Chen wasn't about to give this guy a single second to breathe. He clenched his fists and charged right back in. He was about to brutally prove this old fool completely wrong. Zero hesitation. He just started mercilessly hammering his fists into the guy's gut, totally going off until he felt satisfied. Yang Chen had hidden his true aura so perfectly that the old creep never even sensed it, and by the time he finally realized what was happening, way too late. Yang Chen was throwing hands so fast the villain literally couldn't fight back, forced to just grit his teeth and take the beating. He screamed in desperation, you absolute maniac. The more he cursed, the harder Yang Chen fought. Done with punching, time for kicks. Our boy launched himself into the air and delivered a brutal kick right to the guy's mouth for barking too much. The old man scrambled backward, yelling, damn it. What the hell is this? Okay, pretty impressive. Playing with you is actually getting kind of fun. He quickly regained his footing, but Yang Chen just gave him a cold, hard stare. Total silence. Namgung Fei was definitely strong, but Yang Chen, he was just built entirely different, operating on a whole other level. Sure, he wasn't at his absolute peak yet, but trust me, he would get there soon. Right then, the villain launched a massive counterattack. The impact sent Yang Chen sliding back a few meters, his whole body flexing just to block it. Seeing this, the old guy got completely arrogant. Out of gas already, kid. You are not even close to being worthy of your father's legacy. Oh, big mistake. Yang Chen instantly stomped the ground so hard the earth completely shattered. He exploded forward, raining down an absolute storm of attacks. His fists dropped like literal lightning bolts, not giving his opponent a single second to breathe. Every single strike carried this absolutely devastating weight, setting off these heavy, echoing booms right in midair. But the old man actually blocked it. He shifted back perfectly, getting more hyped by the second. Now this is a real fight. Neither of them was backing down. Total chaos. The villain laughed like a maniac. Hey, you better calm down. Lose your cool, and you will get yourself killed. Flexing all that killing intent just leaves you wide open. But guess what? Yang Chen wasn't the one leaving openings. He instantly found the villain's blind spot and blasted a massive palm strike straight into his gut. The punch, pure invisible killing intent, slicing right through his gut like a hot knife. Instantly, the guy just froze. Eyes wide open, whole body shaking like a leaf. A deadly freezing chill spread from that one fatal blow, like the Reaper himself was crushing his organs. He opened his mouth to breathe, but nope. Just a quick gasp before a massive mouthful of blood sprayed out. Go ahead and talk trash now. Keep barking, buddy, speak up. Like hell I was ever scared of you. Yang Chen just stood there after landing that monster punch, every muscle in his body completely locked up, grinding his teeth so hard you could hear the bone-chilling crunch, pure suppressed rage and absolute agony. Our boy took his time with this one. And the aftermath, absolutely nothing left. Total annihilation. Game over. Nangong Fei watched this entire bloodbath from a distance, completely and utterly stunned. Yang Chen was still pinning the guy down, raining absolute hell with endless punches, his hands torn apart, calloused and dripping with fresh blood. Skin peeling off in chunks, knuckles bruised black and blue, covered in dried blood from those absolutely ruthless, non-stop strikes. This was completely personal. But get this, Yang Chen wasn't stopping anytime soon. Nangong Fei was panicking, now her voice shaking as she called out, "Yang Chen, that is enough. Stop it." But right then, a violently foul stench hit her like a brick wall. She gagged instantly, covering her nose with a look of pure disgust. The rotting stench just kept getting worse. She was thinking, oh god, it smells awful. This has never been this out of hand. That enemy was 100% dead, so why the hell wasn't he stopping? And right at that exact moment, Yang Chen slowly turned his head to look back. His eyes completely hollow, empty. The guy was totally losing his mind to the battle rage, pure energy deviation. Nangong Fei could not believe it. No way. Yang Chen, did you really lose control too? Shaking, she crawled straight toward him. Still covering her nose from that absolute nightmare of a smell, she pushed out a desperate whisper. Stop. Just stop. That is enough. And without hesitating, she threw her arms around him in a tight hug. She was risking it all, using her own body warmth to snap him out of this trance. She kept begging. Enough, drop it. The guy is already dead. Please, we still need you here. And hey, the classic beauty trap works every single time. That terrifying purple glow in his eyes slowly faded away. His whole body went limp, totally drained before he just collapsed right into her arms. Meanwhile, over at the Blood Thugs' hideout, complete panic mode. Their boss had been gone way too long, and these guys were sweating bullets. Any word from the branch leader yet? Nothing. Absolutely freaking nothing. Damn it. Is nobody gonna go check on him? This is taking way too long. I know, but we stick to the plan. Orders are orders, guys. We just gotta wait it out until sunrise. We meet up with the leader, then we march straight on Manhwa. But right as he said that, boom, the doors blasted open. A shadow stepped through. They instantly drew their swords, barking like guard dogs. Who the hell are you? How did you even get past the guards? The guy walking in Wei Xiaojun, Xue'e's badass grandfather. His voice was ice cold. So, you are the trash targeting the children of Mount Hua. Oh, they were pissed now. What kind of garbage is this old fossil spouting? One idiot shoved a blade right in his face. Listen up. You want to keep your head. Tell us who sent you. Big mistake. Less than a second later. Clean off. His head literally hit the floor. The look on his severed face was pure confusion. He didn't even realize he died. That is what you get for barking at an absolute legend, buddy. Wei Xiaojun just stood there completely unbothered. Takes guts to point a sword at me. You're definitely not ordinary thugs. Seeing their buddy get deleted in a literal blink, the rest of them started panicking hard. Who? Who is this monster? Did he even draw his blade? But wait, it gets crazier. Wei Xiaojun blocked the next incoming sword strike using just one single finger. 0 damage. The guy had been hiding his true power this whole time, and holy hell, it was terrifying. His voice echoed through the room. A blade is always most beautiful when sheathed. And bloodlust, better kept locked in your heart. In that moment, his mind flashed back to the divine doctor's warning. I found out who took the Mount Hua disciples. It was Yi Shueji, a wildly ambitious lunatic from the Dark Knight Palace. Hearing that name had thrown Wei Xiaojun for a loop. Dark Knight Palace, seriously. The doctor had sounded totally exhausted when he replied, "Since I cannot step onto the battlefield right now, I need the sword venerable to wipe them off the map for me. Protect the kids." And that right there, that is exactly why this legend crashed their little party tonight. He gave them one final warning. If any of you still have a shred of humanity left, surrender now. But these absolute morons, they chose death. Gripping their swords, they charged at him, screaming, "Kill him." Yeah, letting these guys live would just be bad for business. The sword venerable didn't even flinch. He just stood there lightly, snapped his fingers, and an arc of pure sword energy blasted forward. It tore right through every single one of them in a split second. Complete wipeout. Brushing off his hands, he muttered, "Honestly, these dark sect thugs are nothing but total idiots. Just pathetic." A second later, their bodies dropped like flies. Blood sprayed everywhere, painting the walls red until the whole room absolutely reeked of iron and death. But wait, another wave of assassins in black suddenly swarmed in. Look, we all know exactly how this is going to end, right? Anyone stepping up to this guy is basically signing their own death warrant. This one grandpa was about to solo the entire squad. Meanwhile, back to our main boy, Yang Chen. Who knows how long he was out cold, but he suddenly jolted awake. And wow, he looked rough. Pale as a ghost, totally drained and practically skin and bones. But the kid was nowhere near fully healed yet. He started panicking, muscles totally locking up in defense mode. The divine doctor quickly tried talking him down. Easy, just take a breath. Well, look who finally decided to wake up. Seeing Yang Chen still freaking out, the old man just jabbed a few acupoints to force him down. I said, relax, you have been out cold for 2 straight days, so stop moving around before you break something. Mess up your energy flow now and you will fall right back into energy deviation. Finally calming down, Yang Chen looked around the room totally lost. Wait, I was asleep for 2 days. Yep, then why the hell is smoke coming out of my mouth? Am I literally about to ascend to godhood right now? The doctor looked ready to slap him, but held it together. I am just burning yin moon herbs for your body to absorb, you absolute idiot. But hey, if you are cracking jokes, you must be feeling better. Soon as you can walk, get out of my clinic, brat. Listen, kid, remember when I said you were basically walking dead last time? Your energy channels were completely clogged. Use that power recklessly again and it is game over for you. But somehow, draining every last drop of your inner power actually forced that violent energy to settle down. Yang Chen blinked. Wait, seriously, that worked. Oh crap, never mind that. Where are Lady Nangong and my sister? The doctor just rubbed his aching shoulder, silently complaining about how this kid ruined his back. Still, he gave a reassuring nod. Relax, kid. I kept an eye on them from a distance. Everyone is totally fine. Yang Chen finally let out a massive sigh of relief. Thank God for that. And honestly, Nangong Fei, Xue'e, and his little sister were all currently sleeping in a massive cuddle puddle nearby. It was incredibly wholesome. Half asleep little Xue'e was muttering about giving the young master his medicine. But our main guy, Yang Chen, he couldn't sleep a wink. Staring up at the bright moonlight spilling through the window, his mind was racing. That was the first time in my life I've ever taken someone's life, even if I didn't want to. And what the hell was that dark voice? I clearly heard something whisper, eat. There is way too much to figure out in this second life, but first things first. Time to see how badly my internal injuries actually are. But man, his energy pathways felt totally stiff. Come on, this is a young growing body. It should be healing way faster than this. Then suddenly, right as he pushed his energy, something felt deeply, horribly wrong. Wait, hold up a second. He gritted his teeth, his face twisting in panic. Damn it all, is this demonic energy? Meanwhile, shifting to a shadowy room miles away, a chilling voice cut through the silence. Who was running the Shaanxi branch that just got wiped off the map? His underlings were literally shaking. That was Yi Shueji, sir. The boss narrowed his eyes, his tone dead serious. The guy wasn't in the transformation tier, but he was still a peak stage master. You don't just easily kill a guy like that. Who did this? The Mount Hua sect is covering it up, but rumors are saying it was some late-stage cultivator. Look into this immediately and send the Rakshasa to deliver a message to that divine doctor. Yes, sir, relaying the orders right now. The shadowy boss leaned back, his eyes flashing with deadly intent. A minor bump in the road, but my master plan is nearly complete. Just you wait. A sudden flashback hit the image of a literal heavenly demon completely exposed, sitting there with eyes carrying the weight of 1,000 tragedies. Fast forward to the very next morning. Wei Xiaojun was peacefully sweeping the courtyard when little Xue'e came happily running over. Xue'e rushed in totally out of breath, calling out Ferreira. He completely froze up. What's wrong? How's the young master? She hesitated for a second. He's with Nangong right now. And me? I'm completely healed. I'm okay. Hearing that, the old man just cracked up laughing. Ah, youth, they really do bounce back from anything. But she wasn't finished. But, Rara. He blinked at her. What now? Suddenly the look in Xue's eyes shifted. Pure fire. Zero hesitation. She clenched her fists, absolute determination radiating from her as she dropped the bomb. I want to learn martial arts. Meanwhile, let's talk about our boy Yang Chen. In his past life, he wasn't just anybody. He was a core figure in the heavenly demon cult. We're talking pure bloodshed, absolute demonic aura, absolute chaos. But even amidst that nightmare, he actually had some rare, peaceful moments with someone special. Picture this. Full moon. Silver light reflecting off a lake as smooth as glass. Sitting right on the edge of a boulder, legs casually crossed, a girl raised her cup, catching the moonlight in her wine. Just sipping, totally relaxed. The moon is gorgeous. Tonight makes the booze taste even better. Shame my lord won't drink with me. She smirked playfully, poking at him. What's wrong, Yang Chen? Not thirsty. Silence. Yang Chen didn't say a single word. He just stared into the void, his eyes so empty they practically blended into the night sky. She let out a quiet sigh, playfully kicking her feet in the water. Splash. She kicked a few drops right into his face. He didn't even flinch, just wiped it off. Completely unbothered. Giving up, the heavenly demon looked at him. Your eyes are strange tonight, my lord. His response, ice cold. If they bother you, my bad. She shook her head. No need to apologize. I don't really care. But sometimes it feels like you're looking at someone else when you look at me. Boom. Direct hit. You're thinking about her, aren't you? That girl you keep locked up in your heart. She smiled sadly. I know it hurts. But if the demon sword Marcus, who literally died for you, knew about this, Yang Chen cut her off immediately. Then I will stop these selfish thoughts. She just laughed. I am still curious, though. Who is this girl messing with my lord's head? Honestly, if you ever end up dying by my hands, I wonder if you would still hold your ground, a playful giggle. And just like that, she went right back to enjoying her top-tier wine and snacks. Anyway, enough flashbacks. Back to the present, Mount Hua. Yang Chen is currently dragging his feet up these endless stone steps, sweating buckets. Absolutely fuming, son of a. Are these Mount Hua guys addicted to stairs or what I am climbing forever? My legs are basically jelly right now. Still, our boy kept pushing. And after nearly passing out from exhaustion, finally, face to face with the Mount Hua sect leader. The tension, silent but heavy. Like the calm right before a hurricane, the old man broke the ice. I hear our divine doctor is back on his feet. Yang Chen nodded. Yeah, wasn't anything major. I am good. The leader sighed. Dragging you into our mess. As sect leader, I truly apologize. Yang Chen waved it off. Don't sweat it. Besides, isn't it time for the fire festival? That is a huge deal for Mount Hua. Did the ceremony kick off smoothly? The old man let out a heavy sigh. It should have. But things happened. We delayed it. Hold up. Delayed. Why? What happened? The sect leader wasn't giving up any details, which of course made Yang Chen even more suspicious. It is nothing serious. We will handle it soon. Oh, come on. A massive Mount Hua event getting postponed. Could it be because of those missing disciples? While Yang Chen's brain was working in overdrive, the old man kept talking. Regardless, Yang Chen, I still feel terrible. You say you are fine, but you pushed yourself way too hard. Go rest. I will drop by to check on you later. Yang Chen forced a laugh. No need, you are super busy. I will come to you. Meanwhile, the sect leader was secretly thinking I was just being polite. Does this kid actually think I want to visit him? Visit my foot. I already paid him the jade. He needs to pack up and leave. But as Yang Chen turned to go, the old man stopped him. Wait a second. Almost forgot. Someone is actually waiting for you. Go check outside. Yang Chen blinked, totally confused. Wait for me. His mind started racing. Who could it be? Nangang Xue'e. Please don't tell me it is Ling Feng. If it is a dude, I am going to be so disappointed. Without overthinking it, our boy stepped outside. Honestly, perfect weather today. Cool breeze. Fresh air. He stretched his arms, feeling completely refreshed. Mountain air hits different. But wait, the place was totally empty. Didn't he say someone was waiting? It didn't take long for our protagonist to spot someone hiding behind a pillar, but the second he turned his head, she ducked out of sight. Classic stealth fail. Suddenly, someone literally shoved Jin Linghua out into the open. Yang Chen raised an eyebrow. What exactly are you doing? Jin Linghua froze, panicking. Do I really have to do this? She muttered. Another voice whispered back, yes, you have to. Watching her mumble to herself without stepping forward, Yang Chen sighed. If you are coming out, then come out. Quit creeping around. What are you even whispering about? Jin Linghua jumped. Nothing. Gathering every ounce of her courage, she marched right up to him. Listen up. I am only going to say this once. Yang Chen looked amused. Say what? She refused to make eye contact, her face flushed completely red. I just wanted to know if you are okay. Like, is your body fully healed yet? He instantly groaned. Good grief, why are you whispering? If I wasn't okay, I wouldn't be standing here. Then barely audible, Jin Linghua mumbled, thank you. Oh, big mistake. Yang Chen wasn't letting that slide. Time to tease her. He leaned in, cupping his ear. What was that? Mumbling again. Speak up, I am not going to eat you. That did it. Jin Linghua snapped, unleashing her absolute full tsundere energy. I said thank you, idiot, holy hell. Yang Chen's eardrums practically shattered. He is definitely half deaf now. Without missing a beat, she sprinted away like her life depended on it while he yelled back, are you crazy? Screaming right in my ear like a psycho. Just then, Nangang walked out, shaking her head at the chaos. Why are you always so loud? She was obviously just embarrassed. Is saying thank you really that difficult for her? Yang Chen was speechless. Kids these days. If you are grateful, just act normal. But then he noticed something off about Nangang. Wait, what's wrong with your arm? She brushed it off. Oh, just wearing a brace since I am outside. He frowned. Are you badly hurt? No, it is fine. It comes off tomorrow. She paused, glaring at him. Also, why are you still speaking to me so casually? Ignoring the respect issue, Nangong's voice softened with real concern. Are you actually okay? Hearing that, Yang Chen's mind flashed back to that exact day. Because honestly, if she hadn't stopped him, he would have gone into full chi deviation. Total loss of control. Absolute disaster. He coughed awkwardly, rubbing his neck. Yeah. I am fine. Anyway, thanks for what you did back there. Hearing a thank you from him, Nangang completely short-circuited. Just frozen in place, Yang Chen raised an eyebrow. What? Why are you looking at me like that? You talk to me casually, so I do the same. If you don't like it, whatever. He crossed his arms, looking slightly annoyed. Seeing his pouty expression, Nangang gently placed her hand on his arm, a soft smile breaking through. Actually, I like it. Yang Chen flinched, caught completely off guard. He scratched his head, suddenly super awkward. Look, I don't remember much from that moment, but I know you stayed by my side, so I figured I owed you a thank you. Because of you, my sister is safe too. Big mistake. Huge. Before he could even finish, Nangon's eyes practically shot daggers at him. She spun around and stormed off. She thought he was thanking her for her, not his sister. Man, girls are impossible to understand. Completely unpredictable. Leaving Yang Chen standing there like an absolute idiot. Hey, where are you going? What did I say? A while later, back at the Mount Xue'e descent, he stared down at those endless nightmare stairs. His blood boiled just looking at them. Damn it, will of Mount Xue'e, my foot, he muttered to himself. Shintai, I swear I'm gonna deal with that crazy old man later. I am exhausted. Wait a second, that old guy. Ever since the fight, no matter how many times Yang Chen called out, the voice in his head was completely gone. He vaguely remembered the old man screaming at him during the battle. Kid, calm down, get a grip. Losing control is suicide. Where the hell did he vanish to? But before Yang Chen could think deeper, he frowned. Up ahead, he locked eyes with someone, Cao Geihei, and that guy was staring right at him with a very twisted smile. Yang Chen was pissed. Why was this guy here, just to mock him? He sat right up, his mind racing. Did this guy come to replace the Divine Doctor? Was he here to check on the Sword Empress? But wait, wasn't that guy mute? In his past life, he could talk. He knew that for a fact. Suddenly, memories from his previous life flooded back. During that fatal battle, the guy had said, anyone who defies the cult leader's will, anyone who raises a sword against him, those so-called legends are nothing but bloodstains now. The entire world, every single continent bows to the leader. Our unity is forged in cold steel. Yet, right now, in this timeline, the guy wasn't saying a single word. What was he plotting? Yang Chen knew one thing: he absolutely could not drop his guard. Inside the room, the Sword Empress heard the noise. Who's there? She whispered weakly. Yang Chen stepped in, completely respectful. It's me, Yang Chen. I came to pay my respects, Empress. She smiled softly. Ah, Yang Chen. Come in. Thank you. She looked him over. I heard you got caught up in some bad business, but you look fine to me. He bowed his head. Thank you for worrying about me. I'm sorry you have to see me in this state, she coughed. Please don't apologize. But suddenly Yang Chen felt something. Something bad. His stomach dropped. What was that? The Empress kept talking. I heard you saved Jin Linghua. You did a great thing. She finally has a big brother she can truly rely on. She kept praising him. But Yang Chen, he was completely zoned out, analyzing the situation. He had never sensed this before. There was absolutely no doubt. This energy, it was demonic aura. And not just any aura, it was pure heavenly demon level. Was this the mysterious illness destroying the great Sword Empress? How did this absolute garbage get inside her body? Did she actually fight the heavenly demon in the past? Demonic energy isn't something you can just endure. Yet somehow, she was fighting it off. With that toxic energy ripping through her veins. Insane. The Empress coughed, forcing out the words. If only we had met a little sooner. I could have treated you to a proper meal. It's really okay, Yang Chen replied softly. Weakly, she reached out and placed her hand over his. You are my dear friend's son after all. If only I still had my health. Then you wouldn't have to see me like this. Yeah, if only. But right at that moment, Yang Chen's face went completely dark. Black energy flared in his eyes. His body started moving on its own. He stared at his own hand. The Sword Empress, absolutely paralyzed with shock. What was happening? Was that the demonic absorption art? Meanwhile, Yang Chen was fighting like hell to hide it. He gritted his teeth, totally helpless. What the heck? His body was actually absorbing someone else's demonic energy. Suddenly, a voice complained from outside. Good grief, close the door. The draft is terrible. The Divine Doctor walked in. What are you two doing? Meanwhile, deep in the forest, Jin Linghua was pushing herself to the absolute limit. Muscles aching, dripping with sweat, but stopping. Not an option. She swung her blade, muttering, half a step forward, blade pointing up. Good, beautiful, deadly strikes sliced through the air over and over again. But no matter how hard she trained, she couldn't forget the terrifying mutant from that day. Well, this is unexpected. Where did such a beauty drop in from? The monster's words haunted her. What good is that little stick? It was useless. Completely useless. What could she possibly achieve with this level of power? Get back to Mount Xue'e, warn everyone, Jin Linghua, you're dead weight right now. Run. That was the day she threw away everything. Her pride as a martial artist. Gone. Her sense of duty trashed. She ran away like a complete coward. This wasn't the heroic path her master had taught her. Suddenly, footsteps approached. A voice called out, Miss Chin. Still training. Aren't you pushing yourself a bit too hard? Take a break. Have some water. You can drink it all. It was Ling Feng. Miss Chin just stood there. Talk about perfect timing. Jin Linghua looked at him. Ling Feng. The youngest elite swordsman of the Plum Blossom sect. If he was in her shoes back then, he never would have run away. Seeing her completely zoned out, Ling Feng called out again gently. Miss Qin, but Jin Linghua's mind was miles away, flashing back to a few days ago. The day Yang Chen was lying there, unconscious, covered head to toe in brutal wounds. The divine doctor had told her, if it wasn't for your brother, we'd all be dead. Make sure to thank him for me. But honestly, it was mind-blowing. Jin Linghua had asked, what do you mean? The doctor sighed. A demonic cultist that even the Nangong family's prodigy couldn't beat, and your brother somehow crushed him. What kind of insane technique is he hiding? I knew his energy was messy, but I had no idea he could actually fight like that. Jin Linghua gripped her sword. That lazy, selfish Yang Chen, he was actually walking the true path of a warrior, while she was just acting like a spoiled child clinging to her master. If all she did was run away, how could she ever master the plum blossom sword? The shame burned deep in her chest. She gripped her hilt. She couldn't even look Ling Feng in the eye. He gave an awkward laugh. Going back to training, I'll just leave the water here. Return the canteen later. Suddenly, Jin Lingho bolted. She dashed right past Ling Feng, completely shutting him down. No need, please don't worry about me. Just leave me alone. Ling Feng blinked, absolutely stunned, but Jin Linghua was already gone, sprinting away without a single glance back. I'm sorry, Taoist Ling Feng, she thought as she ran. Just don't rush this, Jin Linghua. It doesn't matter what martial path you take. Through grief, through pain, or even pure jealousy. Keep going until a real flower blooms from the tip of your blade. When I finally show my master, we'll smile together. Soon enough, night fell. Moonlight blanketed all of Mount Hua as Jin Linghua finally arrived home. Standing right outside the Sword Empress's room, she sighed. It's getting late. She reached for the door. But wait, an angry voice blasted from inside. Cut the crap, I am being completely serious right now. Jin Linghua froze. She knew that voice. It was her brother Yang Chen. She remembered screaming her lungs out at him just this morning, and a chill went down her spine. Crap, why is he here now? What do I do? The arguing inside was getting intense. You expect me to buy that? What on earth do you know about medicine? Yang Chen fired back. I already told you, this isn't about normal medicine anymore. The divine doctor was absolutely furious. You arrogant brat. If you don't use medicine to cure a disease, what do you use? Do you even hear yourself? Yang Chen didn't flinch. Yeah, I hear myself perfectly fine. If we do it my way, I can cure the Sword Empress. Listening at the door, Jin Linghua finally put the pieces together. That was it, zero hesitation. She kicked the door wide open, totally ignoring her brother's ego. Bursting inside, she yelled out, Is that true, brother? Can you really save my master? Yang Chen gave a lazy shrug. Not 100% sure. Jin Linghua's blood boiled. Then what exactly are you planning? Even the greatest doctor gave up on her. Yang Chen thought for a second. If the doctor steps back, I'll take care of this chronic illness myself. The tension in that room, unbelievable. Anger, confusion, a tiny spark of hope. Everyone was completely on edge. The Sword Empress, quiet this whole time, finally spoke up. Yang Chen, maybe you should explain exactly what you're trying to do. Our guy smiled confidently. I'm going to use the Qin family heart method. Our family's technique uses pure blazing energy to burn away corruption. From what I can feel, the sickness draining your life force is being caused by some kind of toxic aura. When I touched your hand, I felt it immediately. My blazing core technique can push that dark energy right out of your system. The Empress coughed softly, looking skeptical. Is your family's technique really that effective? I don't remember it being that special. Yang Chen just laughed on the inside. Well, yeah, obviously. The fire technique had absolutely nothing to do with it. He was actually going to use his demonic absorption art, but if he told them the truth, no one would ever let him try. So he had to lie to get his foot in the door. If he walked away right now, the Empress would succumb to the demonic energy and die. And even if she survived, she'd become a hermit, just like in his past life. Not happening. He really wasn't sure. Was saving the Sword Empress worth risking his entire future? While he was deep in thought, out of nowhere, Lian Hoa grabbed Yang Chen's shirt. Gathering every ounce of her courage, she asked, Big brother, can you really save her? Our master. Please, you have to save her. Tears were literally welling up in her eyes. Seeing her master healthy again, that was clearly all this girl ever wanted. Meanwhile, Yang Chen just froze. Seriously, she only calls him big brother when she needs a favor. Classic. But honestly, that made his choice easy. Yang Chen turned to the divine doctor, completely deadpan. Let me treat her. The doctor hated the idea, but desperation makes you hope. He sighed heavily. Let's say you're right. Maybe your family's technique can actually repel that dark energy. But that technique, it wasn't made for healing. What if it completely shatters her internal core? What if the Sword Empress dies right here, right now? Can you really shoulder that kind of massive responsibility? Yang Chen wasn't having it, so what, we just sit here and watch her fade away? We have to try everything. Oh, the divine doctor absolutely lost it. He jumped up furious. Stop talking garbage. You're literally gambling with my patient's life. But then, the Sword Empress spoke up. Can't you just trust him? Just this once. Hearing that made the doctor even more pissed. But the Empress wasn't finished. I absolutely refuse to just sit here and wither away into nothingness. Besides, you've literally tried every medical trick in the book, right? Yang Chen noticed a change. At this point, I say it's a risk worth taking. And Yang Chen, listen to me. If things go south, it is not your fault. I don't have much time left anyway, and I'm trusting my own judgment here. When the Sword Empress drops an absolute statement like that, the doctor couldn't argue. He threw his hands up. Fine, Yang Chen could try. But before backing off, he gave a harsh warning. One wrong move and I'm stepping in immediately. Without wasting a second, Yang Chen got to work. Inside his head, Yang Chen was laughing bitterly. In his past life, these exact hands slaughtered thousands. Absolute bloodbath. And now he's trying to save someone. Honestly, it sounded like a sick joke. The pressure was insane, unlike anything he'd ever felt. Was this the heavy responsibility the doctor was talking about? Didn't matter. He had to do this. Do nothing and you protect nothing. No more hesitating. Yang Chen channeled his raw inner energy into the Empress to check her condition. But a split second later, pure shock. The amount of demonic energy inside her was absolutely terrifying. This stuff had been violently eating away at her core for God knows how long. He actually cursed out loud. Damn it, what even is this? How is there this much dark energy? How the hell did the Empress survive this for so long? The dark aura was suffocating, literally trying to drown her from the inside out. It was almost like it was mocking him. Yang Chen pushed his energy even deeper. Oh, this was bad. One tiny mistake, game over. Could he actually absorb this nightmare and survive? Yeah, he had to. Taking on this kind of pain. That was his karma. Those demonic bastards, he was going to crush every single one of them. His determination spiked, channeling maximum power straight into his hands. And honestly, even if there were a dozen heavenly demons hiding in her body, Yang Chen was ready to absolutely obliterate them. He braced himself, fighting tooth and nail against the darkness, eyes literally burning with rage. Target locked. He unleashed a blazing wave of pure fire, scorching those inner demons straight to ash. The oppressive dark aura finally flickered and vanished completely. Slowly, the Sword Empress opened her eyes. Deep down, her incredible willpower never really let go of her sword. But in the real world, Yang Chen's vision blurred. His body swayed. Complete burnout. As he faded out, he could just barely hear voices. Yang Chen, then. A creepy echoing dark chuckle. Completely different vibe from before. Oh, that tasted good. Meanwhile, let's check in on Xue'e. Remember when she told her grandfather that she desperately wanted to learn martial arts? Well, she wasn't kidding. Deep in a deserted blooming forest, Xue'e was training like an absolute maniac, all alone. But suddenly a weird voice echoed around her. Extend it, higher. Xue'e immediately adjusted. Yes, like this. Not quite, but hey, you're doing way better than when you started. And get this, the mystery voice coaching her swordplay. It was actually her own overpowered past life self. Hearing the praise made Xue'e light up. It's all thanks to you, big sister. She thought back to just a few days ago when she asked her grandfather about learning martial arts and just got completely scolded. She was devastated. But right at rock bottom, a comforting voice had whispered, "Don't cry, Xue'e. I'm right here." She had been so incredibly confused. Looking left, looking right. Who is that? That's when a ghost-like hand reached out and her past life self beamed at her. I'm going to teach you sword play, honestly. If her past self hadn't shown up, she never would have learned a single move. Back in the present, Xue'e just laughed. When you used to possess my body, I was terrified. Now you're way cooler than Grandpa. Suddenly, a furious roar shattered the peace. You insolent brat. Didn't I specifically forbid you from touching a sword? Xue'e flinched hard, desperately hiding the weapon behind her back. Grandpa. It was just a tiny bit of practice. Meanwhile, back at Manhwa, ever since healing the Empress, Yang Chen was completely knocked out cold. Like literally foaming at the mouth, his whole body trembling. Suddenly, boom, he bolted upright in bed, hyperventilating. Wait, Sword, Empress Doctor, where is everybody? He started frantically digging through his own scattered memories, trying to piece everything together. Oh right, that completely sickening, disgusting feeling inside him. Looks like he actually managed to absorb all that insane dark energy. Without missing a beat, Yang Chen jumped out of bed and rushed out, muttering to himself. Is the Sword Empress finally okay? He had to see for himself. But the second he peeked outside, jaw dropped. Completely stunned. Standing there, looking incredibly picturesque under a blooming plum blossom tree, was Lianhua. She was literally glowing with happiness, staring up into the sky. Curious, Yang Chen followed her gaze and absolutely lost his mind. The Sword Empress wasn't just healed, she was actively training again, moving like a total legend. Lianhua was crying pure tears of joy. And get this, every single sign of aging on the Empress's face completely gone. Her skin was literally glowing flawless like a 20-year-old prodigy. We're talking about a completely new version of the Sword Empress. Young, fierce, and vibrating with absolute power, she stomped her foot once and boom, She launched into the sky like a literal rocket. Down below, Yang Chen was losing his mind. Was this some god-tier body reconstruction technique? No. Wait. This was just her true original form returning. She was floating midair, unleashing these insane lightning-fast sword strikes that literally sliced through the wind. After an epic display, she floated smoothly back to Earth. Catching sight of Yang Chen, she smirked. Finally decided to wake up. Listen, there's something I've been waiting to tell you. First of all, thank you. Truly. Right on cue, Lian Hua sprinted over, tackling the Empress in a massive hug. Poor girl probably still thought she was hallucinating the whole thing. The Empress just smiled gently. The kind of smile that could instantly melt 1,000 hearts. This is all because of you, she added. Yang Chen got super awkward, rubbing his neck. No way I just. He was literally stumbling over his words. Because honestly, how do you tell someone, hey, I'm a former mass murderer? I don't handle wholesome moments very well. While he was standing there, looking totally helpless, whoosh, something ridiculously fast grazed right past his head. Faster than humanly possible. The divine doctor appeared out of nowhere, gripping 2 massive acupuncture needles. Rough night, kid. But holy hell, you actually absorbed every last drop of that evil key. This is fascinating. Let me poke around and figure out exactly how your technique works. Yang Chen's face went completely ghost white. Screw that old man. And just like that, it turned into an absolute comedy chase scene. Get back here, you brat. The Sword Empress just stood there, laughing softly, looking like an absolute goddess. But the peace didn't last. Back in his room, Yang Chen walked straight into another disaster. His crazy wife Nangang Fei was waiting. Ice-cold glare. Absolute murder in her eyes. Where exactly did you sleep last night? Yang Chen nearly choked on his own spit right then and there. Poor guy. Survives a demonic healing but can't even catch a break at home. Yang Chen choked completely, caught off guard with zero idea what to say. Feng Yi wasn't letting him off the hook, though. Her voice dropped dangerously low. I asked you, where did you sleep? Yeah, our boy was speechless. Inside, he was screaming, what is this? She sounded exactly like a wife, catching her husband cheating. But hey, she is his fiancée, so. Panic mode activated. Yang Chen scrambled for an excuse. I was just training. Cultivating all night, got exhausted, and literally passed out on the floor right there. His future wife wasn't buying it. Not for a single second. Is that really all? He swore it was the truth. But Feng Yi, she was seriously annoyed right now. Why am I getting yelled at anyway, he thought. Meanwhile, she snapped back to boss mode. Smash. She hit the table hard. You could have at least left a message. Do you know how worried I was? Next time, give me a heads up. And just like that, she stood up and stormed off. Yang Chen sat there blinking. Wait, we're eating. Where are you going? Off to train, obviously. Where else? Meanwhile, Xue'e was sitting there, dead silent, completely different from her usual bubbly self. Yang Chen just couldn't resist poking the bear. Geez, I thought you stopped breathing over there. Why so quiet today? Xue'e, with her cheeks literally stuffed with rice like a hamster, tried to mumble something back to him. Gross. What are you even doing? Xue'e started coughing violently, spraying rice absolutely everywhere. Total disaster zone. Don't, she sputtered out in a panic. I told you don't. I can't do it. She yelled at me. It was terrifying. Why? Yang Chen, thoroughly confused and super annoyed, grabbed her chin to shut her up. What the heck are you babbling about? Swallow your food first, then talk. Defeated, Xue'e went quiet and finally swallowed her mouthful. Yang Chen just rubbed his temples. Man, his head was spinning right now. One crazy thing after another. How is a guy supposed to catch a break? His head was throbbing and that demonic energy raging inside him. Yeah, massive problem right there. Plus, Old Iron ghosting him completely was seriously concerning. That mysterious voice he heard while absorbing the demonic energy. Could it actually be connected to the old man vanishing? Thinking back, his mentor once mentioned sealing something deep inside Yang Chen's body. Wait a second. Did that sealed entity actually swallow his mentor whole? Right in the middle of his intense thinking, a voice at the door. Young master, it's me. Yang Chen snapped out of it. What's up? You have a guest. A guest? Who the heck visits now? The door creaked open. Jin Linghua stood there looking totally awkward. It's me. Sorry to interrupt your meal. Yang Chen was annoyed, sure, but he couldn't help feeling bad for the girl. The trek up and down this mountain was brutal enough. Why make the trip? Jin Linghua fired back. So noisy. It was my idea, got a problem. She explained her master was recovering her inner strength, so regarding his medical treatment, she wants to thank you personally. You keep making us owe you. Yang Chen blinked, slightly surprised. But then, classic MC move. Put on his poker face and kept eating. Seriously, you hiked all the way up here just to say that? Talk about having too much free time. Oh, bad move. Jin Linghua's blood boiled. She completely lost it. Master, listen to how he talks. Wait, Master. The Sword Empress, quiet until now, finally spoke up. That's enough, Jin Linghua. Yang Chen froze. What? The Master is here. The Sword Empress stepped forward. Saving a life is a massive debt. A simple thank you isn't nearly enough. Seeing her walk in, Yang Chen literally stopped buffering for 5 seconds. Absolute shock. Standing before him was an otherworldly nation-toppling beauty. That frail white hair from before gone, replaced by a cascading waterfall of glossy midnight black hair, shining like silk in the morning sun. Every single wrinkle completely vanished. Her skin was flawless, practically glowing, looking exactly like a woman in her absolute prime. Talk about a glow-up, from the brink of death to a literal goddess. Seeing Yang Chen staring like an idiot, the Empress chuckled. You seem quite surprised. Yang Chen awkwardly scratched his head, forcing a laugh. Glad to see you're looking so healthy. The Plum Blossom Sword Empress was radiating pure youth right now, literally reborn. Every movement, every breath packed with vibrant energy, like time itself had never touched her. Her sharp eyes slowly swept over Yang Chen. It felt like she was reading his mind. I didn't expect to recover this fast either. Just a few days and my appearance changed so much I barely recognized myself. Nodding, Yang Chen still couldn't hide his shock. So, you're fully healed now. The Empress just flashed a knowing smile. What do you think? You look great, he admitted. Way better than when I visited your place, honestly. Over on the side, Xue'e was completely hypnotized, staring without blinking, captured by the Empress's absolute beauty. Her eyes were sparkling like a kid seeing magic for the first time. Couldn't look away. The Empress casually pulled up a chair. Her tone was super calm. I came here for one reason. I need to repay this massive favor. Yang Chen, if there is anything you desire, just say the word. You saved this life, so it belongs to you whenever you need it. Wait, what? Hearing that, Jin Linghua absolutely panicked. Master, you can't. But one strict look from the Empress shut her down instantly. No interruptions. Yang Chen nervously waved his hands. Hey, it took a lot to save you. You can't just offer up your life on a silver platter like that. The Empress actually laughed out loud, a genuinely warm, radiant smile. It's fine. Honestly, I was standing at death's door anyway. Just tell me what you want. Literally anything. I'll grant it. Now that made Yang Chen hesitate big time. A heavy thought flashed in his eyes. What makes you so sure you can fulfill absolutely anything I ask for? But before our boy could finish his sentence, the Empress gently placed her pristine hand over his, cutting him right off. Because I know whatever you ask, it won't be something twisted that harms innocent people. You just aren't that kind of person. Oh, but if she only knew. A massive storm raged inside him. He looked down as dark razor-sharp memories from his past life hit him, tearing right through his mind. Echoes of a brutal past. Not that kind of person. He had literally burned the Mount Hua sect to the ground, turned everyone to ash. He did that. That blood-soaked massacre played in his head in absolute clarity. Fire, blood, screams echoing like a scar he couldn't erase. All because he failed to protect Jin Linghua back then. It was never even their fault. He just needed a target for his rage. Seeing Yang Chen go completely silent with that haunted look, the Empress smiled softly. If you can't think of anything right now, save it for later, she told him. But actually, I have something to ask you. She threw a quick, meaningful glance at everyone else. Gentle but firm. Your mother and I used to be just like this. Laughing together, arguing over petty things, then making up. Her voice dropped to a near whisper. I need to know about your memories. Specifically, the ones about your mother's final moments. Yang Chen physically shuddered. Yang Chen was just a little kid back then. His memories of that time completely blurry. It was basically like staring through thick fog trying to piece together his family's hidden past. That past was locked away, forbidden chapter no one was ever allowed to open. The Sword Empress leaned in, her voice incredibly gentle but super desperate. If you remember anything, even the smallest detail, please just tell me everything. Yang Chen totally froze. His eyes glazed over his throat, completely tightening up. A deep, agonizing pain clawed its way back to the surface. He hesitated. Flashback to all those years ago. The sky was dead gray and endless snow was burying the entire world. The freezing wind howled straight to the bone. Little Yang Chen, just a frail, terrified kid. He stood shivering right next to his father, his lips turning purple, his tiny hands desperately clenched together. And right in front of him stood a solitary figure, a delicate woman standing silently in the blinding snow, his own mother. Her voice cut through the freezing wind, barely a whisper. I am ready. Yang Chen looked up, absolutely, utterly confused. Why are you making me see this? After all that suffering, what do you actually want from me? His father just stood there, voice colder than the ice around them. Nothing, just stay alive. Those emotionless words, absolute daggers, straight to a kid's chest. Yang Chen had to just stand there, swallowing that suffocating pain while his tiny heart pounded like crazy in the freezing cold. His mother looked back at him, her eyes filled with love. Her voice trembled. Yang Chen, please take care of Jin Linghua for me. His father nodded. Time to open it. Suddenly, a massive spatial rift tore through the air. This eerie, freezing yet divine energy spilled out everywhere. Yang Chen was completely paralyzed. Tears finally rolled down his mother's cheeks. "I'm so sorry." Hearing that, Yang Chen screamed out in pure agony. He sprinted toward her as fast as his little legs could go. "No, Mom, please don't go. Where are you going? Why are you leaving me behind?" But he was already too late. The dimensional rift slammed shut, swallowing his mother's silhouette into absolute nothingness. She just vanished right before his eyes without a single explanation. Yang Chen collapsed right into the thick snow. He just screamed, absolutely devastated. "Mom, Mom." That heartbreaking cry echoed through the dead winter landscape, and his dad standing there like a stone statue, totally expressionless, not shedding a single tear. No comfort at all. Instead, his dad's voice dropped cold like a reaper's judgment from the underworld. "Let that be the very last tear you ever shed. From this moment forward, you are never allowed to cry again." Yang Chen whipped his head around, tears streaming. "Tell me, where did she go?" His dad just let out a heavy sigh. "Come with me. I need to show you something." A massive underground door groaned open, blasting them with bone-chilling air. His dad's voice echoed in the pitch-black darkness. "Look closely. This right here. This is the entire reason the Qin family even exists. It's the ultimate curse our bloodline has to bear forever." And right then, Yang Chen realized that freezing winter outside was a total joke. His entire future was going to be a one-way trip to hell. Snap back to reality. Back in the present room, Yang Chen sat in dead silence after the Sword Empress asked her question. Finally, his voice super raspy, he answered, I can't talk about that." The Sword Empress narrowed her eyes, pushing a little harder. "Then does this thing at least exist somewhere out there in the world?" Yang Chen immediately got super defensive. "I can't talk about that either. Look, no matter how much you press me, my answer stays the same." The Sword Empress slowly stood up. "I understand. I'll drop it." Then she gently patted Yang Chen's head, trying to comfort the guy. "Forgive me for bringing up those painful memories. Oh, by the way, I vaguely recall hearing about a pretty young woman who's been taking care of Jin Linghua all this time. Was it that girl who was sitting next to you eating earlier?" Yang Chen blinked, totally caught off guard, and let out an awkward laugh. "A pretty girl." The Sword Empress squinted clearly, trying to piece things together. "Wait, it wasn't her. Now that I think about it, she did look a bit too young." "So who was it then?" Yang Chen just awkwardly chuckled, dodging the question entirely. "Yeah, I honestly have absolutely no idea." Internally, though, he was super confused. Jin Linghua actually said that. That didn't sound like the little troublemaker at all. If she meant someone learning sword skills from him, she definitely meant Nangong Fei. The Sword Empress smoothly changed the subject. "All right, enough about that. You need to head back to the Qin family soon, right? When are you leaving?" Yang Chen nodded. "Right away, actually, because Jin Linghua absolutely refuses to go back." "Oh, is that so?" Jin Linghua. Hearing her name, Jin Linghua came sprinting in like an eager puppy. "Yes, master." But before she could even enter, the Sword Empress stepped right in her path, her tone suddenly super strict. "Do you seriously have zero intention of ever going back home?" Jin Linghua panicked completely, caught off guard. "Well, I'm still worried about you, master," so the Sword Empress totally cut her off. "Even so, shouldn't you visit at least once to check in?" Jin Linghua just stood there, fumbling her words, clearly terrified of going back. The Sword Empress sighed. "Well, if you're really that anxious about leaving me, how about this compromise? I'll just go back to the Qin family with you too." Hearing that insane plot twist, Yang Chen's jaw hit the floor. His brain just completely short-circuited from the sheer shock. Jin Linghua, on the other hand, completely different reaction. Her eyes lit up like she just hit the jackpot, pure, uncontainable joy. She stared up with these massive, sparkling puppy dog eyes basically vibrating with happiness. "Wait, are you actually coming with us?" The Sword Empress gave a soft smile, the mountain breeze catching her hair, classic majestic master vibes. "I am. I actually have some business to take care of at the Qin estate anyway. Plus, I still haven't heard what Yang Chen's big wish is." While Jin Linghua was practically glowing with happiness, Yang Chen was panicking hardcore. "Hold up, wait a second. Aren't you supposed to be the one guarding Mount Hua?" The Sword Empress let out a soft laugh that could literally melt anyone's tension away. "Me, guarding Mount Hua, please. I've been the one getting babysat this entire time." "What are you talking about?" Yang Chen shot back. "And besides, this brat literally just said she refused to go back." But Jin Linghua, she was already acting like a bird let out of a cage, buzzing with excitement. "If master goes, I'm going anywhere she goes." That absolute 180-degree flip left Yang Chen totally speechless. "Are you serious right now? How do you change your mind that fast?" "My choice. Plus, your whole job was to bring me back. So isn't this a win-win?" Right at that exact moment, the sound of sprinting footsteps broke the conversation. "Ah!" Big sister Xue'e cheered at the top of her lungs, spotting Nangong Fei rushing back into the courtyard. She was completely out of breath, her forehead covered in sweat, cheeks flushed from running. The second she stepped into the yard, a calm voice stopped her tracks. So, you're the young woman who saved our Jin Linghua, aren't you? The Sword Empress stepped right up to her, eyes totally serene, giving her the most gentle, appreciative smile. Nangang Fei completely froze up, but before she could speak, the Empress took her hands. I've been waiting to personally thank you. From the bottom of my heart, thank you so much. Nangang Fei immediately turned bright red, panicking hardcore. No, I didn't. The Sword Empress just smiled, her voice super soothing. Jin Linghua has told me so much about you. She wouldn't stop talking about this gorgeous older sister who always took such great care of her. And wow, she wasn't exaggerating about your beauty. Nangang Fei was basically a tomato at this point, dropping her head down to hide the sheer embarrassment. She was so flustered she probably wanted the ground to swallow her whole. Standing behind them, Yang Chen watched this entire interaction completely baffled. Why is she acting so shy all of a sudden? And then the Sword Empress dropped a massive bomb. I heard you're actually Yang Chen's fiancé. Both of you have such kind hearts, you're going to make a perfect couple. Complete silence. Time literally stopped for a second. Nangang Fei turned into a statue and Yang Chen, he practically choked on his own spit. Nobody saw that absolute nuke of a comment coming from the elegant Sword Empress. Standing off to the side, Xue'e, who had been perfectly quiet this whole time, finally spoke up, her voice super hesitant. Sword Empress. Wait, how did you even know they were engaged? She was about to keep asking, but suddenly froze. Her eyes went wide with pure shock, staring at something crazy. Big sister, wait for it. A massive memory hit. Nangang Fei flashed a suspiciously bright smile. Hey sis, it's time for our training session. We left off halfway, we really need to finish that right now. Catching the massive hint, Xue'e practically yelled back. Yep, totally agree. And just like that, they bolted. Linghua bolted. Fast as the wind, Yang Chen just stood there completely confused. Hey, where are you going? Cut to Linghua looking at the Sword Empress. Super cautious. Master, the fire festival is coming up real soon. Since we're traveling together, shouldn't we leave after the festival? The Sword Empress gave a slow nod. Then she shot Yang Chen this incredibly meaningful smirk. You hear that Yang Chen does that work for you? He didn't even blink. If she's already decided to head back to the main family, then whatever. Fine by me. I'll head out then too. The Sword Empress actually clapped her hands. Perfect. Let's lock in that schedule, shall we? But wait. The vibe completely shifted. The Empress's eyes narrowed dangerously, locking dead onto Linghua, who was just minding her own business. Linghua flinched. You could practically feel the chill running down her spine. Master, why are you staring at me like that? The Empress sighed. Linghua, catching you in this lighting.
Have you put on a little weight, oh man? Linghua's face instantly went beet red. Complete panic mode. Wait, what?
I guess taking care of your useless master left you zero time to train. Oh, I feel absolutely terrible about this. Yang Chen was standing right behind them, literally fighting for his life, trying not to laugh. A snicker slipped out. Big mistake. His smile instantly wiped away, because the Sword Empress turned to him with a deadpan look. So Yang Chen, how about you spar a few rounds with her? Our boy was absolutely stunned. What, me fight her? Why, the Empress didn't miss a beat. Starting tomorrow, I'm taking over her training again. So she needs a good warm-up today. Makes sense, right? Linghua panicked. Master, seriously, I can just warm up by myself. Now Linghua never skipped her training. But the Empress, she had a hidden agenda here. Was she trying to force these siblings to finally bond? Classic master move. The Empress just pressed a single finger to her lips. Shush. Less talking, more walking. Get moving, you two. Cut to a quiet, totally isolated forest. The tension, thick enough to cut with a knife. Linghua drew her blade, standing dead across from Yang Chen. She still looked super hesitant. Are we really doing this? Yang Chen let out a massive sigh. What was he supposed to do, just fake lose? It's a spar. Don't hold back. Linghua was genuinely worried about his health, but hearing those words, she didn't hesitate. She swung her blade. She charged straight at him. And right as her sword sliced through the air, a massive flashback hit her out of nowhere. Flashback time. Dead of winter. The kind of cold that bites right down to your bones. Xue'e everywhere. Brother, she had asked, can't you just tell me now? But Yang Chen, total silence. Linghua pushed harder, playing dumb again. Why, mother has been missing for days. Father doesn't care. You don't care. It makes absolutely zero sense. The crazy part, Yang Chen knew exactly what happened. He literally saw it with his own eyes. But he chose to bury the truth. Shut up and eat your food. Oh, that set her off. Linghua was furious. Hey, why are you being so cold? Excuse me, she was screaming now. How can you act like this? Our mother is literally gone. We have no idea where she is, no idea if she's ever coming back, and you're just sitting there casually eating your food. That was her breaking point. She couldn't hold it in anymore. Hot tears started falling and then complete emotional breakdown. She sobbed uncontrollably. She cried like a kid who just lost her entire world. Deep down, something had been broken for a long time. She just never wanted to face it. Do you even care? Yang Chen's fists were clenched tight. Her words tore him apart. It wasn't that he didn't care. He was just terrified. He knew if he showed even a crack of weakness, everything would absolutely crumble. Suddenly, bam, our boy lost it, flipping the entire dinner table and screaming right back. Damn it, stop crying while we're eating. I already told you, I don't know where she went. Why do you keep asking me? You're driving me crazy. She's dead, okay? Our mother is dead. His eyes were completely bloodshot, forcing every single word out. Are you happy now? Linghua was shaking like a leaf. Did father kill her? Yang Chen glared. I don't know. Go ask the patriarch yourself. Forget about her. Shut your mouth and just survive, and if you ever talk back to me again, I won't hold back even if we are blood. Snap back to reality. The spar was in full swing. Linghua's mind was racing. I used to hate him so much for that. She thought hiding out in the Mount Hue sect would fix everything. That she could just forget about her mother, her brother, and her toxic main family. As far as she was concerned, her master was all the family she needed. But Yang Chen showing up out of nowhere, it completely turned her world upside down. Fast forward through the fight. Linghua finally collapsed, totally exhausted, flat on the dirt, panting heavily, her heart practically beating out of her chest, covered in dirt, soaked in sweat, but her eyes still blazing with determination. Yang Chen, on the other hand, dude didn't even have a speck of dust on his clothes, breathing perfectly normally, didn't even break a sweat. He looked down at her with absolutely zero pity. That was pathetic. Still, your strikes had power. Speed wasn't bad either. Guess the Empress actually taught you something. Linghua just closed her eyes, letting the forest breeze cool her down. After a long second, she finally spoke. Her voice was completely raw, but her eyes were so soft. Brother, do you think we can ever go back to how things used to be? Boom. That question hit like a ton of bricks. For one split second, Yang Chen completely froze. Even the wind literally stopped blowing. He just stood there. Silence. Then he turned his back on her, his voice brutally cold. Are you kidding? It's way too late for that. And with that, he walked off. Didn't even glance over his shoulder. His shadow just slowly disappeared into the freezing misty forest. Absolute heartbreaker. Linghua just sat there watching him go, eyes watering, but she refused to cry. Her heart completely hollow as she whispered to herself. You didn't deny it though, did you? Scene shift. Mount Hue's grand waterfall. The roaring water deafening, sounding like a dragon god screaming from the heavens. Down in the misty white fog at the base, one lone figure was relentlessly swinging his sword right into the raging current. Enter Mao Yan, Yang Chen's fiercely loyal bodyguard. Every single strike was so insanely sharp it looked like tearing reality. A water droplet fell, sliced into absolute oblivion before hitting the ground. Water exploding like crazy fireworks in the mist. Right when his mind was racing, a crystal-clear voice broke the silence. Hey sis, isn't it way too high up here? Wait, what? A voice coming from way up there. Maddox snapped his head up, totally startled. His sharp eyes instantly locked onto the top of the waterfall. Wind whipping through his soaked hair, hand gripping his sword hilt for dear life. His heart pounded. He knew that voice. No mistake. It was Serena. He literally couldn't believe his ears. Was he losing it? Hearing things, there was absolutely no way Serena could be in a deadly place like this. But then the voice echoed again. I know, I'm keeping going. Just walk like I did before, right? Ugh, my feet are completely soaked, but fine, I'm going. How much longer do I have to keep my eyes closed, though? Up on the roaring waterfall, Serena was literally walking on water, her feet stepping on invisible lotus petals. Unreal. She moved like mist, her dark hair dancing in the wind. And right across from her, another girl. Looking exactly like Serena, but with golden hair and this insane royal aura. Her voice felt like a gentle spring breeze, just a little further. Once the footwork becomes muscle memory, you can open your eyes. Yeah, but I'm wobbling so much. If I fall, I am totally dead. Ah, the water's splashing everywhere, Serena muttered, complaining the whole time but still pushing through. You're doing great. Keep it up. Now stance 3. Serena swung her blade. Boom. A blinding golden energy slash ripped right through the air, carving out a perfect spinning lotus flower. Ah, just like this, right? Tell me I nailed it. Spot on. Now stance 4. Down at the bottom of the falls, Maddox was completely paralyzed, hypnotized. His usually ice-cold eyes, right now they were wide open in pure absolute shock. Was this real life? Since when did she learn swordplay? Was this really the same clumsy maid who only cared about eating sweets? And the crazy part, she wasn't just talking to herself. She was having a full conversation with someone. But practicing on a cliff like that, literally a death wish. If the young master found out, he would completely lose his mind. Up top, Serena didn't stop. She chained her attacks beautifully, flowing straight from stance 1 to 4. Every single strike she unleashed sent energy soaring like a coiled dragon, lighting up the thick mist. Maddox was questioning his own eyesight at this point. He never in a million years expected Serena to execute such unbelievably flawless sword techniques. The golden-haired spirit version of Serena watched closely, giving an approving nod. Excellent. Now for the grand finale. The fifth stance. All right, let me give this a shot. Serena took a deep, steadying breath. She spun beautifully mid-air and brought her sword down with apocalyptic, sky-shattering force. Boom, boom, boom. The second her blade dropped, rocks exploded and massive shockwaves ripped across the water. Hey, you finally praised me. I love this, she giggled, smiling brighter than someone who just won the lottery. Down below, Maddox was still frozen solid, his mind spinning. He couldn't underestimate her anymore. How was this even possible? Had she seriously been secretly training in the sword arts this whole entire time? But I swore she was just a goofy maid obsessed with sugar. Maddox violently shook his head, trying to ground himself. What the hell am I even thinking right now? Snap out of it, Maddox. Get a grip. Judging someone else's power level without proof doesn't do my own cultivation any favors at all. Right now, I just need to stay locked in on my own path and keep leveling up no matter what. Because honestly, that's the only way I can properly do my job as a bodyguard. Then out of absolutely nowhere, a soft voice whispered right behind him. That mindset is perfectly fine. Maddox spun around. Serena was standing right there. When did she even move? She poked a finger straight into his chest, her eyes dead serious. You know exactly what you need to do, and that is enough. Wait, what did she mean by that? Maddox was clueless. Then flash, a blinding golden light erupted from her fingertip, piercing straight into his body. A bizarre, terrifying energy surged through him like actual lightning, brutally tearing through every single meridian. Maddox gritted his teeth, his face twisting in absolute agony. Serena just smiled, her voice as gentle as moonlight. Cultivation doesn't always have to be so rigid, you know. Sometimes breaking the rules is the only way to truly fly. And in that very moment, they were both swallowed by massive spheres of golden energy. Spiritual power exploded outward. A roaring hurricane ripped through the forest, snapping trees in half. Then, complete silence, everything vanished and Maddox violently collapsed to the ground. Gasping for air like he just sprinted 100 miles up a mountain, he looked up. Serena was gone. Maddox was totally stunned. Wait, where did she go? Cut to the fire festival, flags flying everywhere, the roaring sound of merchants hustling. Clear and sail. Buy now or regret it forever. Liar, you literally just set up your stall. Hee hee, come look around. Prices as sweet as your first love. Fireworks thundered above, exploding into brilliant glowing peach blossoms that lit up the entire night sky. Down below, Jace and Phoebe were sitting close together munching on meat buns while watching the spectacular show. The whole vibe was incredibly nostalgic. Man, I really didn't expect things to turn out like this, Jace muttered to himself. But since we're here, might as well enjoy the view. Phoebe didn't say a word. She just gave him this flirtatious little wink, a soft smile playing on her flushed cheeks. Not gonna lie, she looked absolutely adorable in that moment. Jace glanced at her and spoke. Look, you really need to go home. Your family is probably flipping the entire city upside down looking for you. Before he could even finish, he turned and she was already fast asleep on his shoulder. He went quiet, letting out a helpless little chuckle. All right, fine. Do whatever you want. The fireworks boomed louder, almost like they were cheering for his reluctant surrender. The night sky looked like a canvas of deep purple silk, perfectly decorated with these insane peach blossom explosions blooming right out of thin air. Every burst of light looked literally like sword energy, taking the shape of flowers, every single petal flawlessly constructed. Surrounded by the mountains, the moonlight, and the glowing blossoms, it felt like a hidden pocket dimension so peaceful and tender you never wanted to leave. But here's the hilarious part. Nobody knew those gorgeous celestial peach blossoms. Yeah, they were manually created by exhausted Manhwa disciples using their pure sword chi. Senior brother, my arms are literally about to snap. Keep going. True cultivation is pain, embrace the suffering. So while Jace and Phoebe were out there having this super romantic moment watching fireworks, the atmosphere inside the room was getting incredibly tense. Swordmaster Vance and the legendary Divine Doctor, sitting dead across from each other, locked in a heavy conversation. After a suffocating silence, the doctor finally spoke up. Swordmaster, you're not the Alliance leader anymore. I know exactly what you're asking for, but do you seriously think I can pull that off? Vance replied calmly. If not you, then who else in this world could? But the doctor shook his head. Look, people might call me the Divine Doctor, but I'm not an actual living god. Vance looked visibly crushed by that answer. I know that, but is there really? Absolutely no other way. The doctor stayed silent. The heavy, depressing atmosphere swallowed the room whole once again. Catching that hesitation, Vance immediately pressed forward. You didn't say it was entirely impossible. The doctor sighed, sounding completely defeated. It's really not that simple. Recklessly messing with a martial artist's core meridians is a guaranteed death sentence. And that kid especially. Her inner energy vessel, it's nowhere near what a normal living human being should actually have inside them. The spiritual vessel inside her body is completely unnatural. The sheer capacity of it. It's so impossibly vast and deep that it looks entirely empty. It makes total sense why her presence has felt so invisible all this time. Honestly, I'm not even sure you can call that thing a vessel anymore. Hearing this, Vance was left utterly speechless. Suddenly, a flood of old memories hit him like a truck. He remembered the exact day he caught the little girl holding a wooden sword, begging to learn martial arts. Out of pure frustration back then, he had crossed the line and said some brutal things. "Serena, listen to me, I already told you no. Why are you being so insanely stubborn? Someone like you is just a lowly servant. Even if you picked up a blade, you could never threaten the martial world." Then he snapped her wooden sword right in half. "Unbelievable, just go do your chores." The more Vance remembered, the angrier he got, furious at his own total failure to stop this. He clenched his fists so hard they physically shook. "And that is exactly why I'm swallowing my pride and begging you today. Please, please just turn Serena back into a normal girl." The doctor frowned. "You're asking for a miracle here. This goes completely beyond the boundaries of normal medicine." But Vance wasn't backing down. He was desperate. "Which is exactly why the divine doctor is the only one I can ask." The doctor sighed heavily. "Like I just said, it's not simple. You're basically asking me to completely invert the laws of nature and time itself. To even attempt something like that." Vance didn't even let him finish. He cut in with absolute authority. "I will handle all the preparations. Don't you worry about the logistics. Whatever ingredients or artifacts you need for this, I will move heaven and earth to get them." The doctor looked genuinely conflicted. "The things I need," Vance leaned in. "Doesn't the legendary doctor also need a certain something to save his own grandson?" The doctor's eyes went wide. "Wait, are you talking about the white-tier mystic or?" Completely shocked, the doctor slammed his hand on the table. "Where did you hear about that?" Vance just kept his cool. "Look, the love a grandfather has for his grandchild, I believe we share that exact same pain. Please, just help me this one time, for the kids." The doctor was visibly confused now. "Then let me ask you just one question. Why on earth are you so fiercely against your own kid learning the sword? Honestly, I've never understood how your mind works, Alliance leader. In a ruthless martial world like ours, knowing how to defend yourself is literally never a bad thing, right?" Vance looked him dead in the eye. "If I tell you the truth, will you finally accept my request? If I explain exactly why I must bury her terrifying potential forever, will you do it? If you bring back a white-tier magic stone, I'll help." The sword sovereign finally dropped the bomb. "That crazy talent Xue'e has, yeah, not a gift. It's a straight-up curse. Sure, she's a prodigy. But the price for all that power, her actual life." The divine doctor's jaw hit the floor. "Her life? Are you kidding me? Look, if she just lived like a normal person doing chores, basic heavy lifting, she'd be totally fine. But the second she taps into her instincts to use martial arts, her life force literally burns away. Every time she uses her power, it eats her alive." The doctor couldn't believe his ears. "What kind of twisted nightmare is this? It's exactly like the demonic cult's bloodline." "That's exactly why she's forbidden from training." The doctor asked, "Have you been to the Tai Lin estate, where the martial alliance leader is?" The sword sovereign shook his head. "Never." "Then, go," the doctor urged. "They have the demon sealing stone. That's the only thing strong enough to lock down her energy core." "But wait, that means she can never ever practice martial arts again. Are you really okay with that? Even if it works, the leader is basically clipping her wings to prevent future threats. Think about it. She's gonna grow up. And when she realizes she was grounded before she could even fly, she might hate the Alliance leader until her dying breath." The sovereign flinched. "Hate him forever? Honestly, if that's the price to keep Xue'e breathing, it's a massive bargain." Meanwhile, cut to Duongfan and Nam Kung Fai Yiga hitting the town. Fireworks lighting up the sky, and there's Duongfan looking completely bored out of his mind, munching on candy apples. Suddenly, Fai Yingge spots something. Eyes wide, she bolts, zero explanation. Whatever caught her eye, she was gone like the wind, leaving our boy completely ditched. But then a nearby merchant's shout breaks his train of thought, grabbing his attention. Boom. A display of sparkling butterfly hairpins. Duong Than just stood there, staring at them in total silence. At that exact moment, under the pale moonlight on the blue-tiled roofs, a shadow sneaks by. It's Xue'e dragging her feet, but still holding a half-eaten pastry. Walking and snacking, yeah, her mood wasn't half bad. Let's be real, sweets are her one true love. In this crazy world of cultivation, she was just vibing in her own little sugar paradise. Until bam, a sharp voice snaps from right behind her. "Hey you." She nearly choked on her cake, jumped 10 feet in the air like she got hit by a stun spell. She spins around, panicking, only to meet Duong Fan's absolute death glare. Arms crossed. Furious, dude looked ready to hand out a death sentence. "Master," she stuttered, sweating bullets, her little cake, holding hand actually shaking. Duong Fan stepped up, absolutely heated. "Where the hell have you been all day? I was gonna take you to the festival, turn my back for 1 second and poof, gone. Had to wait until pitch black just to see your shadow." Xue'e shrank down, mumbling apologies while internally screaming. Like, what was she supposed to say? That she's been secretly grinding martial arts all day. He would literally have a heart attack. Yeah, no way she's spilling that secret. Her brutal training to catch up to the rest, strictly classified. So she played the cute card, head down eyes, doing that sparkly about to cry puppy thing. And then plot twist. Duongfan suddenly shoves something glowing right into her face. An absolutely gorgeous butterfly hairpin. Xue'e blinked, totally stunned. Wait, what is this? Classic tsundere moment. He wouldn't even look at her. It's no big deal, he muttered awkwardly. Just saw you working hard, so, here. You guys, her eyes practically lit up the night sky. She was beaming. Duongfan's face was tomato red as he snapped. What are you waiting for? Take it already. My arm's getting tired, she asked softly. Is this really for me? Never mind then, he faked, pulling it back. No, wait, don't, she panicked, waving her hands, blushing furiously. Seeing her flustered, that brought a genuinely satisfied little smirk to his face. A playful smirk, but his eyes so gentle. Suddenly, he leaned in close. Hold still. Let me try it on you. He softly brushed her hair aside, carefully sliding the butterfly clip into place. Moonlight, falling cherry blossoms. Absolute cinematic masterpiece. There. Done. Looks good, he mumbled. I don't really know about this stuff. But before he could finish, he caught her dazed expression. Her flushed cheeks said everything. Duongfan nervously scratched his face, trying to keep his cool guy persona. I mean, if you hate it, take it off. Wasn't even expensive anyway. Oh, you are not ready for this. Before he could turn away, swoosh, she moved like the wind. Leaned right up and planted a soft, quick kiss directly on his cheek. Time. Literally. Stopped. Duongfan suffered a total system crash, eyes wide like he just got hit by a paralysis spell, his usual edgy face burning up in absolute defeat. They just stood there for a few seconds. The moonlight glowing cherry blossoms dancing in the wind. The tension was so sweet you could practically taste it. Pure romance right here. Xue'e looked down, beaming, cheeks perfectly pink. That butterfly clip catching the light like it was celebrating too. Thank you so much, she smiled. Then, cut to the next morning. Finga woke up, looking like she got run over by a carriage. She yawned so hard her jaw almost dislocated, rubbing her eyes, complaining like the world was ending. Oh my god, I'm so dead right now. Xue'e wasn't doing much better. Dark circles, messy hair like she just fought a boss battle in her sleep. But even looking like a zombie, she pumped her fist, trying to hype herself up. Let's go watch the tournament, guys, she shouted, trying to wake the dead. Meanwhile, Duongfan dragging his feet in the back like a retired old man staring into the absolute void. Xue'e whipped around, waving frantically. Master, hurry up, but our guy was still buffering, mind currently orbiting another planet. Thinking to himself, how did she bounce back so fast? She immediately pouted, looking like a grumpy dumpling. Are you sick or something? Your face is red as a tomato. Duongfan almost choked. I am not red. He was stuttering hard. Why? Because that sudden first kiss from last night was playing on a loop in his brain. Sweating buckets, he tried to gaslight himself. Pull it together, act your age. It's just a kiss. Totally normal. Anyway, scene switch. Welcome to the Manhwa main arena where the most intense showdowns are about to pop off. The crowd is absolutely buzzing. Think the sword dragon is fighting today. You mean Lin Fong, right? He skipped last year. Well, he wasn't the sword dragon back then. He's definitely showing up this time. Wait, who even won last year, Lin? Something right on cue. A smooth new voice jumps into the chat. You're probably thinking of fellow cultivator Lin Than. Oh yeah, Lin Than. Yeah, that guy. Wait. Who are you? Enter Lin Fong, flashing a blindingly confident smile. Third-generation disciple of Mount Hua. Lin Fong at your service. The gossipers instantly froze. Jaws dropped. Wait, the genius sword dragon. Lin Fong rubbed the back of his neck, playing the humble card. Ah, you flatter me. Right then, Duongfan rolled up, side eyeing the massive crowd. What the heck is Lin Fong doing? Isn't he supposed to be setting up the fire festival? Lin Fong immediately spotted him in the crowd, eyes lighting up. Hey, young Master Cam. Heading to the festival too? Lin Fong asked. Duongfan nodded. Yeah, basically. But shouldn't you be, I don't know, working? Isn't prep supposed to be insane right now? Lin Fong forced a laugh. Oh yeah, we're pretty much done. It's totally fine. Cut to the background, two Mount Hua juniors literally sweating blood, trying to finish all the chores. One of them screamed in pure frustration. Move it, damn it. The festival is starting. Where did everyone go? Apparently, everyone conveniently needed last-minute training for the big tournament. Typical. Talk about waiting until the very last second, right? Ling Feng just gave this awkward little laugh. We still have a bit of time before the festival kicks off, he said. Let me show you guys the arena. But internally, Yang Chen was just rolling his eyes. So their so-called preparation just meant hitting the training grounds. Walking a bit further, Ling Feng finally pointed it out. This is it. The main battlefield. And wow. Right in front of them was this absolutely massive, insanely decorated arena. Just looking at it made your heart race for the upcoming fights. Mount Hua sect flags, snapping wildly in the wind. Peach blossoms were in full bloom everywhere. Xue'e's eyes practically popped out of her head. Whoa, look at this young master. It's incredibly huge, Yang Chen. He kept his mouth shut but thought to himself. Didn't we literally see something exactly like this at the Nine Dragons tournament? What is the big deal? Then Ling Feng chimed in, wait, young Master Jin, you are not joining the fire festival. Yang Chen just scoffed. Am I crazy? Wake up, definitely not. He laughed it off naturally. Just kidding around. Besides, only official Mount Hua disciples are even allowed to step foot in this thing. He rubbed his chin, lost in thought. Who the heck is Jin Linghua fighting anyway? Honestly, as long as she doesn't get completely destroyed, that is a win. But then Ling Feng dropped a massive bomb. Oh, right, young Master Jin. Did you hear the news? Your sister's opponent is actually me. Yang Chen literally froze for 3 straight seconds. His ears started ringing like he had just been struck by lightning. What on earth is happening right now? There is zero chance Jin Linghua can actually beat Ling Feng. Nangong Fei, meanwhile, looked absolutely hyped. Oh, this match is going to be incredibly fun to watch. Xue'e whipped her head around in pure shock. Wait, you were fighting the young lady. Ling Feng just smiled. Yup, it is me versus her. You guys are going to watch us clash, right? Please give me your completely honest, sharpest breakdown of the match. Yang Chen felt utterly helpless. He couldn't believe this guy was seriously asking for a tactical analysis right now. Absolutely wild timing. Suddenly, a voice echoed out over the crowd. All right, everyone, please step back to the edge of the arena. The fire festival is about to begin. Yang Chen, still standing there frozen, not moving an inch. Nangong Fei had to nudge him. Time for us to clear out. Yang Chen snapped right out of it. Huh? Oh yeah, but inside, his mind was racing a mile a minute. Something felt really off. Who exactly set up these tournament brackets? Is this some kind of deliberate trap? And damn it, why does this feel so deeply wrong? Wait, am I actually worried about Jin Linghua right now? That is insane. It is probably just pity because she is about to get utterly demolished in there. But right in the middle of his internal crisis, a booming voice echoed over the mountains. The sect leader is entering. Nobody could even see him yet, but his voice completely shook the air. It is the same every single year. Just a small event, yet you all climb this high up the mountain in this sweltering heat. Everyone turned completely mesmerized by the sound. And the Mount Hua sect leader. He made the most epic, classic grand entrance you could possibly imagine. Dust and aura absolutely exploding everywhere. Peach blossom petals swirling around like straight out of a high-budget cinematic masterpiece. The pressure was overwhelming. He finally revealed himself and spoke. From the bottom of my heart, I thank every single one of you. Please bear witness today. See how incredibly hard our Mount Hua disciples have trained to reach this radiant moment. Down below, the disciples started screaming at the top of their lungs, no, we are the grateful ones. Mount Hua sect will always be grateful to those who protect it. So without further delay, let the very first grand battle begin. The crowd went absolutely wild. Cheering, screaming, hype levels matching a massive rock concert. Up on the stage, pure chaos. The sharp ring of steel clashing. Disciples launching into each other with absolutely breathtaking martial arts. Fast, brutal, decisive. The crowd below was just roaring non-stop, completely losing their minds. Let's go, Ling Shan. This year was straight fire. Honestly, watching this makes you want to enroll in Mount Hua immediately. Match after match rolled on relentlessly, completely non-stop, right until the sun started to set. Meanwhile, over on Linghua's side, her 2 senior martial brothers were staring wide-eyed at their little sister, Jin Linghua. This is literally the very first time we have seen our junior sister hold a real sword. A combat sword is actually a bit lighter than that one. Are you totally ready for this, junior sister? But Linghua dead silent. She just squeezed her eyes shut tightly, desperately, trying to calm her racing heart. Finally, she whispered, yeah, I am counting on you guys. Hearing that, her 2 senior brothers practically burst into proud tears. Yes, deep down she actually relies on us. Just getting a thank you is absolutely amazing. Hey junior sister Jin, you sure you don't want to learn my ultimate secret technique before you go out there? Suddenly, Yang Chen popped out of nowhere. Hey Jin Linghua. The 2 senior brothers instantly whipped around. Their teary-eyed pride vanished instantly, replaced by pure rage. Teeth grinding, they roared, who the hell just opened their mouth? You dare casually say our junior sister's name. You want a death wish, you little toad. But Yang Chen, he wasn't about to be intimidated. He just gave this cold, cocky smirk, snapped his fingers, and dropped a nuke. I am her older brother, you little toads. Before those 2 could even process that, boom, Yang Chen was already moving instantly, obliterating both of them right on the spot. One clean left leg sweep. The first guy did 3 midair flips and crashed down like a sack of absolute bricks. The other guy took a devastating elbow straight to the back of the neck. Both of them face-planted, faces completely mangled into a total bloody mess. Anyone watching could only think one single thing. Holy hell, that was absolutely wild. Dusting off his hands like it was nothing, Yang Chen walked right up to Linghua. Dead serious now. I heard the news, so I came. You're seriously doing a solo match with Sword Dragon? Linghua just gave a tiny nod. Yeah, our boy didn't hold back. Not trying to look down on you, but if the Sword Empress forced you into this, just cancel the match. Immediately, her two beaten brothers practically resurrected. They bolted upright, completely screaming. What did you say? Where did this punk even come from trying to ruin absolutely everything? Yang Chen just stood there totally unfazed, his eyes sharp and completely done with their nonsense. It is the Sword Dragon of all people. The outcome here is painfully obvious. But Linghua, her voice actually softened, and her eyes held this incredibly rare, unwavering determination. I am the one who chose to do this. Thank you for worrying enough to come here. I honestly didn't expect it. But you know what, I have spent my entire life running away from fights. But my master, my seniors, Sister Nangong Fei, and even you. I have received way too much kindness that I absolutely don't deserve. So starting today, I am going to pay it back, step by step with my own actions. Winning or losing this match, it honestly doesn't matter to me, because this is the very first time I am fighting without running away. Boom. Scene cuts back to the main arena. The moon is high, the matches are insanely intense, and the roaring crowd sounds like crashing ocean waves. The Silver faction claims a glorious victory. Oh man, absolutely badass, highs and lows everywhere. You could hear the groans of defeat, damn it, so close. And then the announcer dropped the intro for a very special matchup. From the Gold faction, the absolute peak of the late-stage disciples, the true future of Manhwa Sword Dragon. Ling Feng, oh yeah, people were losing their minds. Finally getting to see the Sword Dragon in action. And from the Silver faction, the true inheritor of the Sword Empress, the second-generation core disciple. Jin Linghua, this was it. The showdown the entire Manhwa sect had been waiting for was finally exploding. Who's walking away victorious? But inside Linghua's mind, a dark memory flashed. Her older brother, absolutely enraged, flipping a banquet table like a terrifying hurricane. It was burned right into her soul. A tiny helpless girl collapsed on the cold floor, eyes wide, trembling violently, muttering to herself like she was trapped in an endless waking nightmare. That was the very moment I realized my older brother was finally truly furious with me. At first, I just hated him. But somewhere along the line, that terrifying rage started chilling me straight to my core. The resentment kept building up and that crushing fear just kept growing and growing inside me, until I eventually started hating the entire world. So I ran. I ran until my very soul was torn to shreds, hiding in what people call the most peaceful sanctuary. But deep down, she never actually found peace. Even trying to find peace, one thought always echoed in my head. This scar wasn't left by my brother. I absolutely have to overcome it, even if I still can't stand my family or him. Linghua's eyes suddenly flashed with pure, raw determination mixed with unhealed pain. Sweat rolled down her cheek. I am a disciple of the Manhwa sect. I am Jin Linghua. And right then, boom, insane inner energy exploded from her body like a brilliant flower blooming in a hurricane. Crimson aura surged outward, dripping with killing intent. I am done running away. Her powerful shout shook the entire Fire Festival hall. Sparks flying everywhere, Yang Chen barely dodges a massive fiery strike that practically melts the air. He gasps, Mount Hua sword art. Meanwhile, Lily gets shoved back, absolute shock plastered across her face. But she's not done. Lily counters with a brutal sweeping attack. Her blade's energy smashes the ground, cracking the arena and whipping up a wild purple vortex. Then she leaps into the air, moving like pure water. A literal storm of blooming peach petals shoots right at him. Just as the blade is about to hit, Lily spins her wrist, shoving the hilt forward instead. Yang Chen, completely caught off guard. He stomps hard, sending a shockwave rippling across the floor. Lily unloads a furious rain of sword, strikes heavy artillery style, but Yang Chen just glides through it, dodging every single hit with ease. He actually smiles. The seed the Sword Empress planted has finally bloomed. But then, the smile vanishes. His eyes go dead serious. With a low growl, he blasts forward like a bolt of lightning. Mount Hua footwork is flashy but way too predictable. His voice is ice cold. Lily freezes. In a fraction of a second, Yang Chen is right in her face. Her eyes widen in pure panic. You're out of chances, he growls. Boom. A thunderous shoulder bash sends Lily flying backward like a leaf in a hurricane. Honestly, her performance today was already next level. You surpassed your past limits, but I will surpass myself to beat you, Yang Chen roars. Purple aura erupts around him like a raging storm. Show me everything you've got right here at the fire altar. The entire hall shakes. Purple and pink energy violently clash. Their auras twist together like two fighting spirits. Down in the stands, the crowd is losing their minds, screaming at the top of their lungs. Absolutely terrifying, that is the sword dragon's power. Amidst the wild crowd, Yang Chen clenches his fists. He watches Lily holding her ground inside the storm, thinking to himself, Lily has finally grown up. That flower finally bloomed after years of holding back. Yang Chen smiles, a look of pure relief washing over him. Then he just turns his back and walks away. She found what really matters. Winning or losing isn't everything. Faye notices him leaving and asks, "Where are you going?" Yang Chen mutters, "Just remembered, I have to take care of something. Be right back. If she gets in trouble, give her my message." And just like that, Yang Chen vanishes into the moonlight across a stone bridge. He knows one thing for sure, everyone is totally distracted by the arena fight right now. Now is the only window he has to check things out. He speeds up, moving like a total ghost. Finally, Yang Chen stops dead in his tracks in front of a creepy pitch-black cave. The Dark Knight Palace envoy showed up at Mount Hua before the Martial Alliance could act. "I need to see this myself," he grits his teeth. The Alliance hasn't made their move yet, which is perfect. Is go time. Yang Chen rubs his eyes, hyping himself up. Just a quick peek. I can definitely make it back before the finals are over. Gotta be fast. But the second he steps inside, he freezes completely. The place is an absolute nightmare of destruction. What the hell? How did it get this wrecked? He crouches down, touching the scorched cracks in the ground. Did the Mount Hua guys fight someone here? I thought they were just on cleanup duty. His face darkens. His eyes sharpen like actual daggers. What exactly is the Dark Knight Palace scheming down here? Suddenly, he tenses up, his whole body going stiff. Smash jars are everywhere, leaking this sickening purple energy that smells exactly like rotting blood. Yang Chen clenches his fists. Damn it. It is this disgusting aura again. Hit the jackpot. He pushes past a filthy black curtain into a massive ruined room. The whole place looks like the aftermath of some completely insane dark ritual. An icy chill shoots straight down his spine the moment he enters. The evil energy here, suffocating. Yang Chen squints into the pitch black, relying on instincts from his past life. Places like this always have a hidden switch. He kneels down, lighting a tiny flame in his hand to check every inch of the stone. There has to be a source. And usually, that is where the secret lever is hidden. His hand brushes over the rock and stops. He presses down on an odd stone and click. A heavy grinding sound echoes out. The back wall vibrates, slowly grinding open to reveal a pitch-black tunnel. Yang Chen just smirks at the dark abyss. This easy. These guys seriously have the brains of monkeys. Without a second thought, he heads down the stone stairs. It feels like walking straight into hell. Whatever. Easy means suspicious anyway. Let's see what they are hiding. At the bottom, a massive, horrifying pool of blood. It literally looks like liquid hell. And way out on a rock in the middle, something is just lying there. Yang Chen's face goes pale with absolute rage. Veins pop on his forehead. "You absolute animals," he hisses. Floating in that blood pool, dead Mount Hua martial artists. The missing people. Their blood was being used to feed this monstrosity. Losing his patience, Yang Chen wades right into the gory pool, his steps making sickening, splashing sounds. Why commit such a horrific crime? But then, right in the center, he sees it. A glowing red flower literally thriving on blood and hatred. All this, just for a plant. He clenches his fists, eyes blazing with fury. What the hell is this thing? But right as he stares at the glowing flower, he notices something else underneath it. He plunges his hand deep into the dark blood and pulls hard. What comes up? Another human body. For a split second, Yang Chen's hand actually shakes. It is still warm. Checking closer, Yang Chen frowns. This guy isn't from Mount Hua, and he definitely just died. The craziest part, the uniform marks him as Martial Alliance. The realization hits him. The Alliance didn't fail to show up, they were already here, and someone covered it up. The moment that clicks, overwhelming killer intent drops on him. Swish. Something slices through the air straight for his neck. But Yang Chen's reflexes are insanely fast. He tilts his head just a millimeter in the nick of time. The dart slams into the rock wall. Yang Chen instantly spins into a fighting stance. Out of the shadows, a chilling, mocking voice echoes. "Not bad reflexes, kid." Yang Chen squints. A figure steps out wearing skin-tight black gear, face completely masked. Those eyes cold as steel, glaring like a venomous snake in the dark. He stalks forward totally in predator mode. You are actually worthy of being Nightblood's prey. The second that name drops, the temperature in the room practically hits zero. Yang Chen's eyes widen. Nightblood, the infamous blood arts assassin blacklisted by every major faction. These guys actually had the guts to hire someone like him. Did the Dark Knight Palace send you? Yang Chen demands. The assassin glares, clearly offended by the disrespect. The palace, you've got a loudmouth brat. He scans Yang Chen top to bottom, taking in the blazing red martial arts uniform, then gives a slow nod. So you are the Yang Chen kid. Yang Chen goes on high alert. The Dark Knight Palace already knows who he is. That is bad. The assassin takes another slow, calculated step forward. You are on the hit list too. Since you brought yourself right to me, it saves me the trip. Yang Chen braces himself. News travels way faster than he thought, but then a plot twist. Here's a deal. The bosses want you alive. How about you come quietly? In response, Yang Chen's hands literally burst into roaring flames. He gives a cold, mocking laugh. Hilarious. You just tried to assassinate me 2 seconds ago, and now we are friends. That is because I didn't recognize you. Yang Chen drops into a combat stance. Yang Chen's glare absolute daggers. Come on, he smirked. At least lick your lips before you try lying to me. Wanna throw down? Bring it. The assassin let out this twisted psycho laugh, drawing 2 gleaming daggers. You've got guts, kid. Name's Nazin. Our main character just frowned, giving him this peeing smirk. Dropping a sudden self-introduction. Is your brain broken or something? Done talking. The assassin just blitzed forward, and the killing intent rolling off this guy so freezing cold, it felt like it was swallowing the whole room. Why introduce myself? Because I actually care about you, Nazin sneered. Don't you want to know exactly who's about to end your miserable life? Blink and you'd miss it. Before he could even react, a blade was literally against his throat. Damn it, too fast. Yang Chen's eyes darted wildly, desperate to track him. But the speed gap, way too massive. Our boy swung a desperate hook forward, but the assassin just ghosted right behind him. Dodged it like it was absolutely nothing. Panic flashed across Yang Chen's face. This was bad. The exit was miles away, and trying to fight in this weak, unawakened body, pure suicide. Nazin launched himself into the air, flawless veteran assassin footwork. Yang Chen was getting absolutely mobbed from every angle, barely scraping by and dodging blades aiming right for his neck. Nazin was loving every second of this. Just gonna keep running, little rat, Yang Chen gritted his teeth. Damn it, if he just had a little more inner energy. The attacks kept raining down pure chaos. Our guy was barely hanging on. And the assassin, getting a sick thrill imagining this so-called coward getting sliced to literal ribbons. Bam. A devastating heavy slash sent Yang Chen skidding backward. This guy's raw strength was no joke. The impact knocked him straight down into a massive pool of crimson blood. While he's panicking, looking for any way out, a super familiar voice echoes in his head. Tisk tisk tisk. Awake for 5 minutes and already causing chaos. Yang Chen's eyes went wide. Elder Tai. Just like that, the ancient master took the wheel. Guiding our protagonist's body, his hand shot out, snatching a nearby sword. Ha, I might be a dead ghost, but heaven itself is going to remember this. Wake up, let's go for round 2. Meanwhile, the assassin was up there, acting totally arrogant. Just die already, let's wrap this up. You managed to dodge me, kid, so your skills aren't total garbage, but dragging out a hit, that just pisses me off. Time to end this. Bubbles surfaced from the blood pool. Spotting them, Nazin unleashed a massive water-splitting slash right where the target should be. He thought he'd won. He really did. But nope, empty, nobody there. The assassin froze up. Wait, what? Out of nowhere, Yang Chen casually walked up, his voice dropping an octave. What did you say earlier? Something about knowing who kills you. Elder Tai was fully driving now. Yang Chen shifted into this absolutely flawless Mount Hua sex stance, and the assassin, his jaw practically hit the floor. Pure shock. What the hell? This kid is a sword cultivator. Were my bosses lying to me? The intel said Yang Chen was a brawler, so this elite sword stance made absolutely zero sense. Yang Chen's gaze was sharper than any blade. Dripping with killing intent, he whispered, remember the name, kid? I am T. Chen. Slash, a blinding strike ripped right over the assassin's head. That strike cleanly sliced off Nazin's hood, exposing a face completely consumed by pure, unfiltered terror. The old master just glanced back, giving him this freezing look. Little brat. That completely triggered Nazin. He lunged like a rabid animal but got instantly stonewalled by these incredibly elegant sword deflects. You little rat, I'm gonna chop you into pieces, he screamed. I'll feed your limbs to the wild dogs. He kept vaulting around, desperately hunting for a blind spot. But our protagonist, rooted like a mountain, absolutely untouchable. Nazin spun into this wild tornado of blades, the demonic energy getting so heavy you couldn't even breathe. But Elder Tai just dropped some wisdom. Rage clouds the mind. Chaos ruins the blade. A true master. They don't need massive internal energy. Just a drop is enough to shake heaven and earth. Boom. They clashed again like two absolute monsters. Backing down wasn't an option. Mount Hua's plum blossom strike painted the air. Those floating petals looked beautiful, but trust me, the raw power could crush a dragon. A storm of petals completely swallowed the assassin. Inside his own mind, Yang Chen was mind-blown watching that legendary technique. Elder Tai steadily guided his hands, explaining, listen closely, kid. Fist arts and sword arts, they're exactly the same. If you had any real talent, you'd have figured this out. But you're so utterly clueless, it's honestly depressing. Yang Chen just stood there completely stunned. Wait, did he just roast me? The master's voice leveled out, getting serious. You've let that inner beast control your body for way too long. But because of it, I've managed to see quite a bit. Yeah, even the dark secrets you never told anyone. I've seen it all. Yang Chen's eyes widened in total shock, his brain practically exploding with a million different questions. But this definitely wasn't the time for a therapy session. Focus on the enemy first. Elder Tai whipped their arm forward, blasting the assassin violently across the room. Stop thinking, just feel the flow, Elder Tai shouted. Yang Chen was still confused, like, hello, I'm a brawler, not a swordsman. Meanwhile, the assassin was totally losing his mind now. Nazin was swearing under his breath. Damn it, what the hell is this freak? Why didn't he fight like this from the start? Gripping his dual daggers, he was desperate. I don't care if you're a sword saint or a god. Just die, he blitzed back and aiming right for the throat, while the old man's teachings kept echoing in Yang Chen's head. Do you know why the legendary Manhwa disciples build such indestructible bodies? Because the vessel matters. A perfect physical shell means even a tiny drop of internal energy hits with absolute maximum devastation. And when you finally pick up a sword, that difference becomes terrifyingly clear. Suddenly, Yang Chen's entire body felt as heavy as lead. The old master just chuckled. Expected, right? Because you're activating core muscles you've literally never used before. Listen closely, kid. Don't just rush the plum blossoms to bloom all at once. The real trick is maintaining those petals once they've blossomed. Boom, their strike whipped out, slicing right across the assassin's arm. Nazin started swinging blindly, bleeding absolutely everywhere. Meanwhile, Elder Tai casually checked in. Feels like you're dying from the strain, doesn't it? Yang Chen ground his teeth, fighting the pain. You crazy old ghost, give me my body back right now, Elder Tai scoffed. Please. Even in your past life, you were all bark and no bite. Just focus on stopping him first. Yang Chen snapped back, tossing the blade aside and shifting straight into his signature brawler stance. Watch this. I've never been some useless deadweight. Wham! A flaming, devastating right hook slammed directly into the assassin's chest. That flawless martial arts strike sent Nazin flying like a ragdoll. No way, he screamed. How did I lose? Yang Chen blitzed forward, launching a space-shattering finisher. But wait, suddenly his chest erupted with blinding dark energy. The demonic heaven absorption art had auto-activated and it was violently devouring demonic chi. His energy center started boiling like lava, literally about to explode. It was so agonizingly hot he was blacking out. Clenching his fists, Yang Chen forced his breathing, channeling that insane power straight into his core. He cycled that energy over and over until it finally stabilized. Staring at the massive aura burning around his fist, he grinned. Major breakthrough. He had finally reached the absolute peak realm. Lost in memories of his past life, our guy stared down at his hands. Pure heat radiated from them. Zero pain, though. A familiar feeling of leveling up, sure, but why did it feel so rare back then? In his past life, he was an absolute idiot, forcing demonic energy into his body just to break through. He thought he was a genius. Nope, just a fool. But before he could cringe any harder, the old man's booming voice snapped him back to reality. Hey Brett, you gonna stand there daydreaming forever, or do we have a plan? Yang Chen blinked, totally dazed. Wait, what do we do now? The old man didn't even look at him. He just pointed. Shouldn't we deal with that twisted flower first? Yang Chen frowned, finally focusing. Right, why the hell did those villains plant something like that? To get what they wanted, they literally sacrificed countless martial artists without a second thought. Something huge was definitely going on behind the scenes, especially since this pure evil energy, you only see that in the demonic tiers. The old man squinted, looking super confused. Evil energy. Some kind of weird aura, kid. I don't sense a damn thing. Yang Chen's jaw practically dropped in shock. Wait, seriously? You can't feel this absolutely insane pressure right in front of us? Oh, this was wild. It meant this flower's energy was completely hidden, not just anyone could sense its terrifying aura. He hesitated. So, what's the play here? Bring it back to the Manhwa sect. The old guy snapped instantly. Are you crazy? You hand that over and they'll interrogate you about where you got it. Plus, knowing your sect leader's stubborn personality, he'd just lock it up in the plum cave for research and probably ruin it entirely. Yang Chen nodded slowly. The old man made total sense. Okay, then what do we do? Burning it would be a massive waste. Dead silence. Then the old man dropped an absolute bombshell. Eat it. Make that power yours. What? Yang Chen's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. Are you insane? You literally can't even feel the absolute chaos inside this thing. And how could I just steal Manhwa's property? The old ghost completely lost it. You absolute idiot, you claim you have this grand mission, yet here you are making pathetic excuses. Stop hiding behind fake morals. You want to avenge all those fighters who bled for this. You know exactly what needs to be done. He was right. Screw the rules for a second. Our boy needed pure raw strength right now. Yang Chen's grip on the demonic flower tightened. Got it. Was he terrified? Yep, but the thought of failing again, of repeating his past life's regrets, not happening. Without another second of hesitation, he threw his head back and swallowed it whole. At first, smooth as water, sliding down his throat. But then boom, pure, agonizing pain exploded through every single nerve in his body. He gritted his teeth, desperately fighting to balance his holy Taoist arts with this violent demonic aura. No normal fighter could survive this level of power from a single plant. The fiery energy inside him clashed wildly, but slowly his pure Taoist core started purifying the demonic taint. The violent resistance, it completely faded into nothingness. The flames flared up one last time before settling down perfectly. He had total control now. Not bad at all, kid, the old man cheered. Check your core stats, look at your Dantian, right on cue. Yang Chen opened his status. His 9 flames art just hit the massive 5-star tier. Smirking, he sprinted straight back toward Mount Hua. Talk about an insane power-up, but man, he was super late. The fire festival had to be completely over by now. He scrubbed the blood off and torched his ruined clothes. As for those missing fighters, he figured the Martial Alliance or his own sect leaders would handle the cleanup operations soon enough. Mission accomplished. Exhaustion hit him like a literal truck. The festival was wrapped up and they were leaving tomorrow, so getting some sleep was priority number 1. But wait, he pushed open his door and guessed what. Nangong Fei was casually chilling on his bed. She bolted upright, instantly sensing Yang Chen walk in. The old ghost in his head immediately started cackling. Ho ho, look at you, kid, making some romantic progress while I wasn't looking. Yang Chen just blinked. Oh, what progress? The old man just smirked. Nangong Fei, on the other hand, was annoyed. You're late, you promised you'd be right back. She narrowed her eyes. And why do you smell like fresh blood? Yang Chen's heart completely dropped. Wait, what? He'd literally burned the scent off with his fire skills. But before he could panic, Nangong Fei's voice softened. Anyway, Jin Linghua lost her match at the festival. But honestly, she looked genuinely thrilled. Like she actually had the time of her life. Win or lose, I've never seen her smile quite like that before. Yang Chen looked down, smiling softly. Is that right? And then zero warning. She completely closed the distance and threw her arms around him, holding him insanely tight. Whoa, hey, what are you doing? You just said I literally smell like a crime scene. Aren't you going to interrogate me about where I've been? But Nangong Fei didn't even flinch. Her answer was instantaneous. No, not right now. Just let me stay like this for a second. Cue the old ghost in his head, absolutely losing his mind. Oh, you shameless kid, bragging about your little romantic moments right in front of an old man. Yang Chen just internally rolled his eyes. The guy couldn't even defend himself. Meanwhile, miles away in a damp, pitch-black cave, things were getting incredibly tense. A masked villain barked at his squad. This is bad. Even our own elite members have vanished without a single trace. Don't bother trying to figure it out. Those demonic cult lunatics. Completely unpredictable. But as he spoke, he froze. His eyes locked onto a spot on the floor. Something extremely important was missing. He snapped his head toward his subordinate. Get back to headquarters immediately. Report this to the higher-ups. I'll send the full details soon. The grunt nodded instantly. Yes, sir, good luck out here. Once the heavy footsteps faded away, he crouched down, sweating bullets. He checked a horribly burned corpse on the ground. That eye scar unmistakable. It was the Dark Knight Lord, the absolute beast ordered to steal Mount Hua's essence. So how the hell was he a crispy piece of charcoal right now? Meaning, who stole the ultimate essence? He studied the blast radius and the insane residual heat. His eyes went ice cold. Only one person fights like this. That absolute menace, Yang Chen. He actually slaughtered the blood demon. But wait, the demonic aura was totally wiped out too. That was literally impossible. His fists shook with pure rage. This changes everything. I need to report this to the absolute top of the chain right now. Back at the sect, Yang Chen was in the zone, flowing through his martial arts routine. His movements, flawless, fluid, faster than ever. With a single explosive punch, an absolute inferno erupted, coating his entire arm in raging flames. He unleashed every ounce of that compressed energy. Boom. The ground practically shattered, sending shockwaves of rock and dust everywhere. The air itself was scorching hot, but then the old man's voice echoed, sounding totally unimpressed. Wow, you're celebrating. Just because you hit the 5-star peak tier. Pathetic. Yang Chen exhaled a breath of pure steam, grinning ear to ear. Hey, you gotta admit this power is completely insane. But suddenly, the old ghost's tone changed. It became dead serious. Razor sharp. Cut the celebrations, we need to talk. I have 100 questions for you, kid, but I'll start with the most important one. What the hell is the heavenly demon? Yang Chen froze entirely. His smile vanished. The heavenly demon. The old ghost's voice was heavy, almost scared. Yeah, out of all your locked memories, that specific one stands out. It's like someone threw 10 separate magical padlocks over it just to bury the truth. So talk. What exactly is this monster and where did it come from? Before Yang Chen could even answer, a nightmare flashed before his eyes. A repressed memory playing out like a vivid, terrifying movie. Back then, the actual sky ripped wide open. A massive, terrifying void tore through reality itself, bleeding pitch-black demonic light everywhere, everyone at the scene utterly paralyzed, our boy included. Nobody had a single clue what was happening. And from that abyss, a woman stepped out. She floated down to the ground with this horrifyingly majestic presence. Just the sheer pressure radiating off her was enough to make the entire world violently shake. The Mount Hua sect leader was completely terrified, screaming, "Who are you?" Her answer, cold as absolute zero. It echoed across the heavens, burning into everyone's soul. "I am the heavenly demon." And without skipping a beat, dark energy swirled into the palm of her hand. She smiled. A true grim reaper. Then snap. Just one delicate snap of her fingers and those massive, indestructible mountain peaks disintegrated into dust like cheap paper. The legendary Mount Hua sect wiped off the map in a single second. 0 survivors. Hearing this story, the old ghost went completely quiet. "Wait, you're telling me this apocalypse walked right out of a dimensional rift during the main tournament?" Yang Chen nodded, his voice dropping to a whisper. "Yeah. But wait, old man, why bring this up now? You were literally in my head. You watched everything I did back at the sect. Why interrogate me about the heavenly demon all of a sudden?" The old ghost cut him off, voice dripping with raw frustration. "What, you thought I was going to scold you for your little revenge stunt? Don't get it twisted, I'm still incredibly mad about that. I know exactly why you did it. Your little sister died. The sect failed to protect her. I get that pain, all right, that's the only reason I let your reckless behavior slide. But remember this, kid, you keep living in the past. It's going to swallow you completely whole. You know damn well what the real priority is." Yang Chen's fists clenched until his knuckles turned white. Fire blazed in his eyes. "I know. The heavenly demon. She has to be stopped." Fast forward, our boy was finally stepping back onto the sect's main campus. Out in the courtyard, Yang Chen respectfully bows to the Sword Empress. She turns around, that smile, pure warmth, her eyes absolutely shining. "Ah, Yang Chen, training this early, perfect timing. The escorts are totally ready. Let's head to the carriage." Yang Chen just nods. "Understood." Meanwhile, inside that carriage, the Mount Hua disciples are absolutely swarming Yang Chen's little sister. "Junior sister Jin Linghua, make sure you eat well, and please don't forget your senior brothers. That festival smile of yours. We'll remember it forever." Jin Linghua just mutters under her breath, complete sarcasm. Like I could ever forget those terrifying faces. Yang Chen tilts his head, totally confused. What exactly are they doing? Taking a deep breath, he finally gathers the courage to face the Sword Empress. "That favor I put on hold. Can you grant it now?" She narrows her eyes, instantly intrigued. "Oh, you finally figured out what you want." Yang Chen doesn't miss a beat. Completely calm. "I just need you to stand on my side, just for a moment." Right then, the sect leader walks in looking incredibly worried. "Yang Chen, you've been through so much. Please get home safely." Yang Chen bows, but his voice absolute steel. "Sect leader, forgive me, but I have a request." The old man frowns. "What request?" Yang Chen drops the bomb. "Make me an honorary disciple of Mount Hua." The sect leader freezes. Totally stunned. "Honorary disciple, is this because of the Tao seed inside you?" Yang Chen gives a firm nod. "Exactly. I carry it, so I need the status to prove I deserve it." The old man sighs heavily. "Well, that's not exactly hard, but right now I can't teach you how to use it." Suddenly, the Sword Empress puts a hand on Yang Chen's shoulder, glaring right at the leader. "It doesn't matter. Both Mount Hua and I owe this kid big time." The sect leader finally gives up and nods. "Fine. From today on, you're our honorary disciple." Yang Chen's face absolutely lights up. "Thank you, sect leader." But before he can even finish, the old man cuts him off and tosses a small pouch. "The elder left this for you. Honestly, if it was valuable, I would have kept it, but it's not. So I'm passing it along." He gives a faint smile. "Take care. Next time we meet, I want another sparring match, young Master Yang." Yang Chen grips the pouch tightly. Okay, now he's suspicious. If it's not valuable, then what the heck is it? The trip back, total mental chaos. The old spirit hiding in his body, running into Ling Feng in this life, those brutal death matches with Rakshasa and Yelu Zhuo. But the craziest part, Zhu Ji. Why is he actually mute now, completely different from the past life? Just then the divine doctor shows up, helping Zhu Ji along. Yang Chen is still stressing out. Is bringing this guy back to the family really a good idea? But he brushes it off. It's fine. In this state, he's harmless. If things go south, I'll stop it. Pure exhaustion flashes across his face. But man, the road home is insanely long. Just got to reach Shanxi before fall hits. Back at the Qin family mansion, Jin Linghua stands before her father, both of them dead-eyed. She quietly walks past him, looking completely miserable. But instead of yelling, he just gives this gentle smile. Eyes full of actual warmth. "You've worked hard, Jin Linghua." Her eyes go wide. Finally, a bright smile breaks through all that fear. The family head turns to Yang Chen. "I read your letter. Sounds like absolute chaos over at Mount Hua. Yang Chen bows respectfully. Yes, but beside me. Nangong Fei gracefully steps up, bowing her head perfectly. Junior Nangong Fei from the Nangong family greets the Yang family head. Thanks to the young master, I could tag along. The old man is completely stunned. Wait, this girl. Wasn't she just snoring and drooling 5 minutes ago, and now she's playing the perfect noble lady? He just nods. I see. Heard a lot about you. Your family's probably searching everywhere. I'll send them a letter. Nangong Fei flashes a sweet smile and bows. Thank you so much. His gaze shifts right back to Yang Chen. Third son. Your guest has been waiting for 10 days. Go see them. Yang Chen frowns. Guest. Who the heck is looking for me? Xue'e whispers from the sidelines. Big sister, you look totally badass just now. Really? The family head walks right up to the guests. Long time no see, divine doctor. It's been over 15 years, hasn't it? Then he nods at another familiar face. And the sword empress. Seriously, been a while. She just replies with this quiet knowing smile. Her eyes are hiding some serious history there. Unspoken secrets. Meanwhile, Yang Chen is sprinting back to his room grumbling. Just got back and I'm swamped. Let me change my clothes at least. Somewhere else in the mansion, Tang Xiaoyou is literally lounging on Yang Chen's bed, whispering his name. The room is soaked in sunlight, almost like he's actually standing right there. I wish he'd hurry up and get back. How much longer do I have to wait? But the second she turns her head. Instant freeze. Face goes totally pale, caught red-handed. Yang Chen is standing there looking absolutely disgusted. He just spins around and coldly walks away, ignoring the dramatic screaming behind him. Ah, young Master Yang. It's a misunderstanding. You've got it all wrong. Eventually, they both sit down at the table. Yang Chen starts with the basic small talk. Been a while, Miss Tang. What brings you to the Yang family this time? Tang Xiaoyue hesitates, her face turning bright red. About that. But first, your identity. You're not Qing Xue'e at all, are you? What is actually going on? Yang Chen flinches. Yep, busted. Saw that coming. Miss Tang instantly vents about the absolute mess she walked into. Do you have any idea how awkward that was? I introduced myself as Miss Tang, saying you sent a letter. I showed up super excited to meet young Master Qin Xue'e. But the guy I met, definitely not you. Some dude walks out, calls himself Qin Xue'e. I froze. Asked him, who are you? And he just repeats, I am Qin Xue'e. Seriously, it was so incredibly embarrassing. Just thinking about it makes her pout. Even the name was fake. Why would you even do that? Yang Chen avoids eye contact, mumbling. Look, I had my reasons back then. I'm sorry. In his head, though, damn it, I should have just invented a totally fake name. Time to change the subject. Fast. Anyway, why did you travel all the way to Shaanxi? Tang Xiaoyou gives this sweet smile. Oh, I'm so forgetful. To see you, obviously. Realizes how that sounded. Instant panic. Wait, no, I mean, I have a message for you. She pulls this thick envelope from her sleeve and slams it in front of Yang Chen. The upcoming Dragon and Phoenix tournament hosted by the Martial Alliance. When you head out, can I tag along? Yang Chen stares at the letter. Mind absolutely racing. An invite to the Dragon and Phoenix tournament, the ultimate gathering of martial arts rookies, but also the exact place he got completely humiliated in his past life. Barely scraped by, he answers carefully. I haven't decided on going yet, so I can't say. Tang Xiaoyu's face instantly drops. Total disappointment. Oh, I see. Fine. Yang Chen pushes it. Anything else besides that? She just shakes her head. Just that. Now Yang Chen is super suspicious. Just for this, she traveled thousands of miles from Sichuan to Shaanxi for a tournament invite. The old spirit inside him practically spits in disgust. Tixk, you really don't get it, kid. She's completely obsessed with you. That's why she followed you. Yang Chen jumps. Wait, what? His brain instantly scans through both his past life and current one. Did I ever even flirt with her? Nothing comes to mind. He just frowns, totally silent. Miss Tang. The old spirit is losing it. Hey, what the hell are you about to do? Tang Xiaoyu lights up immediately. Yes, go ahead, I just wanted to ask. The old spirit panics. Wait, don't tell me you're gonna ask that. Stop, you clueless idiot, don't do it. Ignoring the warning entirely, he blurts it out. Do you actually like me? Bam. Before he even finishes, the door flies wide open. Nangong Fei is just standing there, death glare locked onto both of them. Yang Chen and Tang Xiaoyu whip around. The judgment in the room is suffocating. Nangong Fei's voice is absolute ice. Excuse me. Were you two having a moment? Yang Chen frowns and waves her off. Yeah, we are. Shut the door. But she steps inside anyway, calm, unstoppable. Oh, it's totally fine, young Master Yang. Could you just repeat what you just said? Yang Chen is clueless. Huh, repeat what? The old spirit is screaming. Kid, read the room. If you want to live, shut up and run. Boom. Just like that, absolute freezing killing intent exploded from Tang Xiaoyu. She looked like a feral cat ready to shred anyone stupid enough to step close. Yang Chen, he instantly shot up, hands cupped. Total retreat mode. Conversation over. I'll think about your offer and get back to you. I am out, thank you, young master, Tang Xiaoyu replied sweetly. Meanwhile, Yang Chen was already sprinting. He bolted out the door, exhaling hard. Holy hell, that was suffocating. Back inside, just the two girls left. Tang Xiaowei turned to Nangong Fei dropping her usual act. Completely deadpan. Senior sister, I need to ask you something. I heard the rumors. You're engaged to Yang Chen, aren't you? Was this actually your choice? Nangong Fei exhaled softly. A gentle smile. Not entirely, but honestly I consider it pure luck. Then let me ask you straight up, do you actually like him, or is this just another arranged family marriage? Nangong Fei lowered her eyes. To be completely honest, I don't even know what liking someone really means, but one thing is absolutely certain. I want him by my side. Always. Hearing that, Tang Xiaoyu's face went completely pale. Her mind was screaming. Why? Why are you only dropping this bomb right now? Why did it have to be her senior sister? I should have been the one marching to the Yang estate to propose. Suddenly, Nangong Fei lowered her head. A deep apology. Tang Xiaoyu panicked. Wait, what? Why are you apologizing to me? If anything, I should be saying sorry to you. Family politics are locked in. I can't just throw a tantrum and change it. Suddenly, Nangong Fei spotted an envelope resting on the table. She picked it up. Tang Xiaoyu, what is this? Oh, that, the Dragon Phoenix gathering invite. I wanted to go with Yang Chen. Even if he shoots me down, I can still crash the event. Hearing this, Nangong Fei gave the sweetest, most gentle smile. Literal angel energy radiating off her, bright enough to blind you. Don't worry. I'll be going too. He goes, I'm right there with him. Tang Xiaoyu squeezed her eyes shut. Too bright. Is this the ridiculous power of true love? Reality check. She had completely, utterly lost this battle. But then Nangong Fei dropped a nuke that shattered the entire universe. I'm only telling you this, but I think I might be pregnant with his child. Tang Xiaoyu literally choked on her own spit, coughing violently as her whole body shook. Wait, what? Repeat that right now. Meanwhile, outside, Yang Chen was just chilling, walking along until he froze, dead in his tracks. His mentor frowned. Why the sudden stop? Kid Yang Chen slowly turned his head back toward the girl's room. His face, dead serious. I don't know, but I just got a seriously bad feeling about this. God, I hope those two aren't talking about anything crazy in there. Back inside, Tang Xiaoyu was completely short-circuiting. You're having a baby? Nangong Fei just looked down at her stomach, whispering softly. Back at Mount Hua, we held hands. And we slept next to each other, so obviously that must be when. Before she could even finish that absurd sentence, Tang Xiaoyu's brain completely melted down. Her heart was shattering. How did things escalate so insanely fast? Wait a second. She paused, suspicion kicking in. Hold up. You said you guys just held hands. What happened after that? Nangong Fei blinked, completely clueless. After that, wait, was there something else we were supposed to do? Tang Xiaoyu aggressively face-palmed. Her senior sister was hopelessly blind about this stuff. She slumped into a chair, taking a deep breath, trying to stay sane. Okay, we need to get this straight. Babies do not just magically spawn from holding hands. Nangong Fei gasped in pure shock. They don't. Then how? Tang Xiaoyu cleared her throat. Lecture mode activated. She started dropping biology facts like a dedicated professor, breaking down the actual mechanics of making a baby. And Nangong Fei, she sat there, mind completely blown, like she just unlocked the universe's greatest secret. Absolute enlightenment. The girl finally knew the truth. She stumbled out of that room a few minutes later looking like her entire soul had left her body. Pure shell shock. And right outside, Yang Chen was waiting. He frowned. What took you so long? And why do you look like you just saw a ghost? You good? Nangong Fei was literally swaying, face burning cherry red. She absolutely could not look him in the eyes ever again. Covering her burning face, she just booked it. Sprinting away. Hey, seriously, are you okay? Yang Chen just stood there completely baffled and highly annoyed. What was her problem this time anyway? Scene changed straight to the Patriarch's study. The Sword Empress walked in. The Patriarch turned around. Sword Empress, you said you had questions for me. Have a seat. Her face was completely unreadable. Skip the pleasantries. I'm not staying long. He frowned. Don't call me Patriarch here. I'll call you what you are. We aren't here to play catch-up on the good old days. Her tone turned ice cold. I came for answers. About what really happened inside the demon domain. His eyes snapped wide. Pure, unadulterated rage flared instantly. He closed the distance, getting right in her face, voice dangerously low. Xue'e, did you forget your promise to me? I specifically warned you we do not speak of TNC in this place. Ever. Then what was the demon domain, huh? You think you can just lie your way out of this? She wasn't backing down. The martial world built the sacred dragon arena to protect people. Thinking about those kids who followed you. I won't let their deaths become some twisted joke. Look me in the eyes, tell me exactly what you saw inside that domain. Why did those kids get corrupted the second they walked in? Why did they start butchering each other while the few who survived went completely insane, only to take their own lives right after? Hearing her scream those words, the raging aura around the patriarch slowly faded. Facing her rapid-fire accusations, he finally responded with chilling calmness. If you are demanding to know what I saw in the demon domain, my answer is simple. I saw exactly what you saw. Are we clear now? Those words hit her like a truck. The Sword Empress physically shivered, dragged right back into that living nightmare. That fateful day, walking into the demon domain alone to find Tianxi. And what did she find? This grotesque, twisted ancient tree. The demonic aura was so thick you could choke on it. Just one single glance, it violently invaded her entire body, crushing pressure. Like her heart was going to literally detonate. She gritted her teeth hard. So you did see it, that absolute monstrosity. Enough to drive any normal human completely insane. The patriarch spoke slowly. That day, while you were bedridden, everyone else followed the sword's sovereign's direct orders right into the domain. The old man claimed that conquering it was the only way to save our world. She absolutely snapped. Lies, complete and utter lies. He didn't give a damn about righteousness. It was pure selfish ambition. He just wanted to resurrect his dead daughter. The entire sacred dragon arena got dismantled the second he stepped down. An unrivaled legend, literally kneeling in the dirt for a pathetic delusion. It was absolutely pathetic. Tears welled up in her eyes. She was crying, but her voice was pure venom. Those kids didn't die as heroes fighting for justice. They were nothing but meat shields, human sacrifices thrown into the meat grinder for that hypocrite's disgusting greed. The patriarch closed his eyes. His voice dropped to a heavy whisper. I know. But it had to be done. He turned his back to her, cutting the conversation cold. Enough. We are done here, Xue'e. Keep pressing, but I've got nothing else to say. She bit her lips so hard it almost bled. She was furious, but she knew this old man's stubbornness. Zero chance of breaking him today. Fine. I'll be back. She spun around and walked out. The patriarch just watched her walk away. As she faded from view, those cursed memories hit him again. The sword, sovereign back then, he wasn't even human anymore. Totally possessed. Those glowing, lifeless red eyes. A forbidden nightmare they never should have touched. Boom. Scene shift. Back at the estate, Elder Li and Xue'e were watching like absolute fanboys. Oh man, not bad at all. Right in front of them, Yang Chen was powering up. A massive blazing fire dragon aura coiling around him, completely wrapping his body. Elder Li grinned. Looks like that Manhwa training actually paid off big time. Xue'e rushed over with a towel. Young master. But Yang Chen just shrugged it off. Come on, I'm not some kid playing with imaginary dragons anymore. The elders just busted out laughing. Then Yang Chen pulled out the mysterious item that the Manhwa master sent. Did the old guy say what this actually is? Just open it. Yang Chen popped it open, and inside, a totally basic red string. A bracelet. If it's nothing special, can I just give it to Xue'e? He didn't even finish the sentence before bam. The elder dropped a heaven-shaking punch right on his head. You little punk, I literally just handed you a gift and you're regifting it right in front of me. Face planted straight into the floorboards. Yang Chen waved his hands frantically. Okay, my bad. The elder dusted off his hands, suddenly getting serious. Anyway, figured you should know. The Nangong family, they've officially arrived. Yang Chen's brain short-circuited. Wait already, yep. And the Tang sect rolled up too. Looks like your little fiancé couldn't wait to see you. Hearing that Yang Chen didn't even hesitate, he bolted, heart pounding like crazy. She was finally here. Nangong Fei was actually back. Honestly, this was exactly how things were supposed to play out. He should be thrilled right now. So why the hell was he so incredibly anxious? Adrenaline pumping, Yang Chen kept sprinting, pushing his speed to the absolute limit. He smashed the door to her room wide open, and the sight waiting for him, it made his blood boil instantly. Nangong Fei was on her knees, cheek bright red. The patriarch had just slapped her. Nangong Fei's eyes, completely resigned, like she was used to this abuse. Patriarch Nangong just stood there cold as ice. Yang Chen took a breath trying to stay rational, but pure rage was already taking over. His eyes practically burned. How dare this guy lay a hand on his future wife? Flashback. A lonely grave. Yang Chen silently pouring wine over a rusted sword planted in the dirt. He paused, his mind a complete mess of chaotic thoughts. With dead, hollow eyes, he slumped to the ground, talking to the tombstone like an old friend. The memory of Nangong Fei flashed so clearly in his mind. He remembered telling her once that she looked exactly like the moonlight. She had turned around, super confused, asking what he meant. He just brushed it off. Nothing. Don't mind me just thinking out loud. But that random slip of the tongue, it became a habit. He'd always catch himself staring at the moon, completely lost in thought, even when her last breath faded. The moon was still there, lighting up that tragic sky, leaving Yang Chen wondering what was actually going through her head. In this messed up world, even having a quiet moment to think felt strange. But that just made it harder to grasp. Once you die, everything you love gets left behind. You can't even look at the moonlight anymore. It's just game over. Everything ends right there. So why did she choose that path? Why did she just throw her life away? Yang Chen stared at the dirt, a suffocating weight crushing his chest, and let out a low, frustrated growl. Damn it, did she do it just because she wanted to? Obsessing over it wouldn't change a thing. He'd probably never get a real answer in this lifetime. Snap back to reality. Nangong Fei had just been slapped by her own father for daring to run away. And here comes Yang Chen, absolutely losing his mind. Blinded by rage, zero hesitation, he launched a blazing fist of pure fury. But the patriarch unfazed. A razor-sharp, insanely pure wave of aura flared around the patriarch, and with one effortless block, boom, he completely stopped Yang Chen's hurricane of an attack like it was absolutely nothing. He didn't even break a sweat. Yang Chen's eyes went wide. He actually blocked that. Who do you think you are interfering with my family's business? That snapped our boy right back to reality. Right. This was the head of the Nangong family, the legendary Heavenly Sword King himself. Yang Chen immediately dialed back his killing intent. An honor to meet you, Patriarch. I am Yang Chen, the young lady's fiancé. But seriously, what just happened here? The Patriarch glared at him, clearly annoyed. As her father, I am simply disciplining my own child. Did you really think you could just casually step into a Patriarch's affairs? Yang Chen kept his cool. How could I just stand by and watch you strike someone else's fiancé? To me, that's a direct insult to our highly valued guest. Oh, bad move. That comment threw the Patriarch into absolute rage mode. Wild energy erupted from his body, literally shaking the space around them. Nangong Fei tried to intervene, but it was too late. Father, please calm down, the Patriarch scoffed internally. This brat might be a once-in-a-generation genius, but he had zero respect. You're exactly like your father. But the trash talk didn't faze Yang Chen one bit. It just made him double down. He stood his ground, radiating that classic arrogant young master energy. All arrogance, no actual talent. Or wait, are you two ladies now? Wow. That pushed the Patriarch over the edge. He was ready to literally tear this kid apart. You little bastard. But suddenly, a heavy hand landed right on Yang Chen's shoulder. Looks like my son has been causing quite a bit of trouble. Yang Chen spun around. It was his own dad, already in damage control mode. He quickly explained that his boy was just immature, promised strict discipline, and nudged Yang Chen to apologize right now. Taking the hint, Yang Chen bowed respectfully. My deepest apologies, Patriarch Nangong. With that, his dad grabbed him and walked off. Sorry for the massive scene, we'll be taking our leave now. Patriarch Nangong chased after them desperate. Patriarch Qin, this situation absolutely cannot be fixed with a simple sorry. Patriarch Qin just shot back a dead freezing glare. Message received. Nangong backed down instantly. The door slammed shut, leaving just the father and daughter behind. We'll see you tomorrow at the banquet. The room fell dead silent. Nangong Fei kept her head down and softly agreed. Her father barked an order. Go find the servants to treat that cheek immediately. The punishment was officially over. Cut to the outside. Yang Chen and his dad were walking under the quiet moonlight, and our boy's mind spiraling into absolute panic mode. Damn it, I totally lost control back there. How the hell am I going to explain this to him? Suddenly, his dad shattered the silence. Third son, are you deaf? Yang Chen flinched, his voice actually shaking. Yes, sir. He was low-key freaking out, wondering what his fate was. A screaming match, a beating, execution. But completely flipping the script, his dad just gave a slight nod. You did good. Wait, what? Yang Chen froze, utterly baffled. Huh, what do you mean by that? The Patriarch answered slowly. I mean exactly what I said. Excellent work. You stepped up and protected your own people, didn't you? There's absolutely no mistake in that. Yang Chen was stunned. This guy only ever praised martial arts. He had never said anything like this before, especially emphasizing the words your people. In a flash, childhood memories hit him like a truck. Times when he and his sister tried to show their dad love. He remembered the old days, his father patting his mother's head, smiling warmly. That genuine happy laughter was burned into Yang Chen's brain. Completely unforgettable. If his mother was still around, this family would have been so incredibly happy. He stayed quiet for a second, gathering every ounce of courage. Patriarch. The old man turned around smoothly. About that supreme immortal pill, I promise you. Yang Chen shook his head. I don't need the pill anymore. Instead, let me see the underground palace. Just once. His dad's eyes widened in pure shock. Absolutely stunned. Ever since that day, you've completely avoided that place. Why the sudden interest? Yang Chen hesitated, then muttered, well, I'm gonna have to face it eventually, right? I'm the one who has to walk through those doors. Running away won't work anymore. His dad went quiet, thinking it over, then finally nodded. Fine. Tomorrow after we finalize your marriage, I'll take you there. Wait, what? Marriage? Like a wedding? His dad's voice got dead serious. I'm meeting the Nangong patriarch to set the official date. Be at the spot I told you tomorrow. Do not be late. Oh, got it. Back in his room, Yang Chen let out a massive sigh and complained to the ancient spirit. Just got back and I'm already suffering. Also, why did you just sit back and watch earlier? The ghost chuckled. Humph. Like you would have listened to me anyway. Really? Because you seem to be enjoying the show. Not gonna lie, it was a pretty rare spectacle to witness. Oh, and that letter the Tang sect girl mentioned. What's your play there? If you wanted it, you would have taken it. You mean the Dragon and Phoenix gathering? I honestly have no reason to turn it down. Plus, it's hosted in Henan, which isn't a bad trip. And more importantly, there's someone there I absolutely have to see. The old ghost sounded suspicious. Henan never expected any survivors left in that place. Is the Shaolin Temple actually still standing? Yang Chen nodded. If I get the chance, I'll hit up Shaolin. I've got some things to investigate there. You just need to listen and cool. All right, I'll go scout it out. The next morning, at the meetup spot, his dad mentioned our boy arrived early, anxious as hell. He thought he was late and sprinted there, but surprise, nobody was around. Then a voice called out, "Oh, looks like someone beat me here." He casually pointed at her. Hey, what took you so long? For something like this, you should definitely be early. Nangong Fei just gently tucked her hair behind her ear and smiled. And holy hell, she looked incredible. Totally different from her usual vibe. Standing right in front of him was an absolute goddess of a noble lady. Elegant white hair tied up perfectly soft pink lips, and a gaze so affectionate it could instantly knock out any guy breathing. Yang Chen totally froze, completely paralyzed like a dumb kid experiencing true beauty for the very first time. Fast forward a bit at the dining table. The two clan leaders finally took their seats. Lord Qin broke the silence first. Did you sleep well last night? He asked, tone dripping with hidden meaning. After what happened, finding peace must be difficult. Sitting right next to them, Yang Chen blinked in surprise at the bold question but kept his mouth shut. Lord Namgong kept his cool, though irritation laced his voice. Thanks for the concern. But honestly, that's really none of your business, Lord Qin. No offense meant. Lord Qin slowly shook his head. But how could I possibly ignore it, that heavenly demon? It's definitely connected to me. Hearing that, Lord Namgung's face went completely dark. His grip tightened around his teacup, almost shattering the porcelain. A cold, bitter scoff escaped his lips. I felt it yesterday. You haven't changed one bit since the old days, Qin. He casually lifted his tea, sounding totally relaxed but absolutely daring a fight. When it comes to power levels, I'm still a step above you, aren't I? Yang Chen froze, his mind spinning. Wait, what did he just say? The tension in the room was literally about to explode, but then Qin abruptly switched gears. Anyway, let's talk about the kid's wedding. The atmosphere was so suffocating, our boy just wanted to bolt. But surprisingly, instead of an all-out bloodbath, the actual negotiation went way smoother than expected. Even though these two wanted to rip each other apart, business was business. Yang Chen glanced at Namgong Fei, who was quietly eating, and thought to himself, we're basically just props here. How is she even swallowing food in this insane tension? As if feeling his stare, Fei suddenly looked up from her plate, their eyes locked. A heavy unspoken silence hung between them before she quickly looked away, cheeks flushing bright red. Seriously, she's getting embarrassed now. Yang Chen chuckled inwardly. Honestly, he was just relieved things weren't ending in a brawl. Lord Qin continued. The wedding should officially take place once the kid comes of age to take over as the young master. Lord Namgung instantly shot that down. Come of age? Are you serious? That means waiting several more years for this to actually happen. If we delay it for that long, then... Before he could finish, Qin cut right in. His voice was sharp as a blade. Got a problem with that? Namgung quickly waved his hands. No. That's not what I meant at all. Watching closely, Yang Chen realized something wild. Yesterday, today, it didn't matter. Lord Namgung couldn't argue back against the older man at all. Not even once. On the surface, this looked like a discussion. In reality, pure, one-sided orders. Lord Qin finalized it. All right then. When should we hold the engagement ceremony? Unless you have a specific date in mind, I'm thinking next spring works perfectly. Lord Namgung forced a stiff, reluctant nod. He had no choice. It's settled. I'll discuss this with the elders and send word. A cold, calculating smile crept across Qin's face. I'll be expecting a favorable outcome from you. After that totally forced negotiation, Lord Namgung returned to his room. He just sat there in dead silence, glaring at his sword eyes, literally burning with pure rage. The cold moonlight spilling in only made the heavy atmosphere worse. Veins popped on his furiously twisted face as he ground his teeth together. Old memories came crashing back. Qin Jian, you haven't changed at all. Still looking at me like I'm dirt. He'd never forgotten the day he lost to him. Flames touching the sky. Heat so intense it felt like his lungs were burning. That kind of devastating power, no teenager should have ever possessed that. Since that day, he had sacrificed his entire youth just to surpass Qin. He truly believed hard work would be enough. But reality, it hit him like a truck. Just one sentence from an elder kept him awake for 15 years. You were completely empty inside. Back then, he had absolutely no idea what that meant. The Heavenly Lord had spoken slowly. Your heart is hollow. Fix that emptiness first. And here's the thing, he wasn't talking about training his internal energy. It was something way deeper. Something he still couldn't figure out. Lord Namgung's eyes flashed sharply, his mind clouded with dark, obsessive thoughts. And now, even Qin's son dared to look down on him. He stared intensely at his blade and let out a low growl. Very well, Qin. If a father won't teach his son a lesson, I'll do it myself. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Xue'e was secretly practicing her swordplay, her master's voice echoing in her ears. The sword saint's memory guided her. Move to the whisper of the blade. She closed her eyes, feeling the flow, and then bam! A sudden, flawless swing. Terrifying pressure ripped right through the air. Her strike literally cleaved everything in half, blasting away trees and leaving a massive crater in the ground. Insane power. Good enough for today. She let out an exhausted sigh. The spirit floating beside her offered some comfort. You've been training so hard and your progress is undeniable. You really think so? Yeah, compared to when you started. But suddenly, a massive spike of danger hit them. She whipped her head toward the horizon. You feel that too. Massive energy was exploding from the Namgung family estate. That's exactly where my sister is staying. The Sword Saint's voice instantly turned dead serious. Something's horribly wrong. We need to go now. But rushing in like this, everyone would recognize her as the Qin family servant. A sly grin crossed her face. No worries, I've got a plan. Meanwhile, on a deserted road, a furious Lord Namgung was hunting for a punching bag until someone suddenly blocked his path. Hey, stop right there. Standing before him was Xue'e wearing a bamboo hat to hide her face, looking completely ethereal in the moonlight. Who goes there? He roared. But then recognition flashed in his eyes. Oh, it's you. That little servant following Jian's brat earlier today. Nice try, but your disguise is absolutely pathetic. Xue'e froze, her heart hammered against her ribs. Oh crap, she was totally busted. The Sword Saint's voice in her head just went completely dead silent. Lord Namgung glared, his voice dripping with absolute disgust. What's a lowly servant doing out here? Tell me who exactly sent you to spy on me. He scoffed, his tone dangerously low. If you don't have business with me, get lost. I don't have time to waste on trash like you. But Xue'e didn't flinch. Yeah, that's not happening. Namgung's eyes went wide with sheer disbelief. Excuse me, what did you just say? She stood perfectly still, facing his crushing mountain-like pressure. You can't hide that killing intent. Where are you rushing off to, planning to take your anger out on the young master? Boom. Right in the ego. This pushed Lord Namgung totally over the edge. Energy erupted from his body like a natural disaster, creating a massive tornado that pierced straight into the sky. Panic spiked in Xue'e's chest. Sister, what do I do now? The Sword Saint's voice instantly roared back. Draw your weapon now. Namgung was absolutely losing his mind. Even a lowly servant from the Qin family dares to run their mouth. You are all exactly the same. Arrogant, disgusting brats who make me sick to my stomach, he bellowed, his grip crushing his sword hilt. Lightning suddenly exploded outward like a raging flood. With an earth-shattering crack of thunder, he drew his blade. A terrifying arc of pure sword aura slashed forward, wrapped in howling lightning that looked like a bloodthirsty beast diving straight for Xue'e. Looks like you need to make a trip to the Dark Knight Palace. He snatched the letter, clearly pissed off. Wait, what? The Dark Knight Palace? Why the hell would I go there? The Grand Elder ordered it. Deliver this letter to the palace. He turned around, absolute annoyance written all over his face. Always making me do the annoying grunt work. I'm counting on you. And just like that, he vanished. Nothing left but a dark hallway and some fading smoke. The old man stroked his beard, smiling like he'd already won the lottery. Reaching into our territory just to secure your own position. You're completely blinded by your own ambition. Oh, Chun-Jun, I've got to say, I am very pleased. Cut back to the forest. Complete chaos. Moonlight shining down on an absolute bloodbath as two shadows blur past each other like arrows. Xue'e was perfectly blocking the Namgung Patriarch. Every single strike parried. The screeching of metal on metal was deafening, drowning out everything in the forest. The Patriarch. He was low-key panicking. His face said it all. Impossible, how is this happening? To him, her footwork looked like it was full of openings. Why can't I land a single hit? Gripping his blade, he unleashed a massive horizontal slash. But Xue'e leaped straight into the air, completely dodging it as her hat flew off. Pure rage was starting to take over his mind. And when you fight angry, you get predictable. The Patriarch spun around, thrusting his sword with everything he had left. But Xue'e, she's literally floating in midair. The second his blade lit up her face, she just casually swatted it away. An absolute masterclass deflection. The shockwave from that clash, insane. It stripped the leaves off every tree in the area and knocked the patriarch back. She landed perfectly graceful but dangerously lethal. She reacted at the absolute last microsecond, almost like she read my mind. The patriarch was stunned. Is the Jiang family seriously teaching their maids high-tier swordplay? But even if they did, there's no way she should be able to block my attacks. He stared dead at the blade in Xue'e's hand, his mind completely spinning. Listen to that sound. Is that sword resonance? No way. Even absolute grandmasters who have reached the sword venerable tier struggle to make a blade sing exactly like that. So how is a lowly maid pulling it off? He ground his teeth, absolutely furious. This is ridiculous. I am the Radiant Heaven Sword King, struggling against a servant. What an absolute joke. Boom. His aura exploded. Raw, violent internal energy flared up. He was ready to go all out. Xue'e just narrowed her eyes at the incoming storm. The sword saint inside her, completely unbothered. Ice in her veins. Classic boss energy, she wasn't scared of anybody. Meanwhile, the Namgung patriarch looked like he was about to burst a blood vessel, eyes full of pure murder. Let's see if you can block this. He stomped the ground and his wild, untamed energy surged everywhere. The patriarch vanished. Total lightning speed. A split second later, he's right behind Xue'e, dropping a strike fueled by absolute terrifying killing intent. A blinding flash of light pierced the darkness. Then a brutal, devastating lightning strike that literally deleted everything in its path. It carved a massive trench right through the forest. Giant trees, shredded into toothpicks. The ground looked like a literal war zone. An earth-shattering explosion ripped through the area, turning everything into absolute chaos. When the dust finally settled, an Namgung patriarch stared hard, not blinking once. Then the realization hit him. His ultimate attack hit absolutely nothing. What the hell? Where did she go? Time for the real show. The sword saint took the wheel. Xue'e's hair instantly shifted to that iconic golden blonde. Even the patriarch froze in shock. Her hair color, it changed, but he didn't stop. He swung down hard, ready to clash with the newly awakened sword saint. But the moment their swords met, he felt it. What is this? Her sword aura, completely different from a minute ago. The sword saint looked at him, her eyes deep in thought. She spoke, her voice chillingly calm. Just as I thought. Looking at your sword, it's just hollow. It honestly makes me pity you. Ouch. Right in the pride. Completely empty on the inside. That was the breaking point. The patriarch completely lost it, roaring like a maniac. Shut your mouth. Stop talking trash. He swung wildly, forcing Xue'e back. Then came the combo, a relentless non-stop barrage of heavy sword strikes. But guess what? She deflected every single one like it was child's play. The sword saint analyzed him. He's using the Namgung sword art, sure. But why is it so sloppy, so chaotic? It's like it lost its entire foundation. Back in her past life as a heavenly venerable, even top-tier Namgung masters agonized over their techniques being way too unrefined. Wait, was the Namgung sword art always this messy? She flashed back to the past. No. There was one person. Only the demon sword empress had it right. I won that fight back then, but man, it wasn't easy. It felt like her blade always knew exactly where it needed to strike. Why was her technique the only exception? Back to reality. The patriarch was swinging for the fences, but his moves were totally useless against her. He was hitting a brick wall, attacking like a madman, but he couldn't leave a single scratch on her. Staring at Xue'e, he was actively losing his mind. How? Why can't my blade reach her? He raised his sword high, burning every last drop of his energy. There was no technique left, just pure, mindless violence. What kind of sick joke is this? A massive wave of sword aura rushed straight at the sword saint, tearing up everything in its path. Just a pure tornado of destruction.
Xue'e didn't even flinch. Zero fear. Well, I didn't want to do this, but if I'm gonna break his fighting spirit, there's really only one way.
She charged straight into his aura using the exact same stance as the legendary demon sword empress. Time to beat him using his own family's martial art. Every single slash was perfectly drawn. Her strikes wove together like an absolute masterpiece. She needed to shatter his ego completely. In one fluid motion, her blade ripped right through his tornado and stopped right between the patriarch's eyes. He was completely paralyzed with shock. Game over. Not even a debate on who won this fight. He collapsed to his knees, dropping his sword like it was red hot. His voice was shaking. That move. Was that my family's sword art? Who the hell are you? How do you know the Namgung sword art? The sword saint just sighed. She just beat a top-tier master and his only question is about the technique. Classic martial artist behavior. His absolute obsession with swordplay totally overpowered his killing intent. The patriarch practically begged from his knees. Please, how are you able to use that technique? I don't care about anything else. Teach it to me. I need it to reach the next realm. Xue'e looked down at him. That's enough. Get up. I'm just a servant of the Zhang family. I picked it up by watching someone else, so it's hard to explain. The patriarch was floored. Picked it up, from whose Xue'e smiled, thinking to herself she could finally pass this headache onto someone else. If I told you it was my young master, would you believe me? He immediately yelled back, that's absurd. Chaewon's kid, I heard he had some crazy luck and stumbled upon the lost Namgung manual. Look, believe it or not, I really don't care. But you need to keep what happened today a total secret. Plus, if you want him to actually teach you, you'd better get that temper of yours under control. Yang Chen glanced over. Nanggong Fei, sleeping like a baby. And get this, she had been using his arm as a pillow all night. He shot up quickly, pushing her away. This crazy girl, his father was literally right outside. Why sneak into his bed? Did she want another beating? But then wait. A mysterious letter sitting on the windowsill caught his eye. He reached for it. What the heck is this? Opening it carefully, he recognized Xue'e's messy handwriting. I already taught the Nanggong Patriarch a lesson, it read. Rest easy. Yang Chen just stared at it, completely lost. What was she even talking about? He analyzed the weird doodle at the bottom for a solid minute, still absolutely clueless. Seriously, who sneaks in just to leave this? Suddenly, a familiar voice boomed from the hallway. Are you in there? Panic. Pure, unadulterated panic hit Yang Chen. That voice, the Nanggong Patriarch himself. Why the hell was he here at the crack of dawn? Just a second, he yelled, scrambling like a madman to open the door. Didn't even have time to fix his clothes. Sir, what brings you here so early? The Patriarch stayed perfectly calm. I have some questions for you. But he never finished that sentence, because right then, a very sleepy Nanggong Fei stumbled out of his bed. Absolute dead silence. Who was at the door? She yawned. Oh crap. Game over. The Patriarch's fury instantly ignited. Worst timing ever. Why wake up exactly right now? The old man glared at Yang Chen with pure, unfiltered killing intent. You could literally see him wanting to chop our boy into a million pieces. Somehow, the Patriarch swallowed his rage. If you are not busy, let's take a walk outside. Follow me. Yang Chen just stood there, totally frozen like a deer in headlights. Right. He quickly threw on proper clothes and followed the boss outside. Why drag him all the way to the training grounds, though? Suddenly, the Patriarch slowly raised his sword. Slow. Menacing. Absolutely terrifying. Was this it? Was he actually going to execute him? Yang Chen desperately gathered fire energy in his palms, mind racing. Holy crap, is he actually going to kill me? But get this, not a single word. He just drew the blade. No attack. No execution. Instead, he started going through the motions of the legendary Nanggong sword techniques right in front of him. The routine ended. The blade slid back into its sheath. Well, thoughts? He asked. Wait, what do you mean? I mean, tell me exactly what my sword art is missing. Our guy just waved his hands defensively, totally lost. What kind of trick question was this? Why the sudden mood swing? Sir, I literally have no idea what you were talking about. The Patriarch thrust the sword toward Yang Chen, shouting, Drop the act, I already know everything. Word is you have completely mastered the Nanggong family sword style. Yang Chen's face, deadpan. Absolute dead fish eyes. Who the hell spread that rumor? Wait, that weird letter from earlier. Suddenly, the old man rushed forward, sounding incredibly desperate. I am begging you. Just show me that technique one more time. Name your price. I will give you anything. Yang Chen stumbled backward in shock. Whoa, hey, personal space. What are you doing? Pure confusion was written all over his face. Had this guy completely lost his mind? Can someone really change this much overnight? Right then, Elder Shen's voice echoed in his mind, sounding super serious. What a pathetic sight. Yang Chen immediately asked the elder, wait. He is the Nanggong Patriarch. He has got to be one of the absolute strongest swordsmen in their entire family, right? Wrong, Elder Shen replied. That technique he just showed completely different from the true arts. The Nanggong forms I remember from your past life's memories. They were practically flawless. But this, he is missing the entire core foundation. Simply put, that was not the true Nanggong sword art at all. It is just an empty, flashy shell. All bark, no bite. Your flame from a past life eventually found her own unique path. But looking at things now, the original Nanggong sword legacy is basically dead and buried. That brat Ming. He swore up and down he would pass the perfect technique to the next generation, and now it is just lost to history. What an absolute joke. Wait a minute, that brat Ming Elder Shen was talking about. He had to mean the legendary hero, the same guy who helped defeat the blood demon Thunder Heaven Strike Nanggong Ming. Okay, but how do I handle this right now? Yang Chen panicked. I literally do not know a single move. Elder Shen sighed. If you do not even grasp the basics, then yeah, you are absolutely clueless. Actually, that works in our favor. As a fellow swordsman, seeing him this desperate, it hurts my pride. Let's throw him a bone. And just like that, boom, Elder Shen took total control of his body. Whoa, what are you doing? But it was too late. He snatched the blade right from the Patriarch's hand. Listen closely, he began. The core of the Nanggong style. It should flow exactly like ocean waves. Yes, you use lightning energy, so you move fast like a thunderbolt. But the real secret, maintaining a relentless continuous flow. Wave after wave, never stopping. That is the absolute key. Even if it is slow, it must be deadly accurate. No flashy nonsense, just straight, pure intent. Without missing a beat, the elder casually sliced through the air with a few basic forms. No crazy explosions, nothing fancy. Not even trying to show off power. It just rippled through the air like a perfectly timed, delicate wave. The Nangong Patriarch. His jaw practically hit the floor. Like an ocean wave. His eyes went impossibly wide. Total enlightenment hit him like a truck. So that is what the old texts meant. He rushed forward aggressively, grabbing Yang Chen's hands. I owe you my life. Thank you for this massive favor. Yang Chen just awkwardly smiled. Happy to help. Snatching his sword back, the patriarch spun around. Must burn these forms into my muscle memory immediately. I will definitely repay this debt. And just like that, poof, the patriarch vanished in a blur of speed, leaving Yang Chen and the elder staring at empty space. That hyper-obsessive exit definitely ran in the family. Looks like he actually figured it out. Lucky guy. Yang Chen immediately turned his focus inward. Okay, Elder Shen, seriously. How the heck did you know the secret to their family's sword art? Relax. I literally just threw together a rough copy of what I saw centuries ago. The elder paused. But more importantly, who started this crazy rumor that you mastered their technique in the first place? No clue, Yang Chen shrugged. But hey, at least the boss man is not trying to murder me anymore. I will call that an absolute win. But then it hit him. He completely forgot about his actual mission. Crap, I gotta run. He sprinted straight for the secret underground tunnels beneath the Yang family estate. The patriarch was already waiting. You are late, he noted sharply. Yang Chen instantly dropped into a respectful bow. My apologies, father. Had a sudden situation to handle. His dad waved it off. It is fine. The butler showed you the way, right? Come on. Time to go deeper. Yang Chen's face instantly tightened with tension. Side by side, they descended a massive, seemingly endless stone staircase leading deep into the absolute bowels of the earth. Finally, after what felt like forever, they hit the very bottom floor. We are here. The exact underground sector you asked to see. What stretched out before him was insane, an endless row of pitch-black prison cells. Flickering torches cast long, creepy shadows, making everything terrifying. So, where do we start? Suddenly, wicked voices echoed from the darkness. Well, look who finally decided to visit. Who is it? Just look. The old monster brought the little demon along. Let us out. The second I am free, I am slaughtering every last one of you. The insane screaming just would not stop. Even Elder Shen was spooked. Hey kid, what exactly is this nightmare factory? Yang Chen's expression turned pitch black. Patriarch, you told me this place was the entire reason the Qin family even exists, that this is your karma and the exact burden I am supposed to inherit. So tell me right now, what does that actually mean? His father's eyes grew heavy, his steps slowing down. These things, they are from another world entirely. Wait, the demon realm exactly. To stop an invasion, I sealed the demon gate with my own soul. The ones that slipped through, locked in this underground hell forever. That is the Qin family's true mission. Our absolute curse. Now tell me, do you know why we must bear this karma? Look, it wasn't just because the original founder of the Qin clan was the one who cracked that forbidden door open. That single massive mistake, it literally threw the entire Central Plains into absolute chaos, and the Qin family has been paying the price ever since. The old man's jaw practically hit the floor. No way. So the head of the Yang clan was the one who opened the gates and let all those monsters flood right into the Central Plains. He turned to look at Yang Chen, completely baffled. How are you still so calm after hearing this? Yang Chen just smirked to himself. Because I literally lived through this in my past life. Wait, what? Yang Chen asked out loud. Old man, didn't you see all this in my memories? The old guy shook his head. Your memories are locked up tight in scattered fragments. It's not exactly easy to just hack into them. So why did you insist on coming down here anyway? Yang Chen stopped dead in his tracks. His fists clenched tight. Patriarch, you just mentioned we're bearing a sin. Does that mean someone higher up the food chain handed down this punishment? The patriarch slowly turned away. Complete silence. Not a single word. Back in his past life, when Yang Chen officially became the heir, he heard all about this dark history. But this one specific detail, it never made sense to him. Who exactly had the power to condemn the entire Qin clan? If he could just figure out the truth right here, right now, that would change everything. Suddenly, the patriarch's heavy voice cut right through his thoughts. Yang Chen, I can't give you that answer right now. If you really want to know the truth, you'll just have to wait until you officially take the position of young master. Our guy didn't push it. Understood. Meanwhile, the otherworldly monsters locked in the cells around them burst out laughing. Oh, how pathetic, poor little thing. Yeah, they were mocking him, but it was just an illusion. Still, Yang Chen's eyes narrowed. Wait, the old man didn't flat out refuse to answer the question. For now, that was more than enough. The patriarch turned on his heel. We've been down here long enough. I've said what I needed to say, so let's head back. As the old man walked past him, Yang Chen kept his cool. Before we head up, one last request. Can I go a little deeper? Just want to check things out by myself. And just like that, Yang Chen and the spirit of the old man kept pushing further into the pitch-black dungeon. The old guy glanced at him, shaking his head. You look terrible, kid. Makes sense that the dark energy down here is heavy. You need to get out of here fast. Yang Chen let out a heavy, exhausted breath. Just give me a minute. Cold sweat was literally dripping down his face now. I just need a little more time. Based on what he remembered from his past life, that specific elder had used this exact spot to set up a massive trap. So he absolutely had to double-check while he had the chance. The two of them finally stopped in front of the absolute darkest, creepiest cell in the entire prison. The tension was suffocating. Yang Chen muttered a strange name, a cursed word only these otherworldly monsters would recognize. The old man looked at him completely confused. Kid, what did you just say? Suddenly, a pale hand shot out from the shadows and gripped the iron bars tight. Well, how interesting. It's been a long time since anyone visited. The monster stepped into the light, and holy hell, it looked exactly like Yang Chen. Its face was twisted into this sick, excited grin. Little brat. How in the world do you know my real name? Where did you learn it? But Yang Chen didn't even flinch. Just stood there, ice cold. The creature behind the bars actually looked impressed. Oh, you see me wearing your face, and you're not even a little bit terrified. I was totally hoping to scare you half to death. Right before their eyes, the monster's body started twisting and melting. How about this then? Boom. Now it looked exactly like the Qin patriarch, flashing a seriously greedy, disturbing smile. Its side suddenly bored. Seriously. Still absolutely zero reaction. But our boy was just analyzing the situation, completely focused. There wasn't a single drop of demonic energy leaking from this thing. The monster threw itself onto the cold floor, complaining. You are one boring kid. Why did you even come down here anyway? Yang Chen shrugged. Nothing crazy. Just wanted to see if you were still kicking. Seeing it with my own two eyes is plenty. The creature scoffed. Yeah, right. Stuck in a dark, damp hellhole like this. I'm doing terrible, thanks for asking. But hey, if you let me out, I'd feel a whole lot better. Yeah, nice try. Suddenly, Yang Chen stopped dead. He slowly turned around, and the murderous intent radiating off him was absolutely suffocating. If you're planning any funny business, you better drop it right now. Because if I catch wind of it, I will literally burn you to absolute ashes. The heavy threat hung in the air as the corridor swallowed them in pitch-black darkness once again. The tension was terrifying. Back in the cell, the monster slowly dropped its disguise, chuckling to itself. Man, how interesting. You're a sharp little demon, aren't you? Makes total sense why that pure blood. Always found you so incredibly annoying. Cut to the surface. The second Yang Chen stepped out of that underground prison, he practically collapsed, violently throwing up from the sheer magical pressure. The old spirit floated next to him. Seeing it with my own eyes. And I still can't believe it. To think the Qin clan was hiding a secret this massive right under our feet. Yang Chen forced himself to stand, wiping his mouth. Man, I didn't realize I was down there that long. Time really flies in the dark. But suddenly, a familiar voice rang out across the courtyard. Young Master Xue'e came sprinting over, absolutely beaming. Where have you been? I've been looking everywhere for you. But the second she got close, her smile dropped. He looked like a ghost. Wait, what happened? She grabbed Yang Chen's face with both hands, her eyes wide with pure panic. Are you sick? Are you hurt? Oh my god, did somebody dare to bully you? Yang Chen awkwardly pulled back. Nobody is bullying me, okay? But wait, why were you hunting me down? Xue'e perked right back up. Oh, the young miss and the beautiful madam are here. They want to grab a meal with you. His face instantly went completely blank. Beautiful madam. Okay, the young miss was definitely Jin Linghua, but who the hell was the beautiful madam? Oh no, he practically yelled. Wait a second. Don't tell me you just called the legendary sword empress a beautiful madam. Please tell me you didn't say that to her actual face. Xue'e just giggled brightly. I did. She said she absolutely loved it and told me to keep calling her that. Yang Chen just face-palmed, completely helpless. You know what? Never mind. If the sword empress is cool with it, whatever. And honestly, I'm starving. Haven't eaten a single thing today. He started marching toward the dining hall. By the way, where's Nangong Fei? I saw her chatting with the young miss over that way earlier. Talk about perfect timing. Speak of the devil and she appears. Xue'e pointed right at the room ahead of them. Oh, look, they're coming out right now. Tang Xiaoyu blinked, totally surprised to see him. Young Master Qin, what on earth brings you to this part of the estate? Yang Chen just stared at her. What brings me here? This is literally my bedroom. The real question is, why are you two walking out of it? He shot a very suspicious look over at Nangong Fei. What exactly were you girls doing in my room? She completely dodged eye contact. Nothing at all. Let's just drop it. Look, everyone's here anyway, so the timing is actually perfect. The Sword Empress wants us all to grab a meal together. He looked at Tang Xiaoyu. You want to join us? Her jaw dropped. Wait, seriously? I can come too. Her eyes were literally sparkling with pure joy. Getting to share a meal with the young master after all this time, absolute dream come true. But then her brain finally caught up to his words. Wait a second. Young Master Qin, who did you say we were eating with? He deadpanned. The Sword Empress. Did you seriously not know the Sword Empress was staying at the Yang clan estate? Tang Xiaowei literally jumped 10 feet in the air, completely freaking out. How the heck was I supposed to know that Yang Chen blinked? Why was she overreacting this hard? I'm just a guest here at the Yang estate. Nobody tells me the VIP guest list. But right in the middle of their little shouting match, the legend herself strolled up to the group. Well now, looks like the whole crew is finally together. The Sword Empress scanned the group. And who is this cute little guest I haven't had the pleasure of meeting yet? She flashed this ridiculously gentle smile and Tang Xiaoyu. The poor girl practically melted into a puddle of absolute awe. Yang Chen just stood there totally lost. Tang Xiaoyu panicked, scrambling to throw up a perfect martial arts salute to the absolute powerhouse standing in front of her. Her voice was shaking like crazy. It is my absolute honor to meet you, senior. I am Tang Xiaoyu, a direct disciple of the Sichuan Tang sect. Hearing the famous name, the Sword Empress's smile softened even more. Oh, a talented young lady from the Tang sect. The pleasure is all mine. But standing out here chatting isn't exactly comfortable. Why don't we head inside and eat? Tang Xiaoyu's eyes were as wide as saucers, her face completely flushed pink with pure fangirl happiness. She practically tripped over herself, nodding yes. Our boy Yang Chen just watched from the sidelines, taking it all in. He really didn't expect the Tang sect girl to turn into such a massive fangirl. But honestly, it made total sense. The Sword Empress wasn't just anybody. She was literally the highest-ranking female martial artist alive. Top-tier cultivation level legendary achievements in the Orthodox faction. What female fighter in this entire world wouldn't look up to a powerhouse like her? But right as he was lost in thought suddenly, Jin Linghua leaned in close, dropping a total bombshell. Hey bro, why is another girl walking out of your room? Don't tell me she's falling for you too. Yang Chen instantly lost his cool. What the heck are you talking about? He snapped. It's not what you think. But then, he completely froze. Wait a minute. Damn it, there's no way. Jin Linghua just stared at him. What's wrong? Why did you just stop talking? Fast forward to dinner. Moonlight spilling through the windows. Yang Chen sat at the table absolutely stunned. Okay, tonight's spread looked way more extravagant than usual. The Sword Empress calmly cleared things up. I heard Xue'e and the maids personally prepared tonight's meal. Yang Chen's jaw dropped. Xue'e, wait, you mean Xuji. Suddenly, memories from his past life came flooding back. This guy actually knew how to cook. Come to think of it, he did hear rumors back in his demonic cult days. That guy used to brag about loving the kitchen, even wanted to open a restaurant before ending up here. But I didn't ask. Yang Chen's face was a massive mix of panic and hesitation. That guy lied through his teeth all the time. He honestly thought the restaurant thing was just another made-up story. Was this food poison, desperate but starving? Yang Chen took a terrifying first bite, and against all odds, the flavor was out of this world. Hold on, this actually hits the spot, he mumbled instantly, shoving another piece into his mouth. And then another. Nangong Fei had to step in. Hey, slow down. Meanwhile, across the table, Tang Xiaoyu shyly walked up to the Sword Empress, nervously holding out a freshly brewed cup of tea. It's nothing crazy, but I wanted to offer this to you to enjoy with your meal. The Sword Empress took the cup, totally intrigued. Oh, and what might this be? Tang Xiaoyu answered without missing a beat. Nameless weed tea. Apparently, it does wonders for your skin. The Sword Empress blinked, completely caught off guard. Wait, isn't the nameless weed highly toxic? Tang Xiaoyu just nodded. Yep, sure is. PFFT. Yang Chen literally spit his food right into Jin Linghua's face. Her expression went pitch black, hands shaking with absolute rage. Yang Chen, realizing he messed up bad, he frantically covered his mouth. My bad. But before he could even finish, BAM. Chopsticks flew straight into his eye, no excuses allowed. He fell backward, screaming in pain, and accidentally knocked over Nangong Fei. This was total sabotage. Jin Linghua glared at him like a wild beast ready to kill. What is wrong with you, you absolute psycho? And just like that, the most chaotic dinner ever finally ended. Stepping outside with the Sword Empress, Yang Chen immediately apologized for the total disaster she just had to witness. But she just gave him this warm smile. Don't worry about it. You actually made my night. But more importantly, are your eyes okay? Yang Chen waved it off, even though he looked like a literal vampire right now. Yeah, I'm good. It wasn't a direct hit, totally fine. She laughed. Glad to hear it. Jin Linghua has the exact same temper as you, definitely siblings. Yang Chen quickly changed the subject. Oh, by the way, that tea the Tang girl offered, totally different kind. Please don't take it the wrong way. The Sword Empress nodded. I know. I guessed as much just hearing what it did. Still, someone from the Sichuan clan drinking poison for fun, absolutely incredible. That girl is going to be a terrifying martial artist one day. Watching the Sword Empress walk away, Yang Chen felt this heavy weight in his chest, like he was sensing something buried deep down. She looked completely exhausted when she got here. Did something major happen? His silent question actually made her stop in her tracks, thoughts racing through both their minds. She turned around with a smile, but man, you could see the profound sadness hiding right behind it. Oh, is that what you think? Thanks for checking on me. She walked over gently, patting his shoulder. It's nothing, really. Don't stress yourself out over it. Everything is just following the natural flow of the world. When the time comes, you'll find the answers yourself. Yang Chen just squinted into the moonlight deep in thought, until a super familiar voice shattered the quiet night. Young Master Qin Tang Xiao Yue came running up practically glowing, thanking him for the dinner invite. She couldn't stop talking about how much fun she had. So naturally, he crossed his arms and decided to tease her. Oh, was it fun because of me? Or because of the Sword Empress? Tang Xiao Yu immediately panicked. Huh, oh you of course. Wait, no, the Sword Empress. No, that's not what I meant. I just really loved eating with both of you. Right on cue, the old ghost voice popped into Yang Chen's head. You, little punk, teasing a girl who clearly likes you. Teasing, I didn't mean it like that. But getting back to business. Anyway, Yang Chen cut straight to the point. Miss Tang. About what we discussed earlier. Oh, right, go ahead. He looked right at her. You mentioned the dragon and phoenix gathering, right? I'm in. Let me know when you leave, we'll go together. Pure joy just exploded across Tang Xiao Yue's face. The biggest smile ever. Are you serious? Without even thinking, she grabbed his hand. Thank you so much, please take care of me on the road. Then reality hit her. She turned bright red and dropped his hand. Ah, so sorry. All good. Just relax and stay at the Keen estate for now. She nodded happily and Yang Chen turned and walked off, leaving Tang Xiaoyu standing there staring at her own hand like she was in a trance. Her imagination was running wild. Total romantic fantasy mode. She was probably already picking out baby names. Meanwhile, completely somewhere else, Xue'e and Nangong Fei were taking a late-night stroll. Walking through this massive field of blooming flowers under the moonlight, Nangong Fei couldn't take her eyes off them. She knelt down. These are white jade flowers. Do you know them? Xue'e smiled softly. I do. They were my mother's absolute favorite. All these childhood memories came rushing back. Her mom placing these exact flowers in her hair, telling her something super important. Even when I'm not around, you have to live as beautifully and brightly as these flowers. Suddenly, Yang Chen's voice broke the silence. You said you were going for a walk, so this is where you hid. Nangong Fei looked up quietly. When my mother used to take care of this place, there were so many more flowers. Looking right at Yang Chen, she asked, can I pick one? Yeah, go for it. She gently picked a flower and tucked it into Xue's hair. My mom used to do this for me. Blushing hard, Xue did the exact same thing for her. Then you need one too. Xue called out to Yang Chen, who was just staring blankly. Young master, standing here in the moonlight. How do we look? A soft breeze blew past. Total romance anime moment right here. But our guy, completely speechless, mumbling like an idiot. The old ghost in his head lost it. Flowers, wearing flowers. They look gorgeous. Just tell them they're pretty, you coward. Yang Chen internally groaned. Stop reading my mind, old man. Looking at your face, I guess you don't have any compliments for us. No, that's not what I meant. Meanwhile, cut to a totally different location. Blades flashing in the dark. The Nangong Patriarch was doing some intense closed-door training after his latest sword revelation. Suddenly, a voice echoed out. Heard you came to Shaanxi. So this is where you've been hiding. Figured something out. An old man in crimson robes stepped out of the shadows. Been a while, Nangong Patriarch. This wasn't just anyone. It was Zheng Zhengshang, the supreme flame sword head elder of the Shaanxi Zheng clan. Flashback to Yang Chen. Two elders stood right in front of him, dead serious. We just got word. The first elder had a secret meeting with the Nangong Patriarch. Yang Chen was just chilling on the ground after training. Xue'e sat right beside him, carefully wiping his sweat. But the second she heard Nangong Patriarch, her eyes went cold. High alert. Was that old snake plotting something again? Yang Chen pushed himself up, totally unfazed. Yeah, I already know. Wait, what? The elders panicked. Yang Chen, this isn't something you can just brush off. That venomous old man is obsessed with taking over as patriarch. We have no idea what he's planning. Then they froze. Hold up. You already knew. Since when? How is that even possible? He looked a bit flustered, his voice hesitating. Actually, Patriarch Nangong and I are pretty close. Boom. Flashback to just a few hours ago. Right after the first elder left, Yang Chen quietly slipped into the scene. He walked up cool as a cucumber. Thought you took off. But here you are, still swinging that sword. Patriarch Nangong wiped the sweat off his cheek, his voice heavy. Every single swing of my blade wakes up my senses completely. my blood literally boiling right now. The sword in his hand hummed with power. It takes me right back to being a kid, stepping onto that martial path for the very first time. He locked eyes with Yang Chen. So how was that strike? Better than this morning? Our boy didn't hesitate. He pointed out the obvious way smoother. The power output absolutely flawless now. A massive level up. Patriarch Nangong nodded. All thanks to the guy who pointed me your way. Told me to come get some pointers from you. And trust me, I always pay my debts. Yang Chen just scratched his head, forcing a smile. Wait, somebody sent you to me. Who exactly? But the patriarch suddenly flipped the script. Oh, right. The first elder of the Jew family dropped by earlier. Hearing that, Yang Chen's expression went ice cold. The first elder. All those twisted memories rushing right back. That old fox was finally making his move. Yang Chen didn't beat around the bush. What exactly did he tell you? The patriarch blinked a bit surprised. Sure thing. You gave me solid advice, so I will shoot straight with you. Started as small talk. But right before he left, he pitched me an alliance. Said if our goals aligned, we could map out the details later. But look, the Qin family head and I are not exactly buddies. If he asked sooner, I might have said yes. He raised his blade. A vicious slash, literally tearing the air apart. But now, the game changed. I only care about perfecting my sword. Everything else is just noise. So yeah, I turned the first elder down. Yang Chen just lowered his head, a sneaky smirk on his face. Actually, you should fake it and say yes. The patriarch's eyes went wide in total shock. Yang Chen kept pushing. You wanted to pay me back, right? Here is your chance. Play along with his little scheme. Find out exactly what that snake is plotting and report back to me. In return, I will unlock even more sword techniques for you. Sounds like a fair trade, right? The patriarch's face lit up instantly. The rumors were absolutely spot on. This guy was a total battle junkie for the sword. Just like that, a massive threat turned into the perfect trap. Snap back to reality. Yang Chen looked at the two elders. Do not stress over that right now. Yeah, hearing you say that makes me panic more. The elder shook his head. So I heard you are leaving the Qin family for the Dragon and Phoenix tournament. True. Yep. Got my invite. Oh really? The elder reached straight into his robes. Well then, I brought you a little going-away present. First up, a pastry handed right to Xue'e. Here's your share, kiddo. She grabbed it, beaming from ear to ear. Grandpa Bear, you are literally the best. Then the elder turned to Yang Chen, handing over a ridiculously official-looking document. And this is what you were just talking about. Yang Chen took it, saying thanks. But the second he opened it, his face dropped. A useless item from 2 years ago, suddenly becoming the ultimate trump card. He was completely stunned. Hold up, elder, this is not an invitation. Xue'e peeked over. What does it say? Defeat? Wait, the Lord of Defeat. Nailed it. A direct recommendation letter from the absolute legend himself. One of the world's 3 venerables. A monster who lost countless battles but refused to ever stay down. This guy wiped out an entire demonic cult with his bare hands. An absolute titan of the martial world. And someone like that wrote a letter for him. Yang Chen gripped the paper, total confusion in his eyes. Where in the world did you get this? Duh. From the Lord of Defeat himself. No. I mean, why do you have it? Aren't these letters strictly for family heirs or elite disciples? Smack. The elder grabbed him by the head. Shut it, brat. Somebody hands you god tier loot, you just say thank you. Stop asking questions. Ow, okay, alright. The old man just smirked, turning to walk away. Go tear them to absolute shreds out there, you hear me? Yang Chen rubbed his head, sighing. Seriously, how deep do this old geezer's connections go? Dealing with the first elder was headache enough. Now he is dragging this massive target on his back to the tournament. This was a magnet for absolute chaos. Xue'e looked at him totally worried. Young master, you look completely exhausted. Not just looking it. I am completely dead inside. I need some air. He barely took a few steps before, stopping in his tracks. He turned around. Want to tag along? Her eyes instantly sparkled like stars. Yes, absolutely. So they hit the streets. And Xue'e, running around like a bird finally freed from its cage, laughing about how long it had been since she got to just be outside. Yang Chen watched her a bit baffled. Is walking around really this exciting? Then again, it is her. Always bouncing off the walls. A street vendor spotted her and chuckled. Long time no see. You were getting prettier by the day. While Yang Chen was zoning out, she thanked the guy and snagged 2 meat skewers. She trotted back and handed him one. My treat, young master, he blinked, completely surprised. Wait, you actually have money? Yeah, maid salary, hello. The way she puffed up her chest made him freeze. Was this really the same little kid begging him for sweets back in the day? Look at her now. All grown up, chit-chatting with merchants like a total pro. She was really coming into her own. He was completely spacing out when she chirped young master Qin. Yang Chen nearly jumped out of his skin. What did you just call me? Well, young master Qin, Miss Nangong uses it. Everyone uses it, so I gave it a shot. She pouted. but I guess it does not fit me. When they say it, it sounds super fancy. When I say it, just feels incredibly awkward. Hearing those words, a really old memory hit him, way back before the heavenly demon even existed. The Sword Saint used to call him exactly that, young Master Qin. In his flashback, someone walked up to him. He shot them an annoyed glare. What do you want? Your guard's shift is not for hours. The night gets a little too quiet out here alone. Figured a chat could not hurt. Mind if I sit? Whatever. But fix that absolute rat's nest of hair first. I do not have anything to tie it with. Hearing that excuse, he grumbled, ripping the bandage right off his arm and tossing it over. You are a hassle. Just use this. The Sword Saint caught it, smirking. So, young Master Qin, if we ever actually survive this demonic nightmare, what is your first move? You have brain cells to waste on fantasies. We have been trapped in this hell for almost 3 years. Half the tournament roster got slaughtered by demons, and you are daydreaming about the outside. Must be nice being that naive. Man, I never should have joined this cursed tournament over some diary. The Saint just chuckled. Come on. There has to be something you are looking forward to. Nope, nothing. I just survive. Planning ahead is not my style. He paused, shooting a glance back. What about you? The Sword Saint looked up at the pitch-black sky. Me, I want to see the whole world. Meet total strangers. Listen to their stories. To actually live under a real sun. Not rot in this dark wasteland. Suddenly, Xue'e's voice snapped him right back to reality. Young Master, hello Earth to Yang Chen. He reached out, pinching her cheek hard. Are you mad because I called you Young Master Qin? I am sorry, I will not do it again. Darn right you will not. Who told you to switch things up? Try it again and you are getting a knuckle sandwich. Ow. You are so mean. She rubbed her cheek, totally pouting. Yang Chen watched her run ahead, a soft smile on his face. If only she could stay this innocent forever. Flash forward. 7 straight days and nights of travel. Finally time to pack up and head straight for Henan. Elder Li actually left early, summoned by the big boss for some elite sword squad business. Had to be something major. Here are your travel funds. Do not blow it all at once. Whoa. Not every day I see you flexing the wallet. Listen, the Winter 9 Dragons tournament, your sisters are definitely joining. So relax. Wait, both my older sisters and the little one, yep. The older two are still locked in intense closed-door cultivation, probably planning to break through right before you hit the main event. So the final squad heading to Henan, Yang Chen, Tang, Zhao Xue'e, and Mao Yan. Oh, and Nangong Fei scored an invite too. The Sword Empress and the legendary healer, staying back at the Qin estate for now. Zhu Hui was chilling there too since the coast was totally clear. But right now, Yang Chen's biggest nightmare was not assassins. It was being stuffed back into that absolutely torturous horse carriage. Hit the road again and boom, the weather instantly flips the script. Now everything's buried under pure white snow with freezing winds cutting right to the bone. Xue'e is literally shaking like a leaf right next to the roaring campfire. So cold, she turns to Yang Chen, her voice barely coming out. Young Master, aren't you freezing your butt off in those thin clothes? Our boy just shrugs, super chill. Honestly, feels pretty refreshing to me. Meanwhile, both Xue'e and Fei are practically freezing solid. Must be that insane fire energy surging inside you. So jealous, Fei says. Mind if I sit a bit closer? Yang Chen doesn't even blink. Suit yourself. Do whatever. And just like that, bam, both spots right beside him, snatched instantly by the two girls. Shui's face completely lights up. Wow, your hands are literally like a heater. Fei leans right into him too, looking absolutely thrilled. Yang Chen, just staring off into space, totally helpless. Are you guys seriously treating me like a walking radiator right now? He looks at the girl, clutching his hand, mind racing. The sword venerable not tagging along, huge surprise. Guess the old master finally thinks our boy can survive without a babysitter. He'd been whispering with the divine doctor before just vanishing, definitely busy with some top secret stuff. Yang Chen glances at Fei. Her dad probably headed straight back to the Namgung clan. Right before leaving, the guy literally would not shut up begging for sword tips until the very last second. Good thing our MC had his phantom grandpa to help him spit out some believable martial arts nonsense. Speak of the devil, the spectral grandpa pops up beside him, looking absolutely pissed. You little brat, I never agreed to help anyone. Why the hell are you pinning this on me? Yang Chen sweats a little. Ah, old man, you're here. Look, we survived a total disaster back there. Can't we just call it a win? Grandpa crosses his arms, finally cooling down. Fine. Whatever. But your next move? Actually insane, the old man scoffs. That monster that literally tried to devour you in the past. And you're actively marching right toward it. What kind of suicidal hero complex is that? Flashback time. Before leaving the Qin family estate, things got incredibly heated with the Great Elder. The old geezer's face was completely twisted with pure rage. What did you just say to me? The elder sneered. Yang Chen didn't flinch, his voice ice cold. You're arrogant, wanting to expose this land's spiritual energy to everyone, while plotting to steal the patriarch's throne. The great elder bursted out laughing. Haha, I thought we were having a serious chat, but this is hilarious. The only arrogant ones here, you and your weak father. You think you can shoulder that kind of heavy karma? Pathetic Yang Chen fired right back. Act all righteous if you want, but at the end of the day, you're just drooling over our power. Is it worth risking the entire family's survival? The elder just smirked, pure greed in his eyes. Once I control that core, absolute unstoppable authority will be mine. Oh, our boy didn't back down an inch. He stepped right up. I see. Well, let me make this clear. When a loyal guard dog turns around and bites its master, you burn it alive. Absolute mic drop. That was his final warning. Back in the present, the grandpa asks, weren't you scared he'd instantly snap your neck? If we were out in the mountains, my dad would have slaughtered him first. That old fox is way too cautious, won't make a move until everything is perfectly set. If things go south, the Namgung Patriarch will warn us. For now, I'm entirely focused on the dragon and phoenix gathering. Suddenly, Yang Chen locks eyes with the girl across from him. Tang Xiaoyue awkwardly stands up. Everything okay, he asks. She blushes hard. My hands are pretty cold too. Honestly, I want to hold your hand. Not on phase watch, she instantly sprints over and grabs Tang Xiaoyue's hands instead. Here mine are super warm, Tang Xiaoyue sighs, totally defeated. No, that's not what I meant at all. But thanks, sis. Fei flashes a smug little grin, rival perfectly blocked. Yang Chen clueless as always. Soon enough, their carriage rolls into Henan. Rest at the Martial Alliance station for now. In 4 days, we hit the main headquarters. Got it. Soon as he steps into his room, he chucks his massive bag of travel funds right onto the bed, letting out a heavy sigh. All right. Now that we're actually here, things are about to get real. Can't believe I'm actually participating in this dragon and phoenix gathering. His eyes narrow. Dark memories from his past life start flooding back, and trust me, this event was straight up trauma. Because a few years down the line, a horrific nightmare dimension is going to rip open right here, swallowing every top-tier prodigy alive. The demonic incident. He was trapped in that hellhole for years. In his first life, he barely survived that absolute nightmare completely alone. But the craziest part, once he escaped, it was like a massive reset button was hit. Nobody even realized they'd been sucked in. Every single person who died inside came back to life, but with zero memories of the horrors they went through. At the end of the day, he was the only one burdened with remembering that bloodbath. All those intense betrayals, rivalries, and bonds wiped clean. And while he's holding on to mountains of past life grudges, there is one specific person he absolutely dreads facing again. Man, life would be perfect if I just never crossed paths with her again. Suddenly, his entire body freezes up. Wait. Crap. Don't tell me she's actually showing up to this event. Panic mode activated. How did I miss this? No, calm down. Take a breath. This gathering happens all the time. There's a solid chance she won't even bother showing up this year. Yeah, nothing to worry about. Just then, Mao Yan casually strolls into the room. Ah, young master, Yang Chen blinks. Huh, just you. It's been pretty late. Where's the rest of the crew? Well, everyone packed a ton of luggage, so they're moving pretty slow. Yang Chen just rolls his eyes. Seriously, we're here for an epic martial arts showdown, not a vacation. Who packs that much? Hearing footsteps on the stairs, he assumes it's his group and immediately yells out, hey, speed it up a little, will you? At this rate, I'm literally going to starve to death waiting for you guys. But the words barely leave his mouth before his jaw completely drops. The girl walking down isn't Fei. It isn't Xue'e. It's the exact person he's been desperately praying to avoid. She's completely stunned. I mean, getting screamed at by a total stranger, disorienting. Distracted by the sheer audacity, her foot catches the edge of the step and she totally loses her balance. Zero hesitation. Pure instinct kicks in and Yang Chen lunges forward to catch her. But the second his brain catches up to his body, instant regret. Oh, I messed up big time. Right on cue, Tang Xiaoyu and Fei's squad finally walks into the inn. Young master, did we keep you waiting too long? But the words completely die in her throat when she sees the scene. What in the world is happening? Because right there on the floor, our boy is sprawled out shielding this beautiful stranger who just tumbled down the stairs. Holy crap, are you okay? Yang Chen is sweating bullets. This is bad. Really bad. Out of the top 4 prodigies, her sword skills were absolutely legendary. The precious daughter of the Murong clan trained by the divine doctor himself, one of the elite 5 dragons and 3 phoenixes, the legendary Xue'e Phoenix Murong Zai. Past life trauma immediately spikes. Yep, this is the one person in the entire world he never wanted to see again. Is your head completely filled with rocks, falling like an idiot, and you still have the nerve to mess with people? Have you zero shame? Absolute trash. The memory of her viciously chewing him out in that nightmare zone hits him like a truck. Lying there on the floor, he's drowning in regret. Why did my stupid reflexes have to act up? You absolute idiot, Yang Chen. Suddenly, a voice from the crowd cuts through the tension. Wait a second, isn't that Lady Murong? Rubbing her head, the girl dusts herself off and speaks up completely composed. Ah, Miss Tang. It's been a while since the last gathering. Care to explain what just happened? Murong Shi stands up gracefully. I slipped on those stairs. Thanks to young Master Qin catching me, we ended up like this. My fault entirely. I'm so sorry. She gently brushed off her clothes. It's totally fine, I don't care. Classic. That stubborn attitude of hers never changes. Whatever, it's not even worth stressing over anymore. First things first, time to get out of here. Fast. But wait, young Master Qin, could it be? Nope. Before she could even finish that sentence, he was already making his escape. We'll be heading out for food now. Let's just drop it. And get this, he actually threw his arm around Tang Xiaoyui's shoulder, cue the massive blush. She was completely flustered. Right after that, Nangong Fei stepped outside too, immediately catching Lady Murong's eye. Blue robes, silver hair. Oh yeah, definitely a Nangong family member. She called out, making him jump like a caught thief. Wait up, meeting here must be fate. Mind if I crash at your table? I haven't eaten yet and my group probably gonna take forever. Hearing this, Yang Chen whipped around, face completely pale. What are you talking about? You literally never eat lunch. Oops, he instantly slapped a hand over his mouth. Damn it. Why did his stupid mouth just blurt that out? Oh, and how exactly do you know that? A sly calculating smirk crept right onto Lady Murong's face. You're a strange one. You act totally annoyed with me for literally no reason, yet you know my daily habits perfectly. Here's the thing, today is our very first time actually meeting. So how do you know me so well? Unless, have we actually met somewhere before? Total panic. You could literally see the absolute despair flashing right through his eyes. Oh, this was bad. Really bad. Why was this happening to him again? Flashback time. The scene completely shifted to a massive freezing mountain deep inside the mystic zone. A loud voice echoed, completely shattering the dead silence. Someone has to be kicked out. No way, I don't care how bad this situation gets. We absolutely cannot just abandon a teammate. If someone has to take the fall, let it be me. Whoa, calm down, little sword saint. You're literally our absolute strongest fighter. If you leave us now, we're totally screwed. Did you forget something? The only reason we survived 3 solid years in this nightmare zone is because of you, and the one speaking up, none other than Murong Xue'e, always playing the righteous peacemaker. But look at our situation. We have to be completely objective about everyone's actual value here. Not all of us are equally useful. Yeah, I know sounds incredibly cruel, but to keep the majority alive, it's literally our only option. The sword saint frowned hard, her voice shaking with pure anxiety. So, who's it gonna be? Then out of nowhere, Yang Chen slowly stepped up, cutting right through the tension. Seriously, the answer is pretty damn obvious. You want the useless guy nobody cares about to just get lost, right? Hit the nail on the head, right, young master? Qin Murong Hua just stared back, totally unfazed. Nothing personal here. Don't misunderstand. Oh, I get it. I'm the absolute weakest link, the most useless one here, so I'm the sacrifice. But get this. If you were in my shoes, you'd probably volunteer to leave too. You're completely ruthless, even to yourself. He just pushed right past them. Take care, everyone. If we die, catch you in the underworld. Yang Chen's silhouette slowly faded into the distance. Just a lone forgotten guy, walking straight into that brutal freezing blizzard. Absolute isolation. The sword saint just watched him go, tears completely streaming down her face. And right beside her, Murong Hua was gripping her fan so hard, her hands physically shook. She whispered barely, making a sound, I'm sorry. Snap back to reality. Outside the tavern, the snow had finally stopped. The whole group had just finished eating. Thanks for sharing the table. Had a surprisingly great time. Murong Hua flashed him a bright smile. Qin Yang Chen. Can I just call you young Master Qin? I owe you one. When you come to the Murong family banquet, I'll definitely repay the favor. His face instantly dropped. Pure unfiltered annoyance in his eyes. Oh right. Yeah, can't wait. Inside though, why the hell would I ever go there? But wait, something felt way off. She's definitely not the type to owe random favors. Why the sudden friendly act? I mean, we literally just met. What could she possibly want from me? By the way, young Master Qin, you're from the Shaanxi Qin family, right? Does that mean you use fire arts? Boom. Reality check. Fire arts, was that her absolute endgame here? Yeah, actually I do. Hearing exactly what she wanted, Murong Hua looked incredibly satisfied. I see. Perfect. I guess I'll get to see those skills in the upcoming tournament then. But suddenly, a massive interruption from behind. Lady Murong, I was wondering where you wandered off to. Guess you beat me here. Yang Chen's eyes basically bulged out. Wait, Tianjun. This guy was joining the martial tournament too. The pure killing intent between these two, off the charts. They looked ready to literally rip each other apart. Sister. And young Master Qin. Nangong Fei casually glanced over. Hey, little brother. Yang Chen glared at the brat, thinking this absolute punk. The second he saw me, his face scrunched up in pure disgust. Is he seriously that mad seeing me hang out with his sister? Yang Chen clenched his jaw, rage completely boiling over. Just wait. If we cross paths in the arena, I am going to absolutely obliterate this kid. Then suddenly, someone else totally leaned into his space. My little bro finally showed up. Whoa, jump scare. The guy pointed straight at his face. Man, you're crossing a line. I sent so many invites to the Chin family, and you never bothered showing up once. What gives Yang Chen's eyes went completely dead? You could practically taste the disgust. Haha, relax. Just messing with you, young Master Chin. Anyway, it's definitely been a while. You two holding up okay, young Master Peng, and my future brother-in-law. Wait, or should I say sister? That memory instantly triggered Tianjun. He actually gnashed his teeth, straight up growling. You actually have the guts to bring that up. Young Master Peng immediately stepped in, tension spiking through the roof. Lei Long, back off. Now is not the time. Catching the actual warning there, he forced his killing intent down and played it totally cool. Cue the absolute most fake smile ever. Heard you guys finally picked an engagement date, right? Congrats. Ugh. That incredibly two-faced look, it literally made Yang Chen want to throw up. He turned his attention to Tang Xiaoyue instead. Oh, Lady Tang is here too. It's been forever. Meanwhile, Tang Xiaoyue was gripping her mouth, looking completely sick to her stomach. Sorry about that. I'm highly allergic to cringy fake moments. Makes me physically ill. Boom. Kid absolutely silenced. Then Yang Chen turned straight to Peng. So, why are you rolling with Lei Long anyway? Where's Xue'e and the rest of the Peng family crew? Ah, just a complete coincidence, honestly. I'm actually the only one representing the Peng family this time around. On my way here, I heard Lei Long was picking up his fiancée, so I totally just tagged along for the drama. Yang Chen looked super confused. Wait, fiancé, suddenly Lady Murim jumped right to her feet. Perfect timing. Thank goodness, young Master Nangong made it. I'll be taking my leave now. Great seeing everyone, catch you later, young Master Chin. And right at that exact moment, it totally clicked for him. Oh hell, Murim Xue'e and that absolute bastard Lei Long. They were literally engaged to each other. As the kid got dragged away by young Master Peng, he desperately yelled back, "Sister, we are definitely having a very serious sibling talk later." Nangong Fei just gave this super gentle little wave. Safe travels, boom. That was the actual reason. That completely explains why she was paying so much attention to Nangong Fei during lunch. She was literally just playing politics with an allied family. Wow, it all finally made sense. But wait, didn't I also have connections to the Nangong family? Maybe I should network a bit too. But let's be real, that wasn't her actual endgame. The real reason had to be what happened earlier. He suddenly remembered them tripping. That impossible illness. The one freezing her from the inside out, the absolute legendary severed meridian disease. She was 100% trying to cure it. The moment she brought up fire arts, all the puzzle pieces snapped together. Murim Xue'e had spent her entire life fighting that brutal condition. And to survive, she was completely willing to fake her own emotions just to get what she needed. That right there, that was the real her. Time just flew by for Murim Xue'e. 4 weeks after the opening, the Dragon and Phoenix gathering was finally starting. Yang Chen and the crew rushed straight to the carriage. Everyone get in right now. He pointed right at Xue'e and Nangong Fei, yelling his lungs out. I literally told you guys about the huge banquet. We need to hit the Martial Alliance before the sun goes down. How on earth are you still not ready for this? Xue'e quickly spoke up. Winter is here, so big sister is just hibernating. Hibernating? Is she a bear or something? Damn it. At this rate, they were definitely going to be late. What a mess. But when our boy turned around, he immediately spotted Murim Xue'e standing right there. How long had she even been there? Lady Murim, why are you still hanging around here? Xue'e just gave him this soft, knowing smile. Well, young Master Chin. Looks like we've crossed paths once again. Young Master Nangong is just so heartless. He completely ditched me and left first. Guess we'll just have to share a carriage. Hearing that, Yang Chen immediately smelled the absolute BS. Acting. She was totally acting lies, such an obvious straight-up lie. The carriage quickly rolled out, heading straight for the Martial Alliance. Looks like we actually made it right on time, huh? Murim Xue'e wasted no time stepping out. All right then, let's hurry to the dressing rooms and meet up at the main banquet hall later. Hey wait, Lady Murim. She turned back looking totally clueless. Yes, actually never mind. It's nothing. She sighed. I really thought you had something important to say. We're both incredibly busy people here, so let's not waste each other's precious time anymore, okay? After she left, the mysterious old grandpa suddenly popped up right beside him. You little womanizer. I leave you alone for just a bit and you've already reeled in another pretty girl. Now is really not the time for this old man. The grandpa smirked. You two actually look great together. I thought you guys had bad blood, so why are you caring about her so much all of a sudden? Look, this is literally a matter of life and death. I can't just let my personal feelings get in the way of that. Fair enough. Good thing I didn't bring up that damn issue or I'd just be an old fool meddling in other people's business. Whether it was the Qin family's legendary fire arts or the Nangong family's special physique, completely useless against her terminal meridian disease. If she can't find the right path to cure it, she honestly isn't going to live much longer. Time was ticking, so he had to change fast for the banquet. No time for all these stupid accessories. Take off all the gold and silver right now. Xue'e replied, I already knew you hated that stuff, so I didn't even pack them to begin with. Well, hearing that makes me a bit sad. Xue'e turned to him with a super cheerful look. Let me fix up your hair, young master. Huh, you actually know how to do that. Sure, go ahead. Meanwhile, just outside his door, a mysterious figure slowly approached his room. Maybe brush it over this way. Yang Chen's guard widened his eyes in absolute pure shock at the person walking up. The man slowly pushed the door open and stepped right inside. What is it? What's wrong with my hair? Nothing. It's perfectly fine, hey. If you're lying to me right now, I swear I'll make your hair look exactly like this. Got it. The maid immediately started screaming in total panic. I'm so sorry, young master. There actually is a massive problem. Then the man behind them finally spoke up. Is young Master Qin in here? I have a very important matter to discuss with him. The guy who just walked in, none other than the Martial Alliance leader himself, Changxian. Meanwhile, Xue'e had literally styled Yang Chen's hair into two absolutely ridiculous-looking twin buns. He completely panicked and stuttered, A Alliance leader. You two changed my hair back right this second. The moment his hair was finally fixed, he quickly bowed with total respect to the Martial Alliance leader. Oh, it's fine. No need for all these formalities. I'm the one intruding here. Yang Chen's face was burning bright red from sheer absolute embarrassment. Seriously, what horrible timing. He wanted the ground to swallow him whole. So, what brings the Alliance leader here in person today? The man calmly reached into his robe and pulled out a single letter. It's simply about that recommendation letter you handed in. Did Venerable Bai actually write this directly for you? Oh crap. Yang Chen knew this exact thing was going to cause massive problems, but an elder gave it to him, so it wasn't like he could just toss it in the trash. No, he definitely didn't give it to me directly. So that means someone else passed this recommendation letter down to you. Tell me, have you ever actually read what's on the back of it? No, not yet. Why is there something written on the back? The leader casually handed the paper right back to him. Well then, you should probably read it for yourself. He quickly unfolded the letter and flipped it over. What in the world did it actually say? Wait just a second. What? What the hell is this? Our boy held the recommendation letter, his face completely frozen in pure, absolute shock as the words slammed into his eyes. The letter was officially recommending him under the legendary title of Venerable Bai. It claimed Qin Yang Chen of the Shanxi Qin family was his direct disciple. A lazy bum like me poured my heart into training this kid, and one day he will absolutely shatter the heavens. I completely believe that, so just you all wait and see. P.S. That ancient artifact was seriously useful. I'll be sending it back to you through my disciple, so please stop complaining about it already. Disciple, ancient artifact. What on earth was all of this crazy nonsense even talking about? He handed the letter right back to the Alliance leader, completely stunned. Now that you've read it, you know. The aura on this letter and that official seal. It absolutely belongs to Venerable Bai. Honestly, handwriting this terrible would be nearly impossible to fake anyway. Because of that fact, daring to impersonate Venerable Bai is just physically impossible. But even so, I still really needed to ask you directly to officially confirm it. Are you truly Venerable Bai's disciple? That intense question hit Yang Chen like an absolute psychological freight train. He just stood there in the middle of the room, his brain completely short-circuiting with chaotic thoughts. Venerable Bai's disciple. Whether in his past life or this current one, he had literally never even heard of this guy's existence before. And now out of nowhere, he was suddenly supposed to be his direct disciple. If this wasn't some kind of sick joke, then what the hell was it? Wait, hold on. He needed to calm down. Lying right now was not an option. He had to tell the truth. This junior is absolutely not Venerable Bai's disciple. And regarding that artifact mentioned in the postscript, I seriously have no idea what that is either. Hearing this honesty, the Martial Alliance leader fell into a deep, intense thought. So it really is exactly as I thought. He tucked the letter safely back into his robe and prepared to leave. I understand. I apologize for wasting your precious time today. Our main character was left looking completely bewildered. He hurriedly called out, Wait, Alliance leader, is that really all you wanted to ask me? Yes, actually. Originally, I was going to ask if you knew where the missing Venerable Bai was currently hiding out. But looking at your completely shocked reaction and your answer, it seems you genuinely have no clue. So be it. At the very least, this recommendation letter definitely isn't a fake. So don't stress out about being accepted into the gathering. Honestly, reaching your insane level of cultivation at such a young age without even being his disciple, that is actually incredibly mind-blowing to witness. I'll be highly anticipating your performance in this Dragon and Phoenix gathering. See you at the banquet later. He bowed deeply in respect. It was an absolute honor to meet you like this, sir. Thank you, Alliance leader. The man walked out, leaving him completely alone in the dead silent room. Our boy instantly lost his mind and started ripping at his hair. Ah, I'm going absolutely insane. That damn old geezer. I literally can't live peacefully because of him. His scream was so insanely loud it echoed all the way outside, completely startling Murong Xue'e. Damn it all. Who gave you guys the right to just randomly call me Venerable Bai's disciple? It was so obvious. Those crazy old men definitely made some stupid bet and just wrote this garbage down. He grabbed his head in pure exhaustion. Who can I even blame right now? I honestly should have totally seen this absolute disaster coming. Handing that letter over was his own fault too. Sure, he didn't know it claimed he was Venerable Bai's disciple, but wait, did the Martial Alliance leader really only have that one simple question? One of the three ultimate supreme masters who literally vanished years ago suddenly sending a letter claiming he took a disciple. Maybe that young guy just caught his interest, but still, the crazy fact that he's the father of that absolute bastard, it seriously wouldn't stop bugging him at all. Of course, he actually knew exactly where Venerable Bai was right now and what he was doing, so he could have easily answered the leader. But if he actually did that, he'd look exactly like a real legit disciple. Plus, even if people knew, recognizing the current Venerable Bai would be almost impossible anyway. But wait a second, what was the deal with that ancient artifact? The letter literally said he was sending it back through his disciple. Thinking about this suddenly triggered a memory. Our boy remembered the pouch those two elders handed him right before he left. Take this and spend it carefully, they said. Oh crap, could it be Yang Chen instantly reached into his robes and pulled out the exact pouch the old man had given him? You damn old geezer. Holding it in his hands made him hesitate for a split second, but then he ripped the pouch open and dumped all the gold coins right onto the floor. The sound of gold clattering echoed loudly across the entire room. And finally, sitting right there among the coins, he found the very thing that had been driving him crazy. This is, a scream echoed out. Crazy, that's the only word for this old man. Total chaos everywhere, but honestly, no thank you notes needed today. Anyway, moving on. We cut straight to the massive banquet hall and get this, the place is absolutely packed. The energy, completely electric. But of course, there's always that one guy. At a nearby table, some hothead is screaming his lungs out. It's past time. Why are we just sitting here? Did something happen to the Alliance leader? His buddy just nudges him, totally ignoring the rant. Forget that, man. Look over there. Turns out this event is basically a gathering of top-tier beauties. The guy in brown snaps his neck to look, spotting Poison Wind. She was at the last tournament, but man, she definitely leveled up her look since then. Absolutely stunning. Meanwhile, sitting right there, Tang Xiaoyu, yeah, she couldn't care less. She's just starving and waiting for the food to drop. And the girl sitting next to her, definitely from the legendary Nangong family. Nangong Fei's absolute flawless vibe has these two creeps practically drooling. Incredible, one mutters. Nobody told me the Nangong clan was hiding an absolute goddess. Wait, she's related to Lei Long. Crazy. She barely even tried dressing up, no heavy makeup, but she's still pulling off that effortless perfection. Honestly, she might even outshine Xu Feng. Yeah, I said it. Speak of the devil, enter Murong Hua. She just walks in, cheeks flushed, flashing this dangerously enchanting smile. One look into those eyes, total knockout. Every guy in the room is instantly captivated. She glides right over to Fei and Tang Xiaoyu's table. Is the young Master Qin still not here? Tang Xiaoyu blinks. Oh, Miss Murong. Yeah, he's running late. But hey, where's the rest of your squad? What brings you to our table? Murong Hua casually flips her hair, playing it totally cool. Well, to be perfectly honest, since I got to the Martial Arts Alliance headquarters, I haven't seen Lei Long. Not even once. She smirks. Figured Miss Nangong might know exactly where he's hiding, so here I am. Nangong Fei doesn't even take the bait. She just keeps her cool and shrugs. Relax. He'll probably show up any minute now. Meanwhile, across the room, that creep in the orange shirt is plotting. He's practically salivating. Now this is a view, three absolute goddesses sitting at the exact same table. He squints. And check it out, plenty of empty seats right next to them. Maybe I should go keep them company. His friend panics. Whoa, hold up, brother Huang Fu, are you crazy? Don't crash their table. The Alliance leader is literally about to walk in, but Huang Fu just whips around, oozing pure arrogance. Oh please, he scoffs. Fortune favors the bold, my friend. Only real men get the prize. Just watch and learn as I Huang Fu Tiwei show you exactly how a master works his magic. Take notes. He struts right up to the girl's table, flashing what he thinks is a charming smile. Excuse me, ladies. Looks like you've got some extra room here. Mind if I join the party? Murong Hua slowly turns around, looking at him like he's actual trash. She clocks his outfit instantly. Huang Fu family. Sure, they've got some decent reputation, but compared to the top 4 great families, please, they're definitely second string. Tang Xiaoyu doesn't even hide her disgust. She's openly glaring at him. Seriously, these absolute creeps are everywhere. Go to any major event and boom, some weirdo is staring you down. Nangong Fei keeps her mouth shut, but her body language screams, "Get me out of here." Completely uncomfortable, Tang Xiaoyu decides to shut it down. "Sorry, seats are taken. Bye." But this guy, skin thicker than a fortress wall. "Oh, come on," he smirks. "You three claimed all 4 spots. I'm pretty sure there's room for one more right here." Tang Xiaoyu's voice drops an octave. "Pure venom now. Listen carefully. Seating arrangements were locked in before we even walked through those doors. Go back to your own table." But does he listen? Nope. He takes another step forward. He actually reaches out and touches Murim Hua's shoulder. "Hey, don't be so icy," he purrs. "Let me hang out. It's the perfect chance for us to get acquainted. Especially with the beautiful Miss Murim right here." Big mistake. Huge. Before the words even leave his mouth, smack, Murim Hua violently slaps his hand away. "Keep your filthy hands to yourself," she snaps. "Did your precious family forget to teach you basic manners, or are you naturally this pathetic?" Oh, his fragile ego just shattered. His eyes bulge with pure rage. "The hell did you just say?" He lunges forward, hands grabbing at them. "You little brats think you're untouchable. A pretty face doesn't mean squat to me. Looks like I need to beat some respect into you before the food arrives." But right as he swings, bam, Yang Chen materializes out of nowhere, stopping the attack dead in its tracks. Huang Fu whips his head around, absolutely fuming. "What the witch, blind idiot, dares to interrupt me?" But he doesn't even finish the threat. A blinding, sickening wave of pain hits him out of nowhere. He looks down, his arm is completely bent backward, snapped like a twig. What follows? A blood-curdling, pathetic shriek that echoes through the entire banquet hall. Hanging in the back, Xue'e and Mao Yan are practically bringing out the popcorn. "Oh, that is so satisfying," Xue'e grins. "Trash getting taken out." Huang Fu is cradling his broken limb, completely in shock. My arm," Yang Chen doesn't even break a sweat. He just casually sweeps the guy's leg. One tiny tap. And this arrogant creep completely faceplants into the floor. Embarrassing. Absolute garbage tier strength. Yang Chen steps over him, dusting off his hands. "Hey, someone run and tell the guards," he calls out loudly. "This lightweight got blackout drunk before the appetizers. He's officially withdrawing from tomorrow's martial arts tournament." Smoothly, he turns back to the ladies. "Everyone okay? Nobody got hurt?" They nod. "We're fine, young master. Thanks for the save." Meanwhile, in the background, Xue'e is absolutely glowing with pride over her master's dominant little show. One move, that's all it took. Seriously, trying a stunt like that in public. People are crazy. Yang Chen sighs. Then he glances at Xue'e. "By the way, you've definitely leveled up since that waterfall incident. Your aura is catching up to mine." Xue'e instantly turns beet red and looks away. "Waterfall? I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about." Total denial. But before they can joke around, slow clapping cuts through the air behind them. "Bravo. Truly an excellent performance. We almost had a PR disaster right before the Alliance leader walked in. You handled that garbage perfectly, my friend." Hearing that voice, Yang Chen freezes. Very slowly, he pivots around to face the guy walking toward them. Pure, unadulterated rage spikes in his chest. This absolute bastard. The guy casually strolls up, oozing that fake relaxed rich kid energy, rocking an infuriating little smirk. "Ah, forgive my manners. I suppose I should properly introduce myself first, right? Such an honor to meet you all. I hail from the Tailing Zhang family. The name is Zhang Zunyan." Boom. The moment that name drops, the entire banquet hall erupts into loud whispers and gossip. Every single pair of eyes locks onto him immediately. "Zhang, wait a minute, isn't that the exact same surname as the Martial Arts Alliance leader? Holy crap. Is this guy actually the top boss's son?" Yang Chen is burning holes into this guy's skull. His mind is just flooding with dark memories. "Zhang Zunyan," he thinks, clenching his jaw. "Oh, buddy. You and I have a massive bloody score to settle. Where do we even start?" First off, this jerk is actually Xue'e's arranged fiancé. And worse, he's the exact reason Nangong Fei dies in the future timeline. The bad blood between them, it runs insanely deep. Not to mention right in this very hall, something apocalyptic goes down. Like impossible to forget level of trauma. During the original Dragon and Phoenix gathering, the terrifying Demon Realm sect ambushed everyone out of absolutely nowhere. And the guy who unlocked the demonic gates that had been sealed for centuries. Yup, it was this exact idiot standing right in front of him. That punchable, arrogant, stupid face is forever burned into Yang Chen's memory, snapping back to reality. Zhang Zunyan extends a hand, looking like the picture-perfect friendly noble. "Well, since we've crossed paths in such a dramatic way, I'd say fate definitely brought us together. During this tournament, I look forward to some friendly competition." Friendly, right? Yang Chen stares at the outstretched hand. Ice runs through his veins. Fate, yeah, let's call it that. He slowly lets a chilling smirk creep onto his face. His eyes darken completely. "Sure, let's do this." Inside, he's laughing. "You literally just walked into your own execution, buddy. Don't go crying later. Guess it's my turn, he says aloud. I'm Yang Chen. From the Shang-Chi Qin family. They lock hands. A perfectly polite handshake on the outside. Looking forward to learning from you, they say together. But the absolute second their skin touches Yang Zunyan's confident little smirk instantly drops off his face. He practically shatters his teeth, trying not to scream. Yang Chen's grip is literally like a hydraulic press. His eyes bulge, his handsome face twisting in pure agony. Whatever schemes he had planned instantly wiped out by blinding pain. Meanwhile, Yang Chen, he's having the time of his life. His inner monologue is just ruthless. You arrogant piece of trash. Did you honestly think you could test my cultivation base through a basic handshake? Fine, you wanted a preview. Here it is. Did you really think I couldn't sense the hostile energy wrapped around your palm? Pathetic. In the background, Tang Xiaoyue is watching this silent battle looking absolutely thrilled by the drama. Her cheeks are actually flushed from the sheer tension of this invisible flex-off. Yang Chen stares dead into his enemy's eyes, battle aura completely fully unlocked. Well, he silently taunts. Still holding up, or should I actually try? Nangong Fei rushed in from behind, waving his hands to stop it. Hold on, what in the world is happening? Meanwhile, Zhang Zunyan quickly grabbed his own hand, forcing a painfully awkward smile. Haha, your manners are stronger than I expected, he forced out. But internally, total panic mode. What the hell is this? The guy was only at a late stage, yet his raw strength was absolutely monstrous. He claimed to be Qin Yang Chen from the Shanxi Qin family. But get this, the Qin family wasn't exactly top tier, meaning there's zero chance he received their legendary inheritance. So how? Yet here he was unleashing power like a completely maxed out absolute beast. Insane. Right in the middle of these thoughts, something or someone in the distance suddenly caught his eye. It was her, Xue'e, his fiancée from his past life, and she was glaring dead at him with pure, unfiltered, murderous intent. Wait, what? Why the death glare? She literally looked ready to kill him on the spot. That level of intense hatred, completely off the charts. Past life, current life. Why does it always end up like this? He hadn't even made enemies yet, but before he could spiral further, a booming voice cut the tension. Everyone please quiet down and take your seats. The Martial Alliance leader has arrived. The big boss himself slowly walked into the main hall. Pure boss energy. His voice echoed deep and steady. Apologies to our traveling guests. I am truly sorry to keep you all waiting. It is getting quite late, so let's kick off the banquet right now. Hearing this, both Yang Chen and Zunyan backed down, dialing back their heavy killing intent. The stare-down ended, and they headed back to their seats. But just a second later, guards stepped up with a quick announcement. Enjoy the feast, everyone, but please listen up for a moment. We are going to draw lots for tomorrow's tournament matchups right now. Please step up in the designated order to draw. And just like that, a massive crowd instantly swarmed around Zhang Zunyan. Now that everyone knew exactly who he was, the kissing up began. A mix of wild curiosity and pure flattery. Oh my goodness, young Master Zhang. Is this really your first time attending the banquet? He smiled. Yeah, honestly a bit embarrassing, but it is all new to me. Oh wow, you absolutely have to visit our family's party next time. Tang Xiaoyue stormed off, visibly annoyed. She was absolutely seething inside. What is so great about a flashy guy like that anyway? Young Master Qin literally just handled the whole situation flawlessly. Yet everyone was completely obsessed with the other guy. So annoying. Meanwhile, the whole room was buzzing after our main character's epic standoff. That guy who just pinned Zhang Zunyan down. He said his name was Qin Yang Chen, right? Wait, isn't that the bloodline of the fierce sect? No wonder he looks so brutal. It totally fits that lineage. Hold on. I heard an evil sect disciple actually registered to compete here too. And get this, his name is also Qin Yang Chen. Holy hell. If that rumor is true, we have an absolute monster in this tournament. Hearing the crowd whisper this, Tang Xiaoyu smirked, feeling incredibly satisfied. A wave of pure pride washed over her. Herf. Glad some people actually recognize young Master Qin's insane aura. But while she was busy daydreaming, someone started yelling her name repeatedly. Miss Tang, Miss Tang. She jumped practically, shouting back, oh, coming. The staff rushed her. The line is backing up. Please step forward quickly. Tang Xiaoyu sprinted up to the drawing table, scolding herself. Sorry, ugh, my brain today. She grabbed her tournament ticket, but she was still totally spaced out. Just thinking about young Master Qin turned her into a complete blushing mess. She checked the bracket. Her opponent, Zhang Zunyan of the Tailing Zhang family. Boom. It hit her like a lightning strike. She froze completely. Talk about absolutely horrible luck. Tang Xiaoyue dragged herself back to the table looking incredibly gloomy. Ah, Miss Tang, you are back. Who did you draw? Someone pointed. Him, ouch. We are all in different brackets, but she has been sulking ever since. Tang Xiaoyu stepped closer, her expression turning dead serious. Young Master Qin, I have a massive favor to ask you. Cut to a few days later, the grand arena for this year's massive martial arts tournament. The referee's voice echoed loudly. Yang Chen of the Shanxi Qin family versus Bai Yanxi of the Bai sect are both fighters completely ready. Then let the battle officially begin. The opponent charged in hot, but our boy, completely chill, not even a single flinch. And yeah, exactly as you would expect, Bai Yanxi got utterly flattened by Yang Chen in one basic strike. Sent flying straight out of the ring, the referee immediately shouted Young Master Qin wins. Then an old master popped up beside him, nagging, "Aren't you embarrassed? Why are you just spacing out? Even if you are leagues above him, you did not have to one-shot the poor kid like that. At least pretend to struggle a bit with some sincerity." Hearing this, Yang Chen just turned and fired back. "I know exactly what I am doing. It was literally like wrestling a toddler. But who cares? Right now, I need to hurry over and watch the Block 2 matches immediately. Crazy that Tang Xiaoyue has to fight Zhang Zunyan in the very first round. When I grabbed his arm yesterday, I felt it. That guy is no joke. His power runs deep. This might be way too much for Tang Xiaoyue to handle, and yet she still asked me for that favor. What exactly is her master plan here?" Meanwhile, over at the second arena block, blood was already hitting the floor. Impressive. Using poison arts with those arena limits and still pulling off the dragon capturing technique, you are definitely not bad at all. Holding out this long and pushing back using only hidden weapons. Honestly, if this was a real life or death battle outside, you might have actually tagged me. Your title among the elite, definitely earned. Tang Xiaoyu glared at him, absolutely furious. "I refuse to lose to this jerk." Without hesitating, she kicked up 2 daggers and launched them straight at his face, but he blocked them effortlessly. She did not stop. She unleashed a rapid-fire flurry using the Tang sect's ultimate arts, but Zunyan dodged every single strike like it was nothing. His eyes narrowed. "If I were the judge, I would have made you forfeit by now." Bam. He countered instantly. A brutal kick straight to Tang Xiaoyu's stomach, sending her flying backwards. Her body slammed heavily into the cold stone floor. She skidded back several feet before finally stopping. Blood pooled at the corner of her mouth. Agonizing pain. Internal damage. Should I just give up? The gap in our power is completely obvious. Her opponent was literally the Alliance leader's son. How was she ever supposed to beat him in a straight fight? But right then, something in her peripheral vision made her freeze entirely. Way up on the distant stadium wall, Yang Chen was standing there watching her match incredibly intensely. "Young Master Qin, what about your fight? Did he come all the way here?" Because he was worried. Struggling, Tang Xiaoyu grabbed her blade. So unfair. Normally, he completely ignores everything I do, but he actually showed up for this. A soft smile crossed her face. Boom. Her motivation instantly shot right back up to maximum. "Thanks for going easy on me," she smirked. "But get this, I have not even shown you my real strength yet. This fight is far from over. I am not backing down." Zhang Zunyan looked at Tang Xiaoyu, genuinely confused. "Fascinating. What exactly is driving you to push yourself this hard?" She did not even answer him. Just locked her eyes dead forward, completely zoned in. She gripped her twin daggers. Boom! A terrifying wave of killing intent exploded from her, like a swarm of venomous vipers ready to strike down anyone who underestimated her. Suddenly, Zunyan looked genuinely nervous. This attack was unexpectedly vicious. What changed? Let's hit rewind for a second and go back to the day before the tournament. During a rare quiet moment right after their training session, Tang Xiaoyu quietly pulled Yang Chen aside into a secluded corner. Her voice was soft but absolutely packed with intense determination. "Young Master Qin, we need to talk." Yang Chen raised an eyebrow, his sharp eyes curious. "What is so urgent you had to drag me all the way over here?" Tang Xiaoyu hesitated, taking a deep breath to gather every ounce of her courage. "My opponent tomorrow, it is Zhang Zunyan." That dropped like a bomb. Yang Chen froze for a second. His gaze turned incredibly serious. He instantly understood exactly why she was so stressed. She continued, voice slightly shaky but totally genuine. "Originally, I wanted to wait until I passed the first round. I'll say this now before the preliminaries, because honestly, I have no idea how strong young Master Zhang really is." Yang Chen just stood there, silent, waiting for her to continue. "So what exactly do you need from me?" Zhang Yue gripped her robes tightly, shoulders trembling. Every single breath loaded with pure, absolute determination. If I actually manage to beat young Master Zhang, if I get lucky enough to advance, if I actually earn the chance to face you in the arena, would you finally treat me the same way you treat Sister Nangong or Xue'e?" Boom. That left Yang Chen completely speechless. Not from embarrassment, mind you, he just absolutely never saw this specific request coming. Like if she wanted that, she literally could have just asked him. But Zhang Yue's face instantly went completely red. "No way. If I just ask you straight up, it basically means I've already lost." She looked away immediately, her ears absolutely burning with pent-up emotion. Her hidden feelings were totally overflowing now like a broken dam. "At first, yeah, I just thought you were incredibly handsome. But after traveling together to Henan for all these months, I realized you actually have a genuinely warm heart. Whenever someone got too cold, you'd secretly push out your fire energy to warm them. When I couldn't eat, you quietly slipped extra steamed buns into my hands, literally pretending it was just part of some strict training exercise. I know you're nice to literally everyone, but how could I not fall for that? How could I not want to be closer to you? Her voice trailed off, sounding incredibly vulnerable and uncertain. Am I even truly worthy to stand beside someone like you? My family background, my older brother, my official status. I was simply never ever destined to become the absolute strongest person out there. Earning the title of Poison Phoenix, that alone was already a massive, exhausting struggle. So I figured this tournament wouldn't be any different at all, but standing right across from those two, something buried deep down inside, finally snapped awake. No. This time I absolutely refused to just give up. She looked up at him, her eyes shining with unshed tears. I don't care how totally childish or pathetic this sounds right now. I need to prove to you that I'm not some weak, useless burden. So please, young master, accept my challenge. The look in her eyes, a crazy mix of fierce pride and total vulnerability. It was so intense that even the evening wind seemed to just stop. Fade to white. We're suddenly in the infirmary. Xue'e snapped her eyes open, shooting up in bed, absolutely drenched in cold sweat. Panic instantly set in. Where am I? Wait, the match. She scanned the room, packed with other battered fighters getting patched up. And then the memories of the fight hit her like a literal truck. She lost. The crushing shock and those unstoppable tears bubbled up fast. I even used the Iron Divine Poison Fang. And it did absolutely nothing. Her knuckles turned white as she gripped the blanket tight. He really is the Alliance leader's son. He's just way too strong. She broke down, sobbing uncontrollably while beating herself up over it. Why? Why the hell am I crying like this right now? Suddenly, a super familiar voice cut right through her thoughts. Oh, you're awake. Xue'e jumped, turning her head. Sitting right there, Yang Chen. Young Master Qin, wait, how long have you been sitting there? He was casually leaning against her bed. His voice sounded totally chill, but his eyes definitely worried. Hey, don't look so shocked. The healer and Nangong Bai are coming soon. Just take a breath and rest. Xue'e dropped her head in total shame. This is so embarrassing. I acted like I could actually beat young Master Zhang. Yang Chen looked away, rubbing his neck. Hey, whatever. You fought until the bitter end. That was badass. That compliment literally made her brain short-circuit for a second. But I still lost, she mumbled softly. Before she could even finish her thought, Yang Chen was already spinning around to leave. All right, I'm heading out to rest. Wait, young Master, Qin, too late. He was already power walking away, absolutely refusing to look back so she wouldn't see his totally bright red ears. Watching him practically flee, Xue'e couldn't help but smile, genuinely happy. He is seriously terrible at hiding his feelings, she thought. Fast forward. A perfect cloudless morning. Bong. The opening bell echoed loudly, officially kicking off the preliminary rounds of this massive friendly tournament. Let's go. The stands were completely packed. The crowd's insane cheering matched the racing hearts of the fighters. Yang Chen stepped up and bam, one single strike. He completely wiped the floor with his opponent, leaving the entire arena dead silent. Meanwhile, on the other side of the arena, Nangong Fei did the exact same thing. One move, instant knockout. The crowd was going absolutely nuts. Did you see that? Just one strike again. He's completely unstoppable today. People were already placing their bets. Hey, you think we're getting a new Dragon or Phoenix title this year? Who knows? Rumors were spreading like wildfire in the stands. That kid who took down the Poison Phoenix yesterday. He's definitely a monster. I heard he's literally the Alliance leader's son. Someone else chimed in. Who's your pick then? Definitely Yang Chen from the Qin family. Dude has the bloodline of the legendary fierce tribe flowing through him. I even heard he's directly trained by the Lord of Defeat. Suddenly, a shadow fell over them. Young Master Pang just casually appeared behind them, completely shocking everyone. Honestly, I also think young Master Qin is taking the crown. The guys whipped around, screaming. Holy crap, don't sneak up on us like that. Then they squinted. Wait a minute. You're Peng Wuzhen, the giant divine dragon. But I thought the Hebei branch completely dropped out of this tournament. Peng just smiled, completely unbothered. Oh, I'm just swinging by the Alliance on some personal business. Cut back to the fighters area. Nangong Fei strutted right up to Yang Chen. Well, look at you. Another ridiculously easy win today. Yang Chen fired back a grin. Hey, you too. Though you should probably try to remember the names of the people you crush. Nangong Fei just shrugged, looking totally bored. Crushing fodder is incredibly dull. I literally only want to fight you. Yang Chen just stared at her seriously, wondering why this girl was so incredibly obsessed with fighting him. He scanned the crowded room, totally changing the subject. By the way, have you seen Xue'e around here anywhere? Wait, she wandered off again. Seriously, that is exactly what she did yesterday. Our boy scratched his chin, looking pretty concerned now. Yeah, I definitely need to tell Honghua to keep a much closer eye on her. Hard cut to somewhere completely different. Dark. Oppressive. Terrifying. A man is clutching his severely bleeding arm, his eyes wide with absolute pure panic. And right behind him, the endless echoing screams of people being absolutely slaughtered. Blood pooling everywhere like a literal hellscape. Bodies stacked up like cordwood. He was sprinting for his life, desperately trying to escape this pitch-black cave. The entire Shaanxi branch was being completely wiped out. A total inescapable nightmare. The regret hit him hard. One stupid mistake. Ignoring the palace master's orders had led straight to this massacre. But wait, this place was incredibly secure. Even the Shaolin Temple abbot had zero clue about this secret location. So how the hell did they get found? He stumbled blindly through the dark, completely suffocated by total despair. Then stepping out from the shadows right behind him, Xue'e, her drawn sword glowing with a terrifying, icy killing intent. Wait, the monster who just butchered his entire base was this random little girl. No, I absolutely refuse to die in this hole. He gritted his teeth. He had to escape. Had to warn the palace master immediately. He spun around, burning his last drop of energy to sprint. Every single cell screaming at him to survive, just find a way out. But Xue'e just vanished, reappearing instantly to deliver one flawlessly precise, completely lethal strike. Clean through. Game over. Standing coldly over the freshly dropped body, Xue'e suddenly whispered into thin air, I'm so sorry. I took control of your body without asking and completely forced you to commit this horrific bloodbath. Then, a second voice answered from within her. Soft, gentle, her younger self. It's entirely okay. I know you only did this to protect the young master. You just wanted to lighten the massive burden he's always carrying alone. I finally get it now. After all, you are literally me from the future. Boom. Time travel twist. With the entire assassination mission finished, Xue'e slipped back to the inn, only to immediately hear Manhwa yelling for her in total panic. Xue'e ran over, throwing her arms around her older sister figure. Manhwa frowned hard instantly, snapping into protective mom mode. Where on earth have you been? Do you have any idea how insanely worried I was about you? Xue'e just smiled, playing the innocent card perfectly. Hey, sorry, I literally just went for a tiny walk and got completely lost. Manhwa sighed heavily. Really, because if you pull a disappearing act again, I am seriously grounding you. Now get inside right now. The young master has been absolutely stressed out looking for you. As she walked in future, Xue's voice echoed deep in her mind again. Yang Chen, if I can just atone for my past mistakes, even slightly, I'll do literally whatever it takes. Fast forward again. Day 3 of the tournament group stages finally kicks off. Our boy walked out of his room stretching with a massive yawn when suddenly, some extremely suspicious noises caught his attention. The sound of arguing caught Yang Chen's attention. Sister, seriously, stop and come back. Pulling a stunt like this will drag the Qin family into a massive mess. Right in front of him, Nangang Fei and Tianjun were staring each other down. The tension, thick enough to cut with a knife. Look, we were obviously assigned completely separate living quarters. So why do you insist on coming all the way over here? Fei growled back at him, her voice pure ice. Let go of me. Tianjun just stepped closer, looking absolutely furious. You just don't get it at all. Isn't this just a simple arranged marriage set up by the elders? Seriously, what is it about this stupid engagement that's making you act so crazy? Fei's expression instantly went dark. Oh, she was pissed. She ripped her arm away so violently it actually left Tianjun stunned in his tracks. Tianjun, you better watch your mouth right now. If I ever hear you say something like that again. Boom, lightning energy erupted around her like a massive electrical storm. That cold, lethal glare. It literally froze Tianjun right where he stood. Right on cue, a voice cut through the tension. I was wondering who was causing all this racket. Turns out it's just my future brother-in-law. Tianjun snapped his head toward Yang Chen. Young Master Qin, what are you two even doing out here? Tianjun quickly tried to dodge the question. Nothing important, just a misunderstanding. We'll be taking our leave now. But they barely took 2 steps before Yang Chen let out a dark chuckle. Oh, by the way, I checked the tournament brackets. Pretty sure my next opponent is you little brother-in-law. That smug, highly entertained smile made Tianjun grind his teeth. Brother-in-law, he clenched his fists so hard his veins popped. Right. Well, I look forward to learning from you in the arena. Flash forward to the quarterfinals. The referee's voice boomed through the arena. Tianjun from the Nangang family will now face Yang Chen from the Shaanxi Qin family. Tianjun glared straight daggers at Yang Chen. My sister was there earlier, so I held my tongue. But let's get one thing straight right now. Do not get cocky with me. You only got insanely lucky dragging yourself to this round. Do you honestly think that miracle from your last match is going to happen twice? You're the one who demanded we go all out today. So exactly like you wanted, I'm not holding back even a single drop of power. Zero mercy. Don't come crying to me when you're crawling out of this arena with a completely shattered body. Yang Chen just smiled. Oh really? Well, that's perfect then. The referee yelled, begin. And the absolute second the word left his mouth, Yang Chen blitzed forward like a literal missile. He threw a punch packed with pure explosive fire energy that transformed into a massive flaming wolf. Tianjun's eyes went wide as this insane fire beast tore through the air, dragging raging flames behind it. Then boom, an earth-shattering explosion. The entire stage cracked open and the stands literally shook. The arena is destroyed, the crowd gasped. Wait, he was hiding this kind of terrifying power the whole time. Fei Xue'e and Tang Xiaoyue all held their breath. Suddenly cutting straight through that thick smoke, hundreds of sword illusions blasted outward, shredding the ground. Tianjun stepped out, his killing intent absolutely off the charts. You absolute bastard. Did you honestly think a cheap trick like that could take me down? But before he could blink, Yang Chen was already in his face, grinning wildly as another devastating punch flew in. Nice, I was honestly worried you get too scared and run away crying. But at the very last possible microsecond, Tianjun suddenly activated the absolute ultimate signature technique of the Nangong family. He smoothly dodged Yang Chen's massive fire attack instantly, sparking up his trademark Thunder Dragon form. Silver lightning crackled like wild snakes across the entire stage, completely hiding his movements in the chaos. Darting through that web of blinding electricity, he let out a dark, arrogant laugh. Not bad power, but that's your limit. With my level of dynamic vision, this is a complete joke. Catching your movements is basically child's play now. It doesn't matter how much raw strength you have if you literally can't hit your target. With that, he charged straight at Yang Chen like a lightning bolt. His blade was completely wrapped in pure thunder energy. Confidence maxed out. Anyway, time to wrap this up. It's over. He unleashed a wild, supercharged slash that ripped right through the air. But Yang Chen already read him like a book. A slight tilt of his body, an effortless dodge, and a fiery smirk appeared on his face. Your entire lower half is wide open, you absolute idiot. Bam! A punch like a literal meteor slammed directly into Tianjun's gut. The shockwave exploded out his back, turning into a massive pillar of fire that shot into the sky. Everything in its path instantly vaporized. Agony completely hijacked his nervous system. His vision blurred. What even is this? How does anyone have this kind of broken, ridiculous power? But before he could even process it, Yang Chen leaped into the air. A brutal kick aimed right at his throat, followed up by clasped hands, delivering a devastating smash. That terrifying downward force slammed right into Tianjun, sending him flying like a broken rag doll across the arena. The floor completely shattered, dust and debris everywhere. Yang Chen landed perfectly smooth as hell while rocks rained down around him, and Tianjun completely flattened in the middle of a massive crater. Memories flashed wildly through Tianjun's mind. This is ridiculous. The one eating dirt right now was supposed to be you, not me. Stop looking down at me with those damn eyes, he thought. Everything started going horribly wrong the second I ran into you in Sichuan. First, it was your freakish, completely unbeatable monster talent. And then, the way my own sister started changing because of you, that's exactly why I willingly accepted this dark power, the kind of stuff that even my own father was terrified of using. My consciousness already fused with it. Sure, it's highly unstable, but I refuse to wait anymore. If it means destroying you completely, I'll gladly trade everything. He let out a beastly roar and charged his sword, dripping with this super creepy dark aura. The spiritual pressure in the room spiked instantly. The sudden impact forced Yang Chen to step back and block, absolutely shocked. Where the hell did this insane energy come from? Looking closer, it hit him. This was the exact same foul power that wounded him before. He couldn't block it directly. Dodging was the only option. Seeing this, Tianjun started laughing like an absolute maniac. Ha ha, yes, run, do you finally understand the massive gap in our power levels now? He swung his blade wildly. A complete nobody like you doesn't deserve to even look at my sister, she belongs with me. The second those twisted words left his mouth, Yang Chen's killing intent went absolutely supernova. Crack. With a single brutal punch, he shattered Tianjun's sword into pieces. All right then, let me give you a harsh lesson on what a real power gap looks like. Before Tianjun could even process what happened, he was grabbed by the throat and lifted entirely off his feet. What Yang Chen slammed him into the floor, fire erupting off him like a literal volcano. His voice was pure ice. Listen here, you little punk. Where exactly did you dig up this power? His grip tightened, literally choking the life out of Tianjun. Damn it, let me go. Get your hands off me, you absolute monster, he choked out. Out in the stands, the crowd was going crazy. Wait, what's happening? A massive barrier just popped up. I can't see anything. Meanwhile, inside that fiery dome, Tianjun was basically blacking out. In total desperation, he screamed, "If you hadn't shown up, I could have stayed by my sister's side." Furious, Yang Chen roared right back in his face. Talk, where did you get this dark power? But before he could get an answer, the fire barrier completely shattered. Tianjun finally passed out from lack of oxygen. He even lost control of his bodily functions right there on stage. Absolutely humiliating stuff. While that brutal beatdown was happening, Peng Peng, Wuxin, and the rest of the audience had been watching intently. But that massive fire barrier had completely blocked out the bloody details of what actually went down inside. Pang Pang Wujin chuckled loudly. I definitely didn't expect young Master Qin to be this insane. He glanced over at Zhang Zunran. Are you seriously smiling about this? A junior fighter is literally miles ahead of us now. This basically completely ruins our plans. Pang Wujin replied, wasn't it just because Tianjun forced an unstable technique? He paused. Master Zhang, I seriously question why you dragged the Nangong kid into this. Zhang Zunran just shrugged casually. Because he was useful. His Thunder Dragon isn't weak. Or are you just salty he got that dark power before you did? Pang Wujin let out a freezing laugh. You better take back those stupid words right now. Even without the meteor's power, I could crush anyone here. Zunran stayed totally calm. I really don't get why you keep trying to draw a line between us. Are we really that annoying to look at? Pang Pang Wujin goes dead silent for a second before flashing that signature smirk. Haha, you've totally got it twisted. I actually vibe with young Master Zhang. I was just spilling the hard truth back there. Then why are you suddenly acting like best buds with that guy Qin Yang? Chen Pang Pang Wushin just stares at the arena. His eyes get completely dark and the reason super simple. He says this world lost its color a long time ago. Nothing but depressing gray, like wandering through an endless wasteland. But then, out of nowhere, a blinding light literally shattered his reality. Actually way brighter than that. Enough to paint the whole world and wake everything up. Once you see a light like that, you can't just ignore it. And hey, Zhang is definitely a guy who shines too. That's why he respects him. It's just that Yang Chen, he burns 100 times hotter. Right on cue, boom. The arena literally explodes. The fire barrier shatters, sending this insane wave of heat straight into the stands. Everyone is instantly covering their faces, totally panicking. What the heck? Why is it melting in here? And the smell, absolutely disgusting, like boiling pea guys. Not kidding. Zhang Zunyan's eyes just about pop out of his head. He literally cannot believe what he is seeing right now. Meanwhile, Pang Pang Wushen is just laughing his head off. Massive clouds of smoke cover the entire stage, but as it clears, the winner and the absolute loser finally appear. Right then, the referee's voice booms like a literal thunderclap. Yang Chen takes the win. The entire stadium goes absolutely wild. Cheers rip through the dead silence like a massive tidal wave. Holy crap, he actually beat the Thunder Dragon, living up to his big brother's legendary name for sure. Pang Pang Wujin clenches his fist, completely satisfied, thinking to himself, yes, this is exactly the kind of hype he's been dying to see. Yang Chen, keep burning that bright man. Prove that you're the one to finally bring color back to his dead world. Meanwhile, down in the arena tunnels, our boy is just staring blankly at his own hands. That sketchy dark energy he just absorbed, it is still literally swirling under his skin. Pure panic hits his face. Cold sweat everywhere. He completely grinds his teeth. Damn it all. Cut to a bit later. Straight-up horror movie screams echoing from the medical wing. Tianjun wakes up screaming, literally rolling on the floor, grabbing his head. It's gone. My cultivation base, where did it go? How does this even happen? Flashbacks of his fight with Keen hit him hard. This wasn't supposed to go down like this. No way, I absolutely refuse to accept this. Right next to him, Murong Hua is biting her nails, completely stressed out. Her mind is spinning out of control. She worked so hard to secure this engagement and now a total disaster. If things stay like this, she's gonna have to beg the Heavenly Lord for help, bringing in way more than just the Nangong family. She lets out this heavy, defeated sigh. Seriously, when is she ever going to cure this cursed blocked meridian condition? If only it could just melt away like snow in the spring. That would be the dream. Then it hits her, the memory of meeting Yang Chen for the very first time. Wait, maybe she actually has another option here. She just needs to test him one more time. Scene shifts back to our boy walking down the hall with Mao Yan. Young master, you were absolute fire out there. When did you even get this insanely overpowered? I'm literally shedding tears. Our boy just waves him off. Alright, dial back the hardcore bootlicking. He looks right at his guard. And you, pretty sure you just broke through to the peak tier, right? The guard scratches his head, super awkward. Haha, just doing my job for the Qin family. But seriously, boss, how did that match actually end? The heat wave was so massive I couldn't even see a thing. Hearing that, our guy completely panics. Color drains from his face. Oh, just finished him off with the fire wheel technique. Standard stuff. Internally, he is sweating bullets. How the heck is he supposed to admit he cranked up the heat just to evaporate his opponent's pee? Thank God he put up that privacy barrier. He forces a fake laugh. Man, I am dead on my feet. Bedtime for me. But right as he grabs the doorknob, he freezes. That sketchy dark energy Tianjun used flashes in his mind. Where did that punk even get it? It's not demonic energy. Crazy enough, it actually feels weirdly similar to Xue's aura. He opens the door and bam, Xue'e lunges at him with this massive smile. Welcome back, boss. You look so insanely cool today. But he instinctively jumps back and yep, she face plants right onto the floor. Perfect comedic timing. You've been running wild lately. Did you even sit and watch the actual tournament today? She nods furiously. Obviously, hung out with the girls and everything. Oh, and Linghua taught me how to style hair. Let me do yours. Like right this second. Is that really necessary? Cue the ultimate puppy dog eyes from Xue'e. Come on, please, I'm actually a pro at this now. He shoots Mao Yan a desperate look. Did Linghua seriously teach her? Yeah, she's been practicing literally every single night. So he finally throws in the towel and lets her. Fast forward a bit. Nangang Fei and Tang Shoumi come rushing over. Young Master Qin, you were an absolute beast out there today. Those flames, total savage monster energy, but mid-sentence both of them just freeze. Because they see Xue'e styling his hair and guys, it looks exactly like a crazy feathered duster. He looks absolutely mortified. Xue'e stammers an apology before getting instantly kicked out. Jiaomi pouts. Why did you mess it up? The fluffy look was actually kind of cute, he scoffs. Cute gets you literally nowhere in a fight. He turns to Nangang Fei. Nangang Fei, you made top 4. Does this mean we get a crazy sibling showdown between you and your sister? She shuts that down quick. Hold up. We still have to pull the matchup lots. Right. The only ones left are Zhang and the Muron girl. Out of nowhere, Nangang Fei asks, why are you two talking so casually? He shrugs. She asked to drop all the stiff formalities for the tournament. Oh, the jealousy is instant. She crosses her arms. Seriously, maybe I should have asked for that too. Whatever. Not like you'd ever actually fight me anyway. He looks her dead in the eye. This time is different. If we hit the arena, I'm not backing down. But destiny calls. The matchup lots are pulled and the top 4 bracket is locked in. Yang Chen goes up against Murong Hua, and Nangang Fei, she's taking on Zhang Zunian. Zhang struts up to the battle stage, flashing this insanely arrogant smirk, thinking to himself, finally, my time to completely steal the show. Our boy checks out the bracket board. The Qin family's finest versus the pride of the Murong clan. Then you've got Nangang Fei going head-to-head with the golden boy from the Zhang family. The stakes are crazy high right now. His expression instantly drops. Considering everything going on with Tang Xiaomi, he really wishes he was the one fighting Zhang right off the bat. Total wrench in the plans. Just then, Nangang Fei walks up next to him. Why do you look so stressed out? Yang Chen completely jumps. Whoa, no, I'm perfectly fine. Wait, how long have you been standing there? She just smiles. Literally just got here. You don't even seem focused on your own fight right now. Are you actually sweating that I might lose? Boom. Direct hit. He stammers, totally caught off guard. No, it's not about you losing. Honestly, her raw power is miles above anyone else in this tournament, but that Zhang guy, he is 100% hiding some sketchy secret weapon, and it's giving our main character massive bad vibes. Out of nowhere, Nangang Fei steps right into his space and grabs his hand. Stop worrying. She drops this incredibly gentle smile, voice super soft. You don't need to stress over this. Just trust me and watch me win. Fast forward to the main event. Nangang Fei is primed and ready to hit the stage. She takes this deep breath to center herself. Surrounded by a roaring crowd, but mentally she feels completely anchored, all because she knows he's watching her from the sidelines. But that moment gets totally ruined by Zhang Zunian's voice. Wow, who knew the Thunder Dragon had such a gorgeous older sister? This guy steps onto the arena playing the perfect gentleman role, complete with that fake charming smile. We crossed paths at the banquet, didn't we? I am Zhang Zunian, direct heir to the prestigious Zhang clan. Please go easy on me. She just gives him the absolute coldest shoulder. I'm Nangang Fei. But instantly, this super weird instinct triggers in the back of her mind. Something feels incredibly off. He definitely doesn't have that pure energy Yang Chen has, but he doesn't give off any obvious gross vibes either. Yet every single alarm bell in her head is screaming, do not get close to this guy. The referee's voice echoes through the entire stadium. Semifinals, Nangang Fei versus Zhang Zunian. Fighters begin, and zero hesitation, Zhang immediately drops into a sprint. He grips his sword fully, ready to attack. But then, a wave of absolute crushing pressure explodes from Nangang Fei, forcing him to completely slam on the brakes. His body freezes solid. Total panic mode engaged. What the hell is this? What is this insane pressure? His legs feel like they're encased in concrete. He can't even take a step. He grinds his teeth, glaring forward right as Nangang Fei is about to speak. Fei Nangang's voice cuts through the tension. Not making a move. Fine by me. I'll go first. Suddenly, her whole body just erupts with this insane violent energy. Literal lightning screaming, tearing through the air like a hurricane, ready to wipe out everything in its path. Fei slowly walks forward. Meanwhile, Yan is literally on his knees, completely crushed by her devastating aura. She raises her sword. Her eyes are absolutely ice cold. Zero mercy here, guys. Yan's face pale as a ghost, sweating bullets as that deadly blade gets closer and closer. He's panicking internally. Damn it, move, come on, I said move. At the absolute last possible second, he dodges to the side, barely escaping Fei's massively powerful downward strike. Boom. The ground completely shatters, rocks flying everywhere, and get this, that was literally just her basic attack. Yan slides way back trying to catch his breath, but then he pushes off the ground, launching himself forward for a desperate counterattack. Faye, she just calmly glances over. No panic, no defensive stance, not even flinching. Not a single drop of sweat on her beautiful face. With just a quick, effortless twist of her sword, she completely deflects Yan's counterattack and sends him flying back again. His eyes are wide, his mind absolutely racing with sheer panic. Damn it, my body feels like solid lead, he thinks. I poured so much internal energy into that strike, and that's all it did. While he's busy having an existential crisis, Faye's deadly sword is already right there. Right at his waist, swirling with crazy lightning like a mini hurricane. In pure desperation, he grabs his own sword with both hands and swings down as hard as he physically can. He tries to block it, but nope, not even close to enough to stop her. This power, it's on a completely different tier than Thunder Dragon. Is this the true legendary sword art of the Nangong family? Absolutely insane. Faye's beautiful face is still perfectly calm. This guy, not even in her league. She channels more power into her blade, absolutely blasting Yan away and sending him crashing all the way to the other side of the arena. Pressing her massive advantage, Faye instantly rushes in with an overwhelming combo. Every single strike looks like she's literally painting with lightning in the sky. Her movements are so incredibly smooth, so perfectly fluid, it's honestly just a masterclass. Her opponent can only struggle to block in total absolute despair. Finally, Yan is backed right against the very edge of the arena. If he wants any chance of winning this, it's time to pull out his ultimate hidden trump card. Unbelievable. I absolutely cannot lose here, he thinks. This exact stage was built for me to shine. It can't end like this. Right then, Faye leaps high into the air, bringing down a massive, devastating strike, straight toward Yan's head. But at the very last microsecond, the whole match flips completely upside down. Up in the stands, Yang Chen's eyes instantly darken. That pure burning rage from before. It's boiling over all over again. Back on the fighting stage, Yan has completely blasted Faye right into the ground. His sword. It's now dripping with this dark, super disgusting demonic energy that looks way too familiar. What the hell was that move? Yang Chen clenches his fists so hard he literally shatters his stadium seat in pure rage. That absolute bastard Yan. He's using the exact same dark aura as the Thunder Dragon. Yan struts right up to Faye, looking so incredibly smug right now. Truly impressive, Lady Nangong. I really gotta admit, this is the first time I've ever had to fight this hard. She struggles to sit up, coughing up actual blood from serious internal injuries after that crazy sneak attack. What even was that? I couldn't even track it. Yan just casually dusts off his fancy shirt and smirks. I should probably apologize to you, my lady. I just now realized you're not an opponent I can hold back against or finish off quickly. And the exact second he stops talking, he lunges right at her, exploding with that super creepy demonic aura. Even with terrible internal injuries, Faye somehow forces her battered body to grip her sword. It's incredibly rough. She's barely managing to block Yan's relentless barrage of dark attacks, getting pushed further and further back with every single strike. He just laughs out loud like a total maniac. You can still block this much. Honestly, not bad. But taking that last hit, your body must be completely wrecked by now. Faye just aggressively grinds her teeth together. That terrible suffocating feeling from before comes rushing right back to haunt her. It's completely disgusting, she thinks, feeling absolutely sick to her stomach. Why is that foul demonic stench back? I need to figure out a way out of here right now. I really wish I could just be by his side right now. Without thinking, she suddenly glances up at the stands and spots Yang Chen's familiar silhouette. But seeing that intense look in his eyes, it just makes Faye feel so much worse. Faye feels completely, utterly shaken. Great, it's happening all over again. I told him to trust me, and now I'm making him wear that deeply worried face. She absolutely hates feeling this incredibly weak and totally powerless. Why am I always so totally useless, she desperately wonders. Having him by her side showed her what true happiness actually feels like. But she absolutely refuses to just keep being a heavy burden holding Yang Chen back. If that's the case, then Faye has to prove it right here, right now. Prove to everyone that she can stand tall on her own 2 feet without needing anyone to save her. No outside help needed. Yan suddenly roars out, "Let's see you block this one." Faye snaps back to reality, dead serious now. Both hands gripping her sword so tight it's literally like an extension of her own body. Clash. She actually completely blocks Yan's ultimate finishing move. His eyes bug out in absolute shock. What? She blocked it. He stares at her glowing blade, his mind totally reeling. Wait, that ringing sound. Is that sword aura resonance? How is that ringing so incredibly clear? Was she hiding this epic trump card all along? No, wait. She doesn't even look like she knows how to control it yet. Don't tell me. Is she experiencing a mid-battle enlightenment right now? Faye whispers to herself, her beautiful eyes burning with pure, unyielding determination. Focus. Just focus your mind right now. With a massive surge of power, she completely deflects his attack immediately, sending Yan stumbling far backward. Wild sword energy violently explodes across the entire arena as time literally seems to slow down for a second. Her hyperfocus hits absolute maximum peak level. This is it. Her eyes flash brilliantly. Her blade violently glows, exploding with her brand new sword, enlightenment, and insane raw willpower. This is it. The final match-deciding strike. I can do this. I'm definitely going to do this. Right in front of Faye's beautiful eyes, countless phantom sword paths from an ancient master suddenly appear. Don't rush, she tells herself. Whatever you do, don't rush. Slow but perfectly precise. The absolute most important thing here, finding that one critical, weak point. The legendary ancestral memories are literally passing down to the true heir of the mighty Nangong sword art. Faye dashes forward. Absolute calm. Zero hesitation. Every single distracting emotion completely erased from her warrior mind. On the other side, Yan is just super confused. Her body is totally covered in brutal injuries. What does she think she can even do moving that incredibly slowly? Then he suddenly flashes back to a memory. Fighting Poison Dragon. It's the exact same crazy vibe, I just don't get it. How do you people keep standing back up with that unbreakable look in your eyes? Pissed off, he channels all his demonic energy into his blade. Fine, I'll make sure you stay down for good this time. I'll completely crush you with my own divine energy and sword resonance. Both fighters violently charge at each other, going absolutely all out with everything they have. The very air literally splits in half. Time basically freezes for this crazy explosive impact. On one side, cheap stolen demonic energy. On the other, pure raw enlightenment coming straight from a true martial arts genius. It's like extreme yin and yang, pure fire and water. Two completely opposite forces clashing. Only one single person is walking away from this stage. And then boom, they violently collide. A massive shockwave rocks the stadium. Everyone is totally glued to the stage, but it's completely covered in thick smoke and dust. You can't see anything. The two fighters dash right past each other, betting absolutely everything on that single strike. And then, shatter. Faye's beautiful sword completely breaks into a million tiny pieces. Her battered body slowly collapses onto the ruined stage behind him. The referee's loud voice finally cuts through that insane heart-stopping tension. The winner is Yan. The entire crowd just goes absolutely wild with cheers. But Faye, even though she lost this fight, there's a truly satisfied smile on her face. A deep, ancient voice, her great Nangong ancestor, echoes warmly in her mind. Yes, that is exactly the true path you must walk, my beloved granddaughter. Then everything fades away to a blurry, dark gray emptiness. Her tired mind gets super fuzzy with confusing questions slowly drifting through the void. She desperately tries to piece the fight back together. What just happened? I was just... Slowly, she forces her heavy eyelids open. Two very familiar faces are leaning right over her. Ah, big sister is finally waking up. Oh my god, you're absolutely right, sister. Such incredibly comforting voices. As her blurry vision finally clears up, she sees Tang Xiaoyue and Xue'e standing right there, looking so deeply worried about her. Faye, how are you feeling? Nangong. Faye just stared, totally zoned out. The sheer exhaustion, it was crushing her. She could barely whisper out, Xue'e, Tang Xiaoyue, is that you? Where am I? She asked. The girls quickly explained she was in the tournament's medical ward. The second her brutal fight with young Master Zhang ended, they rushed her straight here. Faye pushed herself up. The reality, it hit her hard. So, I lost, didn't I? Xue'e immediately jumped in, desperately trying to lighten the mood. Are you kidding? You were absolutely incredible out there. The way your sword sounded. It was so strange but amazing. She wasn't lying. Right up to the end, Faye's movements were fluid, like crashing ocean waves. Honestly, it looked less like fighting and more like a flawless, deadly dance. When did you even learn that footwork? Faye just looked down, totally lost. I honestly don't know what actually happened in that arena. If she had to guess, it all started the second her sword began vibrating like crazy. 1 second, she was fighting. The next, everything just vanished. The entire world faded to black. The only thing she could see was the path her sword was carving right in front of her. And standing at the very end of that path, a total stranger, just a shadowy figure. Who the heck was it? It wasn't her dad, definitely wasn't her grandfather either. She knew every single member of the Nangong family and this guy, not one of them. So why was she suddenly hearing his voice inside her head? The whole thing felt like a wild, impossible fever dream. Tang Xiaoyu noticed her spacing out and got worried. Faye, does something hurt? You look really pale. Faye quickly snapped out of it. I'm totally fine. Really, it's nothing to worry about. But wait, what about young Master Qin? Where is he? Tang Xiaoye smiled. Oh, he actually stopped by to check on you, but he had to leave. His match is up next. Hearing that, Faye's eyes instantly widened. How could she forget? She tried to force her battered body out of bed, but her muscles completely locked up. I have to go watch his fight. Both girls immediately pinned her back down. Absolutely not. Are you crazy? You're barely healed. The medic said strictly bed rest, but then Xue'e remembered the exact message our main character had left behind. Look, the young master will be back before you know it. Stop stressing. She grinned. Plus, he left a specific message just for you. He said, I've watched the competition closely. Now it's my turn to steal the show. So you just focus on resting up. And just like magic, those words hit Faye like a tranquilizer dart. She instantly pulled the covers up and laid back down. Tang Xiaoyu was just standing there completely baffled. Wait, what? Just like that. Now you're listening. Faye snuggled deeper into her warm blankets. Well, he specifically told me to get some sleep, so obviously I need to rest up. The two girls exchanged the most hilarious judgmental look, like seriously. They begged her to stay and she fought them. But the second, Chin gives an order. Absolute obedience. Classic. Meanwhile, back at the arena, the hype is unreal. The announcer's voice booms across the stadium. Semifinal match. From the Shanxi Qin family, Qin Yang Chen facing off against the Murong family's prodigy Murong Hua. Hua narrowed her eyes. Her mind was racing a mile a minute. This was literally the last matchup she wanted, but fate. Yeah, fate clearly had a sense of humor. They were doing this. She remembered his insane fire technique against Lei Long. And the scary part, he was definitely holding back. She thought about her own lineage. The rulers of the Northern Sea, the legendary ice palace that dominated the frozen wastes. Her late mother carried that royal frost blood. And her dad, he literally threw all the sect politics out the window just to be with her. A pure romance. But they never saw the tragedy coming. Their only daughter inherited the Ice Palace's ultimate curse, the severed meridians. Sure, this deadly condition gave her god-tier martial arts talent. It gave her superhuman senses and power. But compared to the absolute monster standing in front of her right now, it felt completely useless. Plus, the physical toll this power took on her body was absolute torture. She never even wanted to enter this tournament. She only did it for her dad. But now, it was turning into a massive opportunity. The referee drops his hand. Fight. Hua gripped her frost blade, locking onto her target. Time to see his legendary fire technique up close. But before she could even blink, our boy's inner energy just exploded across the entire arena. The air literally boiled. It got so hot you couldn't even breathe. Hua's eyes twitched. Being this close, the sheer heat radiating off him was absolutely terrifying. Yet her sword's frost aura still biting cold. The freezing energy coursing through her veins held strong. She smirked. Her fear, a second ago, just a false alarm. She still had a solid chance to win this thing. But then Yang Chen completely shattered her confidence with two words. I'm sorry. Hua froze, totally thrown off guard. Wait, what? What are you talking about? Our guy just stood there in the center, completely calm. A massive fireball materialized in his hand, burning with apocalyptic heat. And then Yang Chen just crushed it, barehanded, sending a shockwave of pure superheated energy in every direction. The whole arena instantly turned into a raging inferno. That little bit of confidence Hua just found incinerated. Gone. She grabbed her chest, struggling to comprehend what was happening. It's warm. The deadly frost curse inside her veins was literally melting away. How is this even possible? As the realization hit her, Hua's eyes filled with pure, unfiltered despair. A helpless, broken smile crept onto her face. Overkill much, because right in front of her was a towering god-tier fire tornado that was literally incinerating everything in its path. The stone floor was literally melting and cracking open. Yang Chen tightened his fist, his eyes completely empty. No anger, no malice. Don't stress too much, he said casually. I'll make this quick. You won't feel a thing. Boom. An earth-shattering explosion absolutely deleted the fighting stage. The shockwave was so massive you could feel it miles away. Meanwhile, up in the VIP suites, the Martial Alliance leader was having a very tense chat with his son. Zhang Zunyan was visibly sweating as his father interrogated him. Son, did you completely forget the promise you made me? Father, of course not. I remember. The leader slammed his fist. Then explain your decision. Out there in the arena, you unleashed that forbidden energy. Didn't I specifically warn you? That power will consume you. It will completely destroy your mind. We had a deal, you don't touch that power until you're fully matured. So why the hell did you break the rules today? Zunyan gritted his teeth. Just thinking about his recent nightmare fight made his blood boil. Why did he do it? How could he possibly tell his dad the truth? The absolute terror. The sheer panic. The humiliating reality of getting pushed that far. Plus, divine artifacts, they only resonate with compatible auras. That's the only way to even sense them. His dad had only heard vague rumors about this power and was just guessing. Honestly, the old man had zero clue what actually happened out there. Or maybe he knew exactly what was up and was just playing dumb. Either way, Zunyan knew how to play the game. He bowed his head. I deeply apologize, father. I lost my focus and I made a reckless mistake. I swear on our family's reputation it will never happen again. But underneath his eyes were practically bleeding with pure arrogance. Yeah, right. If he wanted to become the undisputed god of the martial world like everyone expected, then eventually the old man would just have to accept his methods. The room went dead silent. The Alliance leader watched his son lost in thought. Zhongyan had always been the golden child. Absolute perfection. He never had to worry about him before. But lately, the kid was definitely plotting something dark. I might need to pay the temple abbot a visit, the leader thought. Meanwhile, back at the infirmary, our absolute beast of an MC strolls in after his one-sided massacre. He pushed the door open. I'm back. Xue'e immediately started shaking. Faye awake. Hey, wake up. The young master is here. Faye slowly sat up, rubbing her eyes, still half asleep. Yang Chen smiled. How are you feeling? Faye pouted. I feel trapped in here. I want to go outside. He crossed his arms. Not a chance. If I let you out, you'll sprint straight to the training grounds. Faye instantly hit him with the classic puppy dog eyes. He didn't budge. What is that? What are you doing with your face? You think acting cute is going to change my mind? Faye blinked, genuinely confused. That's so weird. Tang Xiaoyou swore this strategy worked on you. In the background, Tang Xiaoyou literally face-palmed. Oh my god, Faye. You don't say that out loud. I didn't tell you to use this method for training. Our main character just turns to her totally casual. Where have you been anyway? Oh, I just swung by Miss Muron's place for a bit. Turns out she's not in the general infirmary. Her family is taking care of her privately. Yang Chen's expression hardens. Makes sense. With her specific condition, that's honestly the best move. So how is Jin Linghua doing? Physically speaking, completely fine. No major injuries at all. But ever since that intense fight with young Master Qin, she's been spacing out, literally acting like a lost soul, just endlessly muttering crazy stuff about things, feeling way too warm and cozy. Weird. He definitely held his power back during that clash. Whatever. As long as she's not actually hurt, it's fine. Honestly, if Elder Shen had seen that little stunt earlier, oh man, the old guy would have absolutely lost his mind. He'd be yelling about zero effort ending fights in one hit. Speaking of the old man, where has he been? It's been a minute. Anyway, whenever our guy faces off against Zhang Zunyan, his emotions just spike. It's the exact same overwhelming feeling as when he met Yi Xue'e. But ever since seeing that guy use an aura weirdly similar to the Thunder Dragon, the Elder just vanished without a trace. This time is completely different though. Our boy isn't panicking because he can still clearly feel it. The old man is still in there, somewhere deep inside his body. He hasn't faded away at all. Wait, is the Elder busy suppressing this new aura, just like he did with the demonic energy? Seriously, where the hell is this crazy power even coming from? He has to look into this. Needs more info fast. But while he's totally zoning out, Tang Xiaoyu steps right up to him. Her voice breaks his focus. Young Master Qin, this match tomorrow. You absolutely have to win, because everyone here is cheering for you. Hearing that, the tension in his chest finally drops. The frustration just melts away. Our main character gives her a soft smile, gently patting Tang Xiaoyu on the head. Thank you. I promise you I'm taking home that victory. Just watch my performance tomorrow. And just like that, it's time. The biggest, most important showdown of the Dragon and Phoenix tournament is finally here. Both fighters step into the arena, and the sheer determination radiating off these two absolutely unstoppable. Zhang Zunyan steps right to the center. His eyes look totally calm, but his tone definitely testing the waters. He speaks slow. Young Master Qin, since we're here, I have to ask you a question. Back at the banquet, why were you looking at me with such pure hostility? Did I accidentally do something to offend you? Please enlighten me. Our main character just scratches his head, totally unbothered. Man looks like he's just daydreaming about what to eat for lunch. Then he drops the most casual response ever. Accidentally. Well, I guess that's not totally wrong. But inside, he's remembering the nightmare. That massive disaster that completely shattered the martial arts world when the demonic realm first opened. And the mastermind. None other than the exact guy standing right in front of him. Thinking back, yeah, it all makes sense now. But honestly, even if I told you right now, you wouldn't understand a single word. Hearing that disrespect, Zhang Zunyan somehow keeps up his perfect righteous guy act. Classic two-faced villain energy. He just cups his hands together like a proper gentleman. While I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about, if this is somehow my fault, please allow me to properly apologize. He doesn't even get to finish his sentence. Yang Chen cuts him off cold, his voice dripping with absolute disgust. Enough, drop the fake nice guy act right now. I don't need your garbage insincere apologies. Honestly, I thought about this a lot. I figured maybe you had some tragic backstory, some impossible choice that forced you down this demonic path. But the longer I watch you, the more I realize how totally wrong I was. You are way worse than anyone else. On the outside, playing the pure saint. Inside, you just want to rule over the entire world. The absolute second someone doesn't bow down to you, you're instantly ready to rip them to shreds. You've been completely rotten since day one. Absolute human trash. You are exactly the type of person I despise the most. Saying that, our main character just smirks, and that smile, cold as a newly drawn sword, while his entire body starts radiating. A bloodthirsty pressure completely ready to obliterate the guy standing in front of him. I ruined your perfect little master plan, didn't I? Must be eating you alive. So drop the hypocrite act already. I was originally going to play along with your stupid masquerade. But honestly, it's just too exhausting. Zhang Zunyan stands there, taking every single word like a knife to the chest. His whole body freezes up. Pure rage is literally boiling inside him. He's gripping his sword so hard his hands are physically shaking. Dark, twisted, demonic energy starts erupting from him. His eyes go blood red with pure killing intent, veins literally popping on his face from absolute fury. Young Master Qin, your martial arts skills are undeniably brilliant, but your arrogance is going to get you killed. Since you pushed it, don't blame me for showing absolutely zero mercy. In response, our main character just bursts out laughing. Real chaotic laughter, like he's been waiting years for this exact second. Yes, exactly. You're finally dropping the mask, huh? Now that is the real you. Just embrace the monster you actually are. Boom, a savage inferno erupts around our boy. Searing flames spiral up, wrapping around his chest and forging a literal armor of pure fire. Visually, it is the absolute perfect contrast to the pitch-black demonic aura violently swallowing Zhang Zunyan. On one side, twisted corruption devouring sanity. On the other, a roaring blaze ready to burn away any obstacle. The Shanxiqian family's Yang Chen is officially clashing with the tailing Zhang family's golden boy Zhang Zunyan. Every single eyeball in the stadium is locked on the arena. The temperature is literally spiking with every breath. The tension, so thick you couldn't cut it with a sword. The grand finale of the Dragon and Phoenix tournament has finally begun. The ref barely finishes speaking before both fighters launch at each other like starving beasts. Sword and fist collide in midair. The shockwave is so massive it literally warps the space around them. Our guy channels every ounce of his firepower into his right hand. The glow reaches blinding levels before he unleashes a punch like a falling meteor. The impact makes Zhang Zunyan's sword vibrate violently while raging flames absolutely scorch the air around him. Zhang desperately tries to block it, but still gets blasted backward. He's grinding his teeth, absorbing the insane recoil. But guess what? Before he can even find his footing, Yang Chen just casually blinks into existence right behind him. Wham! A perfectly executed roundhouse kick. He launches the guy across the ring like a literal soccer ball. Lightning-fast combinations start raining down relentlessly. Zhang Zunyan is completely trapped, desperately throwing up blocks in pure, unadulterated panic. He gets booted straight up into the sky. Down below, the entire arena is drowning in a massive dust cloud, completely blinding the audience. Up in the air, Zhang's eyes are completely bloodshot. Veins are bulging out of his skin and his jaw is clenched so hard his teeth might shatter. Nothing he does is working. Completely losing it, he aims his sword straight at the ground and dive bombs like a missile, screaming in pure rage. Stop polluting my sight with your garbage. Down below, our main character just calmly watches this guy plummeting toward him like an angry comet. K-boom. An earth-shattering explosion absolutely wrecks the stage. A massive chunk of the arena gets wiped out, launching a literal rain of heavy boulders everywhere. Thick white dust completely blacks out the camera. The crowd is losing their minds. Nobody has a clue who survived that impact, but as the smoke finally clears, jaws hit the floor, because our hero's hand is just effortlessly clamped right around Zhang Zunyan's wrist. He's holding this supposed genius like a lifeless doll. You can see the pure disrespect on our boy's face. He has zero tolerance for fake talents relying on stolen power. He leans in close and whispers with maximum mockery, "Well, well, since your arrogant little tantrum is over, I guess it's my turn, right?" Zhang Zunyan's face completely twists in horror. A brutal reality check just smashed into his brain, shutting down his entire system. He actually feels divine energy. How the hell does a guy without the sacred baptism have this power? But before his brain can even process the math, a bone-crushing impact just deletes his consciousness. Our guy literally spins this dude around by the arm like a rag doll. The sheer centrifugal force makes Zhang's entire skeleton pop with these absolutely sickening cracking sounds. Then Yeeti. He chucks him straight at the far wall and instantly blitzes right after him. Bam, bam, bam. He unloads a merciless combo of furious punches and kicks. The supposed young master is getting ragdolled like a cheap, torn-up punching bag. Zero resistance left. It's over. The winner of this tournament is already decided. This isn't a fight anymore. It's a complete, absolute execution. Zhang Zunyan is a bloody mess, flat on the concrete. Not a single intact bone left after that barrage. But our hero, he isn't done. He keeps dropping brutal, rage-fueled punches on him. Every strike carries the deep burning hatred from both his past life and his current one. A devastating right hook craters the arena floor, erupting into a massive pillar of fire that reaches the upper stands. Up in the VIP box, the Marshal, Alliance leader, furrows his brows, watching his own son get absolutely demolished. His face goes dangerously dark. A heavy, sickening dread drops in his stomach as he thinks to himself, that kid from the Qin family, he's grown into an insurmountable wall. A wall so terrifyingly high it breeds pure despair. I just pray my son isn't completely broken by it. Finally, the smoke starts clearing. The referee literally steps out shaking like a leaf, ready to declare the ultimate victory for the Shangxi Qin families, champion Yang Chen. But wait, before he can even get the words out, the ref freezes in absolute horror. Our guy is still swinging. Brutal heavy punches keep smashing down onto Zhang Zunyan's completely paralyzed body. The referee totally panics, screaming his lungs out. Stop, pull back right now. But our boy, he's totally deaf to it. There is only one single thought echoing in his mind: he is going to permanently cripple this monster right here, right now. But right before that fist could land, caught, a bloody hand gripped his wrist, stopping it completely dead. Yang Chen's eyes went wide. The guy's bones were supposed to be completely shattered, yet somehow, he blocked it. Zhang Zunyan slowly sat up, but the voice that came out of him, cold, demonic, completely unrecognizable. So it is you. I felt something shatter. Never expected this. What exactly are you? Hiding so many secrets inside that little body, a completely twisted psychotic smile crept across his face. Look at those eyes, pure evil. Yang Chen instinctively stepped back. Demonic energy was just pouring out thick and freezing cold like a toxic fog, suffocating the entire area. Every alarm bell in his head was screaming. What the heck? That voice definitely wasn't Zhang's. What was this thing? And right then, the mysterious entity inside Yang Chen woke up. Low, bloodthirsty. Ah, I'm starving. That thing must be eaten. Too much was happening at once. Our boy was completely panicking. Wait, what? What's going on? That bizarre voice was literally trying to hijack his body. The possessed Zhang Zunyan let out this creepy laugh. Hey. Ah yes, the Lord of the Endless Abyss is in there. Honestly, no idea why my master chose a weak little punk like you. But whatever, since we're here, I'll leave you a little gift. He stepped forward, grabbing Yang Chen's wrist tight. He sounded almost excited. That monster inside you, oh, it's gonna love this. Hold on, what are you doing? But before he could even finish, the stranger threw up an invisible barrier. Pure demonic energy surged and forced itself straight into Yang Chen's body. Get this, the crowd outside, they couldn't see a single thing happening. Nobody could step in to help. Once the transfer was done, the guy slowly whispered his final words. A pleasure meeting you. If you ever cross paths with UC, tell her that I Dugu Jun am looking for her. And just like that, Zhang Zunyan's body collapsed hard onto the arena floor. The evil aura poof, gone. Everything went right back to normal, like absolutely nothing happened. Yang Chen was just standing there totally stunned, trying to process this madness. Then the referee's voice snapped him back. He looked super frustrated as the announcer shouted, Yang Chen is the winner. But this victory, zero joy, absolutely none. All he felt was this heavy, overwhelming sense of dread that he just couldn't shake off. Seriously, what the heck was actually going on? Fast forward a bit. The tournament wrapped up and Yang Chen officially took the championship. Now he's just sitting alone on a high cliff, staring at the sky. Gray clouds pouring down these fragile snowflakes. The setting sun casting this super long, lonely shadow behind him. Our protagonist let out a massive, exhausted sigh. The martial arts tournament, it's finally over. Even though a few of the top-tier prodigies couldn't make it to the event, honestly, nobody could have predicted the absolute sheer insanity that went down during this tournament. Every tavern in town was blowing up with gossip. Some were hyping up Nangong Fei and her gorgeous sword techniques, calling her the sword dancer. Others, they couldn't stop talking about Zhang Zunyan, a complete unknown, showing up and snatching second place. They dubbed him the rising star, but the guy everyone was talking about the most, obviously Yang Chen, the one who crushed that star to take the crown. Thinking about it made him bury his face in his hands. What are they even thinking? Stuff like the destined emperor or a heavenly dragon descending. This whole true dragon title, it was so cringy it literally made his face burn red. He pinched his own cheek, muttering, whatever. I guess it still beats the awful nickname I had in my past life. True dragon, give me a break. He's obviously just a human. But a second later, Yang Chen's eyes turned dead serious. Right now, he was definitely not in the mood to celebrate anything. That crazy moment in the finals haunted him like a ghost. The memory was way too fresh. Dugu Jun, the guy who hijacked Zhang Zunyan's body, that's what he called himself. But who was he really? Not in his past life nor his current one had he ever heard that name. How could an entity like that just camp out inside Zhang's body? And worse, that energy he forced into him, it perfectly matched the aura used by the other fighters. So wait, was this Dugu Jun guy the mastermind handing out cheat-level powers to everyone? Then it hit him. That guy actually recognized the creature hiding inside Yang Chen, called it the Lord of the Endless Abyss. So where exactly did this inner monster come from anyway? He pressed a hand to his chest, whispering, Hey, if you know something, spit it out. What is your actual goal attaching yourself to me? Talk so I know how to deal with this. But the response, dead silence. Yang Chen let out a frustrated sigh, so moody. Usually this thing only ever shows its face when it's hungry enough to swallow my inner energy. Yet this time, it took a bite and just quit. Meanwhile, he could feel that dark aura wasn't fading at all. It was secretly building up inside him. Suddenly, a massive wave of panic hit. He froze completely. This is bad. His clan's sacred fire technique wasn't purifying this dark energy. It was literally trying to fuse with it. How is this even possible? Acting on instinct, he immediately channeled his aura. The result, absolutely terrifying. Cold sweat dropped down his face. He shot up, staring at the palm of his hand in pure horror. Why was his flame turning blue? This was disastrous. If his father ever saw this, he'd instantly assume his son was practicing demonic arts. He clenched his fist tight, pulled back his energy, killed the flame. Tried it again. This time, the fire burned its familiar bright red. He exhaled hard. Okay, back to normal. Turns out if I regulate my breathing, just like controlling sword aura, I can force it to stabilize, thank God. At least he could hide it from the world, but the second he thought that, the world spun. Yang Chen stumbled and collapsed hard. His entire body felt like dead weight, head throbbing, mind completely chaotic. Was this a backlash from that dark energy, or had his body finally hit its absolute limit from nonstop fighting? He looked up at the sky, completely blanked out by the falling snow. Just him and the freezing wind. He muttered to himself, in a mess like this, what am I even supposed to do? Old master, please wake up and help me out here. After brooding on that cliff for ages, he finally dragged himself back to his room. A servant immediately bowed. Ah, young master, you've returned. Congratulations on claiming the championship. Yang Chen just nodded calmly. Yeah, thanks. But where is everybody else? Wait, let me guess. Hanging out in my room again. Didn't even need to look. He walked up smirking. I bet the second I open this door, Xue'e is gonna catch my scent and launch herself right at me. He grabbed the handle, pulled the door and carefully dodged to the side. Waited a second. Nothing. Nobody jumped out. He looked super confused, poked his head in. Wait, what? Why is it so quiet in here? And in that exact second, boom, a shadow lunged at him like a wild little animal going for the kill. Young Master Xue'e totally learned from her last mistake. This time, the ambush was flawless. They tumbled a few times and slammed right into the back door. Xue'e hugged him tight, totally pouting. Why are you so late? Yang Chen felt like he was going to pass out. Sorry. Had things to do. He managed to pat her head. Did you watch the whole final match today? Of course I did. Watched it with the girls. Congrats on becoming the absolute strongest. Then from inside the room, Tang Xiaoyue ran out looking super bummed. Hey, I wanted to be the first to congratulate you. Then she cleared her throat, acting totally formal. I mean, congratulations on your victory. True dragon. Oh man, goosebumps everywhere. He panicked a little. Please, I am begging you, do not call me that. Where's Nangong Fei? She waited for you until she couldn't keep her eyes open. Just fell asleep. Huh. She has her own room, why not sleep there? Why does she always crash in mine? Yang Chen stood up, sighing hard. Whatever. It's not the first time anyway. Tomorrow's the closing ceremony. I need to crash too. Xue'e, listen to me carefully. We're heading back to the main family estate soon. Until then, stay right here. No wandering off. Got it? Xue'e smiled, completely obedient. Don't worry, young master. I won't go anywhere. Night fell. Outside, freezing winter and a bright moon. Inside, Yang Chen was already out cold, fast asleep next to his future fiancée. Tang Xiaoyu was knocked out in the servants' quarters too. Xue'e was having sweet dreams until boom. Her hair started glowing solid gold. The legendary mark of the sword saint it just activated. Her eyes snapped open. The glowing pupils, radiating this insane warm energy. The sword saint sat up, thinking to herself, I'm sorry. I know taking over while you sleep isn't right, but I need your body one last time. I have to end this myself. She grabbed a coat and slipped out into the dead of night. Outside, two guards standing in heavy snow, completely clueless as a mysterious shadow darted right past them. Nothing but a ghost in the wind. She sprinted down the pitch-black hallways, heart hammering in her chest. Almost there. She stopped dead in front of this creepy room, the killing intent leaking out, enough to make a normal person run for their life. The sword saint raised her hand, golden sword energy practically vibrating. The door creaked open and what she saw inside, absolute shock. A low freezing voice called out, hurry up and come inside. The doors flew wide open. Sitting right there on the bed, just watching the snow fall, Du Gu Jun. He turned around, flashing this twisted, downright demonic smile. I've been waiting for you to show up for a very long time, my child. Flashback time. We're pulled straight into her past life. Imagine an entire massive mountain range completely swallowed by pitch-black fire. These flames roaring like literal dragons, swallowing everything in sight. The Sword Saint stood there with 5 elite warriors from the Martial Alliance, all of them beaten half to death. Auras completely drained, barely standing on their own 2 feet. Up on the massive cliff, a chilling voice echoed down, dripping with so much disgust and killing intent it made grown soldiers shake like leaves. What an absolute mess. I am so utterly disappointed. Weren't you guys supposed to be the pinnacle of strength? So what's with this absolute garbage in front of me? Yang Chen's eyes went pitch black, his right hand dragging a half-dead demonic cult boss along the dirt. He just stared down. Sword Saint, do I really have to burn every last one of you alive to make you happy? Right next to him, that cult boss was shaking, begging, Master, please, have mercy. Our male lead didn't even blink. He just slowly raised his hand, black flames compressed into this massive, terrifying fireball. Just a complete and utter letdown. Hopefully, you righteous faction idiots use your brains next time you face me. The second he finished talking, that dark sphere blew up, covering the sky. The heat coming off it felt like a literal bomb waiting to drop. The remaining warriors scrambled back, swords shaking out of control. One guy just lost it, screaming, "Damn it, is this really the power of the Black Flame Demon Emperor?" Yang Chen's eyes locked right onto that guy. Boom. A spike of black fire shot out like a sniper bullet, but thankfully the Sword Saint was fast, dashing in and slicing the flame apart at the absolute last second. She literally saved him from becoming a pile of ash. "You okay?" she yelled out. The guy nodded, practically crying. "Thank you, I'm alive because of you." Up on the cliff, Yang Chen just scoffed. "Do not call me by that ridiculous title. Honestly, I hate it. Say it one more time and I'll wipe this entire mountain off the map. Look at yourselves, you're running on empty." Fighting back, complete delusion. The Sword Saint gritted her teeth. You could see the pure desperation in her eyes. "What exactly do you want from us?" she demanded. Yang Chen actually laughed out loud. "Want? You think I need anything from you, losers? The fact that I'm even standing here talking to you right now, that's your answer. If I didn't care at all, you'd all be charcoal by now." His laugh sounded incredibly bitter, like he was hiding from his own truth. "You're overthinking it. And honestly, even if you were right, did you really think I'd just let you walk away? Gotta say, I never expected the legendary little Sword Saint to look this pathetic. The pride of the righteous path, the hope of the martial world, all just garbage talk. In the end, you're just as weak as the rest of them. And yet these insects from the Martial Alliance treat you like their savior. What are you going to throw away all that pride just to beg for your life?" Her men were losing their minds. "Sword Saint, you cannot bow down to this traitor." But she didn't even flinch. Her voice was ice cold. "That ridiculous pride, I threw it away a long time ago. I still have a job to do. I absolutely cannot die here today. If I go down, everything we've worked for turns to dust." She gripped her robes, staring a hole right through him. "You want to know if I'll beg for my life? You're damn right, I want to live." And just like that, Yang Chen closed his fist. The massive dark sphere collapsed and all the black flames completely vanished. His cult minion freaked out. "Master, no, you can't just let this righteous trash walk free." Boom. One punch to the face and the guy was out cold. Yang Chen just kept talking. "The old heavenly demon couldn't care less if you guys breathe or not. Dead or alive, it changes nothing. Sooner or later, he's gonna crush the Alliance leader himself anyway. So here's the deal. Swear to stay out of it. Swear you'll stand back and watch your master and your family get slaughtered in that war. Do that, and you get to live today." The warriors went absolutely ballistic. "You sick monster, Sword Saint, get out of here, we'll hold him back." But Xue'e, she didn't hesitate for a single second. "Fine, I swear. If that's your price, I'll pay it." Yang Chen's eyes went dead, pure disappointment. Fire completely wrapped around her, and in the blink of an eye, he was standing right in front of her. He grabbed the Sword Saint by the throat like she was a literal toy. "This means absolutely nothing to me, but I just put a curse on you. Call it a reward for throwing away your precious pride. I'll keep my end of the bargain." He dropped her and walked off, his voice fading into the shadows. "Catch you later. I really hope you're just as pathetic next time we meet. Makes it so much easier for me to kill you." And with that, he literally vanished into thin air. Nothing left behind but a few sparks of black fire drifting away in the wind. Her men rushed over, completely panicked. "Are you all right?" She waved them off. "I'm fine. Don't beat yourselves up, this wasn't your fault. We need to get back to this sect right now." The guy was gone, but the terror, still very real. "What if they ambush us on the way back?" one asked. "Don't panic. The Black Flame Demon Emperor doesn't break his promises." "Understood. We're moving out." The Meteor Sword Squad was waiting at the base of the mountain. Fast forward 3 days, the nightmare actually happened. The heavenly demons slaughtered the Alliance leader. The Sword Saint had to lead the survivors on a massive retreat toward Henan. But her feelings about Yang Chen, incredibly messy. It wasn't just pure hatred, there was this deep, confusing nostalgia mixed in there. Snap back to the present. The Sword Saint slowly stepped into the dark room, right where Dugu Jun was waiting for her. "How did you know I was coming?" she demanded. He just gave this smug little smile. "With killing intent that thick, how could I not know?" She froze. She'd masked her presence perfectly, but he read her like an open book. "I just have a real talent for sensing bloodlust, that's all." Zero hesitation. The Sword Saint swung her blade for the kill. This guy way too dangerous to keep alive. A flash of light and boom, one of Dugu Jun's arms went flying, but the crazy part, he was still smiling. Wow. Jumping straight to the violence before we even chat, so feisty, but honestly I've got nothing to say to you. He tilted his head, super intrigued. You talk like you know me. Who exactly are you hiding in there? Xue's entire body erupted in this blinding, insane power. The whole room lit up. Dugu Jun just squinted. Ah. I see. You are. He didn't even get to finish. The sword saint charged. Right as her blade was inches from taking his head off, he laughed. Oh, by the way, that Yang Chen you care so much about. I just planted a little parasite right inside him. That hit her like a truck. She flinched, her blade missing his face by an absolute hair. What did you just say? She growled. He just cackled. Well, look at that. Now you're ready to listen. Hold on, don't get the wrong idea. That power isn't toxic at all. Zero side effects. Honestly, it's my absolute favorite masterpiece. Trust me, the kid is gonna love it. The sword saint was furious. Shut your mouth. Look at the twisted monster you've become. How can you even speak right now? You lost your humanity a long time ago. You don't know the first thing about that kid. Dugu Jun just pointed right back at her. His eyes absolute ice. And what about you? He mocked, his voice dropping low. Do you even know who you really are? You know exactly what you are, but you keep running from it. Deep down, you are absolutely desperate to become a real human being. At the end of the day, we are exactly the same. Sure, you look all shiny and pure, but our roots, identical. There's literally zero difference. The sword saint lowered her head. Murderous intent absolutely exploding. Shut up, she hissed, before I personally hunt down your little hideout and slaughter every piece of trash you've created. He just let out this dry, creepy laugh. Wow, color me impressed. You know a lot about me. But the thing hiding inside that kid, you have absolutely no clue. So pathetic. Honestly, I pity you. But don't stress, I want that vessel to grow stronger than anyone else. For now, I'm just grabbing some popcorn and waiting for the perfect moment. And then he just grabbed Zhang Zunyan right by the throat with his one good arm. Xue'e completely panicked. What are you doing? Didn't you come here specifically for him? He barely even blinked. Yep. But think of this as my little parting gift. I'll let you play bodyguard for the kid just a little bit longer. Once fate finally kicks in, he will come crawling right to me. Anyway, great chat. See you around. And then snap. A sickening crunch echoed through the dead of night. Game over. Zhang Zunyan's neck snapped clean, his body dropping like a puppet with cut strings. The sword saint shot up, totally paralyzed, Dugu Jun's final words playing on loop. Just like the very beginning, my sweet daughter. She froze, complete shock for 3 whole seconds, and then pure unadulterated rage completely took over, burning away everything else. One swipe of her hand. Sword energy exploded outwards, instantly turning Zhang Zunyan's lifeless body into absolute dust. Nothing left but a cold, empty bed, like he was never even there. Xue'e clutched her chest, the overwhelming despair hitting her like a truck. Sword Saint, #1 fighter in the world, what a joke. Just a bunch of useless, empty titles. Yang Chen's words from her past life haunted her, echoing like some kind of twisted curse. She squeezed her eyes shut, barely whispering, I am so sorry, Yang Chen. That night, Zhang Zunyan was wiped from existence. Not a single trace left. Yeah, that is exactly how it was supposed to go down. Congratulations to our rising stars. May you continue training to reach absolute greatness. But the second her eyes drifted up to the award podium, she froze. Her heart just straight up stopped beating. Because right there, standing perfectly fine next to Yang Chen, was Zhang Zunyan. The guy who literally died last night was just chilling there, like nothing ever happened. What in the absolute world was going on? The sword saint stared at the stage, totally mind blown. How on earth was he standing there without a single scratch? She desperately replayed last night in her head. I destroyed his body myself. I literally turned the guy into floating space dust. This makes zero sense. So who the hell was that imposter on stage? Her panicked thoughts were instantly cut off by the Alliance leader grabbing the mic. To wrap things up, let's hear a massive round of applause. Show some love for these incredible young talents who gave it their all. The entire stadium completely erupted. Insane cheers, clapping so loud it sounded like fireworks going off. But while everyone else was hyping them up, Yang Chen was practically glaring at the guy next to him. Dugu Jun. Was that monster's soul still hiding inside this meat suit? Why the hell would that villain need to hijack this random kid's body anyway? Does Zhang Zunyan even know he is being puppeteered right now? The tension was getting seriously suffocating. Damn it. Every single detail was changing from his past life memories, and it was driving him crazy. Later, after the ceremony finally wrapped up, Yang Chen took a walk to clear his head. Not that it helped. Everyone on the street was staring holes into him. Hey, check it out, isn't that him? The tournament champion from the podium today. He's been looking moody like that since he won. Not even a single smile. Is he just being humble? Or maybe he just thinks he is completely untouchable now. Yeah, when you hit that power tier, being called a true dragon is totally justified. Ugh, that cursed title again. Yang Chen whipped around glaring absolute daggers at the two gossiping guys. His aura spiked pure, intimidating fire energy leaking out. The two dudes instantly backed off completely terrified. Did we say something wrong? But before it escalated, a voice interrupted. Ninth Young Master Tang Xiaoyu and Xue'e jogged over. We thought you vanished into thin air, but you were just wandering around here. And what is with the super intense death glare? Yang Chen immediately brushed it off. What death glare? I was just taking a walk. By the way, is Her Highness still asleep? Tang Xiaoyu nodded. Yeah, she is still resting in her room. Memories from that morning flashed through his mind. Seriously, free-spirited is one thing, but she needs some boundaries. Word is the second the fights ended, she completely ditched the ceremony. Tang Xiaoyu was still curious. You just won the whole tournament. Why are you hyped? You've looked miserable since you got on stage. So Yang Chen threw his hands up in the fakest cheer ever. Like a toddler could tell he was faking it. Are you kidding? I am absolutely thrilled. Wow, look at me shaking with pure joy. Tang Xiaoyu took one look and completely busted out laughing. What are you even doing? But then Yang Chen's gaze shifted to the girl who had been dead silent this whole time. Honestly, Xue'e looks way more exhausted than I do. Everything okay, Xue'e? She totally panicked, waving her hands. No, I am fine. What could possibly be wrong? Yang Chen just stepped closer, gently patting her head. Hey, if something is bothering you, just tell me. I can't help if I don't know. Okay, I got it. Tang Xiaoyu was watching them, definitely feeling a tiny sting of jealousy. She quickly changed the subject. So, Ninth Young Master, the tournament is over. What is your next big move? Like, are we traveling somewhere else? Any epic adventures planned? Yang Chen actually had to think about it for a second. His original plan was to head straight back to the Ji family compound. But Elder Shen had specifically told him there was unfinished business at the Shaolin Temple. Actually, Yang Chen said slowly, I am heading to the Shaolin Temple next. Tang Xiaoyu just blinked, completely confused. The Shaolin Temple out of nowhere? Why? Yang Chen shrugged. We are already in Henan province anyway. Might as well play tourist and pay my respects. Tang Xiaoyu suddenly got super awkward, shifting on her feet. Well, if you are going, do you mind if I tag along to the temple too? But before he could answer, Manhwa casually strolled up from behind. Room for one more on this little field trip? Sure, why not? Yang Chen said. But the girl spun around totally spooked. Whoa, where did you even come from? Manhwa just flashed this totally sly, knowing grin. Funny coincidence, I was heading there anyway. Fast forward 2 days. Yang Chen was finally climbing the massive stone steps up to the Shaolin Temple. Thinking back to that awkward conversation, yeah, ditching them and traveling completely solo was definitely the smart move. He barely finished speaking when a voice he really didn't want to hear rang out. Well, hello there, Ninth Young Master. Oh great, more trouble. Our guy points right at Manhwa and yells, what are you doing here? Why would you ask that? Since you rejected me, I had to travel all the way here by myself. She flashes this teasing, super excited smile. Even I didn't expect to bump into you like this. Talk about destiny, Yang Chen groans internally. Destiny? Yeah, right. This was definitely a setup. Shaking it off, the two of them quickly make their way right up to the front gates of the legendary Shaolin Temple. A young monk comes out to greet them. Benefactor Yang and Benefactor Manhwa, correct. You are in the right place. The little monk bows respectfully. My Dharma name is Zi Ying. I've been assigned to guide you both today. Please forgive any shortcomings. Our MC steps forward totally confused. Wait, Master Zi Ying. Why are you expecting 2 people? The letter I sent yesterday clearly stated I was coming alone. The monk smiles politely. Ah well, Benefactor Murong sent a separate letter right after yours, stating she would be accompanying you. So I just assumed. He pauses. Is there some sort of mistake? Manhwa is standing right there grinning from ear to ear like she just caught her prey. Nope, no mistake at all. Completely accurate. Yang Chen literally shivers. This woman, absolutely terrifying. Anyway, the guided tour of the Shaolin Temple begins. Now tons of visitors come here just for the gorgeous scenery, but out of all the spots, this specific location, right here, it's the absolute fan favorite. Please look ahead, the monk says. Boom. A massive breathtaking lake sitting right in the middle of the temple grounds. The water is so crystal clear you can easily see straight down to the bottom. Our boy is completely awestruck, but the monk just chuckles. Haha, the lake is beautiful, yes. But what I really want you to see is that koi fish over there. A koi. Suddenly, from the depths, this pure white koi fish breaches the surface. Ah, there it is. Yang Chen blinks. Wait, this massive lake and there's only one fish. Is it super rare or something? The monk nods. That is the sacred white koi. One of the most priceless treasures of our Shaolin Temple. Manhwa is stunned. That fish is a treasure. The monk smiles. Yes. Long, long ago. The Yellow-Toothed Buddha, the legendary hero who stopped the Blood Demon's apocalypse, personally released this creature here. It's been centuries since that day, and our temple has guarded it ever since. Yang Chen's mind races. Holy crap, if it's lived that long, it's basically a demon beast by now, right? But then snap, he pulls himself together. Focus, Yang Chen. What the heck are you doing? We aren't here for a sightseeing tour. He needs to figure out why the Divine Elder desperately wanted to come here. Suddenly, a mysterious voice echoes right in his ear. Yang Chen freezes. He jolts, looking at the other two. Did you guys just hear that? Shin Tai inside Yang Chen's mind, the Divine Elder's voice suddenly roars back. Who has the absolute nerve to call me by my real name, Sin Tai? Boom. Without warning, a massive wave erupts from the calm lake and smashes right into our MC. When I call you, you answer. Sin Tai, you stubborn old ox, have you really gone senile? In a split-second chaos, the wave sweeps everything away, dragging them deep beneath the crystal-clear surface. Yang Chen is sinking fast. The whole world shifts into this weird otherworldly color. He grabs his throat, full-on panicking. What is happening? Where did that wave even come from? Damn it, I'm gonna drown. But then, wait, a strange sensation hits him. I can still breathe. He looks around frantically and yells, what the hell is going on? Did I fall into the lake? The other two must have been dragged down with him. He has to find them and get out of here now. But just as he thinks that, whoosh, he feels something massive glide right behind him. He looks up, completely paralyzed. Isn't that the koi fish from before? Why is it the size of a freaking building now? The giant white koi suddenly speaks. Sin Tai, you old fool. You've been pretending to ignore me this whole time. Even crossing the cycle of reincarnation couldn't fix your terrible personality. How? Yang Chen's eyes are practically bugging out of his head. What? A giant koi fish is talking. That voice from earlier. Is it talking to me? The fish scoffs. Who else would I be talking to? There's nobody else here. Our boy squints. Wait a second. Is this giant fish confusing him with the Divine Elder? And what did it mean by reincarnation? Sorry to disappoint you, but I'm not Sin Tai. The massive fish swims uncomfortably close. Drop the act, you old ox. If you aren't him, then how do you explain that overwhelming plum blossom aura coming right off your body? Yang Chen sighs. Look, it's a long story, but this aura isn't actually mine. Still stubborn as ever, you're really trying to con me in a situation like this. Fine, if you want to play it the hard way, I'll just have to force it out of you. Yang Chen instantly drops into a defensive stance. Damn it, an underwater battle, but total plot twist. The giant koi doesn't attack at all. Instead, it starts telling a story. Back when we were young, wasn't there a certain someone who was so hopelessly obsessed with a girl from the Murim family that he stalked her relentlessly? Yang Chen freezes, jaw completely dropped. Wait, is he exposing the elder's embarrassing past? You spent 3 whole days and nights confessing your love, clinging to her, and she still dumped you for that guy named Ming. Okay, that was the breaking point. The Divine Elder finally manifests, screaming, you damn bald monk. Shut your mouth. Yang Chen grabs his ears, looking at the spirit popping out beside him. Divine Elder, the old man's face is literally beet red. He looks ready to deep fry this giant fish right here, right now. Our guy is completely freaking out. Elder, it is you. I haven't heard a peep from you for days. Why pop out now? The old ghost just screams in pure, unadulterated rage. I thought some random koi spirit was asking for a death wish, but that annoying tone. It's you, Iron Shadow. Yang Chen blankly stares at the massive fish. Iron Shadow. So this isn't just some random water monster. Out of the 5 legendary masters who fought side by side with the Divine Elder during the Great Blood Demon War, this is Iron Shadow, the hero known globally as the Yellow-Toothed Buddha. The giant fish glares at the elder, its voice dropping low. Explain yourself, Sin Tai. What happened? The elder strokes his beard, sighing. What do you think? I ended up trapped as a spirit monster exactly like you. Honestly, I wasn't even sure I'd find you in this place, but fate finally threw me a bone. Iron Shadow. Do you know why we're still stuck in these forms today? The giant fish's eyes widen in shock. What? Why are you asking me that? Don't tell me you lost your memories. The elder practically jumps in the air. Of course I don't know, that's why I'm asking. Do I look like I'm joking? Ever since that final bloody battle, my memories are completely wiped. Did we actually kill the blood demon? Why am I trapped in this phantom body? I have literally zero clue. That's why I've been attached to this kid all this time, just searching for answers. So you have to tell me everything that went down. The blood demon Dugu Jun. Didn't he die back then? The moment that cursed name leaves his mouth, Yang Chen's face instantly drains of all color. Wait, what? The fish stays silent for a heavy moment before finally speaking. I will explain as much as I can right now. The blood demon is still alive. Or more accurately, he's scheming to fully resurrect. Yes, we managed to destroy his physical body, but a being with the title of blood demon is basically impossible to wipe out completely. In the end, all we could do was seal his corpse in the demon realm, imprison his soul in the east, and scatter his 5 senses across the world. But make no mistake, he is gathering spirit energy to return very soon. That's exactly why we put all our faith in you. I've waited centuries for you to return, and you show up like this. Looking at your current state, it seems our entire plan just went up in smoke. The Divine Elder crossed his arms, absolutely grilling him. What did we fail? Whoa, why are you jumping to conclusions? Yang Chen fired back. And seriously, what do you mean by betting all your hope on me? If we're talking about saving the world, Lian Yitian is the obvious choice here. Why pick me over a guy who's literally regressed twice already? The Elder sighed. I can't spill any more secrets about that. But I can promise you this one thing. Iron Shadow leaving everything in your hands, that was a unanimous vote from all 5 of us, including you and Yitian. The Divine Elder pointed at himself, completely baffled. Wait me. Because we truly believe you're the Central Plains' absolute last hope. Our boy looked at the Elder, who was currently clutching his splitting headache, and thought, yeah, getting hit with this much insane lore all at once. Total brain meltdown. The Elder was definitely feeling it too. He went quiet for a second, then his vibe shifted dead serious. Look, be straight with me. Are the other group members still wandering this world like we are? Why even ask? Obviously, I'm planning to stop the blood demon all over again. Yang Chen shrugged. Is it really that shocking? It's kind of what I do. He stared right at his own hands. You're saying you bet on me and lost. Cool. I'll just carve out a brand new path. Isn't that how we fought the blood demon to the bitter end anyway? Hearing this, the abbot just smiled. He loved that answer. I see. Guess we made the perfect choice picking you after all. You really are built entirely different from the rest. Even with wiped memories, your core remains absolutely unshaken. Iron Shadow, once you leave, track down Namgung Mion. That's the best piece of advice I can give you right now. So young man, do me a favor and take good care of that old timer. And just like that, bam, he conjured a massive whirlpool, blasting our protagonist straight back to reality. As his senses slowly booted back up, familiar voices kept ringing in his ears. Ninth young master Yang Chen snapped his eyes open. He was sitting dead center in a lake soaking wet. The little monk and Murim were staring down at him, completely dumbfounded. He quickly leaped onto the bank, instantly flexing his internal fire aura to steam dry his clothes on the spot. Classic martial arts flex. Young master of the Yang family, are you all right? He let out an awkward laugh. Yeah, my bad for holding us up. Let's get this journey moving again. Then please follow me. I'll show you around this side. The monk led the way. Meanwhile, Yang Chen dropped his smile and reached out mentally. Divine Elder, you still there? The old spirit manifested instantly. What is it? Yang Chen just glanced at him. Knew you were awake. I genuinely thought that whole insane vision was just a fever dream. Worrying over nothing. Where aren't you, the one secretly praying it was just a dream? Anyway, that absolute freak living inside your body keeps whining about being hungry and wrecking everything. You know how annoying that is. It finally quieted down, which is the only reason I can even show up right now. Seriously, what the hell did you do to end up like this? Yang Chen scratched his head. Well, funny story. He quickly gave the Elder the full play-by-play. Makes sense. That aura you swallowed absolutely belonged to the blood demon, exactly like Iron Shadow warned us. The first solid proof of the blood demon's revival, and you literally ate it. Suddenly, Yang Chen narrowed his eyes. Hey, old spirit, mind if I ask you something? Shoot. Is it true you were stalking the Murim family's young lady before the heavenly fate sword snatched you away? The Elder instantly screamed right in his ear. Shut your mouth, brat, haha, just messing with you. But seriously, how did you know the blood demon's real name is Dugu Jun? The Elder let out a massive sigh. What kind of stupid question is that? Isn't his name literally printed in all the history books? Well, yeah, but they mostly focus on the legendary feats of the masters who fought in the Great Blood Demon War. The Elder snorted. No wonder you looked so completely shell-shocked when I dropped Dugu Jun's name earlier. And what about that regression stuff you mentioned? What's the deal with that? Oh, you mean Lian Yutian. He's hailed as the Golden Iron Fist King. The rumors you heard 100% true. He's a regressor, just like you. Right before our final battle, he finally dropped that massive bombshell on us. Yang Chen's eyes widened. Complete shock. Wait, the Golden Iron Fist King is a regressor too. Exactly, which is why I still can't wrap my head around this. Never mind the fact that he's ranked top 5 in the entire world, the guy has rewound time twice already. With that much experience, his wisdom should be off the charts. So why on earth did they gamble humanity's fate on me? He shook his head. Whatever. Overthinking, this isn't gonna fix anything right now. Alright, let's just follow Iron Shadow's playbook for now. Head back to the Yang family, then pack your bags for your father-in-law's place. You'll probably find some solid clues from that Namgung Myeon guy there. So I'm stuck doing the legwork. The Elder immediately started grumbling. What, you expect me to go investigating in my ghost form? Besides, you're not planning to just ignore the blood demon, right? Obviously not. This whole mess involves me too. Deep in his own thoughts, a small freezing hand suddenly touched his cheek. He jumped out of his skin, grabbing his face and leaping back. Whoa, ice cold. Murong Hua just smiled calmly. Why so jumpy? You're not even bothered by the cold, so why overreact to a little bit of frost? Yang Chen quickly shot a side eye at the old spirit. The ghost had suddenly turned super grumpy. What's his deal now? Oh right, still holding a massive grudge against the Murong family. Murong Xue'e kept explaining herself. I've been calling your name, but you completely zoned out, so I had to improvise. The temple visit is officially over. Yang Chen blinked, looking around. Oh right, didn't even realize when I walked out. She rested her chin on her hand, looking curious. Is something wrong? You've been staring blankly into space this whole time. Oh, it's nothing. Just a lot on my mind. With that, Murong Hua turned to leave. Regardless, I genuinely had fun today. Thanks to you, I got to broaden my horizons and see some amazing things. My servants are waiting down below, so I'll be taking my leave now. Watching Murong Hua's retreating figure, our guy couldn't stop himself from calling out. Hey, Lady Murong. She turned back, completely surprised. Is there something else? And without a single warning, he rushed over and grabbed her hand. Her eyes went wide. He dropped his voice, sounding gentle. I don't know what's weighing on your mind that made you follow me all the way out here, but please stop torturing yourself. He channeled his internal fire chi, gently warming Murong Hua's freezing arms. Pushing yourself like this, it just makes people worry, especially since you handle the cold so terribly. Smooth move. Then he instantly let go of her hand and waved goodbye. Anyway, I've got a massive emergency to handle, so I'm heading out. Wait, what? Hold on a second. But before she could even finish her sentence, our boy had already leaped off the mountain. Murong Hua just stood there completely flustered. Then she gripped her warm clothes, a bright, satisfied smile spreading across her face. I knew it. Meanwhile, halfway down the mountain, Yang Chen was sprinting for his life while the old spirit relentlessly trolled him. You absolute sly fox. You've already made your move, so why not just walk her home to build up the romance? Yang Chen gritted his teeth, absolutely annoyed. What kind of nonsense are you spitting? Walking down together would take half the day. Plus, if I don't get back right now, all hell is going to break loose. Cut to the inn where the crew was staying. Outside, endless falling snow. Inside, the atmosphere was absolutely terrifying. 3 women were sitting there literally radiating murderous intent. So you just went to Shaolin Temple with Murong Hua. You explicitly told us you were going solo, yet you two sneaked off together. Yang Chen stood in the corner, sweating bullets, looking guilty as hell. Yeah, I am so dead. Outside, moonlight pierced through the heavy snowstorm while freezing wind howled through the window, cracks like a ghost. But Murong Hua, she was lying in her warm bed, completely lost in her racing thoughts about Yang Chen. The more I watch this guy, the crazier he seems. Natural flames, the inner aura of a top-tier expert, even the raw, terrifying power of a literal demonic beast. I've gone through similar fire-based healing treatments before, right? Absolute failure. That freezing energy inside me never even budged a single inch. So why? Why is the warmth he transferred to me still pulsing through my veins? His warm energy is actually suppressing my frost aura. Insane. This feeling. It's definitely not my imagination playing tricks on me. And suddenly, memories from our last journey together just come flooding right back to me. His words echoed, please stop tormenting yourself. Boom. Murong Hua's face instantly beat red. She shoots straight up from under the warm, covers her heart in an absolute state of emotional chaos. These wild new feelings leave Hua completely breathless. Her heart pounding so hard it might actually burst through her chest. Like, what is even happening right now? This was definitely not part of the plan. But she takes a breath, calms herself down. These feelings are just weirdly unfamiliar. Anyway, cut to the very next morning. Yang Chen and his entire squad, they are heading right back to the Shaolin Temple. A young monk looks completely caught off guard before bowing. Welcome, honored guests. I've actually been waiting for you all. I'm Si Ying and I'll be your official tour guide for today. Pretty surprising to see you back so soon, honestly. And your 5-man squad. Looks like the lineup changed a bit. Meanwhile, Nangong Fei is just staring up, totally amazed. So incredibly tall. Our boy Yang Chen sweating, totally avoiding Tang Xiaoyue's absolute death glare. He just shrugs it off. The little monk chimes back in. Today, I'm taking you all on a completely different route than last time. Step right this way. First stop, the martial arts training grounds. This is where the warrior monks grind their daily levels. Legend says the Buddhist Emperor Phantom himself used to teach his martial arts right here. And check this out, the official statue of the Buddhist Emperor Phantom. We poured our absolute souls into perfectly capturing this legend's epic aura. Now moving right along to the famous Pagoda Forest. They call it that because these massive towers are packed together like a literal forest. It's also the final resting place for Shaolin's top-tier monks. Tang Xiaoye, oh, she is practically bouncing with absolute excitement right now. Wow. I've been to Shaolin before, but seeing something this epic in person. First time for sure. Yang Chen just side-eyes the whole area. In his head, he's like, yeah, I've literally speedrun all these zones already. I just wasn't exactly in the mood for sightseeing back then. Suddenly, Tang Xiaoyue spins around and nails him with absolute accuracy. The ninth young master sure seems to know his way around this place. Makes perfect sense, though. After all, you toured this exact spot with Miss Murim, didn't you? He completely freezes. Panicking, he stammers back. What? Why are we even bringing that up? Wait, can she actually read my mind? Xue'e hits him with those teary puppy dog eyes. So, you never actually wanted to hang out with us. Panic mode engaged. No, that's not it at all. Nangong Fei immediately piles on super salty. You just ditched us without a single word. I thought we had a promise. The poor young guide is completely lost, watching this drama unfold. Yang Chen just mutters a completely defeated, sorry. Anyway, the squad eventually moves on to the White Elegance Koi Pond. It's actually the official mascot of Shaolin, the legendary carp living right here in this pond. Nangong Fei squints at the water. Oh, where is the fish exactly? Tang Xiaoyue points straight down. Oh look, right over there. Wait a second. It just bolted. The little monk blinks in total shock. Okay, that is super weird. Usually this little guy loves people. He always swims right up to say hi. Well, whatever then. Let's keep moving, everyone. Xue'e is just squatting there staring at the white carp. But in her head, she is literally imagining it perfectly deep-fried and crispy. Man, I wish I could eat that. The squad starts walking away, so Yang Chen yells back. Hey, what are you even doing? Hurry up or I'm totally ditching you. Coming, I'm coming. Suddenly, this massive gust of wind sweeps through the courtyard. Xue'e sprints to catch up as they head to the next zone. She immediately latches onto his arm. Honestly, just standing next to you makes me feel so warm even when the wind is freezing. Her gaze drops for a second, her mind slowly drifting right back to those ancient childhood memories. Back when I lived with my grandpa out in the woods, the cold was absolutely brutal. He'd build these massive fires, but that bone-chilling frost just never went away. Honestly, I used to absolutely despise the winter season, but this year I don't feel cold at all. I really hope next winter feels exactly like this one. He just looks down at her, soft eyes, total understanding in his voice. Yeah, I really hope so too. Time literally flies by. Late afternoon hits, and their little monk guide gives the squad a deep, respectful bow. That officially wraps up our tour for today. I truly hope everyone enjoyed exploring the temple grounds. Xue'e bounces over to Nangong Fei. Sightseeing is actually super fun, right, big sis? Well, that tour ended way faster than I expected. We have still got time to kill before heading back to the inn. Anybody got plans? Yang Chen rubs his chin thinking it over. Actually, hold up. I just realized we haven't eaten literally anything all day. I'm starving. What do you guys say we go grab some serious food before we head back? Tang Xiaoyu's eyes absolutely light up like she just won the lottery. Oh, young master, I know this incredibly amazing restaurant right nearby. Let me show you. But before she can even finish her sentence, someone immediately cuts her off. Forgive me for interrupting your journey. Tang Xiaoyu is literally shaking with pure rage. Like, where did this guy even come from? Absolute perfection ruined again. Why is it that every single time I get a chance, someone instantly ruins it? But all her angry complaining dies in her throat the second she sees who just walked up. An absolutely massive monk. We are talking pure, terrifying muscle stepping right into their path. This guy, unmistakable, the right-hand man to the Shaolin abbot himself. Literally, the second most powerful boss in the entire temple, Master Ji Chanfeng. And he is staring her down with an absolutely terrifying glare. Yet his voice, surprisingly gentle. Would the benefactors have a brief moment to speak with me? Tang Xiaowei instantly stutters out, stepping back. Oh, so rude of me. My deepest apologies. Master Ji Chanfeng just bows. No, I should be the one apologizing for completely interrupting your lovely conversation. He slowly turns his massive frame toward Yang Chen. Actually, I am here specifically for the ninth young master of the Jin family. Wait, you were looking for me? Yes. The abbot of Shaolin. He officially requests an audience with you. Xue'e is just hiding in the back, totally mind-blown. This old monk is built like an actual grizzly bear. Yang Chen immediately narrows his eyes. Red flags everywhere. Why would the literal abbot want to meet me? Seriously, what is actually going on right now? Oh, and one more thing. The abbot has also requested Miss Nangong's presence. She absolutely freezes. Wait, me too, Xue'e pokes her. Oh, big sis, did you do something highly illegal again? Are you about to get completely blasted by the boss? Yeah, probably. Boom. Scene shift, we cut straight to the Dark Knight Palace. The palace master is deeply analyzing a secret letter from the Jin family elder, Jin Changjun. He is definitely plotting something huge. That sly old fox is getting incredibly desperate. Whatever. We have milked plenty of resources from the Jin immortal sect under his control anyway. Plus, we have our own master plan brewing in the background. So yeah, this little deal, completely acceptable. He glares down at the super shady messenger. Looks like you are going to have to make one more trip for me. Go back. Tell that old man I have officially accepted his terms. The messenger's face instantly scrunches up in pure annoyance. He scoffs, his voice dripping with absolute sarcasm. Wow. Being the boss must be so incredibly nice. Just sit on your throne, bark out orders, and watch the little guys run your errands. But you better burn this into your brain. The absolute second I finally win back my freedom, from that old prisoner down in the dungeon all the way to you guys, I am going to personally slaughter every single one of you. A guard behind him immediately snaps, raging out. You arrogant little punk, you dare speak to the master like that. But poof, the messenger literally dissolves into thin air. Complete silence. The palace master just clicks his tongue. Sneaky little brat. Stand down, vice master. Keep your cool. Sure, the kid has a ridiculously massive ego, but he gets the job done perfectly. And honestly, that is what matters, because it is finally time for us to make our move. Officially, our target is the eldest daughter of the Jin family. But the real prize, the male heir of the Jin bloodline. He rises from his throne, towering over his legion of elite assassins, his voice booming. As the absolute ruler of the Dark Knight Palace, I am issuing a direct order. Leave a skeleton crew behind for basic defense. The rest of you are marching to the front lines at the Five Sword Terraces with me. Your primary mission, capture the eldest Jin daughter alive. Failure is not an option. Burn this into your memories. This isn't just some basic mercenary contract. This is the crucial first step in our absolute master plan to conquer the very heavens themselves. Absolutely no mistakes allowed. The soldiers below roared in unison, their voices echoing with pure power. Understood, the entire hall reeked of bloodlust. An absolute bloodbath was brewing. Meanwhile, our two heroes were quickly escorted to the main guest room of the Shaolin Temple. Abbot, I've brought the guests, a monk announced. Bring them in. The doors opened. Please come in. Forgive me for summoning you so suddenly, Julian. And Nancy bowed respectfully. Not at all, Julian replied smoothly. Being personally summoned by you is a massive honor. The old man stroked his beard and let out a warm laugh. Such polite youngsters. Please have a seat. Julian looked at the man across from him, his mind racing. Was this really the absolute highest authority in the central martial world? The current head of Shaolin, Abbot Shen, the legend himself. He continued slowly. So you two are the rising stars making waves in the martial world lately, aren't you? First off, congratulations. I've heard all about your insane performances at the tournament. If memory serves me right, you were dubbed the Sword Dancer and the True Dragon, yes. Titles you completely deserve. Julian thanked him, but alarm bells were already ringing in his head. This old Shaolin abbot, sure, he looked like a frail, harmless monk, but underestimating him, literal suicide. His title, Heaven's Eye, meant he possessed clairvoyance, the ability to literally read fate itself. It was an absolute game-changer, a prophetic power passed down through generations of Shaolin leaders. The number of disasters and demonic sect plots this guy had single-handedly crushed unreal. No wonder his influence was practically godlike. So why exactly did a legendary figure like him call them here? Suddenly, Nancy, loudly slurping her tea, snapped Julian back to reality. He shot her a look. Hey, keep it down, will you? She sheepishly apologized. But the abbot, he just smiled warmly. It is perfectly fine. I'm just glad you like the tea. Now you're probably wondering why I brought you here, right? Let's cut right to the chase. He slowly set his cup down. No beating around the bush. I want you two to join Meteor. Both Julian and Nancy froze, completely stunned. Julian blinked. Meteor, the abbot nodded. Have you heard the name before? I've heard rumors, but I have absolutely no idea what it actually is. With all due respect, what kind of faction is it? Monk Feng stepped in. That is strictly classified, Julian. Every operation involving Meteor is completely off the books. We can't share that. But the abbot raised a hand, stopping him. It is all right, Feng. Feng hesitated. But abbot, it's fine. Asking them to join blindly is completely unfair. I'll explain everything. The abbot leaned forward. Meteor is an elite shadow unit created by the Martial Alliance, specifically designed to prevent the coming blood calamity. Julian's eyes narrowed instantly. A martial world blood calamity, exactly. I've foreseen a total bloodbath approaching soon. To stop it, the Alliance is secretly recruiting absolute powerhouse fighters. Julian frowned. So why pick rookies like us for something this massive? The abbot smiled knowingly. Because, instead of veterans who've already maxed out their stats, we want geniuses with unlimited growth potential, like you two. Makes sense now, right? So what is your answer to the Alliance? Meteor can give you insane opportunities to level up. If you join, I will personally guide you to entirely new tiers of power. Dead silence filled the room. Julian lowered his head, gears turning. Something felt completely off here. If this blood calamity was real, it had to be the heavenly demon, which meant that even in his past life, despite the Alliance's prep, that brutal apocalyptic war was totally unavoidable. But still, if the demon was just wildly overpowered, that made sense. But wait, what did he just say? They're prepping for a disaster that's happening super soon, right? So why recruit rookies who need years to level up? Unless, wait, did the Alliance have some kind of cheat code? A way to mass-produce top-tier fighters instantly? That sounded way too much like the blood demon's aura. Julian clenched his fists, pure dread sitting heavy in his chest. What the hell was actually going on, Abbott? Can I ask one last question? The old man nodded calmly. Go ahead. Julian took a deep breath. Zane, the supernova. Is he a part of Meteor too? The Abbot's eyes widened a fraction. Then a highly mysterious smile crossed his face. Join us and you'll find out. And just like that, meeting adjourned. Julian and Nancy headed back as the sun began to set. Everyone's probably waiting for us. We should hurry, Julian muttered. Suddenly, Nancy reached out and grabbed his hand. It's been a while since it was just us two. Let's walk, she said softly. Julian awkwardly nodded. Sure. Ghostmaster watched this romantic moment and literally gagged. Little punk. So what's your plan, she asked. About what? About what the Abbot said, Julian sighed. You mean joining Meteor, like I told him I need more time to think. Didn't you give the exact same answer? Nancy blinked, completely clueless. Oh, did I? Julian stared. Were you even listening? Nancy grinned. That tea was so good. Julian sighed. Unbelievable. He was literally the only one stressing out over this. Still, that chat with the Abbot, it gave him some massive clues to work with. An alliance task force prepping for the blood calamity, recruiting young prodigies, and that lingering blood demon aura. Yeah, nothing about this situation was normal. At all. The blood demon was definitely connected to the alliance. Meanwhile, back in the Abbot's room, he was talking with Monk Feng. Fascinating kids. Did you notice the boy's reaction? Which reaction? Sir Feng asked. When I mentioned the blood calamity. He was completely calm. Almost as if he already knew it was going to happen. He was actually way more shocked about Meteor existing than the actual apocalypse. I can only guess why my heaven's eyes shows me these visions, but fate is absolute. But this time I'm absolutely certain. We need to keep a very close eye on that kid. Anyway, it's getting super late. We should head out. Oh right, Ben Pang is at the Alliance right now. Yes, sir. He and Thunder Dragon are probably meeting with Lucy already. I see. They must be waiting. Let's move out before it gets completely dark. Fang, with your power level, fast-traveling us back to the Alliance shouldn't be an issue, right? Not at all. I'll prepare everything. Fang bowed and left the room. The Abbot stood alone, his mind swirling with chaotic thoughts. It's all the will of the heavens. For peace, I must push harder. Cut to the next morning. Tess yelled from the carriage. Young master, all the bags are packed and ready to go. Got it. Julian walked over, reminiscing. 10 days here, but it felt like a lifetime of crazy events. He wondered what his dad was going to say when he got back. Tess urged him again. Hurry up and get inside. It's freezing out here, Tess. I know I'm coming. Suddenly, someone grabbed his shirt from behind. Julian spun around to see who it was. Oh, Mia, what's up? He paused. Wait, your face is super red. Are you okay? Mia immediately snatched her hand back, blushing furiously out of pure embarrassment. Huh? What do you mean? Julian just stared at her, utterly confused. What the heck was happening? Seriously, what was this vibe? He had never seen the usually stoic Mia lose her cool like this. Did something crazy happen? Because right behind him, 3 pairs of absolute death glares locked right onto Yang Chen. Chills down his spine, you bet. He had to break this suffocating silence and fast. Lady Murong, you needed something, he asked. She flinched. Ah yes, clearing her throat, trying to play it cool. I heard you were leaving. I wanted to see you off. And I brought a little parting gift. A gift. Wait for it. She reached into her robes, uncurled her fingers, and right there in her palm, a tiny delicate ring. This thing, Yang Chen pointed at it, completely clueless. What exactly is it? A cyan jade ring. Not just any jewelry, but a top-tier VIP token. Reserved only for her clan's most elite guests. With this total VIP access to the entire Jade Heaven Merchant Guild. Keep it, she insisted. You'll definitely need it. Well, I should probably give you something back then. Hey Xue'e Hua, but Murong Hua panicked. No, please don't. She shoved the ring into his hands and literally ran off. It's nothing crazy expensive, just take it, she yelled back. Then as she walked away, she sneaked a glance over her shoulder, and that mysterious little smile on her face. Absolutely breathtaking. Yang Chen just stood there, completely dumbfounded. What in the world just happened? Was this just some standard high society networking? Just a political move to connect their noble families? If it was just business, she seemed way too nervous about it. But before he could figure it out, Nangong, Fei grabbed him, eyes practically glowing with murder. Done flirting. Get in the carriage. Yang Chen panicked. Whoa, chill. I'm going. I have my own legs, thanks. Xue'e peeked out the window, smiling. Everyone settled in. Next stop, the Yang family estate. Now, this recent Dragon and Phoenix tournament, it didn't just make waves. It caused an absolute earthquake in the martial arts world. Rumors about these insane new rising stars, spreading across the Central Plains like wildfire. And as they headed towards Shaanxi, those exact same rumors were reaching the ears of some absolute monsters. Geniuses who didn't even bother showing up to the tournament. Cut to a snow-covered mountain peak. A lone figure slowly reading a freshly delivered letter. Oh, now this is interesting. The disciple of the defeated venerable finally showed his face. Yep, that's the poison dragon Ni Zhen. Meanwhile, back with our crew, they had set up camp, just chilling around a blazing fire, right in the middle of the snowstorm. And the soundtrack for the evening, Tang Xiaoyue violently throwing up in the background. Blurred Yang Chen turned to look at her completely baffled. Look, I knew you got motion sickness, but this is next level. Can't you just use your inner energy to suppress it? You're a martial artist. Tang Xiaoyue just wiped her mouth, totally deadpan. Inner energy, why would I do that? This awful, nauseating feeling from the carriage ride. It's actually super thrilling. Suppress it and the joy is gone. Yang Chen was terrified. Forget the villains, this girl was clearly the biggest psychopath in the group. But honestly, everything flowed so naturally right now. He almost forgot the main issue. Why the hell were Tang Xiaoyou and Nangong Fei following him to Shangxi anyway? She literally had her own luxury family carriage sitting right there. Elder Shen suddenly materialized right next to him. When we left, I honestly thought the Murong girl was going to tag along too. Had me sweating bullets. Yang Chen rolled his eyes. What are you even talking about? Why would she follow me to Shanxi? She has no business there. But then, it hit him. Wait a second. That VIP token she gave me. I shoved it in my robe and totally forgot about it. She practically handed you a golden ticket and you're just gonna lose it. Elder Shen scolded. Put it in your spatial pouch, idiot. Yang Chen pulled out the pouch, opening it up. But then he froze. Right. I still have that other ring the two elders gave me. Almost forgot to give it back to the Alliance leader. But looking at it now, the color was completely wrong. Back at the Shaolin Temple, that assassin Tai Ying must have tampered with it. I can still feel his dark energy radiating off this thing. Is this the legendary Phantom Yellow technique? Absolute cursed object territory. Look at you, the elder teased. Planning to steal the Alliance leader's cursed jewelry, Yang Chen just stared at it. Yeah, no. I'm keeping this for now. I can't just hand a demonic artifact back. Not when the Alliance is tied to the Blood Demon. Anyway, fast forward a bit. Midnight hits and the whole camp is dead asleep. Well, except Mao Yan. He's pulling guard duty. Suddenly, a rustle. A sound from the bushes. His eyes locked onto the darkness. And then, something absolutely launched itself right at him. He gripped his sword, pure instinct kicking in. Ambush were under attack. The screams jolted the whole camp awake. Yang Chen sprinted over. Mao Yan, what's happening? But the words just died in his throat. Because right there in the snow, two Mao Yans. Completely identical. Both pointing their swords at each other's throats. Young master, stay back. The enemy is wearing my face, one screamed. Oh, nice try, you imposter, the other yelled back. Don't listen to him, he's the fake. Wait. What? Yang Chen was mind blown. The crazy part, their inner energy identical. Both felt exactly like his actual guard. A disguise technique, this flawless. There was only one assassin group capable of this, the Faceless Clan. But before he could even process that, footsteps from behind. Young master, we have to run. A third Mao Yan grabbed his shoulder. If we stay, we're dead. Those two are fakes. Three of them. Oh, this was absolute madness. Even knowing it was the Faceless Clan's trick, how the hell was he supposed to tell who the real one was? They were perfect copies. Xue'e just blinked. Is he using shadow clones? Classic. But while Yang Chen was sweating bullets trying to figure this out, something in his pocket started glowing. A literal beacon of hope. Young master, run. I'll hold them off with my life. Just go, the third Mao Yan begged. But before he could finish that heroic sentence, boom, Yang Chen's fist went straight through his face, turning him into absolute dust. The other two Mao Yans whipped around in pure shock. Blink. Yang Chen was already standing right in front of the second fake. Speed off the charts. The assassin didn't even have time to breathe. One strike, game over. He completely obliterated him. The last Mao Yan standing was literally shaking. Young master. I knew you'd recognize the real me, haha. Yang Chen's eyes narrowed. Talk about a crazy plot twist. That glowing ring in his pocket, it actually revealed their true auras. Who knew that cursed little trinket was incredibly overpowered? But get this. This wasn't just a random hit. The clothes, the weapons those assassins used, authentic gear from his main family. And there's only one person with the authority to hand those out, the Grand Elder. Oh, it was on now. Yang Chen stood up, his voice dead serious. Mao Yan, yes, sir. How far out are we from Shangxi? At our current pace, roughly 2 months, sir. Double the pace. We need to be there in 1 month. His gut was screaming that something terrible had happened. And seriously, why was his bad intuition always 100% accurate? Because sure enough, the second he stepped foot back into the Yang family estate, it was absolute chaos. Jin Linghua came sprinting toward him, tears streaming down her face. Senior brother, wait, Jin Linghua, what are you doing here? He asked, thrown off. Weren't you heading back to Mount Hua with the Sword Empress? She sobbed. It's a disaster, the second elder. He's not gonna make it. The news hit him like a physical blow. His eyes went wide, and then pure, unadulterated rage erupted in his chest. Walking into that room and seeing the two elders bleeding out on their beds, a total nightmare. Yang Chen sat outside the infirmary, an incredibly dark aura practically swallowing him whole, jaw clenched. Who orchestrated this ambush? The Black Knight Palace Master. The survivors from the Five-Sword Pavilion confirmed it. One of the 5 emperors of the demonic path had officially made his move. In his past life, the Dark Knight Palace Lord was the absolute king of the underworld. During the war with the Hao clan, this guy never even showed his face. Even when the Martial Alliance breached his base, he stayed completely hidden inside. He absolutely refused to step outside. But here is the crazy part. A complete hermit like him suddenly showed up right at the Five Swords Pavilion front lines. And he didn't just ambush 2 elders. He actually kidnapped Jin Hebai. The Patriarch immediately took the first sword squad and rushed out to hunt him down. The Sword Empress followed right behind them as backup. But here is the massive problem nobody knows. When those 2 heavyweights are coming back, hours pass by. Night finally falls and the clinic door creeps open. The Divine Doctor steps out looking completely drained. He lets out a heavy sigh. Man, that was an absolute nightmare to deal with. Suddenly, his eyes lock onto Yang Chen standing right there and he jumps back. Ha, holy hell, you nearly gave me a heart attack. Kid, how long have you been creeping around out here? Seeing him, our boy instantly rushes over completely panicked. Doctor, how are the 2 elders holding up right now? The old man stumbles back and literally drops to the dirt. Veins are popping out of his forehead. Oh, he is furious. You little punk. Are you trying to scream in my face and make me permanently deaf? After calming down, he leads Yang Chen inside to check the room. The treatment is totally done. But trust me, it was incredibly close. If that was literally anyone else, that massive stab wound would have killed them on the spot. But get this. Even while completely unconscious, he instinctively used his internal energy to stop the bleeding. His healing speed is absolutely off the charts. Classic high-tier master stuff. Yang Chen turns to the doctor totally serious. Sir, do you know exactly when he is going to wake up? The doctor just glares. Kid, if I could predict the future, I would be working as a fortune teller, not breaking my back, practicing medicine. 4 days maximum and he will wake up. So stop overthinking it. Though obviously it is going to take a lot more time to recover all that drained energy. Our boy smiles, thinking to himself. Hey, he finally spit out the truth. The doctor shakes his head. Honestly, though, you are pretty stupid. You are not a healer. Standing out there waiting the whole time literally does not help. Absolutely nothing at all. But whatever your timing is actually perfect. I need to go outside and get some fresh air. You stay here and keep watch. Pouring all my focus into saving them for days has left my bones completely crushed and falling apart. Got it, you go rest up. The room goes totally silent. Left completely alone, Yang Chen looks down deep in thought. Everything is going way off script. This wasn't supposed to happen. At this exact point in his past life, the 2 elders and Jin Hebai never faced a disaster like this. If things are changing, there's only one reason. This is the butterfly effect from him changing the past. Memories start flooding back. Images of him as a kid being guided and trained by these 2 elders. Sure, he got beaten up during training a lot, but they always gave him the absolute best gear and resources. They showed him the right path. That kind of support, completely priceless. You cannot put a number on it. A senior master who should have easily lived strong for another 15 years is now lying here like this. What the hell is actually going on? He reaches up quickly, wiping away his tears. No, now is not the time to get emotional. His eyes turn deadly, serious, analyzing every single piece of the puzzle. Why? Why did the Dark Knight Palace Lord show up personally to kidnap Jin Hebai? If he just wanted a hostage, he didn't need to do it while 2 elders were at the front lines. Because of this exact crisis, his father had to leave. And both elders were completely knocked out of the game. If this entire situation is a setup, a perfectly calculated chess move, then there is absolutely only one person sick enough to orchestrate this level of betrayal. Scene change. We cut over to the first elder's private mansion. This guy is just calmly sipping tea in the dim, flickering candlelight. The deal went perfectly, and thanks to this little arrangement, the Dark Knight Palace definitely got their hands on the prize they have been begging for. Even if the Patriarch tears the world apart searching for them, he won't find a single trace of the Dark Knight Palace, which means right now, this is the absolute perfect window for me to expand my own power. I need to reconnect with all my backup forces. Honestly, that old Namgung Patriarch never trusted me anyway. Trying to negotiate with him is just a massive waste of time, but whatever. Not my problem anymore. Everything is still going exactly according to plan. Then out of nowhere, bam, a vicious wave of pain hits him, making him violently clutch his chest in pure agony. When he pulls his hand away, a fresh pool of blood. Damn it. Is using my internal energy to hide these injuries already hitting its absolute limit. I need to move faster. But before he can even finish that thought, something outside the window completely grabs his attention. A massive roaring pillar of fire erupts completely, swallowing the deep darkness. The intense heat instantly shatters the wine glass on his table. The first elder violently shoots up from his chair, totally furious. What the hell is this? Who dares? He stomps over to the window and glares down into the courtyard. Jin Cheo-woon, didn't you already leave Shaanxi with the first sword squad? Wait a second. Don't tell me. Did my involvement in that plot actually get exposed? He panics and rushes outside to stop the madness. Patriarch, what kind of insane stunt are you pulling right now? Are you trying to destroy the 9 immortals, sect the very sword of the 9 families? But then a totally different voice echoes through the yard and the elder's face goes completely pale. First elder, tell me, do I really look like the patriarch to you? The raging flames slowly start to fade away, revealing our boy's very familiar silhouette. What the Yang Chen slowly turns to face the old man and his killing intent is suffocating. Long time no see, first elder. Since you went out of your way to send me a gift, I figured I absolutely had to return the favor. So, are you happy with your present? The first elder just freezes, completely unable to believe his own eyes. This is impossible. How on earth did I actually mistake this little punk's aura for the patriarch's fire? Yang Chen takes a slow step forward. The solid ground beneath his boots literally cracks and caves in. Thinking back, I specifically came here and warned you before. You still remember that, right? His eyes go wide. Pure, unadulterated rage explodes, and this time, nobody is here to stop him from beating this old snake to a pulp. A pathetic guard dog daring to bite its own master. The only cure for that is burning it alive. The first elder tightly grips his sword, instantly on high alert. I have no idea why you are trying to start a fight, but even if you are direct bloodline, do you realize how ridiculously treasonous your actions are right now? Exactly my point. You already know I am direct bloodline, so what is your grand plan with all these filthy little tricks trying to piss me off? Sure, I am supposed to endure and play nice, but my patience has an absolute limit. Plus, you are getting super sloppy. This is totally not your usual calculating style. Leaving such a massive opening, I cannot believe you are still trying to play it cool, acting like nothing happened. Honestly, you look like a cornered rat completely running out of time. Hearing him spit straight facts, the first elder absolutely loses it, drawing his blade and launching an attack. He unleashes a vicious sword aura straight at our boy. The attack tears through the air, lighting up the entire courtyard. But Yang Chen, ice cold, like he is watching a toddler throw a tantrum, he simply clenches his fist. Blazing fire energy surges into his palm like an absolute hurricane. He throws a dead straight punch, instantly shattering that deadly sword aura into harmless little sparks. The elder's confident face immediately drops into pure panic. What the hell? He completely blocked my strongest strike with just his bare hand. Yang Chen keeps walking forward, mocking him with the ultimate disrespect. Seriously, what is this? Turns out your precious transcendent realm is really nothing special at all, huh? The old man's grip tightens as he literally roars. You got lucky blocking one single move and now you think you are untouchable. Fine, let's see if your cocky attitude can survive this one. Dozens of deadly sword auras shoot toward our boy, completely swallowing the area in a chain of massive explosions. But he is not done. The old snake instantly follows up with several more brutal high-power slashes, layering them perfectly with the previous attacks to cut off every single escape route. Then he arrogantly sheathes his sword and sneers. You arrogant brat, I don't care how famous you are lately. You are just a rookie who barely scraped into the peak realm. That combination is more than enough to beat some proper respect into you. He steps forward into the thick smoke covering the blast zone. Wait, he's gone. When the hell did that punk move without me noticing? While panic is still completely flooding his mind. Boom. From deep inside that heavy smoke, Yang Chen violently dashes out. He throws a devastating, absolutely unblockable hook straight into the elder's ribs, teeth gritted, channeling absolutely everything into this lightning-fast counter. The elder's entire body goes flying like a broken toy. He smashes through the back wall, reducing it to absolute rubble, violently coughing up huge mouthfuls of blood in pure agony. Yang Chen smirked. Ah, so that's exactly how it is. You literally can't summon even a single drop of strength right now. Even my father would be disappointed, wouldn't he? You're already frail. Completely washed up, right? A dangerous knowing smile crept across his face, especially around that heart of yours. It's been slowly failing for a long time now. Yang Chen still perfectly remembered this first elder's exact fate from his past life. The absolute fury his father unleashed, it had completely incinerated the entire Zheng family estate. The first elder had been entirely swallowed by those raging flames, roasting alive until there was absolutely nothing left but unrecognizable gray ash. A genuinely brutal way to go. How could he ever forget that terrifying heat? His father was definitely not some weak, toothless old tiger. That pure, unadulterated wrath always came with an immediate lethal price. That's the ultimate penalty for crossing boundaries. And it all stemmed from this geezer's bottomless greed. Honestly, even if the flames hadn't killed him, everyone knew he was done for. The first elder's voice trembled with sheer rage. You insolent little brat, are you calling this old man weak? Furious, he raised his massive blade and unleashed a lethal slash. But he wasn't done yet. Watch closely, you little punk. Tossing his scabbard aside, the first elder channeled every last ounce of his power, launching himself straight at Yang Chen. In his mind, the old man knew the bitter truth. Between reaching the absolute peak to shed a mortal body and stepping into true divinity, there was a massive abyss, an impossible gap. Yang Chen narrowed his eyes smoothly, dodging the chaotic flurry of overlapping sword strikes. But he wasn't perfect. One nasty slash managed to graze across his chest. Smelling blood, the first elder lunged in for the kill. Swinging his heavy blade downward, he roared, "Die and get lost." Unfazed, Yang Chen just tightened his fist. He countered with pure overwhelming force. The two powerhouses collided mid-air. Boom. An earth-shattering shockwave slammed into the ground, burying the battlefield in a massive blinding cloud of dust. Shooting out of that explosion, Yang Chen flipped backward, creating a perfectly safe distance. He analyzed the old man and smirked. Just as I thought. He's running on absolute fumes. Between his bizarre illness and his old age, I can definitely gamble on this fight. The heavy sweat pouring down the old man's face proved it. "Zhang Changjun, you bastard." Pointing his trembling blade, the elder roared. "Don't think you can cause this chaos and walk away alive. You think attacking an elder without justification will just be forgiven." Yang Chen crouched low. Suddenly, his body erupted in a blinding crimson-red aura. Justification. The proof is literally right here. What the hell are you still trying to deny? Oh, right. How about we talk about that secret basement hidden behind the bookshelf in your study? Seems like the absolute perfect place to expose your twisted, true colors. Hearing that, the elder's face completely drained of color. How do you know about that? He panicked. No, it doesn't matter. Whatever your reason is, none of it means anything. You really shouldn't have mentioned that secret. The old man's grip on his sword tightened. His internal chi surged upward like a devastating hurricane piercing the heavens. In a flash, he shattered the ground beneath his feet, charging forward. Now don't blame me for being ruthless. No dodging. No fear. Yang Chen gritted his teeth, ready to crush this geezer. The exact moment their fiery auras clashed, the sheer heat literally split the sky in half. On one side, basic orange flames. On the other, an intensely unique pink blaze. Both fighters looked absolutely deranged, pouring every drop of power into this decisive strike. But just as Yang Chen started losing ground, the blood demon's power locked inside him erupted. His aura instantly turned piercing blue. His power skyrocketed to the absolute peak, letting his bare fists completely shatter the elder's sword. Then he punched straight through the old man. Agonizing pain flooded the old man's mind as he vomited blood, his eyes bulging in disbelief. His broken body launched backward, completely engulfed by those brilliant, all-consuming blue flames. He slammed violently into the massive stone wall behind him, reducing it to absolute rubble. Taking a moment to breathe, Yang Chen looked down at his own lightly injured hand. Finally, broke through. The blood demon's true power. He smirked. Yeah, without circulating that blood chi, I'd be dead. I really didn't want to risk those nasty side effects, though. Coughing up mouthfuls of blood, the old man wheezed. What the hell is this? What is that blue flame? His body was completely shattered, his mind rapidly descending into despair. How did you possibly pull this off? Yang Chen casually walked over, his voice absolutely freezing. Zhang sect leader Zhang Changjun, you are officially guilty of colluding with foreign enemies. Not to mention your disgusting plot to frame the direct bloodline descendants. The elder instinctively crawled backward, absolute terror gripping him. Yang Chen raised his hand, delivering his final judgment. Under my authority as the true heir of the Shangxi Zhang family, I hereby strip you of your elder title. Trembling, Zhang Changjun stuttered. How does a bastard like you? Boom. An earth-shattering explosion painted the night sky red, officially marking the end of that despicable traitor. The scene shifts over to Zhang Shibei. She was trapped in a dream. Don't you dare bully Yang Chen. Stop it right now. She jolted awake screaming. That boy is exclusively mine to bully. Wait. What the hell? Was that just a dream? Even in my subconscious, that sly cat of a woman is insufferable. Just the mental image of Nangong Fei was enough to piss Xibei off. Suddenly, a mysterious voice echoed. Well, well. Finally awake, seems like you had one hell of a nightmare. Xibei snapped her head toward the dark corner of her cell. Who's there? Relax, I'm just an old man. Now that you're up, you're probably wondering where you are. Remember how you actually got here. Hearing this, Xibei focused. Right. I was ambushed by the Dark Knight Palace Master. So this hellhole is the Dark Knight Palace. First things first, I need to break these chains. But the second, she tried channeling her internal ki. Absolute agony ripped through her. The sheer pain instantly dropped Xibei, making her face plant hard against the floor. Seeing this, the old man sighed. Why all the fuss? Don't be reckless. Just lie down and behave. She glared up at him, growling. Whoa, back up. I'm definitely not your enemy. Like you, I was dragged here by these goons. Still, you're pretty tough, aren't you? That pain, it's not something you can casually endure. Saibi stared at her core, absolutely bewildered. What is this? It doesn't feel like blocked pressure points, but my chi hurts. The old man slowly got to his feet. I'm exhausted. Going back to sleep. Since the legendary sword peak is involved, that little hero boy will definitely show up eventually. So don't waste your energy. Just rest. If you expose that hidden item inside you, we're screwed. How did this old guy know her secrets? Struggling upward, she demanded. Who are you? Me. Why do you keep asking such annoying questions? He stared blankly into the dark void. Old Mo. Call me Old Mo. Gritting her teeth, Xiaobei cursed. What is this crazy situation? Why did the Dark Knight Palace Master even show up there? Am I seriously just supposed to sit around waiting for rescue? Thankfully, her precious hidden item wasn't confiscated yet. But how did Old Mo instantly recognize it? It was exactly like that ultra-rare heavenly dew pearl she had gifted Yang Chen. Narrowing her eyes in frustration, she muttered, Ugh, please. I seriously hope the idiot boy doesn't know what this artifact does. Suddenly, an elder glared into the prison, roaring. The patriarch is away, yet the young master dares cause chaos. Executing the first elder without permission. Yeah, the higher-ups were absolutely losing their minds. Even with his pure bloodline, they weren't about to let this slide. They wanted him punished, and they wanted it brutal. Hoped it would teach him a lesson. So now Yang Chen is rotting in a dungeon, heavy chains locking down his wrists. But look at him, completely unbothered, just sitting there while the insults keep pouring in. Footsteps. Someone approaches, breaking the noise. Looking pretty pathetic there, kid. Yang Chen slowly looks up. His eyes lock onto the visitor, the second elder. The old man just stands there with this knowing smirk. The third and fourth elders are throwing a massive fit, demanding we discipline you, but our boy couldn't care less. Those retired old fossils still have the energy to stick their noses in my business. Whatever. But hey, you're already walking around, you really should be resting. The second elder just crosses his arms, looking absolutely full of himself. Please. These scratches barely even felt them. Besides, since you're locked up, I had to come see you myself. Yang Chen doesn't even blink. Then go wait somewhere else. Give it a minute, I'll be out of here soon enough. Talk about an ego. The second elder practically chokes on his own spit. Soon. What do you mean soon? You think a massive mess like this just disappears overnight? Suddenly, bam. The pain hits and the old man drops to his knees. Yang Chen leans forward, instantly worried. Hey, you good? The elder waves him off. I'm fine. Just stop causing so much trouble. Especially right now when I can't even back you up. Thank God Xue'e isn't here. How the hell would you even explain this insane situation to someone completely out of the loop? We'll talk about that later. Yang Chen's voice suddenly drops. Dead serious now. Second elder. Tell me. What exactly happened out there on the front lines? Flashback time. We're jumping straight back to the Dragon Phoenix gathering. Down in Henan. Right at the war zone, something completely unnatural went down. The second elder is staring at the demon gate, completely baffled. Never seen this in my entire life. The portal. Why the hell did it turn pitch black? Is this happening anywhere else, he asks. Jin Hebe is standing right beside him, keeping her cool. No, just here. It's the only one. The elder strokes his beard. Interesting. We need to report this straight to the family head. Looks like the true demon gate might finally be ripping open. Hebe frowns. The true gate, but the Shaolin monks haven't said a word. The elder sighs. Even if their seers missed it, we better get ready for the worst. Fair point. He chuckles and turns to leave, but after 2 steps, she stops him. Wait, second elder, is Yang Chen doing okay? You really don't need to stress over him. Boom, mind read. She completely freezes up, she hadn't even finished her sentence. The old man looks back, grinning like he won the lottery. Sorry, did you say something? Was there anything else you wanted to ask? Hebe starts stammering, caught totally off guard. I mean, yeah. Honestly, there isn't a single day I don't worry about that kid. I just hope when he gets here, he keeps his head down and stays out of trouble. The second elder just points a finger right at her. Please. That brat literally burns his opponent's hair off during practice spars. Why are you even worried? But then wait a second. The old man squints. Hold up. Did I ever mention where he was heading? How do you know he's coming here? Hebe's face drains of all color. Yep, she totally just outed herself.
No, I mean I just guessed. With the tournament happening, he'd obviously show up, but right as she's desperately trying to cover her tracks, something shifts in the air.
A blast of pure sickening dark energy shoots straight toward. She looks up at him, completely terrified. Second, elder, what the hell is going on? Before he can answer, a voice echoes out, cold, sinister, and dripping with malice. Been a long time, Flame Crow. Suddenly, a massive wave of shadowy aura swallows the entire area. Right in the center of that darkness, an old man. And the sheer pressure coming off this guy is absolutely suffocating. I see your reflexes haven't rusted. One glance. That was all it took for the second elder to know who they were dealing with. The Lord of the Black Knight Palace. The villain stares down at them with hollow dead eyes. I believe we haven't crossed paths since the treaty was signed. The second elder clenches his fists, going on full high alert. Cut the crap. The elder snaps back. The agreement said you keep that ugly mug hidden away. Start talking. Why are you here? The palace lord just chuckles. Well, you see, things have been getting pretty busy lately. So that pathetic little peace treaty, I've decided to rip it to shreds. The villain's eyes narrow with twisted amusement. And taking you down. That's a great start. Finally found what I was looking for. The second elder doesn't waste another breath. He slams his fists straight into the earth. A massive pillar of raging fire erupts, tearing straight toward the palace lord. But the villain doesn't even flinch. He doesn't even bother blocking. He just waves his hand, unleashing this bizarre, unnatural energy to counterattack immediately. It's too fast. The second elder can't pull back in time and takes the blast point blank. Hebe can only watch in absolute horror. Second elder, she screams, but before she can even move, her entire vision goes completely black. A gigantic hand made entirely of writhing shadows lunges right at her. Game over. It was an absolute massacre. Back in the present, the second elder stares at the dungeon floor, utterly defeated. I couldn't protect her. I'm practically useless. Without another word, he forces himself up to leave. That's everything I know. You get how bad this is now, right? And right now, there is literally nothing you can do. Just sit tight and wait for the family head to get back. Oh, and by the way, the kids who came with you, they're terrified. Your servant has been crying her eyes out nonstop. Yang Chen's face softens. Is that so? The elder sighs. I'm going to get some rest. Catch you tomorrow. Yang Chen watches him walk away. Take care, old man. Once he's alone, Yang Chen falls back onto the cold stone floor. Everyone's out there losing their minds over me, he thinks. I had to do it, but man, I feel terrible. Suddenly, a glowing figure materializes next to him, his mentor. If you're feeling so guilty, why don't you just bust out of here? The spirit crosses his arms. It's not like they sealed your magic. A door this weak. You could shatter it in a second. Yang Chen doesn't even blink. If I break out now, the second elder will just chew me out again. Plus, what's the point? Even if I escape, I have absolutely no clue where to find Hebe. The intel about that mountain range, that wasn't even their main headquarters. Right now, my only play is hoping my father tracks her down. He clenches his jaw. But how long am I supposed to just sit here? And so the agonizing waiting game continues in the darkest corner of the prison. Day 3. No, wait, day 4. By now, our boy literally looks like a zombie. Deep bags under his eyes, completely exhausted. His brain is going 100 miles an hour, worrying about his sister, meaning zero sleep. Damn it. So this is their idea of severe punishment. He shifts and suddenly clink. Something rolls out of his pocket, a small charm. Wait, this is the bead Hebe gave me back then. The string must have snapped. He reaches out to grab it, letting out a heavy sigh. I told her I didn't want to carry this annoying thing around. Why did she force it on me? But the exact second his fingers brush the bead, everything changes. Yang Chen's pupils dilate. What the hell? The bead starts pulsing with a brilliant light. His entire vision warps, ripping him right out of the dungeon cell and pulling his consciousness somewhere else entirely. And what he sees next, gone are the iron bars and chains. Instead, he's looking straight at Hebe, locked away in absolute darkness. I'm seeing through the bead. Suddenly, the vision rapidly zooms out, revealing the massive, terrifying structure of the Black Knight Palace. And it's perfectly hidden, tucked away deep inside an endless mountain range, totally swallowed by this thick, cursed, dead-looking fog. The sheer amount of information flooding directly into his brain makes Yang Chen gasp for air. His mentor snaps back into reality. Kid, what just happened to you? Yang Chen is practically coughing, trying to catch his breath. Mentor, did you seriously not see the Hebe in the cell? The mountains covered in fog, the actual palace headquarters. The mentor shakes his head. I didn't see a damn thing. But right then it clicks. The pieces fall into place. Hold on. A mountain range completely buried in cursed fog. In the Central Plains, there's only one place like that. The exact spot where a legendary white-tier beast was slaughtered centuries ago. That fog never lifted. It has to be the Wutong Mountain Range. The mentor raises an eyebrow. You found her. Yeah, I know exactly where she is. But, so what? The distance is insane, but worse. How the hell am I supposed to fight the palace lord? He's way too overpowered. If I sit around waiting for my father to get the message, it'll be way too late. The haunting image of Hebe trapped in the dark flashes in his mind. Memories of his past life suddenly flooded his mind. There she was smiling so brightly, despite a literally fatal wound. Little brother, you have to live happily. Decision made. Yang Chen gritted his teeth. I'm so sorry, elder. He clenched his fist and boom, those heavy iron shackles shattered like cheap glass. Guess I really am just hopelessly stubborn, huh? Cut to the very next morning. Xue'e came sprinting over excitedly, clutching a small bag in her hands. Grandpa, hey Grandpa Bear, wait up. The second elder turned around, offering a warm smile. Oh, little Xue'e, what do you have there? She beamed. It is a fresh meal I cooked myself for the young master. Could you please give it to him for me? Of course. I was actually just heading out to see Yang Chen right now. Trust me, he is absolutely gonna love this. Xue'e smiled brightly, thanking him from the bottom of her heart, but then her expression just completely dropped. Say, Grandpa Bear, when is the young master actually going to be let out? The second elder looked at her, his eyes softening completely. He gently patted the little girl's head. Do not worry at all. He will be freed soon. Instantly, Xue'e lit right back up. Wait, are you serious? Really? Then I will gladly keep preparing his meals every single day until he is finally out. I even packed a ton of his absolute favorite steam buns inside. But when the second elder actually reached the prison cell, complete absolute ruin, totally empty. He stood there frozen slowly, reading the handwritten letter Yang Chen had left behind on the floor. Found a clue. My sister is at the Wutong mountain range. I have to go there. I am sorry. The second elder's eyes went wide and he roared. Yang Tian broke out. Mobilize every single guard, dispatch the troops, and hunt him down right now. Bring him back here at all costs. His furious voice literally echoed all the way up the massive mountain. Yang Chen, currently sprinting up that very mountain, heard every single word crystal clear. That internal energy, insane. Was the elder really acting like a guy suffering from a terminal illness? Definitely not. He glanced back at the Yang family estate one final time, solidifying his resolve. I know this betrays everyone's trust, but I literally have zero choice. Gotta move fast or I am done for. Honestly, the guilt of staying behind and doing nothing would crush him way more. Plus, if he wasted any more time here, his tracks would definitely be exposed to the tracking squads. Suddenly, a familiar figure blocked his path. Long hair flowing beautifully in the harsh wind. Young Master Yang Chen froze in his tracks. His eyes went wide in absolute pure disbelief. Standing right there was Xue'e, peeking out from behind a large tree, gripping a sword. Xue'e, why on earth are you here? She stepped out slowly, looking incredibly sad and conflicted. Her voice trembled with deep anxiety. Where exactly do you think you are going at a time like this? Yang Chen completely froze up, completely caught off guard by the sudden question. Oh, well, you see. She cut him right off. Is it somewhere you are hiding from us? The other girls and I have been absolutely worried sick about you, you know. Why do you constantly pull stunts like this? Why do you insist on fighting every single storm completely alone? He looked away, stuttering out an excuse. I do not always do that. Oh, she was furious now. You are literally doing it right now, sneaking off completely by yourself. And let me guess, it is because where you are going is an absolute death trap. I do not have a choice here. But before he could even finish his sentence, he was rendered completely speechless. Xue'e looked up at him, tears welling in her eyes, choking on her words. Then how do you think I feel? Just watching you walk straight into danger, completely alone. I desperately want to be someone who can stand by your side and protect you too. I have been training so hard, pushing my limits, practicing cultivation, even finding a skilled master to teach me real sword techniques. Hearing this, Yang Chen was left absolutely stunned in place. Wait, what did you just say? He quickly grabbed her shoulders. Who exactly taught you? Was it the master? And why the hell do you feel the need to protect me anyway? You barely know a handful of stolen basic moves. How are you supposed to survive a real fight? Xue'e gently touched his hand, whispering softly. Then, can you just not go? You just admitted yourself that it is practically a suicide mission. So please stop. If you refuse to take me with you, then you are not going anywhere either. Just stay. His mind was an absolute spiraling mess right now. I cannot do that. Stop messing around with me. I just want you to live a very safe, peaceful, and normal life. A life where you never have to pick up a weapon ever again. But then snap, heavy footsteps and loud shouts suddenly echoed relentlessly from the deep woods right behind him. Over here, I heard something from this direction. Yang Chen cursed under his breath. Damn it. They actually caught up this fast. He quickly pulled an item out and handed it over. I am so sorry, but I really have to run. I will finish this up and come straight back. Here, take this bracelet as a promise to make up for leaving you. The second elder gave this to me. Keep it totally safe for now. I am putting my full trust in you. Wait, young master, hey, over here. Found the escape trail. And just like that, poof, he vanished into thin air, leaving Xue'e standing completely alone in the freezing wind. Mao Yan and the Yang family guards immediately burst into the clearing. I saw a shadow. Move. But when the tracking squad finally broke through the trees, total confusion. Just Xue'e standing there all by herself, whispering quietly to the thin air. Why did you strictly forbid me from following you? Were you terrified I would just drag you down as a burden, or is it simply because I am still too incredibly weak? If things got dangerous, you could have just stepped up and protected me like you always do. So why push me away so fiercely this time? I absolutely hate this so much. Mao Yan scratched his head, completely lost. Who exactly are you talking to? Xue'e violently threw her sword straight into the dirt. You are so infuriating. You like him too, right? Yet, the second things get actually serious, you completely vanish. You literally promised me. You said if I trained hard enough, I could definitely stand strong and protect the young master myself. Turns out that was all just a massive heartbreaking lie. Xue'e, you are nothing but a total fraud, a liar. And right there, ignoring everyone, she completely broke down sobbing. Since leaving Xue'e behind, Yang Chen completely lost track of time. He just pushed forward, sprinting toward the misty mountain range day and night without showing a single sign of fatigue. And yeah, obstacles definitely popped up. Deep in the dark forest, Boom ambushed by a vicious pack of wild monsters. Yang Chen just clenched his fists and pure raging fire erupted instantly. One single strike. That is all it took per beast. Every single monster that jumped him blasted completely away, their bodies deformed so badly you could not even recognize what they were. Just keep moving toward Wutong Mountain, he told himself casually, swatting away terrifying demonic creatures like bugs in his path. As for his food supply, he handled that purely through basic hunting. Roasted monster meat for dinner, drinking pure rainwater whenever the regular streams ran completely dry. But every single time he stopped to rest, Xue'e's sad face flashed right back into his mind. The absolute only thing I can do right now is find my sister and get back fast. Luckily, that bizarre magical orb he brought along, it was actually being an absolute lifesaver. Every 24 hours it would glow brightly, giving him a quick, clear glimpse of his sister's current condition. He had to fully utilize this chance instead of just getting lost in his scattered thoughts. Out of nowhere, a blinding blue flash, literally inches from Yang Chen's face, moving way faster than he could even blink. What started as just a tiny spark suddenly and violently erupted into an absolute storm. Lightning slammed right into the earth completely, cutting off his path forward. Yang Chen jumped back instantly on guard. Like, what the hell was that? A random lightning strike. Nope, not weather. That was pure sword aura. The kind of intense energy only an absolute top-tier expert could pull off. His eyes went wide. He knew that signature move. Could it really be? Step by step out of the thick smoke and pouring rain, a white-haired girl finally appeared. She stood right in front of a very confused Yang Chen. Sword gripped tight in her hand, zero joke in her eyes. Nangong Fei narrowed her gaze, and when she spoke, her voice was this terrifying whisper in the dark. Long time no see, Yang Chen. He quickly shook off the shock, standing up to reply. You literally have zero sense of direction. How did you even track me here? Don't tell me you hiked all this way just to force me to take you along. Wait, do you even have a clue where I'm heading right now? No idea, she answered straight up, but there's one thing I do know for an absolute fact. You're about to run headfirst into danger completely alone again. Am I wrong? Hearing that, Yang Chen immediately pushed back. Exactly why I need to go solo. Think about it. I am not about to drag innocent people into a mess that has nothing to do with them just to put a target on their backs. Nangong Fei didn't argue. She just stood there letting out this long, heavy sigh. You seriously talk way too much. Boom! Instantly, her entire body was wrapped in violent lightning. The sheer raw power radiating off her, enough to send shivers down the spine of even a master stage fighter. This time, I am absolutely not letting you go alone. Her eyes narrowed, her grip tightening on the blade. She was dead serious. This was the very first time Nangong Fei unleashed her full power just to stop someone. We are going together. And if you try to say no, trust me, you're not walking out of here. And just like that, the scene completely shifts to this isolated mansion buried deep in the mountains. The silence there lasted maybe a split second. Before boom, an earth-shattering explosion ripped through the air. A massive pillar of fire violently erupted, literally wiping out everything in its path. Those ruthless flames just swallowed the entire estate whole, turning countless demonic cultists hiding inside into absolute ash. An ambush so sudden, so overwhelmingly powerful, literally no one even had a chance to react. Everything just completely obliterated in a split second inside that raging sea of fire. Then a heavily muscled hand slowly emerged from the smoke, the exact source of the apocalyptic destruction that just dropped. A massive giant of a man stepped out. His sheer presence literally made the air feel like it froze. Just one move. One strike was all it took to completely wipe out an entire clan. Terrifying levels of power. As the roaring flames finally started to settle, the Jiu family patriarch spoke up, voice deep and heavy. First Sword Captain. Instantly, a subordinate rushed up from behind, bowing deeply to await his orders. Right here, Patriarch. Looking around, this clearly wasn't the Black Knight Palace's main hideout. Any updates from the right flank? Nothing to report yet, sir. But wait, we just got urgent word from the Second Elder's camp. The Patriarch looked stunned. The Second Elder? Wait, did he finally wake up? Yes, sir. And whatever is in this letter, it's highly critical. You need to see this. The Patriarch grabbed the letter and slowly unfolded it. 2 lines in his eyes went completely wide. What the? He quickly folded it back up, looking at his subordinate with a deadly serious expression. First, Sword Captain, listen up. Yes, Patriarch, issue the order right now. Have the entire sword division regroup and fall into formation. The second everyone is prepped, we are moving out. Destination straight for the Wutong Mountain Range. Meanwhile, let's cut back to the dark dungeon where Xue'e is being held. Her lovely cellmate, this cranky old guy who just won't stop complaining. You are so insanely annoying. Can you just sit still for 1 second? I can't catch a wink of sleep with all this racket. Across from him, Xiebe was literally smashing her own head against the iron bars. Hitting it so hard, her forehead was already soaked in blood. Then stepping out from the pitch-black shadows, a voice echoed, "Stop right there." Xiebe snapped her head up toward the sound. She instantly recognized the guy and absolutely lost it. Black Knight Palace Master. He just stared down, her eyes narrowed. "I absolutely refuse to let anyone damage this precious flame of mine." Hearing that only pissed her off more. "You absolute bastard. Take these chains off me right now." Pure rage suddenly triggered her sealed internal energy, but the demonic aura immediately fought back, hitting her with this gut-wrenching, agonizing pain. "You know your energy core is sealed by my demonic aura, yet you still fight back. Honestly, I can't tell if that's iron willpower or just pure stupidity." Xiebe gritted her teeth, glaring up. "What is your actual endgame here?" The Palace Master just slowly raised his hand. This twisted demonic energy started swirling around him. "I came all the way down here to give you exactly that answer." The heavy iron door slowly swung open. "Follow me. And if you're smart, you'll drop the useless resistance." Soon, 2 guards were escorting her down some creepy pitch-black tunnel. With the Palace Master leading the way, Xiebe started calculating. This was driving her crazy. The energy inside her heavenly dew pearl was completely drained. Couldn't even give off a basic glow. The last time she checked on Yang Chen through the artifact, he was locked up in a family dungeon. What kind of mess was he in? She just prayed the kid hadn't run into anything fatal. Shaking off the thought, she glared at the Palace Master and yelled, "Hey, didn't you say you'd tell me why I was kidnapped? You've just been silently walking this whole time. Where are we even going?" His voice was ice cold when he finally answered. "What we are looking for is a spark, a flame, to help him achieve ultimate greatness." That vague cryptic garbage just fueled her anger even more. "Him? Who is him? Stop talking in riddles and give me a straight answer." But suddenly, her voice completely died in her throat thanks to the nightmare standing right in front of her. "What?" He smirked. "Ah, you feel it, don't you?" As expected of the top genius of the new generation. He casually snapped his fingers. If only those same senses could help you appreciate his absolute greatness. Looming right in front of them was this massive stone door completely wrapped in heavy chains, and it was slowly grinding open. A horrific, twisted demonic aura spilled out of it, creeping over everything like a living nightmare. Hit by that crushing pressure, Xiebe literally started shaking uncontrollably and dropped to her knees. What was this bone-chilling terror? It felt exactly like the dark energy suffocating her core. What the hell kind of monster was locked in there? Before she could even process it, the Palace Master lunged forward and grabbed her collar with zero warning. He brutally launched Xue'e straight into the pitch-black room. She skidded hard across the freezing stone floor, the sickening crunch echoing through the dead silence. "Consider this the highest possible honor," he said, "because becoming one with him is the absolute peak of existence." The massive doors slowly started grinding shut as he dropped his final words. "Safe travels, Sword, Phoenix. Let's hope your flame makes the perfect catalyst." Xiebe instantly scrambled off the floor. She launched herself at the closing doors, eyes burning with pure hatred, screaming loud enough to tear her own throat out. Black Knight Palace Master. He just stared back completely calm, like he was admiring a perfectly finished masterpiece. Bam! The giant doors slammed totally shut, plunging the entire room into this horrifyingly cold, pitch-black silence. Xiebe gritted her teeth in pure rage. That absolute bastard really thinks he can just feed me to some monster. Does he seriously think I'm just gonna roll over and die? The second I rip this thing to shreds and break out, I'm turning you into literal ash. But while she was screaming at the door, something started slowly moving in the dark right behind her. Soft footsteps, a freezing aura, and this sickly weak black flame flickering in the shadows. Xiebe carefully turned her head. Here we go. The actual source of that terrifying nightmare energy. Was this the guy the Palace Master was basically worshipping? Panic started creeping in, but she pushed it down. "So what if my energy is locked up? Go ahead, just try stepping a little closer. Even if I have to use my own teeth, I will literally rip you apart." She braced for a massive monster, but totally breaking her expectations. A tiny, scrawny little foot just stepped out right in front of her. Wait, what just happened? All that preparation completely useless now, because standing right there is the legendary Heavenly Demon. But she looks like a tiny, fragile kid, and she's staring right at Xiebe, and she's clutching this incredibly creepy book. A little girl hold up. That face, it looks exactly like someone from her past. Xiebe's brain is literally short-circuiting right now. And then the little demon walks right up to her and just says, "Read this to me." Xiebe's eyes practically pop out of her head. Like, what even is this situation? She's thinking. Yeah, I'd love to play story time, but my hands are literally chained up here. The tiny demon just tilts her head. One casual little wave of her hand snap, the chains shatter instantly. Hybe just stares at her, freed hands completely dumbfounded. Unreal. Absolutely unreal. She literally turned cold iron into pure dust with a flick of her wrist. The demon just gives this sweet, innocent smile. There we go. Now, can you read me the story? Meanwhile, outside the Dark Knight Palace, things are looking incredibly grim. Heavy fog, zero visibility. Yep, this terrifying place, definitely the Wutong mountain range. Yang Chen is absolutely losing it. Run off by yourself one more time and I swear I'm leaving you behind. Nangong Fei just shrinks back, whispering a tiny apology. But this path looked like a shortcut. Yang Chen just facepalms, completely exhausted. A shortcut. We literally walked in a massive circle and wasted so much time. He stares into the fog, totally stressed. Whatever. The real nightmare right now is figuring out how we even get inside that place. The two of them crouch on a high cliff, scoping out the target. The tracking pearl pointed right here. But looking at it, nothing. Just empty air. Classic high-tier concealment magic. So the million-dollar question, how do they break through an invisible wall? Brute force isn't an option. They drain all their energy and basically sound the alarm. They need to find a blind spot in the barrier. But how? Suddenly, Nangong Fei grabs his arm. Over here, she jumps up and just starts marching. Yang Chen panics. Wait, where are you going now? I literally just said don't wander off. She turns back to him, eyes dead serious. Just trust me on this one. I found the back door. Yang Chen is totally lost as she drags him along. Wait, what? Seriously, we've literally been walking in circles this whole time. She totally ignores him, just keeps marching until she suddenly stops in the middle of nowhere. Gripping her sword super tight, she points. Right here. This is the spot. A bizarre trail of dark energy is just floating there. Yang Chen is stunned. How did you even find this? The smell. Crazy, right? Zero hesitation, she unleashes a massive sword strike right at the crack. Lightning energy explodes outward, surging across the invisible barrier until it literally starts cracking like glass. Yang Chen scrambles back in panic. Are you insane? Lightning is way too flashy, it'll spot us. But before he can even finish yelling, his jaw drops to the floor. The magic wall completely shatters, revealing a hidden pathway straight into the Dark Knight Palace. Jackpot, come on, let's move. Yang Chen is absolutely speechless. She actually found the magic blind spot. Her sense of smell is practically a cheat skill at this point. Suddenly, her voice snaps him back to reality. Hey, are you coming or what? Move it before this thing seals back up. Huh. Oh, right. He sprints like his life depends on it, diving through right before the barrier snaps shut. Hey, wait up. Cut back to the underground dungeon. The Dark Knight Palace Lord is just standing there in front of these massive doors looking super smug. He's thinking, perfect. The heavenly demon must be done feasting by now. Once she absorbs that girl's soul, her power is going to skyrocket. Finally, I'll get to see her true terrifying form. But the second he pushes those doors open, total confusion. What the heck is this? These words make zero sense. The palace lord just freezes. The legendary heavenly demon. She's literally curled up in Hybe's lap, enjoying a little storytime session. Got any better books? Hey, when I ask a question, you answer me. Hybe is sweating bullets. No, that's all of them. Good. Speak up next time. Then the little demon glares right at the stunned palace lord. Oh, it's you. Perfect timing. Go fetch your master some actual decent books. Having a kid read these ancient texts. Complete nonsense. The palace lord's eyes practically bulging out of his skull. He clenches his fists, absolutely furious. No way. This is completely wrong. My heavenly demon is supposed to be a nightmare, a god of destruction. Why is she treating this prisoner like a babysitter? He's grinding his teeth so hard they might crack, veins popping everywhere. You worthless trash! How dare you corrupt my heavenly demon? Bam, he stomps the ground, sending a massive wave of dark energy ripping through the floor right at Hybe. It's like a lethal tidal wave, totally unstoppable. But suddenly, the little demon sits up. She glares at him and just says, stop. And that devastating attack instantly neutralized mere inches from Hybe's face. Hybe is absolutely terrified and amazed. Just one look, one single word stopped a top-tier villain. Like, who actually is this kid? The palace lord instantly drops to his knees, totally panicking. My absolute liege, please forgive my insolence. Was the sacrifice I provided not to your liking? The heavenly demon just looks at Hybe with these big innocent eyes. Oh, I'm just too full to eat right now. The palace lord's brain just short-circuits. Impossible. She's devoured mountains of chaotic energy before, but now she's saying, this one random girl's soul is too much for her to handle. This makes zero sense to him. To become the ultimate god of destruction, she needs to absorb the purest spiritual energy in existence. He's internally freaking out. This is bad. This completely wrecks my entire master plan. He forces a smile. Understood, my liege. I shall fetch some better books immediately. But, might I borrow her for just a moment to help me carry them? Fine. But make it quick. He drags Hybe down a dark corridor and violently throws her against the stone floor. Hybe glares at him. What is your problem now? I thought I was supposed to be the designated babysitter. Shut your mouth, he roars. Suddenly, dozens of shadowy demonic hands rip through the floorboards, lunging right at her. I never hired a nanny. Your only job is to die and become her power source. If Her Majesty can't swallow you whole, then I'll just grind your soul into bite-sized pieces. Raw energy doesn't need a human shape anyway. Pure malice radiates from him as the dark magic starts to swallow her alive. Hybe screams through the pain. You absolute psycho. If I die, I'm haunting you forever. But then boom, a massive earthquake rips through the entire dungeon, shaking the very foundations. What in the world was that? The palace lord freezes. The outer barrier, it's taking massive damage. Is some idiot actually trying to break in? He uses his magic to check the outside cameras and his jaw drops. It's absolute chaos out there. Back-to-back explosions everywhere. The execution ritual completely ruined. The palace lord instantly teleports away to handle the breach, accidentally saving her life in the process. Hybe collapses on the floor, gasping for air. Holy hell. Whatever just happened up there, it literally saved my life. Then an old prisoner in the shadows chuckles. Well, took them long enough. You got some insane luck, kid. Your old man finally showed up. Hybe's eyes snap wide open. Wait, what, my father? Cut to the absolute madness outside. The clan head and the legendary First Sword Division are staring down the enemy barrier. Sir, we've located the magic shield, orders to dismantle. But the clan head just steps forward. Ice cold. Don't bother. Everyone fall back. I'm just going to smash it. And oh my god, pure volcanic fire erupts from his body. Every step he takes literally scorches the earth like some ancient fire dragon. Meanwhile, our sneaky duo Nangong Fei and Yang Chen are creeping inside the base. They look up and see this absolute pillar of inferno tearing through the sky. Yang Chen is mind blown. Wait, Lord Crimson Heaven is back from the front lines. Already Nangong Fei is staring in awe. Is this my father's true power? Yeah, absolutely insane. Yang Chen nods. Then his brain catches up. He slowly turns to her. Wait, what did you just say? She blinks. What did I say? Something wrong? But while these two are having a totally clueless moment outside, complete and utter devastation. Every single punch the clan head throws hits with the force of a meteor strike. The unbreakable barrier shattered into a million pieces. A massive firestorm sweeps through the Dark Knight Palace, literally incinerating everything in its path instantly. He walks through the burning ruins like a total boss, flames still dancing off his shoulders. But then, a voice echoes from the shadows, stopping him cold. I honestly thought you'd be too scared to show up, but I guess a tiger never changes its stripes, right? High above the palace, Master appeared on the roof, an oppressive pitch-black aura literally suffocating the air around him. He stared down, his voice ice cold. Long time no see, Flame Demon. Mid-battle, complete chaos. Suddenly, a guard sprinted in, completely panicking. Disaster, Vice Master. The Palace Master is fighting the Flame Demon right now. We have to back him up. The Vice Master, he just glared at him. And then slash. The guard's head literally flew off his shoulders. Brutal. Shut it. The only one who gives me orders is the Palace Master. You seriously think our master is in danger from trash like that? He looked around the room, absolute murder in his eyes. Anyone else want to question him? Speak up. I'll take your head too. Our only job right now, hunt down the little rats that sneaked into our territory and slaughter every last one of them. Meanwhile, let's check back on Yang Chen. He and Nangong Fei were putting in work, dropping guards left and right. They were frantically searching everywhere. Damn it, Yang muttered. Where the hell are they keeping my sister? We need to find an underground entrance fast. But then, no warning at all, an attack came out of nowhere. Nangong Fei reacted on pure instinct, swinging her blade to deflect a massive shockwave. She yanked Yang out of the way just in time. Milliseconds from death, seriously. She countered instantly, dropping the shadow assassin hidden in the dark. His body hit the cold floor with a heavy thud. Fei glared at him, absolutely serious. Focus, you're letting your emotions make you reckless. Yang blinked. Ah, my bad. But she was right. They were deep inside enemy territory now. One mistake here, game over, no second chances. But before they could even catch their breath, a chilling voice echoed right behind them. Both of them froze instantly. Lost little rats. The man stepped out of the shadows. I am Tian Ao, Vice Master of the Black Knight Palace. Yang didn't even waste time talking. He just launched himself forward, aiming a full power punch right at his face. A massive beast of pure roaring fire erupted from his fist, ready to turn this guy to ashes. It was an epic attack. But against someone like Tian Ao, total child's play. Two simple sword swings. That's all it took. Yang's ultimate attack was shredded into literally nothing, vanishing like smoke. Tianao just sighed, looking completely unimpressed. Too impulsive, kid. If you honestly thought those tiny sparks could scratch me, you are dead wrong. His pitch-black eyes locked onto Yang. And man, that stare, it felt like it was ripping right through his soul. Cold sweat drenched both Yang and Fei. Reality hit them like a freight train. Fighting this monster head-on, absolute suicide. There was zero chance of walking out of here alive. Yang went completely pale, his breathing heavy. This guy had to be an expert way above the transformation tier. High-level threat. They had to run, break contact, and escape right now. But how the hell were they supposed to do that? Tianao took a slow step forward, his sword raised high. Before I slaughter you both, answer me one question. How did you and the flame demon even find this place? Not even the House sect has ever tracked us down. While he talked, Yang quickly shot Fei a desperate look. A silent signal. I'm making a path straight down. Buy me some time. Just a few seconds. Fei tightened her grip on her blade. Her eyes flashed with pure stubborn resolve. She understood the assignment perfectly, refusing to talk. Fine. Your story ends here anyway. Boom! Tianao launched himself directly at Fei, unleashing a wave of killing intent so heavy it was practically suffocating. She gritted her teeth, pushing her body to the absolute limit just to block his storm of sword strikes. But you could see the sheer panic on her face. The power gap was just way too massive. She couldn't hold him off for much longer. Meanwhile, Yang channeled every single drop of energy into one massive punch. No secret passage, fine. He would just make one himself. Impact. The entire floor exploded, sending a massive shockwave that actually forced Tianao to step back. A rare look of surprise crossed his face as the whole room filled with thick smoke. He walked over to the massive crater, actually smirking. Oh, now that is interesting. I thought I was hunting rats, but it looks like we have a tiger cub here. Okay, you have my attention. Let's play a little game of hide and seek. Without a second thought, he jumped straight down the dark hole, insanely confident. Let's see how far you can run. Down below in the shadows, Yang and Fei had just crash-landed into the deepest levels of the palace, the dungeon. This is it. My sister has to be somewhere in these cells. He turned to Fei, urgency in his voice. The longer we stay, the worse it gets. We find her, and we get out of here. But up above, Tianao had already landed right where they had been standing seconds ago, calmly scanning the area. He checked out the collapsed rubble. Trying to block my path. Clever trick for a bunch of kids. But they seriously forgot who they're dealing with. 2 casual sword strikes. That was it. Tons of solid rock and debris, sliced completely in half like butter. Their barricade was destroyed, instantly clearing a perfect path forward. And there they were, the 2 targets right in his line of sight. Using a high-tier movement technique, he closed the distance in literally 3 steps. They couldn't outrun a master. Realizing running was useless, Fei spun around, throwing a desperate full-power slash right at him. But this time, Tianao didn't just casually block the attack. Oh no. The moment their weapons clashed, crack, her entire sword shattered into pieces. Without missing a beat, Tianao swung for the kill. End of the line for you, little Miss Nangang. The blade was inches from her neck. But out of nowhere, Bam Yang flew in, kicking the sword away. His entire body was now radiating with this insane glowing blue flame. Fei was completely stunned. Yang slammed his foot into the ground, triggering an explosion of pure fire energy that actually forced Tianao to back off. Yang's eyes were dialed in. Total focus. Just one hit. That's all he needed to break his stance. Using his aura, Yang lifted dozens of broken rocks into the air, wrapping every single piece in scorching, brilliant flames. He launched them like a barrage of fire meteors straight at the Vice Master. Explosions chained through the dark dungeon, absolutely deafening. But honestly, it looked way better than it actually worked, because Tianao parried every single rock with zero effort. With a flick of his wrist, he actually swatted the flaming debris right back at Yang. Keep your cheap parlor tricks to yourself, kid. Boom! The shrapnel detonated right in their faces, blasting both Yang and Fei violently across the room. As they struggled to process it, Tianao strolled over, mocking them completely. You know what's really funny about this? That massive door right behind where you just landed. That's the exact cell holding Sword Phoenix, and you're both going to bleed out right here, inches away from saving her. Poetic justice, really. Yang slumped against the giant iron door, his entire body screaming in agony. He couldn't even lift a finger. He whispered weakly, Elder Shen. Old man, are you there? I know this is a bad time to ask for a favor. Inside his mind, the old ghost just sighed heavily. You hand me control of a body that can't even twitch its fingers and expect me to do what exactly? Boy, Yang managed a weak, bloody smile. Yeah, figured as much. I knew this was a suicide mission when I left the province. That's exactly why I wanted to come alone. But man, I guess this is really how it ends. Tianao raised his sword high for the execution strike. Thanks for the entertainment, kids, but playtime is over. When you get to the underworld, make sure you remember the name. I am Tien Ao, Vice Master of the Black Knight. He didn't even get to finish. Boom, out of nowhere, a colossal pillar of absolute hellfire smashed right through the wall, instantly vaporizing him into ash. Step back. I'm getting you out of here right now. Yang Chen grabbed the solid steel bars, flexed his grip and snap, ripped them apart like they were made of dry pasta. He dusted off his hands. All right, sister, you're free to go. Hibby dramatically reached her hand out, totally playing the victim. Help me up, will you? These demonic cult psychos tortured me so bad I can't even stand. Yang Chen just stared at her, sighing. Seriously, always with the drama, aren't you? Oh, that set her off immediately. Listen here, you little brat. Are you seriously ignoring your older sister right now? Completely defeated, our protagonist just reached out and grabbed her hand. Yeah. I got you. But the second their hands connected, a massive bone-chilling wave hit him. Pure dizziness slammed into his brain, forcing him to stumble backward, clutching his head in absolute agony. Dropped straight back onto the hard floor. Hibby absolutely lost her mind, screaming. Are you kidding me right now? Do you actually hate your sister that much? But Yang Chen couldn't even hear her. His eyes went wide, his mind spinning with absolute panic. Why the hell was the Dark Heaven technique activating right now? Why was there raw demonic energy swirling inside his sister's core? Wait. Did the Dark Knight Palace Lord actually implant that energy inside her? Before he could panic further, the clan leader suddenly walked right up behind them. What's going on here? Hurry up. We need to leave this place immediately. But from way down the dark dungeon hall, a white-haired old guy suddenly jumped up and started screaming. Hey, you heartless brats, I'm still breathing over here, don't you dare ignore me. The Zheng clan leader took one look and instantly recognized him. Long time no see, Xue'e Wu sect leader. Honestly, I totally thought you were dead. Turns out you were rotting in here. Yang Chen blinked. Wait, the Xue'e Wu sect. Our guy remembered the rumors instantly. This was the missing leader that the whole Xue'e Wu sect had been desperately searching for. He really was locked up in the Dark Knight Palace. Well, if you know who I am, stop standing around and untie me. Just like that, the remaining Dark Knight Palace members were completely suppressed. If they surrendered, they got to keep breathing. The Xue'e Wu sect leader finally stepped outside, taking a massive dramatic breath of fresh air. Man, it feels so good to be free. Meanwhile, our protagonist and the clan leader were having a serious little chat. Number 3. Yes, Patriarch Elder Li already gave me the rough summary. Sounds like you caused an absolute massive scene over at the Zhangxian sect. Am I wrong? Yang Chen bowed his head, playing the good kid. No, sir. But the clan leader's eyes were sharp, scanning him intensely, sensing something hidden. You must have had a really solid reason to pull a crazy stunt like that, right? Startled, he looked up, suddenly stumbling over his words. Yeah, that's exactly right. The Patriarch just stroked his beard, letting a heavy silence hang in the air for a second before turning away completely. All right, I get it. Too many eyes and ears around here. We can't talk freely. Save the details for when we get back to the Zheng clan. Meanwhile, over with Nangong Fei, she was totally trying to kiss up to her future sister-in-law. Do you want some more to drink? Hibby waved her hand, shutting her down instantly. No thanks. You go ahead and drink. Just then, a guard from the First Sword unit sprinted over to give a status update. Patriarch. We've successfully locked down all the remaining enemy forces. Good. Notice anything strange? Well, we found this massive underground door, completely sealed shut. We're currently checking if there's some kind of magic formation locking it. The second he heard those words, Yang Chen's whole vibe instantly flipped. Did the Dark Knight Palace Lord hide inside that room? He immediately turned to the clan leader. Wait, didn't you intercept the Palace Lord earlier? That's why we completely assumed he retreated back in our direction. The Patriarch thought back to that intense standoff earlier. Yeah, I definitely crossed paths with the Palace Lord. Not gonna lie, I was totally ready for an all-out earth-shattering brawl with the guy. But right before we threw down, the dude literally vanished into thin air, like he never even existed. I was about to chase him down, but then I sensed a massive energy spike coming from your direction, so I rushed over here instead. No clue why he pulled a vanishing act like that, but honestly, play it safe. Getting out alive is priority number 1 right now. Overhearing this, Hibby suddenly gasped. The pieces clicked in her head. Hold on a second, Patriarch. You mentioned a giant door and it just hit me. The Palace Lord locked me in there earlier. There's a super skinny kid trapped inside, but the power coming off that kid, completely unnatural, like genuinely terrifying levels of strength. And the weirdest part, they kept referring to the kid as the heavenly being. She pointed straight at Yang Chen, screaming, Wait, little brother, you have that one personal maid right. The kid in that room looks exactly like her. Could be her long-lost sister or something. Didn't you know? That information hit his brain like a freight train. He completely froze. Wait, looks exactly like who? In the very next heartbeat, he was sprinting toward that giant door at absolutely breakneck speed. His thoughts were an absolute mess. Was someone using that kid as a vessel to watch them? As he ran, his mind desperately tried to reject reality. No way. That's impossible. This absolutely cannot be happening right now. The heavenly demon wasn't supposed to enter the Central Plains until the Dragon and Phoenix tournament. That's literally years from now. They can't be here already. Brain spinning in absolute overdrive, he finally skidded to a pheno. Halt right in front of that massive door. Young master, what are you doing down here? It's way too dangerous. You need to head back to the Patriarch. Get out of my way. Yang Chen shoved past them, slamming his hands against the heavy stone, gritting his teeth as he pushed with absolutely everything he had. Young master, stop. That door is completely sealed. Shut, it's not gonna budge. But he completely tuned out the guards shouting behind him. He needed answers right now, and nothing was going to stop him from finding them. After pushing like a madman, incredibly, the heavy door actually started groaning open. Yang Chen slipped right through the gap, summoning a small flame in his hand for light. The guards were stunned. That impossibly heavy vault door. How the hell did he just move it? Ah, young master, you can't just run in there. It's basically a suicide mission. Stay back. Don't follow me in. Suddenly, the mysterious old spirit living inside his head started screaming at him. Stop right there, you reckless brat. What exactly are you trying to pull here? Your energy core is an absolute mess right now. If you push your aura any further, you're going to permanently destroy your foundation. But as Yang Chen kept stumbling forward through the pitch-black darkness, the palace lord's chilling voice suddenly echoed through the room. Well. How absolutely fascinating. That massive door was explicitly sealed to only open with demonic energy. So tell me, how did a little righteous faction brat like you manage to push it open? What kind of monster are you hiding inside? The palace lord stood there fiercely guarding the heavenly demon in his arms with a deadly serious glare. Yang Chen locked eyes on the tiny girl he was holding. Oh man, even though she looked like a weak little kid right now, that was absolutely the heavenly demon. You know what? None of that even mattered anymore. If the being sitting right in front of him was actually the heavenly demon, there was only one thing left to do. Boom, blazing hot aura exploded around him in a literal wave of fire. He clenched his fists, pure venom and hatred burning in his eyes. I have to end that monster right here, right now. He launched himself straight at the palace lord. Inside his head, the old spirit was completely freaking out. No, pull back. Are you insane? I said, back off. Do you have a death wish? But before his fiery punch could even get close to the heavenly demon, bam, the palace lord casually swatted him across the face. Yang Chen went flying, slamming brutally into the solid stone wall. His guards rushed in, completely panicking. Young master, the palace lord just stared down at him like he was absolute trash. Consider today your lucky day, you arrogant little brat. I really don't have the time to crush a pathetic bug like you. No. I can't just let him walk away with her. But the palace lord was already scooping up the heavenly demon, turning his back on them. Time to go, my heavenly being. Let's get you somewhere much safer than this dump. But then, the absolute craziest thing happened. The heavenly demon pointed a tiny finger right at our guy. That thing belongs to me. Whoosh, a terrifying wave of dark demonic energy shot out and wrapped completely around Yang Chen. Instant mind-crushing dizziness hit him again. He collapsed straight to his knees, utterly paralyzed. Pain completely hijacked his nervous system, while the energy inside his core went totally berserk. Damn it, was this demonic energy going completely rogue inside his own body? What in the absolute hell is happening right now? Is the dark energy physically trying to rip itself out and return to the heavenly demon man? If your jaw is on the floor, to smash that like button. Catch you guys in the next epic recap. The drama just keeps escalating, doesn't it? Support the channel by dropping your wildest theories down in the comments. Who knows, maybe I'll pin yours straight to the top.